hindsight.com.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite another very good outing from Corbin Burns last night, the Dbacks were unable to get a win Wednesday night in LA. They lost 3-1 in 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers. The D-backs are off today, but they are headed to St. Louis for a 3-game series that will start tomorrow. In the NBA, there was utter mayhem in the Garden last night between the Knicks and the Pacers. Indiana, despite being down 14 points with 3:20 left in the game, came all the way back to force overtime and eventually beat the Knicks 138-135 in one of the better basketball games you will see. Tonight, the MVP of the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder, will look to go up 2-0, while Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves have hopes of tying it up and heading back to Minnesota. And last night, the Mercury held off the LA Sparks at PHX Arena, 89-86. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta,
Oh, wait, who's better than Van?
and Jared Carlin.
It can only be Jared.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans, and to all Knicks fans in the audience, my deepest regrets, laments, and apologies. It is going to be a rough day in New York City, and for all Knicks fans, Vinny.
They're used to it.
Well, there is that. There is that.
It made me think of that convo we were having yesterday or the day before about Maple Leafs fans and Suns fans, and at a certain point you sort of expect the worst, especially at home. And that's got to be how they're feeling, like, oh, no, we're cursed. Here we go again. We just can't win.
Listen, if there's one takeaway from the NBA playoffs so far, no lead is safe. 7 times teams have come back and won when trailing by 17 or more points. 7. And the Pacers have done it 4 times.
Yeah. The Knicks have been obviously incredibly adept at coming back, too. So to have them have it done to them after they've done it to so many teams, most recently Boston, just crazy.
Is that just a byproduct of everyone shoots so many threes now that no lead is safe? Or is there something bigger, you think?
It's certainly part of it. I can't get past, and we're going to talk a lot about this game today, obviously, but I can't get past the fact that how, if you're the New York Knicks, do you come out individually and say, yeah, we took our foot off the gas at the end, knowing exactly what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Like, they're the combatants. They know no lead is safe.
Yeah, I think that phrase is another way of saying that they were playing scared, I think. I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, listen.
I guess it's less damning than saying we crapped down our leg at the end.
Oh yeah, you yak up a game like that, you've got to say something to try to make everyone feel a little bit better. What a scene at the Garden. Mercy!
Fantastic stuff.
Great night in basketball. All right, we got a great show on tap. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs got a great start from Corbin Burns, but that was not enough as they dropped the finale of their 3-game series in LA. 3-1 to the Dodgers. Diamondbacks took a 1-0 lead on a solo home run from Ketel Marte leading off the fourth inning. Burns had given up only one hit until the sixth, but that's where things got bumpy. Teoscar Hernandez jacked a 3-run home run to straightaway center field to give the Dodgers the lead. D-backs went down in order in the 8th and 9th innings, and that was that. Dodgers take 2 of 3 from Arizona. They now lead the season series 4-3. These two teams will not play each other again until right before Labor Day. So the full summer without seeing the Dodgers. We'll see where they are at that point. Day off
What a
today.
weird schedule, right?
It's been very
They don't play
strange.
each other for like the first month and a half, and then they don't
Then-
play each other again for 2 months.
2 back-to-back series, almost, and then, a couple months away. Day off today for the Diamondbacks. Tomorrow they'll start a 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals at Busch Stadium. Game 1 between the Knicks and Pacers. If it was any indication, we are in for a doozy of an Eastern Conference Finals. Indiana stormed back from 17 points down with 6.5 minutes to go and down 14 with under 3 minutes to go. They went at 138-135 in overtime at Madison Square Garden. Aaron Nesmith hit 6 3-pointers and scored 20 points in a span of 4 minutes and 33 seconds. And Tyrese Halliburton hit a step-back jumper that bounced high off the heel of the rim and in at the buzzer to force overtime. Initially thought to be a game-winning 3, toe barely on the line. Overtime gets forced. Indiana outscores the Knicks 13-10 for the win. Halliburton had 31, Nesmith 30 for Indiana. Meanwhile, Jalen Brunson 43 in the loss for the Knicks. Game 2 of that series Friday night in Madison Square Garden. Must-see TV.
Oh, my goodness.
Imagine being the Knicks, too, and getting that contribution offensively from your 2 best players.
Oh, yeah.
And you're down.
Yeah, right. You get nearly 80 points from your 2 best players in a home game, and you still lose.
Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals tonight at Paycom Center in Oklahoma City. Thunder hosting the Timberwolves, looking to build on their 1-0 series lead. Tip-off 5:30 on ESPN. Speaking of the Thunder, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander named the NBA's MVP for the 2024-25 season. Gilgeous-Alexander, the first Thunder player to win the award since Russell Westbrook took the honor in 2017. Led the league in scoring at 32.7 points per game, his 3rd straight season averaging 30 or more points in a game. Nikola Jokic of Denver finished 2nd. Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Milwaukee Bucks was 3rd. 7th consecutive year that a foreign-born player has won the MVP. Not since James Harden in 2018 as an American player won the NBA's MVP. Mercury, they moved to 2-0 on the WNBA season. 89-86 win over the LA Sparks at PHX Arena. Satu Sabali had 25 to lead. Phoenix, they next play on the road tomorrow against the Seattle Storm. Arizona Cardinals made a roster move, actually a couple, on Wednesday. They signed linebacker J.J. Russell, who spent the last 3 seasons with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, after they signed him as an undrafted free agent out of Memphis in 2022. During his time with the Bucs, Russell played in 30 games, 36 tackles on defense, 13 more on special teams. To make room for Russell, the Cardinals waived linebacker Milo Eifler.
Milo Eifler. Good luck with that one.
Yeah, I got nothing.
What's just below my high, Eifler?
It's actually pretty good.
All right.
In the NFL, Indianapolis Colts owner and CEO Jim Irsay, who has been in control of the team since 1997, passed away Wednesday. Irsay took control of the team after his father, Robert, who had moved the team from Baltimore to Indianapolis in the 80s, passed away in January of 1997. Irsay just 65 years of age. So kind of a weird day in Indianapolis sports today. I was just on an Indianapolis sports radio station website to see what they were talking about. You talking about the owner of the Colts passing away, or one of the most amazing comeback victories in NBA playoff history?
Or are they hating on Angel Reese? Which one?
Or that. But the only audio that was playing from the radio station was a commercial in Spanish, so I don't know the answer to that question.
Wow.
In the NFL, the tush push not going anywhere in 2025. NFL owners voted on the Green Bay Packers' proposal to ban the controversial play, but the measure fell 2 votes short of the 24 needed to pass it. You know what it needed? It just needed a little push from behind to get it over the finish line.
That's right.
The 10 teams against the ban were, not surprisingly, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles, who have used the play almost twice as much as any other team since 2022. Ravens, Browns, Lions, Jaguars, Dolphins, Patriots, Saints, Jets, and Titans all voted against.
I can't wait to get into this today because apparently the meeting before the vote was just nuts.
The league also announced it's rolling out a new award for the 2025 season, the Protector of the Year Award, which will be presented to the league's best offensive lineman. The winner will be decided by a panel that includes a number of former offensive line greats. One other note from the NFL, the Buffalo Bills will be featured in this season's training camp edition of HBO's Hard Knocks. They got rid of all the rules that were preventing teams. I guess they wanted fresh blood, so the Bills will be on the training camp edition, and then the in-season episodes of Hard Knocks will focus on the NFC East. So, some camera time for Cam Scattaboo.
Oh, wow.
NHL Stanley Cup playoff. Dallas doubled up Edmonton 6-3 in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Edmonton led 3-1 after 2 periods, but Dallas exploded for 5 goals in the third. Tyler Seguin had 2 goals and an assist for the Stars. Game 2 of that series tomorrow night in Dallas. Tonight it's Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Final with Carolina hosting Florida. Panthers lead 1-0. The puck drops just after 5 o'clock on TNT. And ASU baseball ousted at the Big 12 tournament in Arlington, Texas. 5th-seeded Sun Devils fell to the 12-seed BYU Cougars 2-0 in a first-round game. Cougars move on to face 4th-seeded Arizona this morning. After this loss and dropping 3 straight at Oklahoma State in the last weekend of the regular season in the Big 12, Sun Devils are going to have to wait and white-knuckle it on their NCAA tournament fate. If they miss the tournament, it would mark the first time in program history they've failed to make it 4 straight seasons.
Wow.
So there's a lot of people calling for Willie Bloomquist's job. They averaged over 8 runs per game this year, and they got shut out against a 12 seed. Make it make sense.
Doesn't.
No. It does
not
make any sense. There is your splash for Thursday, May 22nd. Was it a choke? Was it a comeback? Or was it just a great NBA playoff game? All the angles of Knicks-Pacers Game 1. Next, Spickley and Murata mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Dodgers.
1-2. Swung on and missed. Chased the slider low and in. And that's your ball game. Dodgers win it by a final score of 3-1. Each team with 1 home run on the night when the Dodgers was just better than the Diamondbacks. And the Dodgers take 2 out of 3 at home.
D-backs take a breather before heading to the Lou Friday to play the Cardinals. The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, 1 in Glendale, 1 in Scottsdale, and 1 in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Desert Wind Harley. Visit desertwindharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Right to dunk it. Right to straight.
Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a three for the win. And goal! He got it! And he tried to give your choke sign to the Knicks. And the game's not over. Wow. That toe on the line. Yep.
Yeah, that was the final call on TNT. Kind of a weird sequence, really. Kevin Harlan, great as always. Reggie Miller just laughing.
Oh, yeah.
That was his version of color commentary. And, of course, waiting not only for the ball after it bounced off the heel of the rim to fall through the hoop, and you heard the pause in the play-by-play call, but then waiting, getting the replays, and then finding out that Tyrese Halliburton's toe was on the line just by a smidge. Kind of reminiscent of the Kevin Durant play in Brooklyn against Milwaukee,
well,
right?
Yeah, very much like that. A couple things about this. There were missed free throws, obviously, by the Knicks that you were thinking, oh, no. Nesmith was just nuclear hot, right?
You know how many times have I told you that my favorite thing to watch in basketball is when a shooter gets hot.
And just cannot miss.
And I know Aaron Nesmith had a career year shooting the ball, and I'm a fan of his game. He's kind of a pest. He's an irritant, but he can also score when he needs to. I didn't expect to see somebody get that hot at that stretch of the game. It's one thing if it happens in the first or second quarter. In the last 5 minutes, 6 3-pointers, just unbelievable shooting.
It was also surreal watching Tyrese Halliburton start to drive the lane on that final sequence and then turn around and head back out to the three-point line. It's the second time he's done that this postseason. And Mitchell Robinson, dude, guard him. Guard him, please.
Well, Bridges kind of went for the little steal, and that's when the ball went out of his hands. And at that point, I think Mitchell Robinson was like, is McHale going to then go close out? Should I go close out? Both people should have gone and closed out.
Yes.
Well, they also didn't need a three.
No,
he could have just put taken a much shorter shot.
But that's my point.
A crazy turnaround.
It's the chutzpah of it all. That's the second time he has done that. I mean, basketball players generally, this Tyrese Halliburton dude is a trip.
Yeah, and this series is special for that reason. It's two really good teams. There's history between the teams. Obviously, they played in the playoffs last year. Different version of the Knicks, pretty much the same version of the Pacers. But at the heart of it, when you have two players that are as clutch as Tyrese Halliburton and Jalen Brunson going back and forth, the ingredients for this being a special series are very much in place.
The clutch time stats of those two players you mentioned, they're filthy. It's Tyrese Halliburton is like 6 of 7 in these situations. Jalen Brunson's like 11 of 13. It's just not even human the way these two guys produce in the clutch.
Yeah, Halliburton is 12 of 14 this season in game tying or game winning shots under 2 minutes. 5 of 6 in the playoffs. So he doesn't miss them. Is what we're trying to say.
The improbable nature of all of it, again, being down by that much that late. The Pacers team account on X tweeted out, since 1996-97, teams that have trailed by 7 or more points in the final 50 seconds of the fourth quarter or overtime in the playoffs are 4 and 1,702. We have 3 of those wins, and they're all this year.
That's insanity.
That is, there's not a better word than insanity.
How about this
from The Athletic, per Elias Sports, no team trailing by 9 points or more in the final minute of regulation or overtime had won a playoff game since 1998. The record was 0 and 1,414. Now it's 1 and 1,414.
That's insane, too.
Furthermore, no team since 1997 has lost a playoff game leading by 14 or more with 2:50 remaining in regulation or overtime. The leading team was 977-0.
I know. Yeah, that's the stat that I had, that last one. That really is. It really is. So what a sucker punch for the city of New York and that basketball team. Charles Barkley is saying to his eyes, the Knicks look exhausted.
I mean, look, I was listening. I was out and about last night, so I went back and I watched the game afterwards, but I was listening to the Knicks broadcast on the radio. And Monica McNutt, she's all over ESPN, but she's also their color commentator on their radio broadcast. She was saying the same thing, that even though Brunson was putting up huge numbers, that the Knicks looked tired. And when you look at the lack of intensity on their switches late in that game, which were leading to some threes from Aaron Nesmith, they probably were pretty tired.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're going to get into this a lot today about the Knicks in New York City. They have the celebrations in New York after beating Boston. You would think of all sports towns, they would have the maturity and the hardness to know they haven't won anything yet, that they've only reached. And I get it. I get beating the Celtics is incredibly meaningful. But to the level of where the Knicks fans have been and what they've been saying, I don't know if you saw the footage of them throwing garbage at Brian Windhorst the other night.
Yeah, they threw garbage at Brian Windhorst. They threw garbage at a fan who had a Pacers jersey on even before that series started. He got an invitation to Game 4, by the way, from Tyrese Halliburton back in Indianapolis. The Knicks, focusing on that part of this whole postseason story, the Knicks fans are an interesting bunch because I've talked about how cool I think the passion is that they have for that team. And when things start going well, I don't think there's a more boisterous, enthusiastic fan base. But, man, they get entitled quick, too, don't they?
Yeah, just a reminder, you beat the Boston Celtics in the conference semifinals. That was not an NBA championship you won. It may feel that way to you, but you would think of all markets. But again, that shows you how markets react to success after many years of failure.
Yep. Here's Jalen Brunson after the game.
I mean, in the playoffs, when you win, it's the best thing ever. When you lose, the worst thing ever. And so the best way to deal with all that is just stay level-headed and making sure we have each other's backs. Obviously not the way we want to finish the game. But, I mean, like you said, tomorrow we're going to have to watch film and get better and just making sure that we're ready for game 2.
Yeah, and look, you can't write this part of it either. And I poked a little fun at Reggie Miller for just, giggling at the end of the game. 30 years ago in the playoffs is when Reggie Miller scored 8 points in 9 seconds or 9 points in 8 seconds, whatever it was. Game 1 against the Knicks. 25 years ago was the last time the Knicks were in the conference finals against the Pacers. The Pacers made their first and only finals appearance that year by winning that series on their way to the Eastern Conference Championship.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody pointing out the fact that how weird's it going to be? Game 1, Reggie Miller is going to be doing this series for TNT. And the final year they're doing basketball, and that's what you get in Game 1. You couldn't make this up.
No.
I can only imagine how absolutely obnoxiously annoying that was for a Knicks fan to watch the end of that game with Reggie Miller on the call. And did you see the shot of him like pointing and laughing and giving the thumbs up to Halliburton after the game?
Here's what I think would bother Knicks fans more than anything, and probably the Knicks players themselves. Tyrese Halliburton did that gesture because he thought he had won the game.
Yes.
And to do that gesture when you haven't won the game, that's a different thing altogether. For the Knicks not to be able to rally together and beat that team after they saw that gesture and were given that reprieve, that's a tough deal for them.
It is.
Yeah, will this break the Knicks mentally? Because they could say to themselves, well, we're one crazy Halliburton shot away from winning that game. It's not like they, killed us or anything.
And they also had acknowledged their defensive struggles late in the game. You're missing free throws, as Bick pointed out. They missed 4 free throws in the fourth quarter, as did Indiana, by the way. They didn't fully cash in either. Last thing on the Reggie Miller front.
Yeah.
And now I completely forgot what I was going to say.
Want to hear the Pacers call of the Halliburton?
I do want to hear the Pacers call.
Try to compose yourself when the Pacers hit this game winner.
All right. He made the second. It's a 2-point game. Bring it to length, fellas, and hit a 3. 2-point game, 6 seconds to go. Halliburton driving. He's in the lane. He nearly lost it. He backs up and unloads a 3. Oh! That did not happen! It hit the back of the rim. It popped high into the air, and it dropped gently through the net. The scoreboard shows 125-125. It's called a 2-point shot.
Oh,
that's a really good job of delivering that call and knowing that it wasn't a 3. That's I've never heard that guy before, but that guy he's pretty good at his job.
In real time,
Mark Boyle, yeah.
Okay.
It's almost impossible in instantly real time. Even he called it a 3 in real time, but he saw the scoreboard and he's like, "Oh, it's 125, 125."
The thing I was going to say on Miller, though, which probably to Jarrett's point probably frustrated Knicks fans down the stretch, he was very prophetic on a couple of occasions, too. With about 3 or 4 minutes left, he talked about the Pacers have had a lot of late-game playoff magic. And then when it got down to the nitty-gritty, he talked about Tyrese Halliburton being the guy who is suited to take and make shots like that. And it all happened.
And it all came together for him. Wow. What a postseason for the Pacers, huh? I'm not sure we've ever seen a basketball team skate through a season with so little recognition and publicity, and they might be charging to an NBA title here.
Can't wait to see what First Take's talking about on the Lakers front today. Coming up next, it was close, but still a series loss. We'll go through what happened in Game 3 in Los Angeles. Dbacks Daily next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Justin Martinez is going to have to come back, and he's going to have to be elite. Hopefully he can regain his ninth inning duties, slide Shelby Miller back to maybe a role for which he was actually intended for, and not the one that he's pitching in right now.
Right.
Ryan Thompson, to me, is the big one.
Still a belief that he's going to get it figured out.
Okay.
They're not giving up on him right now.
I hope they're. I just don't know what situations they're going to use him in where I feel comfortable with them testing that out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with another real-life success story courtesy of Life Changer Loans. So one of our listeners is a fireman married to a woman who's in education. They had a mortgage rate below 3%, which is pretty good, but they had 26 years of payments left. Plus, due to medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. On the Life Changer Loan, they're going to pay off their mortgage, that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without without any fear because you always have access to your equity. That's what you get from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity. You will not change a dime of your spending habits. And if it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. But there are caveats. This is not for everybody. You've got to be a good fit. Give them a call. Find out if you're a good fit. You're going to love the results if you are. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David. I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it. So now I pay what you pay.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop. Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop. A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite another very good outing from Corbin Burns, the Dbacks were not able to get a win Wednesday night in LA. They lost 3-1 in 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers. The Dbacks are off today, but they're headed to St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals that will start tomorrow. In the NBA, it was utter mayhem in Madison Square Garden last night between the Knicks and the Pacers. Indiana, despite being down 14 points with 3:20 left in the game, came all the way back to force overtime and eventually beat the Knicks 138-135 in one of the better basketball games you will see. Tonight, the MVP of the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder, will look to go up 2-0, while Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves have hopes of tying it up and heading back to Minnesota. And the Phoenix Mercury held off the LA Sparks last night at PHX Arena, 89-86. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Run, don't walk to the Memorial Day sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 30% off in-store and online through May 26th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
That baby
baby, is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs going for a series win against the Dodgers, doing it with their best pitcher, Corbin Burnes, on the hill. Dodgers going with right-hander Dustin May in the finale of this 3-game series. The pitchers dominated for the first third of the game. Finally, some movement on the scoreboard. Top of the fourth, Ketel Marte leading off against May.
Now the 2-0 pitch. Swung on that, is hit high and deep to right field. On its way it goes. Home run, Ketel Marte. Just an absolute blast halfway up the bleachers at Dodger Stadium. And Marte's 7th of the year gives the D-backs a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, 2-1 sinker. Mashed to right center, 425 feet, 1-0 the lead. Chris Garagiola on the calls here on D-backs Daily. Burnes was magnificent. He did not allow a Dodgers hit until Freddie Freeman got a 2-out single in the fourth, but then Burnes followed that up with a strikeout of Teoscar Hernandez to end the inning. D-backs had an opportunity to tack on versus May in the 6th. Gabby Moreno and Josh Naylor had back-to-back 1-out singles. With runners on the corners, though, Gino Suarez fouled out. Pavin Smith grounded out to third. That ended the threat. In the bottom of the 6th, Miguel Rojas opened up things with an infield single. With 1 out, Mookie Betts singled to left. And a little bit of trouble for the first time in the game for Burnes. 2 on for certified Diamondback killer Freddie Freeman. But Burnes struck him out with a cutter for a huge second out. Unfortunately, with the Dodgers, you're never really out of trouble, and Teoscar Hernandez proved that in the next at-bat.
The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and barreled. Deep center field. Hernandez at Myers. Thomas going back. He's at the track. He's out of room. 3-run home run, Teoscar Hernandez. He knew the risks of missing a pitch. And Hernandez made him pay with his 10th home run of the season.
Yeah, 6th home run of the season given up by Burnes. Lead back to the Dodgers, 3-1. D-backs would get a little something going in the 7th. Jack Dreyer on in relief of May. Perdomo led things off with a single with 2 outs. Corbin Carroll then singled, sending Perdomo to third. Marte due up, so Dodgers skipper Dave Roberts would call on right-hander Lou Trevino. Hey, Lou Trevino! Oh! Hey! He wanted to flip Marte to the left side batter's box, and that decision paid off.
0-1 the count. Trevino ready. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Ketel, weak ground ball to second. It's picked up by Rojas. Throw to first in time, and that does it for the Diamondbacks. They just have not come up with a clutch hit tonight, and they have paid the price for it. We go to the bottom of the 7th. It is the Dodgers 3. And the Diamondbacks 1.
Yeah, Burnes would get Muncy, Edman, and Rushing out in order in the 7th, closing his evening, trailing 3-1. Trevino rolled through the D-backs in the 8th. And Tanner Scott, the LA closer, came on for the 9th with 2 outs, bases empty. Things looking bleak for Arizona with Lourdes Gurriel Jr. at the plate.
1-2. Swung on and missed. Chased the slider low and in. And that's your ball game. Dodgers win it by a final score of 3-1. Each team with 1 home run on the night, but the Dodgers was just better than the Diamondbacks. And the Dodgers take 2 out of 3 at home against the Diamondbacks, who will make their way to St. Louis to take on a red-hot Cardinal ball club.
Hate that song, too, by the way, that they play. 2 out of 3 for the Dodgers, as you heard Chris say there. Torey Lovello talking about what plagued his team on Wednesday night.
We built a couple innings. I couldn't have thought of a better player than Ketel Marte to come up there with me at first and second base and crunch time situation deep into the game. But he spoils us and just couldn't get the job done. That's part of it. But we'll learn from this. I think that's kind of what we do every day. It's our mindset. We're a hungry team. We just lost a couple of tough games here at Dodger Stadium. We'll regroup and be just fine.
Yeah, it was a pitcher's duel.
Yeah.
Burnes was unbelievable in the game outside of the really the one pitch to Hernandez that caused all the damage. But, I mean, here we are again, another series where one of the themes is, the Diamondbacks are right in the ballpark with the Dodgers. They're right there, just little things to win games. But we're still talking about this. It doesn't matter who the opponent is either, whether it's the Phillies or the Braves or the Rockies. It's like, a couple little things you do and you win a series or you sweep a series.
Yeah.
This team just, I can't put it all together for anything consistent.
Well, yeah, listen, so I after watching the game last night, I didn't know where to go with what I was feeling because on one level, it really feels to me like the starting pitching is starting to elevate and get in a better place, and the stats bear that out. They got 18 innings from their starters in this series against the Dodgers. Held their top 3 hitters to a 297 bat, 11 for 37, which isn't bad given how damaging and destructive that lineup can be. I feel confident that Justin Martinez is going to kind of round out this bullpen when he returns. Yet this team just seems to just up and then down and then up and then down. It just seems like they're taking a long time to get where they need to go. If that makes any sense.
It's a cruising altitude, we'll call it.
Yeah, I look at their record and I'm like, okay, not bad. I look at the games they play against the Dodgers and they've been competitive. And, you know, there was the heartbreak game right in the middle of this series, and we've had a whole bunch of those. And the team has not been broken yet because of any of those heartbreaking games. So on one hand, I still feel optimistic that at some point in time this summer, this team is going to get on a roll and get some separation and really declare themselves as a playoff team. But it just, I can't put my finger on it either, but it just seems like this offense comes and it goes. And when it's good, they're devastating. And when it's bad, they're very, very sleepy.
Yeah. The similarity.
Stop rubbing your eyes, Diamondbacks!
Was wondering there. I was like, I'm not even touching my face.
The similarities between the last 2 games in terms of ingredients, but on opposite sides. I mean, in game 2 of the series, it was the Diamondbacks that couldn't push anything across. Then they're the ones that hit the long balls, take the lead 3-1, and the Dodgers steal it from them at the end. Last night, Diamondbacks up 1-0. Dodgers can't do anything offensively. One shot is enough for them, and the Diamondbacks couldn't respond to it. And that was maybe the most frustrating part, that is once they got May off the mound and got to the bullpen, they couldn't make any dents there.
It was disappointing because once Corbin Burns got Freddie Freeman in that situation, as you pointed out, I thought, okay, whew. And then,
and he just tagged that ball too.
And it's weird too that now the Diamondbacks are done with the Dodgers for a couple of months now. That's a little bit odd in and of itself. So I don't know. I mean, I hope they get to cruising altitude at some point in time. Memorial Day is always the day, the milepost, where every team in America should have a real good feel for what their team is and where they're going.
It's been 31 games since they've even won more than 2 in a row.
Wow.
Yeah.
They were 12-7 after that 4-game winning streak.
It's Memorial Day's 5 days away, so time for some declarations.
And you're going to St. Louis about the very, very worst time. There was a time earlier in this year when people didn't think much of the Cardinals, and they're cooking with peanut oil right now. So
a healthy oil choice.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have an allergy. Day off today. Cardinal series starts tomorrow at Busch. Coming up next, what do the Eagles have in common with 80s hip-hop sensation Salt and Peppa? They can still push it. Push it real good. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There are 2 reasons why I believe the 6-man rotation will never work and will never happen. Number 1, because Torrey doesn't like it.
That's a problem.
Number 2, Corbin Burns.
That was my next one.
is all about this is my routine. So now we got Corbin Burns. We finally got him. Corbin Burns is out there. He is lights out.
I'd love to be there for the conversation. Hey, Corbin, we're going to go to a 6-man rotation now.
And by the way, suck it up. We're going to a 6-man. Just knock it off and suck it up.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. With over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joint. Best part, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. Imagine doing all the things you enjoy this summer without being slowed down by awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Well, I'm surprised because I know Goodell doesn't like to play. I hate to play. I don't like to play at all. It looks like rugby. It's difficult to ascertain where the progress is, the forward progress is stopped. I hate to play. And I'm not anti-Philadelphia because I know they're not the only team that does it. I can't stand it. I don't think it's part of football. I can't stand to play. Hate it. And I'm surprised it passed. I have to admit. I'm surprised.
Christopher Mad Dog Russo on First Take yesterday saying, I didn't get what he was saying. Does he like to play? I'm not sure. I actually feel similarly to Chris Mad Dog Russo. But surprisingly, it didn't get enough votes against to ban the tush push. It's not going anywhere. The one thing I can say that really resonates with me right now, with this vote happening now, it would have been a pretty terrible / pathetic look for the NFL to ban this play right after the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can say.
Terrible, terrible look. I did a lot of deep reading on this, and I am fascinated how one single play created so much friction, so much anger, and people who were at that meeting and that vote, when they left the meeting, people literally did not know which way the vote was going to go. There was generally in things like that, there's a real distinct vibe as to, nah, this ain't gonna pass, or yeah, no, this is gonna pass.
Yeah.
Nobody, when they left that meeting, no one knew which way people were gonna vote because it was a incredibly emotional meeting that prefaced the vote. Jeffrey Lurie, the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, he filibustered for about an hour on the play, right? To the point where his fellow owners were like, dude, are you ever going to shut up?
Yeah, the story from Seth Wickersham on ESPN.com. An hour had passed when San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York asked Lurie, quote, how much more bleep he needed to say.
Right. Isn't that fantastic? Now, so, and at the end of it, he said something that apparently really, really, really got to people. He said, either way, folks, the Philadelphia Eagles are going to look at this as a win-win. If you ban this play, we will always know we created a play so incredible, so unstoppable that the league had to ban it. And apparently, when he said that, people lost their minds. But he tapped right into that vein of what we're talking about here. Bad look outlawing a play just because the NFL champions do it better than anybody else. Yeah. And how about this? The vote was 22-10. That was the exact score of the Eagles-Packers playoff game.
Was it? That's funny. Here's Booger McFarland from ESPN saying it would have been unfair to ban the play.
I was one of the ones that's been against it. I think that if you look at the play, number one, everybody has the opportunity to do it in the National Football League. We've seen the Buffalo Bills try to do it with some success with Josh Allen, but everyone could do this play if they want to. And I thought it would really be unfair to punish the Eagles because they had perfected this play based on their quarterback and his physical structure and how strong he is and based on how good their offensive line is. I get it. It's a quote-unquote dangerous play based on what may happen, but until I see some injury data of something that has happened, I'm going to be where I am now, which is in favor of the tush-push moving on.
Yeah, a couple of points. If the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line is as good as they tout during all of this lobbying to keep this play alive, and it is good, let's not pretend it's not. And if Jalen Hurts is that great a physical runner at quarterback, can't you still convert on 3rd and 4th and short without the aid from behind?
Yeah, I think you could. But the aid from behind is what makes it unstoppable, I think.
Yeah,
so
that's what changes it from just a regular quarterback sneak.
Here's a caveat. Throw this in there. If you're the Eagles, by the way, if Jeffrey Lurie said that and I'm an owner on the fence, I definitely would have voted against him when he said that.
Really?
Screw you. You're the Super Bowl champions. That's enough. You don't get the advantage of this. And oh, by the way, enjoy the fact that you created this unstoppable play. Whatever. Here's a caveat. You're the Eagles. You'd go for it on 3rd down and you fail. Turnover on downs. Make it a 4th down play only.
I think the Philadelphia Eagles should play a game the opening night against the Cowboys where they do nothing but tush pushes.
That would be the most unwatchable, football game ever.
3 yards, first down, 3 yards, 3 yards, first down. Oh, people would be losing their minds. I am very, very conflicted about this because I hate the play. I hate the aesthetics of the play, but I also admire that 21 other NFL teams voted against their own well-being, if you will, because the Eagles might be back in the playoffs, and so you might not be able to escape the Eagles if you're a really good team. And yet, whatever it was made them vote for to keep the play legal. They did, and that to me, that's kind of hardcore. And I think a lot of it was backlash against the league. I think a lot of people were very, very suspicious at how the Packers suddenly were the team writing the legislation, a team that does not have an owner. They're famously owned by their fan base. So there's no, at owners' meetings, there's no owner of the Packers to yell at or, to give the cold shoulder to. So it just feels like this whole thing was rigged by the NFL to get this play out of the game to better serve their TV purposes.
Yeah, I also found it interesting when the list of teams that, who voted for it, who voted against it. Because if you remember, in the months leading up to this was on the table a month ago. It was a 16-16 vote. They put it back on the table. The Packers changed the verbiage, which was thought to push this over the top. But you remember Nick Sirianni publicly calling out, well, I know Jonathan Gannon and Shane Steichen are going to vote in our favor because they benefited from it when they were here. They both voted. They both voted for the Packers proposal, by the way.
Wow.
So the 10 teams, the Eagles, even the Bills, who use it. The Bills voted for the Packers proposal.
Yeah. I don't think the Bills want to use it. Because, again, it's because Josh Allen always goes over the top, and you don't want that dude taking helmets to the hands and all that stuff that goes on.
Now that it is illegal, at least for another year, do other teams in the NFL have to figure out how to use it? Because
again, no, I don't know why you begin to think that way. Just because it's legal doesn't mean everyone is going to start doing this. What teams have to do is find a way to stop it if you're ever playing the Eagles. How do you do that? What do you innovate as a defensive coordinator to stop a play like that?
The only way really is to keep them out of 3rd and 4th and short situations.
That's it.
But easier said than done.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, to Jared's point, the NFL is very much a copycat league.
Oh, I know that.
And I know this is not a new play that popped up last year. It's been used pretty extensively by the Eagles since 2022. So I am curious to see, again, like I brought up yesterday, teams that don't have a quarterback that is suited to run this behind any offensive line, do you use a bigger player? Are non-quarterbacks going to be taking tush-push snaps for different teams to try to cash in as long as they can cash in on it?
Well, you wonder, then wouldn't it have happened already if other teams could replicate this? I mean, they've been doing this, like you said, for 2 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, it is an undertaking. It's not just something you roll out on a Sunday. There's practice involved, especially if you're using non-quarterback personnel or different personnel in different spots.
But you're absolutely right. You need a hardcore quarterback and you need to have no fear of that quarterback getting injured on the play.
Yeah. That's the one thing that'll change the thinking on it a lot, because the proponents of the tush-push say, there's no data saying it's more dangerous. One catastrophic injury to a quarterback running a play similar to this, and you'll see the thinking change. And there's a reason why the Kansas City Chiefs won't ever run it. Remember Patrick Mahomes' most serious injury as a pro quarterback happened on a quarterback sneak, and they don't run him anymore.
That's exactly right. The Eagles were actually arguing, though, that the tush-push play actually serves to protect the quarterback because the guy coming in from the back basically provides cover from the quarterback taking helmets and cheap shots and that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm amazed that something like that caused so many people's heads to explode in the NFL. It's crazy.
Jeffrey Lurie also getting admonished by the vice president of football operations, Troy Vincent, for the use of language in his filibuster. Troy Vincent played for the Eagles. All kinds of feelings on this subject, but it's not going anywhere. Coming up next, the Pacers are having a magical run. Suns fans just watching and thinking what could have been. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. The role they play in their injured clients' recovery drives them to produce the best results. Just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries. He couldn't get the insurance company to help him at all, and after all the frustration, he called Sweet James. His team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he really needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million win for him. In this situation, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and justice. That's Sweet James. If you're ever hurt in an accident, the results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet James and don't wait. 800-9-million. That phone number, once again, is 800-9-million. That's 800-900-0000, or you can find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
It's been a commitment to America for over 120 years now. The Ford Motor Company, and this Memorial Day, it is Ford employee pricing for everyone. Yep, Paul Calvise here. It is the Ford Memorial Day sales event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers from America. For America. We pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Let me tell you, my grandfather worked at Ford Motor. We've enjoyed employee pricing over the years. Wait till you see the savings at our Desert Ford dealers, like that 2024 Ford F-150 truck, Weekend Warrior or work truck. Ford has the powertrain fit for the job, and right now, military and first responders get employee pricing plus $1,000 in military and first responder bonus cash on top of all other public offers. Yep, just another way Ford is saying thank you to those who take care of us. But employee pricing won't last forever. Don't miss the Ford Memorial Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox Internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite another very good outing from Corbin Burns last night, the Dbacks were unable to get a win Wednesday night in LA. They lost 3-1 and 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers. The Dbacks are off today, but they're headed to St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals that starts tomorrow. In the NBA, it was utter mayhem in MSG last night between the Knicks and the Pacers. Indiana, despite being down 14 points with 3:20 left in the game, came all the way back to force overtime and eventually beat the Knicks 138-135 in one of the better basketball games you will see. Tonight, the MVP of the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Thunder will look to go up 2-0, while Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves have hopes of tying it up and heading back to Minnesota. And the Phoenix Mercury held off the LA Sparks last night at PHX Arena 89-86. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal level for comfort and risk? Visit assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the future of the NBA from these playoff games, and what does it mean for the direction of the Phoenix Suns? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a three for the win, and goal! He got it!
In the moment, I mean, I wasn't like plotting on it or anything. Everybody wanted me to do it like last year at some different point, but it's just gotta feel right. And it felt right at the time. If I would have known it was a 2, I would not have done it. So I think I might have wasted it. If I do it again, then people might say I'm like aura farming. So I'm not. I don't plan on using it again.
Aura farming.
Aura farming. Wow.
Good name for an album, maybe. Tyrese Halliburton, after hitting the game-tying 2, thought it was a 3, pulled out the Reggie Miller choke taunt that New York fans love so much. They go on to win it 138-135 in overtime. Mm-hmm. But talking about what led to the choke taunt celebration, it's always in the back of their heads. Athletes are funny that way. Football players, they always know what they're going to do when they get into the end zone. There's a lot of thought given to celebration.
Listen, it's amazing when you think of the mindset of some of the most successful athletes. They're so cocky and confident that they have these celebrations ready and lined up to go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's insane. It's really insane. So Tyrese Halliburton, he has got this incredible clutch gene. This is also a very difficult time for Suns fans dealing with a couple of what-ifs. Tyrese Halliburton, obviously, a guy that could have very easily been a Phoenix Suns. In fact, there are times when teams make mistakes drafting players, and years later you go, man, we could have done that. We could have had that. We all knew in real time that it was a ridiculous mistake.
This was not Ayton Luka.
No.
Where it was sort of 50-50 at best. This was in real time when he was on the board. Take Halliburton. They need a point guard.
They needed a point guard. They needed a successor to Chris Paul. This guy was incredible in college. They were at number 10 in the NBA draft. And I get what Vinny's saying, that that Sacramento traded him too. He wasn't even drafted by the Pacers.
No.
But still, for what the Suns needed, a future beyond Chris Paul, it was right there.
Look, I was on board with it, and I was incredulous when they didn't draft Tyrese Halliburton, or when I was told by Gambo, look, they don't want him, they don't like him.
They don't like him.
But Chris Paul had yet to play a minute for the Phoenix Suns at that point. You explained the rationale, the thinking of James Jones in the front office at that point. Mm-hmm. Hey, we're gearing up for a Lakers dynasty, and they got Anthony Davis in the middle. We're going to have to stock up on bigs. It was so funny last night because that draft, you want to talk about hits and misses. The 2020 draft was filled with them. Anthony Edwards was an intriguing number 1 overall pick that year for Minnesota, but I don't think he was universally loved. He played 1 year, and it was kind of an under-the-radar year at Georgia because their team wasn't very good.
He was very raw. He had
very
dazzling
raw,
athleticism.
very athletic, but, he wasn't a sure thing. He's become a sure thing. James Wiseman went 2. Total bust. In fact, there was a quote attributed to the Golden State Warriors in recent weeks that went back to that draft and said, even if we had the number 1 pick, we weren't going to take Anthony Edwards. We didn't like him. LaMelo Ball went 3 to Charlotte. That's a hit, even though Charlotte's no good. Patrick Williams went 4th to the Bulls. He's still there. Bulls fans hate him.
Bulls.
Isaac Okoro went 6. Killian Hayes went to Detroit at 7. I was listening to the Knicks broadcast last night, and they were talking about it because Obi Toppin was drafted at number 8 by the Knicks that year. And there was a debate in New York. Do we take Obi Toppin or do we take Tyrese Halliburton? They passed on him. They're probably having discussions in Detroit. Man, we could have had Tyrese Halliburton. I think the loudest regret conversation is coming from Sacramento.
Yeah, maybe.
Because they did get Domantas Sabonis, which has led to nothing. But look at their backcourt now. At the time they chose to trade Tyrese Halliburton, it was, hey, we're going with De'Aaron Fox. He's gone.
Well, yes, and the pain of it for me is that James Jones was operating on a theory that no longer is true. As you have pointed out, we have an unprecedented string of 7 NBA franchises in the span of 7 years will win a championship after this season. He was thinking the Lakers were about to roll a couple of titles, maybe 3 in a row, and that it obviously influenced his thinking. Then there was the fact that the Pacers at one point in time, they extended an offer sheet to DeAndre Ayton. Yes. $133 million. And at that time, I remember vividly the Suns were like, do we want this guy? Do we want to sign this? Why don't we do a sign and trade? And Miles Turner was very nearly traded to the Phoenix Suns for DeAndre Ayton. And Miles Turner has turned out to be much better than DeAndre Ayton. Maybe much better is incorrect, but he's better.
He's better.
He's better.
And he's been a solid pro for a decade now. But let's review the clock on that subject too. The Phoenix Suns' mistake in the DeAndre Ayton timeline, if you will, was when he got the contract extension. It was, as you mentioned, a response to the offer sheet that Indiana signed him to. It should have happened the year before. The contract extension shouldn't have been, goaded by some other team giving a contract offer to DeAndre Ayton. Coming off of the run to the finals, you remember the Chris Paul quote. He got himself a bag. He's going to get himself a bag this summer. And the Suns, curiously, didn't reward him.
No.
And if they had, they would have had all kinds of flexibility to trade DeAndre Ayton after that next year when the frustration started to build.
You're so right. You're so right. You remember that picture that surfaced of Robert Sarver meeting with DeAndre Ayton somewhere? They were on a patio somewhere. Remember that photo? Mm-hmm. And it was basically Robert Sarver meeting with DeAndre Ayton to say, yo, big fella, sorry, but you're not getting your money this year.
Yes.
You're not getting that bag Chris Paul talked about.
Oh, the caption contests that went on at that time were amazing.
Priceless. Absolutely priceless.
But if we're going down this road and really driving ourselves crazy, let's really get in the now.
Okay.
Aaron Nesmith was on the board when the Suns drafted Jalen Smith, too.
And
he went 14th to Boston.
That's the other thing is, it's not just that they passed on these guys. It's that they drafted a player with the 10th pick that no one had projected in the top 10.
Yeah.
And it coming after Cam Johnson, everyone was like, okay, let James Jones cook. He knows what he's doing. It turned out he tried to be too smart for the room.
And if you want to add even more context to it, there was a time during James Jones's tenure when James Jones and his front office were routinely criticized and ripped by NBA writers for not having scouts in gyms, for not really investing in the intellectual property of scouting players and all of that, as if this doesn't matter to us. And so I think maybe there was some of that in James Jones that I'm going to show you that I do know what a good basketball player looks like. And he pulled it off with Cam Johnson. Ugh. Make it stop it.
Well, it's also frustrating, too, and I know the decision makers aren't quite the same as they were back in 2020, but now the Suns find themselves in a period of time where they have to find guys that can play in the draft, regardless of where they're picking, and it doesn't exactly fill you with the most faith. And I know it's an inexact science, especially in the NBA. A lot of these guys bust out. But you can find guys at the end of the first round and the second round that can actually contribute to winning, and that was one of those situations where they failed miserably.
No doubt about it. But it's tough. It's a tough watch if you're a Suns fan.
But I'll say it again. Suns fans, take heart. At least you're not Sacramento Kings fans.
That is true. That's very true.
Coming up next, SGA is the MVP, but is he getting the MFW, the most favorable whistle? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz, where you will find way more than just big screen televisions. They've got appliances, computers, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, security cameras for your home, all sorts of audio components from speakers to headphones. But if you are in the market for a big screen television, there is no better place to go. Waltz can take your fandom to the very next level. Unbeatable selection, unbeatable prices, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. You can see that in their theater room. It is absolutely spectacular. You pair the right television with the right audio component, you are going to have magic as a sports fan. I know Waltz did it for me. They gave me a great price. They will do exactly the same for you. In fact, when you shop at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get some extra sugar. You're going to get 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your decision. Remember, you're getting incredible expertise from Waltz. They've served the Valley since 1957. Their expertise is unparalleled. Go get game ready by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand, made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who are our 3 favorite candidates for Suns head coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
He set the foundation. He was the first Canadian basketball player I knew of. And without seeing guys go to the NBA from Canada, it wouldn't have been as much of a dream as it was for us as kids growing up. So to be in a conversation with a guy like that and what he's meant to not only basketball but to the country of Canada, it's been special.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander collecting his first MVP award yesterday, and voting results, Bick, that weren't even really that close. 71 first-place votes for SGA, 29 for Nikola Jokic. They were the only two players, not surprisingly, to receive first-place votes. But the total points, 913 for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 787 for Nikola Jokic. So, was it SGA's performance? Yes. Was it also maybe some voter winner fatigue? Probably
a lot of that.
But I don't have a problem with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander winning the MVP.
No. He had a sensational season in Oklahoma City, had an incredible... Look, this is a regular season award, right? You have to bottom line it because there have been many, many years when the playoffs have mocked the MVP. It's happened frequently. Karl Malone, there's a long list of it.
Luckily, this was not one of those years. They played head-to-head, and SGA won.
That's right. So, but it could have been.
But it could have been, I know.
Because at one point in time, it looked like the Nuggets had control of that series until they didn't. Until Mark Daigneault busted out Alex Caruso, his secret defensive weapon.
Look, how about the NBA waiting till the end of that series to give SG the award?
There seems no consistency.
They had the results.
Yeah, that's a good
They
point.
couldn't chance giving it to him during the Denver series, and then Nikola won.
Right.
Why don't they just do it right after the season ends? Before the playoffs start.
They should. They absolutely should. I've been saying that for years.
Either that or wait till the playoffs are completely over. And then have a big award show where everybody can dress up in fancy clothes and all the cameramen can film them walking in. Because I love that stuff.
Oh, that's the best, isn't it?
And just real quick on what you just said about it's a regular season award. Because of the fatigue, unless Jokic is on the best team in the league again, is he just never going to win again? Are they just going to just find whichever the best player and the best team is now from going forward?
No, I think it's
because statistically, wasn't he even better this year?
Yeah, but he's also getting better statistically in each subsequent run. So, the ideal thing for Denver is not to have him have better stats and less wins. They need more help for him. But I think he's capable of winning it again. He's that good.
There are people who will tell you that if you take Shai Gilgeous-Alexander off the Thunder, they're still going to be a pretty good team. You take Jokic off the Nuggets, they're a disaster.
I would agree with that. And again, I'm not trying to diminish his MVP. I think he deserved it. He's averaged 30 points a game for 3 years straight. Not a lot of people can make that claim. He was also the league's leading scorer for a team that won 68 games.
Yeah,
that's probably the gap in the voting right there.
That's what it is. And he bought Rolexes for every one of his teammates. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander did. He
could have bought them all mansions.
Jarrett.
Do you see the contract he's in store for now?
Yeah, he's going to be
after winning the MVP.
He's going to be making $80 million a year at the end of his contract extension.
The highest paid player in NBA history.
Yes. Yeah. The other thing that's going on with SGA, and this grows, there's more smoke around it with every game that the Thunder play. Foul baiting, foul grifting, foul hunting, whatever phrase you want to use. He's very good at it. The other night when Oklahoma City was playing Minnesota in Game 1, Bill Simmons, one of the love him or hate him, he's an important voice in basketball. He put on X, I don't care who wins this game. The touch fouls SGA gets are really awful. They don't resemble anything else that's happening in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So there seems to be this focus now. Okay, is it the player that's hunting the fouls or how it's being officiated? Here was some interesting stuff, too, on this from Sam Quinn of CBS, who covers the NBA for CBSSports.com.
Look, he's clearly a foul grifter, but I'm sorry, there are a lot of foul grifters in the NBA. We're going to watch one of them tonight. His name is Jalen Brunson. This is just kind of a reality of the sport that a lot of the best players, especially the best guards, know these tricks, and they know how to get to the line, especially when things are tough elsewhere against great defenses. This is just sort of what the NBA is as far as.
Yeah, and then he went on to put more of the onus on the way the game is officiated. I don't want to say I told you so, but you know my thoughts on NBA officiating. Part of my frustration with NBA officiating is the inconsistent whistles. And it gets magnified when you're in the playoffs with players like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, with Jalen Brunson. There's others.
Luka
is certainly, although
James Harden.
He didn't stick around. James Harden was kind of at the forefront of all of it. But there's very little consistency. You watch some of these plays, and you think, where is the foul? The whistle's not blowing itself. The anticipatory fouls that happen in the NBA frustrate me more than any part of the officiating.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the flip side, I mean, last night in crunch time, the Obi Toppin dunk against the Knicks, there was no foul called. Mikal Bridges whacked him across the
hammered him.
There's a foul 100 out of 100 times, and there was no whistle.
It was a foul that looked worse every time you saw the replay.
Yes. So the inconsistency is what kills me. And until collectively NBA officials from the top all the way down to the bottom can find some sort of consistent method of officiating these players, of course these players are going to look for advantages for themselves.
Okay, I do agree. In watching game one of that series, I've really been digging how physical the postseason is, because the amount of fouls in NBA games and college basketball, it drives me nuts. I would love something to happen where you either you allow that kind of contact during the regular season. I just hate games that devolve into free throw shooting contests and have no flow. I can't stand them. And it did look to me like, wow, in this rock'em sock'em postseason where guys are getting hammered all over the place, he's getting touch fouls, and nobody else has been getting those. And so I share the frustration. I appreciate that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander doesn't do the histrionics like Luka and like Harden and that kind of stuff, but it is still the art of knowing exactly when contact is coming and then elevating to take your shot right when it happens.
Yeah,
and it's so I know that they have sent film in. And Minnesota has. I'm certain of it. I'll be very curious to see what Game 2 looks like in terms of how many free throws he ends up shooting.
And there's a way of perfecting it, obviously, and there's a reputation involved in it. And just to localize it, we on this show, and especially you, Dan, have for years now complained when Devin Booker gets in that mindset of trying to do it because he's either not as good at doing it or just doesn't get the calls that other stars do, and it can drag down the team and his play.
You want it, and again, you have been on Booker on it. I don't like it that it's part of the game either, and he does do it. But you want an interesting exercise? Watch a game from any game from current NBA, and then go back on YouTube and find a game from like 1985, and you could find them. Count how many guys fall down when taking jump shots in 1985. I can tell you what the answer is.
What is the answer?
0.
Yeah, 0.
Count how many times it happens in 2025.
I can't stand it.
And you'll pull your hair out.
And what really bothers me when Book does it, it's generally a window into his discomfort. He is not feeling right, or he's not feeling confident in the matchup or the team he's facing. That's when he gets in that mode. That's what bugs me about it. And the other thing, and I've been saying this for years, it makes me literally, viscerally angry that NBA players on one hand actively try to fool the refs and foul grift and fake the refs into calls they don't deserve, then they get mad at the refs for not doing their jobs well.
Yeah.
That is the height of hypocrisy. If you want the refs to be as good as they can be, you shouldn't be trying to fool them into giving you calls you don't deserve.
So I got a solution for this too, Bick. I got solutions for everything today.
Good.
Tush push is only a 4th down play from now on. For the first 46 minutes of every game, players call their own fouls. The officials take over for the last 2.
Oh, my goodness.
That way there's no inconsistency between first half and second. I'm joking.
Listen, because you played pickup basketball, there's always that one dude who's calling it every single time, and he doesn't care how mad he makes people.
Yeah, because there's no recourse.
Right.
The games would take 4 hours.
That was a charge. I was joking. By the way, free throws per game in this year's playoffs, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander tied for 3rd most per game, 9.2. Tied with Luka. Donovan Mitchell got to the line 9.9 times per game. And Giannis, who was playing 1-on-5, 12.6 free throws per game. Almost... yeah.
But see,
2.7 more free throws per game than anybody.
But Giannis doesn't make most of them. You know what I mean?
And also, what's different from him from those other players? He's not a guard. I mean, he's a guy who attacks the rim.
He's a foul hunter, too, on top of it. Coming up next, the big stories on this Thursday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot with Sammy Cebulka. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
So let me ask you this, Wolf, and set the quarterback aside. Who do you think this season, them making the playoffs, if you had to pick one player, it hinges on the most?
I'm going to go with Marvin Harrison Jr., and you know why. My goodness, he will change everything if, in fact, they can throw the ball down the field to Marvin Harrison Jr. They will score more points, Basinonians. They will become more dangerous. And when your defense has improved the way that I think the Cardinals' defense will improve, the other team's going to score fewer points. Put those two together. What happens? You win games.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. More than 92% of customers in Arizona prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is way more than an essential ingredient in the home. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well. Southwest Gas Holdings is at the forefront of it. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Quite simply, Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can discover more about these prestigious recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in our community by visiting swgas.com.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David. I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it. So now I pay what you paid.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Are you feeling run down, tired, and low on energy? Are you experiencing brain fog and body aches, but just don't know why? Restore Wellness has an amazing treatment that will give you the essential vitamins, minerals, and electrolytes your body needs to heal, and it's covered by insurance. At Restore Wellness, we're using a painless IV therapy to help your body quickly absorb the nutrients it needs. We personalize each treatment to boost your immunity, increase your energy, and decrease your symptoms. Call 480-660-3737 today. The first 25 callers will receive an in-depth consultation absolutely free. We can recharge your immune system, help you rehydrate, and get you feeling better fast. The treatments are covered by all insurance companies, including Medicare. Be one of the first 25 people to call 480-660-3737 today and receive an in-depth consultation absolutely free.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite another very good outing from Corbin Burns, the Dbacks were unable to get a win Wednesday night in LA. They lost 3-1 and 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers. The Dbacks are off today, but are headed to St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals that will start tomorrow. In the NBA, there was mayhem in Madison Square Garden last night between the Knicks and Pacers. Indiana, despite being down 14 points with 3:20 left in the game, came all the way back to force overtime and eventually beat the Knicks 138-135 in a fantastic basketball game. Tonight, the MVP of the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Thunder will look to go up 2-0 while Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves have hopes of evening the series and heading back to Minnesota. And the Phoenix Mercury held off the LA Sparks last night at PHX Arena 89-86. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Run, don't walk to the Memorial Day sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 30% off in-store and online through May 26th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Good morning. It is 7:33. It's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Whether you're on the way to work, dropping your kids off, we're here to give you all the sports stories, and there were a lot last night. Whether it's the Diamondbacks, the Knicks, whatever sports you were watching last night, it was a great Wednesday night. But let's start with the Diamondbacks. They probably are leaving LA right now or last night with kind of a bad taste in their mouth, whether it was being up 2 runs in the 10th, giving that game up, or getting 7 innings from your ace of really good baseball. I think when your ace gives up 3 or less runs, you should be able to win that game. Here was Torey Lovullo after the series loss.
We want to win every series that we play, and we were close last night, got beat. We were close today and got beat. We got to figure out a way to close up that gap and finish these games off. So at the end of the day, it's the Dodgers, yes, of course, but we want to take care of our business the way we know how against every team that we play.
So through every team that they've played through the first 50 games, they're 26-24. Now, for the next 50 games, do you expect the Snakes to be better, worse, or honestly just more of the same?
I'm hoping they're going to be markedly better. I hope that they get everything, here's that word again, in alignment. I feel confident about where this rotation is going. I'm hoping Zach Gallen is just in one of those little swoons. But Merrill Kelly and Corbin Burns and Brandon Pfaadt have been terrific. Ryan Nelson, I think, is coming, and I feel good about that. I really do. It just feels like this offense comes and goes too much.
Yeah. I would think over the next 50 games, I think you're going to see more of the same. I don't have any reason to believe that they're capable of making a run. Jarrett brought it up. Now, they haven't won more than 2 games in a row since when? April something?
April 17th or something.
So I'm thinking they're going to have 24 to 26 wins. You know, prove otherwise to get me to believe it. I agree with Bick. The offense, the rotation's looking good. And Zach Gallen can calm a lot of people down with a good performance tomorrow night in St. Louis. Mm-hmm. But the offense is spotty, and you understand it against Yamamoto when he's rolling, and Dustin May is very talented, but they had opportunities against a marginalized Dodgers bullpen and couldn't really generate anything either.
There's a friend of mine he's driven crazy by this baseball team's lack of success in the stat he thinks is most important, RISP, runners in scoring position. Mm-hmm. It's a real weakness of this team at times.
I would agree.
Yeah, and it gave me PTSD of talking about 2 wins in a row. Weren't we talking about the Suns trying to win 2 games in a row for God knows how long? And
we were.
I do want to talk about the Suns real quick, because Suns fans, you're probably sitting on your couch watching the 4 teams left and being like, we're not even close. Like, let's be honest. So, out of the 4 teams left, we're not taking coach, star player, or whatever. What trait out of the 4 teams left would you love to just grab and put in this basketball club?
Oh, wow. That's a great question.
Because there's a lot of really good things that all four of these teams bring.
Defensive tenacity.
From the Thunder?
Oh, yeah, I'm just talking about from all the teams.
Okay.
I would take that from the Thunder or the Timberwolves.
Okay.
Can I take one from every team remaining?
Sure.
Defensive tenacity from Oklahoma City. Swagger from Minnesota.
That's good.
Never say die attitude from Indiana. And fan belief from the Knicks.
Oh, I like that.
Wow, that's all the makings of a really good basketball team right there.
Sounds like a fun team to cover and follow, doesn't it?
Here's the other thing, too, that I think another takeaway. These playoffs are kind of not only showing how underrated the Pacers are, but how underrated Rick Carlisle is.
I was thinking that same thing because
He's a tremendous coach.
He was great with Dallas.
Yeah.
And the four teams left, sure, OKC, best regular season team. You have Anthony Edwards, the Knicks, the Mecca, and then you have the fun Pacers. But in game one of OKC and the T-Wolves, it was the least watched non-COVID conference finals game since 2013. So not a lot of people are maybe watching. What should the NBA be taking notes of during this postseason on maybe why the viewership is down?
I know why it's down. It's market size, but and maybe I'm too deep into all of this, but I think there's way too much. I understand why. There's way too much attention paid to what the casual fan is doing. The diehards are watching, and if you're not watching the two best teams in a conference go at it, are you really a basketball fan? Well, LeBron's not playing. I'm not going to watch.
But that's any sport.
Again,
it is, but I
think this is where a lot of the NBA's partners have failed the game. The Thunder and the Pacers were criminally undercovered this year,
no doubt.
On the big platform hot take shows, primarily, they just feed the beast.
They do. They do.
Market size doesn't always matter either. LeBron played for Cleveland for many years. And they always were big ratings draws because they had a super-duper star.
There's LeBron James.
Yeah, it's LeBron James.
Right, and that's exactly the issue. So you get a smaller to mid-market team that comes into these big playoff series, and people haven't seen them. They haven't been exposed to these players. So there's no, I've got to watch that because that's SGA, and he's incredible.
And why was LeBron James market-proof? Because ESPN showed his high school games.
Yep.
And hit us over the head with him from the age of 16.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, a lot of people that will tune into the OKC game tonight will maybe not question Shea winning the MVP, but be like, oh, he's the MVP of the league, and that's the problem. The last thing, OTAs are starting next week for the Cardinals. We're over 100 days out of the NFL season, and I went to FanDuel and just wanted to see what the Cardinals are to win the division, right? We are plus 410, have the third worst odds. The Rams and the Niners are neck and neck. Is that fair to say that the Cardinals are that big of an underdog to win the division?
Fair. I mean, probably. They had opportunities last year to seize something, and they failed to seize it. You know, the 49ers, I think, have more talent still on their roster overall. The Rams are the defending champions. I don't have a problem with it.
I would, listen, if I were a player on the Cardinals, I would certainly vibe on that because I wouldn't think the 49ers are better than we are if I was a member of the team. So, I don't know. The Cardinals have got a lot of intangibles and they've added a lot of pieces. We don't know if it's going to work yet. So I think it's fair that there is skepticism in some quarters. We'll see.
We'll see. I was kind of taken aback by that number. I think we're better than that. But that's the Rush Hour reboot today.
Thank you, Sammy.
I speak for every sports fan in Phoenix. Keep the expectations low. High expectations usually end in disaster.
Ruin everything.
Yes. Thanks, Sammy. Rush Hour reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, our weekly visit with the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Derek Hall. That's next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. You can drive out a 570 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Go with the name Arizona trusts most. That's Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save $10 when you spend $75 or more in one transaction. Simply clip your digital coupon and save $10 today. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks on May 26th as we celebrate Memorial Day at Chase Field. Arrive early to the game and receive a special edition red poppy cap. Secure your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Marotta.
Every Thursday, we talk Diamondbacks baseball with Derek Hall, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, guys. It would be a really good morning if we could get back on a Wednesday winning streak, so we need to do that.
I miss the days of the 16 straight Wednesday wins. It made things a little bit easier to start out. But, we've been talking about this series. Obviously, it was a frustrating series, the second and third game. But what did you take away from the series in Los Angeles, Derek?
Well, I mean, to be completely honest, I expected to win that series after we won the first game. There's certain things I don't like in baseball, for my 35 years that I've been in the game. Number one is issuing free passes with a walk. Unproductive outs I don't like. Not scoring when you got a runner on third with less than 2 outs. And then not winning a series after you win the first game. Yeah. So it's, we ran into a buzzsaw pitching-wise, but they did too. We matched them very well. And our series so far this year with the Dodgers have been very competitive on both sides. I don't think either team really likes playing one another, which is nice to see. And, I think May was great last night. Yamamoto was even better. He's incredible. But we did fight hard. But I'm seeing a lot of good signs, Vince. I know this is a long-winded answer, but there's a lot of good going on. I mean, when you see the bat for Gabby coming around, when you see that Tao is really a energetic and productive and versatile player, when you see Marte flashing the power again, you know that Martinez is coming back. Our starting pitchers, like you guys have said this morning, are much more consistent in doing what they're supposed to do and getting to the seventh inning. And so many of them look dominant at this point. Even our relievers, we point to what a roller coaster it is, but guys like Shelby, I know he had a bump in the road the other night, but he's been so good, and Beeks has been a great find, and Murillo's been fun, and as I said, Martinez has come back. There's a lot of good signs. We just have to be more consistent now from an offensive standpoint.
Yeah, and that's where I was going to ask you next. Memorial Day is always that first milepost where you look at your team and you're like, okay, what do we have here? Would it be the offensive inconsistencies and the failures with runners in scoring position that are kind of holding this team back at times?
Yeah, Bick, I mean, like you said this morning, and you're so right. We go up, and then we go down. I feel like here we were 5 games over at one point. We were 4 games over just a couple of days ago. And yet every week I get on with you guys and I say, well, at least we're still 2 games over 500.
Right.
We got to take off here. And the problem has been that all aspects aren't clicking at the same time. We've heard our players say that post game. We could have a dominant start and our bats are cold, or, we could have a so-so start and we're in the bullpen early, but our bats come to life. We need to make sure that we're consistent. We know we can score runs. We know what a good offensive team we are. We just have to do it more frequently. Now, it is tough to play at Dodger Stadium. It's tough to hit in that park with power late at night. We all know that. They're very good from a pitching standpoint, but that's not an excuse. We've had a very tough schedule. We've survived that tough schedule. It's going to soften. So I want to see some really good offense as we're starting to see consistency now on the mound.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on Arizona Sports. We talked to Tori earlier in the week, Derek, about Jordan Lawler and how the ascension of a highly rated prospect can really lift the fan base, can really charge a team with energy. Jordan Lawler struggled. There's no secret about it at the major league level, especially with the bat in his hands. What is the balance in your mind, and how much patience can be showed with a player of his quality and his pedigree? But also you got to win some baseball games as well.
It's the right question, Vince, and it's one that Mike and I discuss, really every day. We believe in Jordan. Obviously, he's proven what he needs to down at AAA and really at every level that he visited. Can you send him back and he's just going to dominate in the PCL again? Yes, that's going to happen. You send Jake McCarthy down and he's tearing it up again. And you don't have too much to prove there. On the other hand, we've said we don't want him up here just sitting. We want him to play. So then you put him in a game, you squeeze him in the middle of a series, and he's got to face Yamamoto, which is not easy on anybody, as you saw. Right? That's almost unfair.
Yeah.
But what we do talk about, and I don't think most would really see this, is he's learning a lot while he's here. He's working really hard, early workouts. He's working with our coaches. It feels like he's learning a lot more here than he would be just succeeding day after day, at AAA. Confidence is a big thing, but I don't think you have to worry about confidence with Jordan. He's already got it. He knows what a good player he is, and I think he's learning a lot from his teammates and, more importantly, from the Major League coaching staff right now. So we have to be a little more patient.
All right, so Ryan Nelson, and again, it wasn't an extended outing, but he looked at times electric, and you realize that this kid has got a real live arm, and it might force you guys to make some tough decisions. How are you going to kind of navigate this with the return of Eduardo Rodriguez?
Yeah, Vic, I think we'll see what happens the next couple of starts. I'm pretty confident you're going to continue to see what you already saw the other night and what we saw last year. He is he is so calm. He is so consistent. You know, he's confident. Look at how he delivered and at Dodger Stadium, right, with that lineup. He's a great pitcher, and he's meant a lot to the staff. Last year, he was arguably the best pitcher for a month, almost 2 months of our season, and that was the biggest decision we had to make in the right before the start of the season was who's going to be that fifth starter, who's not going to make the rotation, and we had to figure out a way to keep him up here. And our staff has done a tremendous job of keeping him stretched out so that he could sub in and fill in there for Rodriguez the other night. It's going to be a tough one, but, Vic, it's like we say, those are good problems to have. I think that's going to be a good decision to make. And, if Erod's back in the rotation, then you put Nelly right back in that role that he had, or if they decide that Nelly belongs in the rotation and you put Erod in a longer role, I'm sure he would accept that. So we just want to do what's best for the team. It is nice to have a lefty in the rotation, obviously, with Erod. But at the end of the day, like you said, you got to win games. We got to do what's best for the team, do what's best for the rotation. And if he continues to dominate like he did the Dodgers, you got to give that a lot of thought.
Derek Hall, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. A couple of weeks ago, Derek, on this show, you used the terminology, we're probably at the 5-yard line when it comes to pushing this stadium funding deal for renovations at Chase Field, across the goal line. And earlier this week, the president of the Arizona Chamber of Commerce, Danny Seiden, was on our sister station on KTAR and kind of alarmed some people by saying, look, we have to get this done. Don't want this to turn into another situation like Utah taking the Coyotes, because there's been other municipalities that are very aggressive in this front. How alarmed should we be by those statements, and where are things standing through your lens right now?
Well, like you so eloquently put on your show, there are 2 5-yard lines, right? but I do believe we're on their 5-yard line.
Okay,
so
good.
I'm still very hopeful. I think things are going well. There are some people that have tried to make it more complicated, have tried to get in between the flow and the momentum we've had, but that's okay. There's too many people that want to make this happen. They understand the importance of it. And when someone like Danny Seiden goes public with such a statement, I think obviously it's just coming from the heart. It's a fresh wound when we lost our hockey team. No one wants to lose another team. There has not been a threat of that. I think he's just merely pointing to how many markets do want baseball, because, it's a point of pride to have in your community, and number of jobs you create and what it does for the economy and economic impact. So that's really where he was going. But obviously our focus is squarely on getting this deal done, staying right where we are downtown, and start to beautify and renovate that stadium that needs it so desperately.
And also along those lines, I get the feeling that is out there now, particularly in some political offices, that no, they're billionaires. You can't give public funding to billionaires. What are we doing here? What's the distinction here with this team, especially when you're talking about a city that willingly gave the Suns a lot of money for Footprint Center or PHX Arena, whatever it is these days?
Yeah, great question. And the difference is, this is not a ballpark that is owned by a billionaire, right? This is a ballpark that's owned by the county, by Maricopa County. Mm-hmm. It's a public asset, and we are merely asking, which is an arrangement in several places, and with several municipalities and states, where the revenue that you're generating from taxes just goes right back into to the ballpark. It doesn't go to the billionaire owner. It doesn't go to operations. It goes strictly to their owned asset. And, there are some teams here locally that they go through the same sort of process. So if people say, well, I'm willing to pay an extra tax just to keep them downtown, you're actually not even having to pay an extra tax.
Yeah.
You've already decided to pay that tax at the ballpark, and then those sales taxes and income taxes are going to go right back into their asset, and we're going to be able to compete in our division. That's what we're hoping. Yeah. Generate more revenue so we can put it back into the ballpark, which will then equate to even more revenue for the ball club, because more people are going to go. You're going to have new amenities, and then we can put that right back into the field.
Well, here's hoping you can inch from the 5-yard line down near the goal line and then push it across there.
That's all we needed. Yeah, there you go.
That's right. We're going to have a push from behind.
Derek, thanks for the time and insight as always. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Talk to you next week.
Thanks, Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Coming up next, Bick's got your Thursday blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Not that long ago, I visited their beautiful facility in Chandler, heard another great success story. So they had a former rugby player come in. He was dealing with crippling back pain, had no relief from that pain, whether he was sitting down, standing up, lying down. But as soon as he began treatments at QC Kinetics, he started feeling better. After his third treatment, he walked into that office, handed them back his walking cane, which he no longer needed. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. They can do dramatic things for you if you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, hip pain. They can also help you avoid surgery like they did with me after I tore my meniscus. They've been doing this for over 8 years, and the patient satisfaction reports are incredible. They use regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your aching joints, and it works like magic. Ask Emmett Smith, who raves about what QC Kinetics has done for him. And best of all, no drugs, no surgery involved, no downtime. Get a free consultation. Learn how these cutting-edge treatments can work for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top-flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Always keep you watertight.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite yet another good start from Corbin Burns, the D-backs were unable to get a win Wednesday night in L.A. They lost 3-1 and 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers. The D-backs are off today, but they're on the road tomorrow in St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals. In the NBA, it was utter mayhem in Madison Square Garden last night between the Knicks and the Pacers. Despite being down 9 points with just a minute left, the Pacers came all the way back to force overtime and eventually beat the Knicks 138-135. Tonight, the MVP of the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Thunder will look to go up 2-0 while Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves have hopes of tying it up and heading back to Minnesota. And the Phoenix Mercury held off the LA Sparks last night at PHX Arena 89-86. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The NBA postseason is a marathon grind for everyone involved, and it's 10 times worse when you miss the playoffs entirely. Diehard Suns fans are feeling that pain all over again. There are awful reminders everywhere you look. Tyrese Halliburton is a clutch-time killer, and he should be in Phoenix. A guy that fell into the Suns' lap at the 2020 NBA draft, only to have James Jones select Jalen Smith instead. Mind you, this is not hindsight. We all knew it was really stupid in real time. Ryan McDonough had a trade lined up to draft the current MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, only to be overruled. Meanwhile, in New York City, 7th Avenue and West 25th Street has been renamed Mikal Bridges Block. And when Halliburton forced overtime on Wednesday, it reminded me of Don Nelson, who made the exact same high-bouncing shot off the back of the rim in the 1969 NBA Finals, and that reminded me of how Nelson once swooped in at the last minute and vetoed a trade that would have sent Steph Curry to the Suns. Bottom line, being a Suns fan is once again a dark tunnel of torment filled with regret and what-ifs, and what the bleep just happened. It's exhausting and soul-crushing, and I cannot wait for the Suns to announce their new head coach just for the newness and for the hope of renewal, as long as it's not the candidate from Michigan State. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
What do you got against Sparty?
There was a very, very funny thing on social media by somebody who had kind of taken the center court design at PHX Arena and kind of put the Sparty helmet on it.
It was actually very well executed.
It was very well executed.
And kind of a cool logo.
Yeah, it was kind of cool.
I'm not saying I want it to be used, but it was well done.
So, so all these things were kind of going through my mind last night. I told you this morning you had never seen that Don Nelson shot. I just remember seeing highlights of it. It was eerily similar to what we watched last night in Madison Square Garden.
Mm-hmm.
So John Havlicek in the Game 7 of the 69 NBA Finals was trying to dribble out the clock, and he got the ball poked from him. It ended up in Don Nelson's hands, and he shot the ball. He's not a good shooter. Hit off the heel of the rim, went straight up in the air, fell right in. And it happened again last night. Full circle.
I was not familiar with that shot, but I went and looked at it. He shot it from the free throw line.
Well, that's
it was a little closer in. It didn't bounce as high. I'm not even sure the shot clock was mounted atop the backboard back in 1969. It was one of those bounces that first of all, to get the bounce on a shot of that distance when it goes that high in the air, the percentage chances of that have to be very low. The fact that Tyrese Halliburton, tippy toe was on the line. to the point where there's some mic'd up footage now of Tyrese Halliburton reacting, mic'd up to the point where you can hear him block the microphone when he did the choke signal, but then he realized, I didn't get back. I didn't get back far enough. Can you imagine? Imagine if the Pacers don't win that game in overtime.
Oh, he would be getting destroyed.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what worries me about the Knicks, that they didn't seize that opportunity in that moment and go, oh, really? You're that guy? And then just stuck it to him in overtime, but they might have been gassed they might be in trouble.
Yeah.
What's interesting, and I mentioned this in the blast, this is so unbecoming of a city like New York. They have renamed temporarily all these streets after every Knick player. Precious Achiuwa, the Precious Achiuwa place, 6th Avenue in West Washington. OG Anunoby Alley, 6th Avenue and West 8th Street. Told you about Mikal Bridges Bluff. Everybody on that team has got a street named after him right now in New York City. That is so rinky-dink and below New York City.
Shouldn't they have named
I think it's pretty cool.
I don't. I think it's not for New York City. This isn't Des Moines, Iowa.
Shouldn't they have named a bridge after Mikal?
That would have been, yeah. Landry Shamet Circle.
Okay, now that's ridiculous.
PJ Tucker Terrace. Unbelievable. Some dude named Ariel Huckporty has a street.
Oh, of course. He deserves one.
Incredible. Again, this is what I know. New York.
Campaign Lane?
Yeah, Campaign Place. I love Campaign Lane. New York acted like they won the NBA championship when they beat the Celtics, and of all sports towns, you expect New York to act like they've been there before. At least I do.
But Knicks fans haven't been there before.
Well, there is that. There is that.
The feeling was we conquered we slayed the dragon, we conquered the giant. What could possibly happen? Indiana, come on. Back to the gist of your blast,
okay.
Vic. You want to turn back the clock 5 years? I apologize for this.
With the 10th pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Jalen Smith from the University of Maryland.
Yeah. Like I said earlier.
Johnson?
No, Jalen
Smith?
Obviously did not. It wasn't a popular pick in real time. It didn't work out.
No.
I've said this often, and as somebody who was beating the drum rather loudly for Tyrese Halliburton 5 years ago on draft night, you will absolutely drive yourself more nuts than you already are if you keep going back and saying,
I know
what could have been.
I know that.
Because in 2021, when the Suns were playing for a championship with Jalen Smith on the roster, nobody was saying that. It's just another reminder of how far south this thing has turned and how quickly it's turned.
Well, that's it. That's exactly it. And for the people who endured the decade without playoffs under the previous owner, we thought those days were long gone, right? Didn't we? After the 2021 run to the NBA Finals and the bubble and the way everything was going
the next year.
But you have to live where now. Like you can't. It was the same thing. Like, well, DeAndre Ayton, helped lead the team to the finals, so it's good they picked him over Luka. Well, you have to look at the now and what's going on. And it wasn't just that Halliburton is a superstar now. It's that Jalen Smith is not on the Suns and is not anything special.
Vinny is absolutely right. The Suns need to get super lucky in this NBA draft. You need to get a contributing player that just blows everybody away, and you didn't expect it to happen because it happens all over the NBA. Suns they've got to get lucky there. And according to
can I amend that just real quick?
Sure.
I think you have to be lucky when you're drafting at 29.
And 52.
But it's more about the luck of what other teams aren't drafting. Throwing a dart and having a guy develop, that's nice. But how about relying on your acumen as a scouting department and realizing, okay, this guy's not highly touted. He's got all these attributes that actually apply themselves to NBA play. Let's identify this guy and bring him in and use him.
somebody
luck is nice, but being better at scouting and drafting is way better.
Yes, find some dogged basketball players who have real tenacity to them. Gamble reporting that there are, 4 favorites in the coaching search right now. Chris Quinn, like him. Mike Inori, like him. Sean Sweeney, a lot of other people like him, a defensive-minded head coach. And then, of course, the
winner.
The dude from Michigan State, Jordan Ott.
The Ott man out, if you will.
Oh, well done. Again, I can't caution the Suns strongly enough about how perceptually awful it would be to complete this Sparty circle. And again,
look, I can't disagree with you.
Nothing against Jordan Ott as a candidate. I'm just talking about perception.
What if they truly, in the evaluation process, and it's a wide net, and they go through all these qualifiers and interviews, and at the end of that, regardless of that background, they truly believe Jordan Ott is the best answer?
Oh, boy.
But it's the same idea about Brian Gregory. Would anyone believe that?
I mean, I think that's a valid question.
Yeah, I know.
Because they didn't go through the same wide net search for a general manager as they did as they're doing for a coach.
How about it?
It seemed like it was Bob Myers or Brian Gregory.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it seem like that?
It does seem like that to me. It most definitely seems like that to me. And again, you talk perceptually. The national media, if you hire Chris Quinn, we've already talked to Bobby Marks about this. I've heard other people talk about these other up-and-coming kind of candidates. You can get behind the newness of an up-and-coming kind of candidate. But if he's coming from Michigan State, people are just going to lose their minds.
Yeah. The perception, I can't argue with the perception part of it. It would not be a positive. Coming up next, is Kyler Murray really nothing more than a mid-quarterback? There's some proof that suggests exactly that. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Dodgers.
1-2. Swung on and missed. Chased the slider low and in. And that's your ball game. Dodgers win it by a final score of 3-1. Each team with 1 home run on the night, but the Dodgers was just better than the Diamondbacks. And the Dodgers take 2 out of 3 at home.
D-backs take a breather before heading to the Lou Friday to play the Cardinals. The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Amazing Memorial Day deals offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the best place in the valley to get into a new Ford. Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about these great offers at Earnhardt Ford, and where my friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out discounts on nearly every remaining 2024 vehicle in stock, and now many of them below employee price. You heard that right, below employee price. You can also get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX. Get 4.9% APR financing for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $3,500 Ford retail bonus cash toward your purchase. And to thank our military and first responders for their service, Earnhardt is offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers do require approved credit. These offers do end June 2nd, 2025. See dealer for full details. You can go visit the team in person at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or check out their full inventory and get more info on these great Memorial Day offers right now at EarnhardtFord.com, and that ain't no bull.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour.
From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Gambo. When Justin Martinez makes his return to the bullpen, who could be the odd man out? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, you know, I personally, I think, you know, as far as last season went, you know, I think we made a lot of strides. Obviously, I know we didn't end the season the way we wanted to end it. I know we felt like we should have been in the playoffs. I believe that we should have been in the playoffs. We have to be better in certain situations, and I truly believe that we will be better next season in those situations, be able to take that next step, get over the hump. In this offseason, I think we're on the right, on the right path to adding the new additions of Josh. You got Dalvin, a lot of other guys, but you know, I'm super excited. You know, I'm super excited. I know Monty. I trust Monty's plan, JG's plan. You know, doing it the right way, building through the draft while, you know, also being aggressive in free agency. So I'm super excited.
It's Kyler Murray back in April 8th to be exact, on with Wolf and Luke here on Arizona Sports, talking about the offseason additions. You may remember, too, leading into the draft, we had Dave Pash on. And Dave, his desire for the Cardinals draft, and he said it on the show, was everything the Cardinals do in this draft should be to help Kyler Murray. Now we know what the Cardinals ended up doing in the draft. Very defense heavy. 1 offensive player picked of the 7 players that they did select. So certainly the desire from Dave Pash and the reality of what happened on draft weekend, 2 different things. How much more help does Kyler Murray need, and where does he stand? We always talk about like Kyler Murray's standing in the NFL. You know, I think at the top of his game at times in his career, I think he's solidly been a top 10 quarterback. But this is a sliding scale, and it's based on week-to-week production and performance. And I think now most people would say, you know, where are you going to rank Kyler Murray among the 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL? I think most people would say right about middle of the road. Pro Football Focus agrees. They did their quarterback rankings a couple days ago on PFF, ranking all 32 starters ahead of the NFL season, and they put them into tiers. Tier 1, the elite quarterbacks. Tier 2, high-end starters. Tier 3A, solid starters who have flashed high-end play. Tier 3B, solid starters, but they need more help. That's the tier that they have Kyler Murray in, along with Jordan Love from the Packers, who's 12th, Baker Mayfield from Tampa Bay, 13th, C.J. Stroud from Houston, 14th, Kyler Murray from the Cardinals, 15th. So the last quarterback, actually, no, second to last quarterback in the first half of the class, basically.
All right. If you're Kyler Murray, and he's been saying for years that he expects to win Super Bowls, that he expects to be great, that he expects to be the best at his position, We're 7 years into this thing now, 6 years into this thing now, and the one thing you can't happen if you want people to believe that you are on your way to becoming a legend in the game, you cannot have younger players pass you up on the list of rankings or quarterback tiers. C.J. Stroud has passed Kyler Murray. Baker Mayfield was once passed by Kyler and now has passed Kyler again. Jordan Love has passed Kyler Murray. You can make an argument Brock Purdy has passed Kyler Murray. Geno Smith has passed Kyler Murray. So what I'm saying here is Kyler Murray's got to be way better than 15. If he's going to remain the starting quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals, and certainly if he's going to end up being the player that in his mind's eye he believes he is, he's got to crack the top 10 this year.
I totally agree. Because the only thing that gives me pause is if the defense really takes a leap. Is the defense strong enough to sway a couple of games, take pressure off the offense because they're creating turnovers, short field situations, or maybe even scoring touchdowns downs themselves. But generally speaking, I agree. And look, the company, and you mentioned a few of them, the company around Kyler Murray, it's not bad company to be in. I mean, Jordan Love has quarterbacked his team to the playoffs. Baker Mayfield has done it the last 2 years.
No, 15's not bad.
C.J. Stroud's done it the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I just think, and I think Kyler Murray, even in this ranking, they write, after multiple injury-plagued seasons, Murray finally stayed healthy in 2024 and delivered an 82.1 overall grade. If he can avoid the injury bug again in 2025, Murray is well positioned to take another step forward in year 3 under head coach Jonathan Gannon and offensive coordinator Drew Petzing. But I think so many people look at it and go, based on results, is he 15? Maybe not, but the potential, I still think, sways people.
What's this injury bug that people are talking about with Kyler Murray?
I mean, he missed parts of 2 years because it was a severe injury. That, to me, is not an injury bug.
No, that was one catastrophic non-contact injury.
People view him
Bradley
as
Beal has the injury bug.
Yes.
People view him as injury prone.
I know.
Just because he's small. They just assume
insane.
it.
So that makes me immediately question what I'm reading. That person's analysis of Kyler Murray immediately makes me stop and pause. Has this person really watched? Does this person really know what they're talking about? If you're saying that he's oft injured, you're not talking about Kyler Murray.
And it's funny, too. It's just the use of the word bug.
Yeah.
Because you can't, he did have multiple injury-plagued seasons. And if he can avoid injury this year, he could take a step forward. But it's not a bug.
I think
he's not missing games for nagging stuff.
No, and I think to the contrary. I think Kyler Murray's availability has far surpassed what I imagined when he was drafted as a 5'9" and whatever it was quarterback. I thought, good luck staying healthy in that league, and I think his availability has been fabulous. Now, you could also take solace in the fact that look at where Jalen Hurts stands now in the quarterback tier. I think across the NFL, everybody has him right below the big four of Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Lamar Jackson. So that's Jalen Hurts soared back up that list by winning the Super Bowl after a kind of a yucky, turbulent season in the year before. Maybe that can apply to Kyler Murray. Maybe he can have a put it all together kind of year like Jalen Hurts did last year. I'm hoping. I'm really, really hoping.
I'm hoping too. But again, Jalen Hurts, you want to talk. If it's the tier is named guys who have flashed but need more help, Jalen Hurts has a lot more help.
More help.
Not diminishing his performance because he's perfect for what that team does, but he's got way more help.
It's going to be real interesting across the board. I think Justin Herbert with the Chargers, Trevor Lawrence with the Jaguars. There are some dudes who need to stand up and declare themselves as great quarterbacks this year, or I'm not going to be buying it anymore. Right?
He's definitely one of them. And there seems to be, I've been reading like some real glowing projections for Jacksonville. And I know he was a playoff quarterback a couple years ago, but the last couple seasons have been so down for him. I would agree. This is make or break. He's not as far along in his career as Kyler Murray, but this is make or break.
And what's Jaden Daniels going to look like this year? Now that all these coaches have had an offseason to try to figure out how do we deal with this player, will he continue? Because if he continues to ascend, he's a game changer.
There's belief from PFF. He's number 6 on this list. Second in the high-end starters right behind Jalen Hurts.
Wow.
Coming up next, Dbacks lose 2 of 3 in L.A. Were you more discouraged or encouraged by what you saw against the Dodgers? That and more next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't know if I'd want the Suns' failure to be the lasting image of super teams in the history of the NBA. It might be. I don't know if I want my team to bear that burden of, hey, your team did it so bad, they did away with super teams because your super team was so bad. I don't know if I want my team to bear that burden.
The Suns, right now, the Suns are the left. Because the Suns failed so miserably at it, though, it's different.
But they won't be. They won't be the last one.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Growing and maintaining a beautiful green lawn in Arizona, very difficult, if not impossible, extremely costly if you try. I know I tried it once. I wanted my daughter to have a little yard, green grass yard in the backyard to do cartwheels on. It was a disaster. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters can come to your rescue. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All their turfs are of the most premium, highest quality. They look fantastic. And when you opt for artificial turf, you don't have to deal with water bills, seeding, the mess of it all, and the hassle of trying to maintain it. They look absolutely fantastic. Turf Monsters can do a lot of other things for you. They can build you out the backyard of your dreams, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you're a golfer, they're fantastic at building and creating state-of-the-art putting greens. Go to their website, check out some of their samples. Truly, truly impressive stuff. And while you're there, check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews. You get a real clear indication as to the character and the craftsmanship of this company. You can schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
As the desert sun sets, the stars light up the night. On Sunday, May 25th, the biggest event.
AEW's Double or Nothing.
The brightest stars.
Coming to the Phoenix area Desert Diamond Arena.
Are bringing a whole new light. AEW Double or Nothing. Live Sunday, May 25th from Desert Diamond Arena in Glendale. Tickets on sale now at AEWTIX.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi.
Oh, no.
Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite another very good outing from Corbin Burns, the D-backs were unable to get a win Wednesday night in L.A. They lost 3-1 in 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers. The D-backs are off today, but they head to St. Louis tomorrow to start a 3-game series with the Cardinals. In the NBA, there was mayhem in Madison Square Garden last night with the Knicks and the Pacers. Indiana, despite being down 14 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, came all the way back to force overtime and eventually beat the Knicks 138-135. And tonight, the MVP of the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder, will look to go up 2-0 while Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves have hopes of evening the series heading back to Minnesota. And the Phoenix Mercury held off the LA Sparks last night at PHX Arena 89-86. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Run, don't walk to the Memorial Day sale going on at Brooklyn Betting. Get 30% off in-store and online through May 26th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Was Corbin Burns able to stifle the Dodgers and secure a series win for the D-backs in L.A.? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I mean, the ball's been coming to the hand really well the last couple weeks, so just a lot of positives to build off of it. Obviously, it's never fun to lose, but one swing of the bat really changed that course of that game, and if not, then it was another really good outing. So a lot of positives, like I said, to take away from it and move on to the next one.
Corbin Burns, after the loss last night in Los Angeles, where he was brilliant, save for one pitch that Teoscar Hernandez hit out of the ballpark for a 3-run home run. That was all the offense for the Los Angeles Dodgers, but it's all they needed in a 3-1 win over the Diamondbacks to take 2 of 3 in that series. And look, we're talking about encouraging/discouraging. We had our conversation with Derek Hall. I like he said, I come up, we talk about being encouraged, and I come on with you every week, and we're still 2 games above 500, which is exactly where they are now. 2 days ago, they were 3 games out of first place. Now they're 5 games out of first place. Generally speaking, and if you look big picture, I can't take much encouragement from losing 2 of 3 to the Dodgers. But Corbin Burns is one thing to be encouraged about.
Definitely.
Because he has been, over the last 4 or 5 starts, one of the best pitchers in the National League.
Yeah, and I think the starting pitching for the most part was very accountable in this series against the Dodgers, and I think that's where the elevation is going to come from. But as I've said before, the thing about this baseball team that worries me is there are nights when they grind out at bats and they just look like they're unbeatable. There are nights when they jump on pitchers and then they kind of lose focus and lock and get. And are no longer locked in at that level. Mm-hmm. And I know grinding out at bats is a very, very difficult thing to do in Major League Baseball. Geraldo Perdomo makes it look easy, but it's a very, very difficult thing to do. There's a reason why guys go up looking to swing at the first good pitch they see. But it really, the Achilles heel for this baseball team, they ranked 21st in offense with runners in scoring position. And if you're not scoring runners on base with the home run, they really seem to struggle at times. That's where they have to get better. When they get opportunities, they need to cash them in a little better than they have. 21st for an offense that ranked number 1 last year. Yeah. It's pretty bad.
I mean, a few weeks ago, I brought that point up and said, like, more run-scoring hits. Where the D-backs have scored a lot of runs this year is they'll have guys on third base, and it'll be a sac fly, and they'll get 1 run in the inning, or an RBI ground out that leads to a 1-run inning. Runners in scoring position, when you deliver hits, that's when you get those crooked numbers that everybody's seeking. And I agree. That's been an area of real concern. I have not done the research behind this, but it seems like it's true. And I can go back and do the research and see if it's true. And I want to get your thoughts on this. Mm-hmm. And, we talked to Torey Lovello earlier this week, and we talked about his days off policy. And last night it was revealed on the broadcast, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. requested a day off last night against the Dodgers, so he did not start the game in left field. Tim Tawa started in left field. However, with the game situation unfolding the way that it did, Gurriel came in, pinch hit, played a couple of innings in left field. They moved Tawa to center. It seems to me when they do this with Ketel Marte, or they do it with Lourdes Gurriel Jr., or Eugenio Suarez, or even Corbin Carroll on those days off, where they're asked in late game situations, they're not getting the same production from those guys. And I know pinch hitting is a different animal.
Yeah.
But does it seem that way?
It does seem that way to me. Yeah, it does. Now that you mention it, it does. And so, listen, there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic because there are things that are trending in the right direction. But at the same time, this inability to string together a winning streak, a significant winning streak, it's kind of troublesome. It's up and down, win one, lose one, win one, lose one. It's been a pattern for too long. And
mediocrity.
Yeah.
Consistent mediocrity.
What if I told you the D-backs have the most saves in the MLB?
Is that true?
It is. We also have the most blown saves in the MLB.
A lot of close games.
We have the most save opportunities. We're 17 for 27 in
wow.
Luke Lipinski, I know you're a huge fan, Jared.
God. Where are you going with this?
He had a great line that he used this week. The Diamondbacks are never out of it, but also none of their leads are ever safe.
Oh, that is true.
And I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, no, that is true. They've got the yin and the yang covered.
Yeah.
You never for sure think they're going to lose, but you're also never for sure think they're going to win.
Yeah. I mean, go back to the Chicago game at Wrigley on that Friday.
Uh-huh.
Oh, this game's a loss. Oh, wait, they can't lose this game.
Listen,
they lost this game.
They're 1-3 when scoring 11 or more runs. That's insanity. It's pure insanity.
I would say, though, from the beginning of the year to now, when Corbin Burns or Merrill Kelly start a game, I borderline expect them to win.
Yeah.
Granted, last night it was against a Dodgers team where it's a Hall of Fame lineup, and Corbin Burns still dealt aside from one pitch. But I think when they take the mound, I think the Diamondbacks will win.
And it's interesting you didn't throw Brandon Pfaadt in there. He's got more wins than anybody on the staff.
I still have trust issues with
If you
Brandon.
have 60% of, and you're not quite there, that's fine. But if you have 60% of your rotation where you feel pretty good, every time they take the mound, you got a chance to win or a good chance to win. I mean, you're still in pretty good shape.
Yeah,
it's that other 40%.
But that's exactly how this team was designed. The rotate, they've put massive investment into that pitching rotation.
Yeah, true. It should be closer to 80% with the investment.
That's it. Yeah. And so, look, if they get in the playoffs, I like their chances. When they play the Dodgers, they are not overmatched. They do not look like they lack confidence. No. And so, but again, this is the National League. There's a lot of good teams. And you can't get caught up in the situation where you were last year, where you're doing that dance in the last week of the season, hoping for breaks and scoreboard watching. This team is good enough on paper to avoid that.
Yeah,
but they haven't played to that level consistently.
Here's Torey Lovello on what a close series loss to the Dodgers meant to him.
We want to win every series that we play, and we were close last night. Got beat. We were close today and got beat. We got to figure out a way to close up that gap and finish these games off. So at the end of the day, it's the Dodgers, yes, of course, but we want to take care of our business the way we know how against every team that we play. And we're going to have an off day tomorrow in St. Louis, and we're going to pick it up on Friday against Cardinals and do our best on that day.
Yeah, it's so weird because we're into like week 6 now of waiting for elevation, waiting for, as I put it earlier today, reaching cruising altitude, a chance to roam freely around the cabin.
Right.
Remember back in the day when the seatbelt sign would go and everybody would just get up and start walking around?
I do remember that.
That doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
Not in my experience, anyway.
No.
Do you guys remember smoking on planes? Because I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah.
I know they have the sign, so it must have existed.
I never did it because I was only like 8. But no, I remember.
Yeah. I remember being on a flight with my father, and he was like 20 rows behind me, just chain smoking. Yeah.
When they changed those rules, my mom freaked out. She was a chimney.
Yeah, so was my dad.
How am I going to go 4.5 hours without a cigarette?
Right. Wow.
Addiction's a nasty thing.
How about it? How about it?
Coming up next in the NFL, tushes will continue to be pushed. Is this fair or unfair? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There are two reasons why I believe the six-man rotation will never work and will never happen. Number one, because Torrey doesn't like it.
That's a problem.
Number two, Corbin Burns.
That was my next one.
is all about this is my routine. So now we got Corbin Burns. We finally got him. Corbin Burns is out there. He is lights out.
I'd love to be there for the conversation. Hey, Corbin, we're going to go to a six-man rotation now.
And by the way, suck it up. We're going to a six-man. Just knock it off and suck it up.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James. Sports fans know better than anyone that winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, winning in court and having the ability to win in court is absolutely essential. One of many reasons why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James in your time of need. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys, and they were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moment, and now it's their pledge, it's their mission to use their passion, their experience, and their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms with attorneys that have experience in over 500 trials, and that gives them considerable leverage when dealing with and negotiating with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state of Arizona. This is the firm you need in your corner if you're ever hurt in an accident. Remember, the consultation is free and you will pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, online at sweetjames.com.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Here's a fresh deal on steaks. USDA Choice Bone-In Ribeye Steaks in the Super Value Pack are $7.99 a pound with your card. Limit 2. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with turbo power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
Now's the time, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Summer's almost here, and that means swimsuits, pool parties, and walks on the beach. For the confidence to look your very best, come to Red Mountain Weight Loss. At Red Mountain, our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Another option is our signature medication, RM3. RM3 helps you lose up to 20 pounds a month while melting inches from your belly, hips, and thighs. This patented medication is available only by prescription, and you can only get it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. For over 30 years, Red Mountain has been the trusted leader in medical weight loss. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Red Mountain has helped over 1 million patients lose weight safely, and they can help you too. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real doctors, real results.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who are our 3 favorite candidates for Suns head coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I don't like it, but I don't mind that it wasn't banned because I think when you have a team like the Philadelphia Eagles that is so dominant with the play, why don't you find a way to be dominant with it or find a way to stop it? The fact that it's so effective for one team and that was cause to put it up to a vote to be banned is something that bothers me because it seemed like a lack of competitive fervor on the part of naysayers, and that's what bothered me about it. I don't like the play, but I certainly don't like somebody trying to ban it just because they can't do anything.
Stephen A. Smith on First Take yesterday, tush push staying, did not get the requisite number of votes to pass the Green Bay Packers proposal to ban the plays, so here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Look, what Stephen A. said there is partially true. The Buffalo Bills aren't, and nobody's talking about them. The Buffalo Bills are the team that used the tush-push play the second most and were the second most effective with it. And they were effective. The statistics show how effective they were with it.
Uh-huh.
They voted for the Green Bay Packers proposal to ban it because I think maybe it's just Buffalo wants the temptation gone.
Yeah, right, exactly.
We have a 6'5", 250-pound quarterback, and he likes physical contact. We can't risk him on another play.
Uh-huh.
But isn't that mindset of the Bills and that tact enough to say, okay, if they're not for it, isn't there a safety concern? I know the data doesn't exist, and the anecdotal stuff doesn't exist of players actually getting hurt on that play, but they're good at it, and they want it taken off their plate.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's pretty telling to me.
I think what you said is exactly accurate. I think they use it because they know they can do it, but they don't want the temptation because they know that Josh Allen is fearless, and you need to protect Josh Allen from Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an interesting observation. I agree with that. I misspoke earlier. I said 22 teams voted to keep the play. It's exactly the opposite. 22 voted against them.
Yeah,
10 voted to keep it. And it's those 10 teams, like I said, I've got a weird respect for them because these are teams, and 9 of them, who are not NFL champions. And if your goal is to be the NFL champion, you might have to face the Eagles. Those 9 teams are the Ravens, the Browns, the Lions, the Jaguars, the Dolphins, the Patriots, the Saints, the Jets, and the Titans. Hearing how heated that whole thing got was quite something. That single play and this stupid. Well, everything about it all kind of came to a head inside this meeting room. When people left, they had no idea which way the vote was going to go. The Eagles didn't even know. But
I get the feel, and not leading up to the meeting, but the days leading up to the meeting yesterday, Bick.
Uh-huh.
I think most people thought it was going to get the Packers' proposal to ban it was going to pass.
Yeah.
Because even Eagles personnel were saying things like, well, we can't control that. We'll worry about what we can control.
Uh-huh.
And what they can control is the line of scrimmage on the tush-push play.
Now, what's also interesting is that the Cardinals and the Colts, who both employ former Eagle coordinators, voted to ban the tush-push.
I don't think Nick Sirianni is going to be sending JG any Christmas cards.
Because Nick Sirianni, he made it very, very clear he expected Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon to support this.
Yes.
And now that they didn't, I wonder, how petty some football coaches can be.
Oh, yeah.
Cardinals get the
Eagles.
Eagles.
I don't know. Does Nick Sirianni really strike you as that?
Cardinals get the Eagles in a playoff game this year.
True.
There might be some smoke behind that.
Yeah, but I pointed this out earlier in the week. The Cardinals don't have the Bills or the Eagles on their schedule this season, so they won't have to worry about it too much unless what we brought up earlier does come to fruition, and that is more teams saying, okay, and maybe teams last year didn't invest the time in developing the play or practicing the play because they thought it was going away.
Yeah, it could be.
A flash in the pan, a fluke.
But Again,
trend.
I think what you said earlier is the reason why it's not going to become a trend. It's you've got to have the right quarterback in place. He's got to be sturdy and strong and great lower body strength. And I don't know if you've got an elite quarterback, I don't know if you want to subject him to it. I really don't.
I guess the question is it actually unfair? Because if it's actually an unfair thing that's not football, which is what the real football heads are saying, then regardless of how many teams run it, it shouldn't be.
I mean, Frankie Louvu says it's not fair. There's a split down the middle, and there's a lot of people, I know Kyle Long, a former offensive lineman, said it should stay in the game. Here's another question on it. It's such a basic premise in football, which is a ground acquisition game.
Mm-hmm.
Why did it take so long for teams to figure this out? If it was such a no-brainer play. Professional football has been around for a long time.
Was it always?
But it's not a no-brainer play. We've seen other teams try to do it, and they don't do it as well as the Eagles.
Was it always illegal to do what they do with the pushing and the pulling and stuff?
With the pushing and the pulling.
The pushing and the pulling. The pudding.
Jell-O pulling pops. Is it still okay to do a Bill
I don't
Cosby
know.
impression?
Felt a little weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I would like that stricken from the record, Jarrett. I know in 2004 there was different rules in the books.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, there was a famous play in a Notre Dame USC game.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
The Bush push.
The Bush push.
The Bush push, yeah. It was very, very instrumental in that game. Huh. I don't like the play if every NFL team, if theoretically, and they're not going to do this, but if every NFL team said we're going to put a lot of R&D into forming something just like that, and maybe like you pointed out, maybe these teams get somebody else to run the play so they don't expose their quarterback, like you mentioned, Trey McBride for the Cardinals, or James Conner, or whatever.
Even a lineman or something.
If you had this happening in every game on every third and short, it would be dreadful.
Yeah, but again, you talk about our R&D, what's going to happen now? I think, honestly speaking, most teams probably are on to the next thing already. Because the fact of the matter is, and the data shows, the tush push was 0.28% of all plays run in the National Football League last year.
Okay.
So it less than a half of a percent.
Mm-hmm.
Is it worth that much?
The team
for
that
other
won the
teams?
Super Bowl, though, ran it a lot more than any other team.
Did they win the Super Bowl because of the tush push? And I know Eagles fans and the Eagles themselves are flexing right now, and Jeffrey Lurie, their owner, flexed in that meeting yesterday when he said, even if it's banned, we know we're the reason why, because we perfected it, and we came up with it. But I truly believe this.
Mm-hmm.
With that offensive line and Jalen Hurts at quarterback, you could line up in a more traditional short yardage set without aid from behind, and they would still convert a high level of third down and inches and fourth down and inches.
They certainly would. That's the facts of the matter, and that to me, credit the Eagles for understanding. Look, we've got a quarterback with abnormal strength and toughness, and making this execute. How do you stop this thing? If the only way you can stop this thing is to have your nose tackle beat the center to the ground. You can't stop this over the top. You have to be able to get lower than the offensive line, and that's a lot of effort, and it's a lot of danger on the defense, and being at the bottom of a crush of humanity like that.
To me, the biggest flex by the Eagles would say, okay, it's alive, and they just don't run it anymore.
That would be fantastic.
They just line up and ram the ball down everybody's throats again and say, see, we can beat you that way, too.
Uh-huh.
You're going to ban this play now?
Right.
I wonder what's going to happen next, because it'll be voted on again next year probably. And will it be as simple as if the Eagles win the Super Bowl again, it'll be voted down, and if not, they'll probably keep it again? Who knows?
I wonder, because it was an amended proposal, too. The Packers put it on the books. They got heat for it. They couldn't get the votes. They changed the language. It still didn't pass. That factor might influence things if the Eagles win. It would have been a bad look if they would have banned it this year.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it, and that is why I think the Eagles got some sympathy in this whole thing. They thought it was heavy-handed of the league and disingenuous of the league, the way they went about it.
You can get $30 concert tickets to select shows at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, including Kesha, Slightly Stupid with Aeration, Nelly, The Offspring with Jimmy Eat World, Little Big Town, Big Time Rush, Judas Priest, and Alice Cooper, and more. At first, when I read that, I thought that was all one show, and I thought it was weird. But it's not just one show. You can make it a summer of live music with your $30 ticket to summer. On sale now at livenation.com/ticket to summer. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
So let me ask you this, Wolf, and set the quarterback aside. Who do you think this season, them making the playoffs, if you had to pick one player, it hinges on the most?
I'm going to go with Marvin Harrison Jr., and you know why. My goodness, he will change everything if, in fact, they can throw the ball down the field to Marvin Harrison Jr. They will score more points, Basinonians. They will become more dangerous. And when your defense has improved the way that I think the Cardinals' defense will improve, the other team's going to score fewer points. Put those two together. What happens? You win games.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, if you have any heating, cooling, plumbing, or electrical needs, here are 3 fantastic reasons why you pick up the phone and call Parker & Sons. Reason number 1, they are reputable and highly decorated. Their trophy case is literally full. They've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They're the most awarded firm in Arizona. Number 2, they're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. There is no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. When I had my plumbing emergency, I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning on the way to radio. Couldn't believe a live person answered the phone. They were at my house by 8 a.m. the same day. By the time I got home with radio, my problem was already fixed. Incredibly impressive to me. Number 3, they're trustworthy and credible. All their technicians licensed, bonded, insured. All are trust certified, which means they pass drug tests and background checks. And listen, you don't let anybody into your home. That is your sacred space. You've got to be comfortable with the workers and the technicians you let into your home. At Parker & Sons, that is never an issue, never a worry. Call 602-2REPAIR, 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively the Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hey Gonzo, what's up?
Hey David, I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it, so now I pay what you pay.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Electrical. Despite another very good outing from Corbin Burns, the Dbacks were unable to get a win Wednesday night in LA. They lost 3-1 and lost 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers. They are off today, but they head to St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals that'll start tomorrow. In the NBA, there was mayhem at MSG last night, the Knicks and the Pacers. Indiana, despite being down 14 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, came all the way back to force overtime and eventually beat the Knicks 138-135 in one of the better basketball games you will see tonight. The MVP of the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Thunder look to go up 2-0 while Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves have hopes of evening the series heading back to Minnesota. And the Phoenix Mercury held on last night against the LA Sparks at PHX Arena, 89-86. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona, and with summer around the corner, you could be swimming in 60 days or less and add major value to your home. PresidentialPools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock on a Thursday. Time to hand it over to Sammy Sabolka for some social studies.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. As always, be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata if you want to send your responses to our questions daily. We're on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata. On YouTube if you want to watch us at Arizona Sports. And it wouldn't be social studies if we're not asking what we're learning. All right, so the Diamondbacks learning. The Diamondbacks lost 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers, and we asked D-back fans, what did you learn about the team from the first 7 games of the Dodgers and why? They're close to the Dodgers. They aren't very close to the Dodgers, and you learned nothing, you milksop. I think I got that one today.
You did get that one.
I've never heard that term before in my life.
It's not a term. It is
a term.
Milksop is a term?
Yes, calling someone a milksop means that they're very wussy. Like a weenie.
A
like
person
a wiener.
who is indecisive and lacks courage. I've never heard that word before in my life.
Wow.
No idea. We're learning.
Yes, we're learning.
You taught me a word, Jarrett. That's something. That's amazing.
Jarrett, do you know this word because you've been called a milksop?
They say this guy is definitely not a milksop. He's so manly and strong. That's
my takeaway is, I think they prove they can hang with the Dodgers. So I think they prove they're closer to LA than not closer to LA.
I agree with that. I don't know what that means in the big picture. Again, because they don't play them for another 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
So who cares?
Sure.
I would say I would much rather be talking about a Diamondback series win in which they got outscored by 14 runs total over the 3 games, but we're not talking about that.
Yeah, no. I think I'm in camp learned nothing. I think the Dodgers
You
are
milksop.
Yeah. I think the Dodgers are too depleted right now to actually, know what they look like, and B, how we match up against them. So,
I mean, as long as they got Ohtani, Freeman, and Betts,
fair.
They're going to be okay.
The results were 53% say that they're close to the Dodgers, 24 not close, and 22 say that they learned nothing. You milksop. And in the comments, Daryl Lee says, I learned our bullpen pitches like a bunch of schmeals. When the Dodgers get a base hit, they dance like snaggletooth oafs, and it's always that mutton-headed manager's fault. Now, I don't know what a milksop is, but I'm pretty sure it's the material of Ryan Thompson's arm. It's a great. It's some good callbacks from Daryl Lee, right? Schlemiel. I'm gonna forever get that wrong. And then Daylight Film says that he learned that there's nothing better than beating the Doyers and nothing worse than losing to the Doyers, especially when the Snakes leave so many guys on base who are in scoring position. So we've talked about it today.
RISP.
Yep.
RISP.
Giving PTSD.
I like it.
I like that as well. Our next question, we had to tug on the hearts of Suns fans, and we said, which recent do-over would you have put the team, or would have put the better... Let me restart. Which recent... Which recent do-over would have put the team in a better position right now, and why would it have been drafting Tyrese Halliburton, or drafting Luka Doncic, or not trading for Durant, and or not trading for Beal?
Now, Luka ranks way above Tyrese Halliburton on the list of best players in the NBA, but I would take Tyrese Halliburton paired with Devin Booker.
See, it's complicated for me because drafting Halliburton against Sacramento did. He's no longer there. Drafting Luka, Dallas did. He's no longer there. Would we be sitting here now with Domantas Sabonis and Anthony Davis on the Suns roster? I'm gonna go not trading for Beal.
I'm in that camp
because
as well.
that was, and I'm not the world's biggest Bradley Beal hater either. Mm-hmm. But that hamstrung to them to a degree which we have not seen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw this graphic. I forget who put it out. They did a bracket on futures, the futures of teams, the team with the darkest future.
Uh-huh.
The Suns won that bracket. It was weird to see a bracket with NBA logos and the Suns being the winner at the bottom. Beating the Bucks in the finals, by the way. I got to find that.
The results, 32% say drafting Luka, 26 not trading for Beal, 22 drafting Halliburton, and right around 20 not trading
close results
for Durant. Yeah, pretty close. And in the comments, Stephen Reese said, Bradley Beal made our team worse and made an effort to improve our situation impossible. I'm not looking forward to Beal and Paul George suiting up for 15 games together next season. Hey, he might not be wrong.
Ouch.
Our last question. So, the Knicks, the Pacers last night in the infamous Madison Square Garden. It had to have been bumping for all the right reasons, all the wrong reasons last night. So we asked our followers, what is your favorite garden? Madison Square Garden, Sound Garden, the Desert Botanical Gardens, or Olive Garden? The results are staggering.
I think they're all good choices, but I'm going to vote for Soundgarden.
Okay. I honestly, I can't tell you who Soundgarden is.
Come on.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Do you even know what it is?
I looked it up. It is a band.
Okay, I was going to say.
You've not heard any Soundgarden?
Yeah. You haven't heard Black Hole Sun?
We have to do a segment. Have you seen these segments on social media where parents ask their teenagers if they know things from like the 80s and 90s? We have to do this with Soundgarden.
Ask a young person.
That could be fun.
Ask a Gen Zer.
I don't even consider Soundgarden an old band.
No, they're good. Seattle grunge, man.
I know. It's
30 plus years ago.
Jeez. I'll go with Soundgarden as well.
All right.
Soundgarden, when they were new, they were as far away from early 1960s
Shut up,
songs
Jared.
as we are now from them.
Kim Thale, the lead guitarist, or the only guitarist, well, I guess Chris Cornell played guitar as well, but he was in Seattle outside the locker room, the baseball team's locker room, waiting for Randy Johnson. It was when Randy Johnson went back to Seattle for the first time as a member of the Diamondbacks. And I saw him. I was the only one who knew who he was. right? Because he was just standing there. So I went up to him. I said, "Hey, Kim, so nice to meet you, man. I love your work. I love this, being the typical Bickley goober, over a rock star." So he's listening to me. He's shaking his head. And when I got done with this lavish praise on him, he goes, "Hey, that's cool, man. You got a light?" And he had a cigarette in his hand. I'm like, "No, I don't. And I don't think you can smoke down here, Slick."
You didn't ask to smell his hair, did you?
Oh, wow.
No.
Briefly, the results, 38% say Olive Garden, 24% say Soundgarden, 20% Desert Botanical Gardens. No love for MSG, 16%. But keep voting on X at Bickley_Murata, and you know where to find us elsewhere.
No love for Savage Garden either?
Yeah, no, in the comments, Savage Garden.
Somebody voted yes for Savage Garden?
Several people in the comments voted for Savage Garden.
I do want to read this. Ross Vegas says, "The garden in Jarrett's beard."
Ooh.
Gross.
I don't know if that should be your favorite, but...
My chest hair, maybe. My beard's trimmed.
Justin Prestegard also said, "Beer garden? Hello?"
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
That's good.
Octopus's Garden.
That is Social Studies. Thank you, Sammy. You can find us. You know where to find us. We've told you a million times. You can't find us by now. It's on you. Coming up next, did the Indiana Pacers just choke the life out of the new America's team? I messed that up, Jared. Sorry.
That's a weird.
We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. D-backs waste a sharp Corbin Burns start to lose a winnable series against the Dodgers. 2026 linebacker Mason Martin commits to Arizona State, and Pro Football Focus has Kyler Murray ranked outside the top 10 QBs ahead of next season. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. With over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joint. Best part, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. Imagine doing all the things you enjoy this summer without being slowed down by awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Desert Wind Harley. Visit desertwindharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Sky Rizzy, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the future of the NBA from these playoff games, and what does it mean for the direction of the Phoenix Suns? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, special, man. I think AA works his tail off. I think each shot that he made just kept giving us more confidence that we could, really win this game. So he was really big for us. And I think to do what he did today while also having to guard Jalen Brunson for probably 30 minutes is very difficult to do. So what Aaron Nesmith did today can't be talked about enough. And, it's really proud of his effort and our group's effort.
Tyrese Halliburton of the Indiana Pacers. You think, regardless of what happens in this series, last night is going down in the record books as an all-time NBA playoff game. There's no debating that.
Yeah.
When you look, when people think of this game 25 years from now, is anybody going to remember anything else but Halliburton's shot to send it to overtime? Because Aaron Nesmith, he's talking about Aaron Nesmith there. They're not close to coming back and being in a position.
He was incredible.
He was ridiculous down the stretch.
And listen, I watched last night, and this is a byproduct of how NBA's broadcasting partners do a terrible job at giving you the full picture, and they just lean on the Lakers. You're reminded what a great coach Rick Carlisle is, and it was all over that game last night. That play with 20 seconds left in overtime, that play they dropped on the Knicks where they put their two best players by the logo to draw all that traffic out, and they ran that backdoor side and ended up with a dunk. It's like, wow, saving his challenges to the perfect time. Those were big overturns. And just getting these guys to continue to play hard. Look at the development of Nembhard. I mean, it's crazy to me.
Well, Halliburton talked, and I had mentioned this too during the playoffs, is Indiana's rotation is exactly the same as it was last year. They've got a couple new pieces on their team. Mm-hmm. Those guys don't play. Johnny Furphy doesn't get into games. Mm-hmm. So Halliburton talked about the roster continuity being a big key to where they are right now. Because this is the second postseason, and they weren't healthy last year. I mean, Mathurin was hurt in the postseason last year. Halliburton got hurt in that last series. But they're used to playing with each other. And even though this is only a 50-win team, watching them play in the playoffs, you would think that was a 65-win team because that's how dialed in they are to each other. Mm-hmm. On the flip side of it now, everybody's wondering what happens to the Knicks. How do you bounce back from this, Karl Anthony Towns?
I mean, any game you lose is tough, especially in the playoffs. How you bounce back? I mean, you just get back in the lab. Tomorrow we get to practice, watch the film, and get ready for the next one. That's the only way you bounce back.
That was weird that he chose that voice. He's got the man of a million voices. He's like Rich Little over here.
Oh, boy.
I always find it really interesting after playoff losses, especially how the losing team goes about their press conference. Mm-hmm. For example, Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle, they were a little more kind of lighthearted. Ant goes, man, I need to shoot more. We'll be all right. We'll watch some film.
Dropped an F-bomb, got fined $50,000.
Mm-hmm. The Jalen Brunson, he was up there by himself for a little bit, and you would have thought his dog just died. And rightly so to the game, but he seemed so frustrated in the way the game ended. I took note of that.
It is also interesting because you seem to believe, and I'm not shooting it down, I think this is an interesting thought, that with their story, with their championship drought, and maybe with the competition that they're facing the rest of the way, that the New York Knicks are kind of turning into America's team.
Yeah, no, that's not what I believe.
Okay.
Here's what America's team is not the right way to say this. That's another Aaron Jarrett tease. What I'm saying is people are cheering for a New York team. What? What are you holding up?
That's what it says on the show sheet.
But I didn't write that.
I thought that's what we talked about. I'm sorry.
But that's not what I've said. What I'm saying is that people are cheering for a New York team for maybe the first time since 9/11, after 9/11. Diamondbacks, Yankees, World Series. No, they're not America's team, but I think people have been, they want to see this team do this.
Can I give you another one? When the Giants played the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
That might be accurate as well.
Yeah, the way you frame it that way, and you could pin that on me. I'm the one that put America's team on the show sheet.
Sorry, Jarrett. My bad.
Because in a weird twist on this show, one of the hosts actually does the show sheet, not the producer.
Well, you have such nice formatting on your sheets.
Yeah. I know. I could get one with access to a computer.
If you want, I could make a copy of the one that I fill out during the show.
No, that's okay. I don't read hieroglyphics.
Chicken scratch. So, yeah, I think there's something to this. I think that they were certainly the underdogs against the Boston Celtics, and I think the idea of being led by a guy like Jalen Brunson, little dudes are not supposed to carry basketball teams to a championship. He might be the first since Isaiah Thomas who is capable of it.
Steph Curry.
I mean, Steph Curry's bigger than you think he is. He's listed at 6'3", which in real life is like 5'11". So Jalen Brunson is listed at, what, 6 feet tall, 5'11"?
Yeah, and he's what,
So he's probably 5'4".
Hey, now, I will not stand for the short king slander.
And I'm just stating facts. I'm not slandering anybody.
Also, what I think they have going for them, unlike the Lakers and why people hate the Lakers, is it doesn't feel like the Knicks bought their team and assembled just a bunch of superstars. And yes, Jalen Brunson and Towns and Bridges are like really good players, but they don't feel like a bought team. So people can get behind them as, something to root for.
Do they have anybody that they drafted on their team? I never even thought of that.
Miles McBride.
No. Miles McBride. Yeah.
That's
Deuce
it.
McBride.
Deuce.
I can't get past it, though, because I also think, as somebody who has watched most of the New York fandom off of him, basically all of it, but I'm still very aware that it doesn't matter what the sport is or what the team is or what the circumstance is. A lot of America is just going to root against New York.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why at baseline, this is more of a much more embraceable New York team. Nobody wants to cheer for a New York team. And the reasons are obvious. New York.
I beg to differ. No, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and Jarrett's right. Maybe that Giants team.
But it wasn't all postseason. It was just when they played the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
That's the point. This is more of a journey. That was a game.
Yeah, because those Giants teams, specifically those two Super Bowl teams, with Eli Manning at quarterback, weren't great regular season teams too. So that's another level of criticism / hate that they got.
Right.
Oh, they're not that good anyway.
I also think there's a part of MSG that factors into this, that you watch it as, especially as a fan base that's not in the playoffs, but even these other fan bases, and you're like, man, I wish I was a part of that. I wish I was in that.
I definitely feel that.
Me too, no doubt.
I saw CC Sabathia sitting courtside last night into the game. He's not even he's a California guy who played in New York at the end of his career.
And look, the Thunder have a great fan base, and they're a one-sport city, and they have the whole state behind them and stuff. But you don't watch the games and feel like, man, if I could just be, in that arena right now, how cool would that be?
And that phenomenon to me is more puzzling the more I see it, because it makes me jealous. I would love to be at a big Suns game and seeing, Dan Marley high-fiving Mark West in the front row with them all decked out in Suns gear.
Right.
You can see that. You can see Bernard King hanging out with Steph Marbury and Latrell Sprewell, and they're losing their mind over every possession, and it doesn't quite register because they all played for one of the worst owners in the history of professional sports in James Dolan.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't know why that Knicks attachment runs so deep with the former players, or why it doesn't run deep in other places.
The venue?
I guess.
Again, I've been to Madison Square Garden a few times. when it's all about the electricity in it. The arena. It's the fact that it's located in Midtown it's really cool that way. It's got to be the history of the venue plus, I don't know. It's really just kind of the vibe of basketball in New York City.
Well, Carmelo Anthony
is different.
Carmelo Anthony was with the Nuggets longer than he was with the Knicks. Started with the Nuggets.
Yes.
Had great, unbelievable years with the Nuggets, but
he was born and raised in Baltimore.
But yet he considers himself like a Knicks legend and goes to games and all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't see him at Denver playoff games.
That is true. Because Nikola Jokic stole his uniform number. Still sore about that. Coming up next, it's Thursday. We'll roll out this week's edition of Mock My World. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Dodgers.
1-2. Swung on and missed. Chased the slider low and in. And that's your ball game. Dodgers win it by a final score of 3-1. Each team with one home run on the night when the Dodgers was just better than the Diamondbacks. The Dodgers take 2 out of 3 at home.
D-backs take a breather before heading to the Lou Friday to play the Cardinals. The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you've got missing or loose teeth, if you have dentures that do not fit very well, if you're considering a life-changing smile upgrade, let me tell you about New Life Dental Implant Center. They are changing the game when it comes to dental implants, making it easier, faster, more affordable than ever. Here's the deal. At New Life Dental Implant Center, you get everything done in one location from start to finish. That's right. No bouncing around to different offices. Everything you need, including surgery, lab work, and follow-ups, right there in one location. And get this, currently offering all-on-4 dental implants for just $99.90 per arch. That's half the price of any competitor. No hidden fees, no surprise costs. One price from start to finish, 0% financing available. New Life committed to being the best and most affordable option out there. They've even got their own in-house laboratory, which means faster turnarounds, higher quality control. You are not waiting weeks for some outsourced lab to finish your new teeth. It's all happening there in real time. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new you, one phone call away. 602-855-0000. Online at newsmilearizona.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
All this opportunity comes
comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime. Now's the time, let's do it. See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite another very good outing from Corbin Burns, the Dbacks were unable to get a win Wednesday night in LA. They lost 3-1 and 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers. The Snakes are off today, but they head to St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals. That will start tomorrow. Last night in the NBA, it was mayhem at MSG with the Knicks and the Pacers. Indiana, despite being down 14 with 3:20 left, came all the way back to force overtime and eventually beat the Knicks 138-135 in one of the better basketball games you will see. Tonight, the MVP of the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Thunder will look to go up 2-0, while Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves have hopes of evening it up and heading back to Minnesota. And the Phoenix Mercury held off the LA Sparks last night at PHX Arena 89-86. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us, online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. We look at the Diamondbacks. So the D-backs have played 50 games this season. They are 26-24. What are your updated expectations? Is it miss the postseason entirely, grab a wild card spot, or win the NL West?
Wild card spot.
Yeah, I gotta lean there. Wild card spot.
Interesting. 59% of the vote to miss the postseason entirely.
Wow.
39% say wild card, and only 2% say to win the NL West. So some interesting updated expectations from the voters.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it, you just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Mock My World is back! I'm back! Better than ever. Thursdays we do Mock My World. Last week we had I thought it was a fun edition of Mock My World. We did athletes and sports figures with religious sounding names. And why can I not find the results?
You won.
I just had it up. I know I won. Oh, there we go. Religious sounding names, 47.3% of the vote. My team was Buddha Baker, Deacon Jones, Christian McCaffrey, and Freddie Joe Nunn.
Which name do you think got you the win there?
Buddha Baker. I went all football as well. Second place went to Jarrett, 24.5%. Bick, you were in third, 17.2%. 11% for Sammy's team.
Yikes.
And I thought the voting would be a lot closer. I thought everybody did a great job on their teams.
You had the only local name, though. That'll do it sometimes.
That is true. This week, in honor of, well, what may or may not have happened last night at Madison Square Garden, we are celebrating the most memorable sports celebrations / taunts. So we can go either way. Sometimes they bleed over into one another. In reverse order of last week's results, we'll have Sammy drafting first, Bick second, Jarrett third. I will go fourth in a 4-round snake-style draft. Sammy, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it has to be the Reggie Miller choke. That's my number one. I'm taking it. We saw Halliburton try to do it last night. But
when you saw him do it, did it seem forced?
No.
Did it seem predictable? It's kind of seemed forced to me.
Interesting.
I mean, it couldn't have.
It was clearly something he had in the back of his mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
That he was going to bust that out if the circumstance was accurate.
And the timing couldn't have been better with the shot with Reggie Miller in the building in MSG. You know what I mean? Where was Spike Lee is the only missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't get any camera time then, did he?
No, he was. I think he's at some film festival.
Interesting.
Calls himself a fan.
What a loser. Deja.
Vic, your selection.
My first pick, Vinny, will be Steph Curry's night-night gesture.
That's a good one. It hurts so much when he does it to your team, doesn't it?
It's so great, though. Yeah,
How great was it, though, in the Olympics
Oh, it
when
was
he
fantastic.
did it? Yep.
That was good. Yeah, when we could all get on board with Steph Curry killing somebody because he was killing a different country.
All right, my first pick. 13 years ago, a man wearing sunglasses inside bowled a strike to win a championship and said the infamous words, "Who do you think you are? I am."
That's a great.
And the rest is history.
Wild
Pete
scene.
Weber.
Wild scene.
I'm trying to put that under the graphic here. Pete Weber, I am. Does that?
Who do you think
you went
who? Yeah, I know.
Pete Weber celebration.
Yeah, Pete Weber
I'll fix
taunt.
it. I'll make it
Okay.
look pretty. Bowling in the first round.
I was wondering if I could have waited on that, but I love that one so much. I don't want.
You could have.
I'm going with basketball. Dikembe Mutombo's finger wag.
That was my other choice. Yeah, that was a great one.
And something we saw a lot during the Patriots heyday, the Gronk spike.
That's a very good one.
Good one. Good one.
I'm going with another one-time thing, but very iconic in the moment. Michael Jordan's shrug.
Dang it.
Versus the Portland Trailblazers, right?
Yeah.
NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And I think he hit 6 threes in the first half.
Yep. And that was
ran down court going, I don't know what's going on.
That was when people didn't hit 6 threes and a half.
No, that's true. It's a good pick.
That's good.
Pete Weber, first round, Michael Jordan. Second
Yeah,
round.
how
that's,
about that?
you know, most.
Beck, your pick.
Give me Justin Jefferson's gritty dance.
Oh, nice.
Would you be demonstrating that today?
I would love to know how to do that.
I did.
It looks so cool.
I did a dance on camera
It
yesterday.
did very well, that video. So if anybody wants to get up
Dodgers
and dance.
fans. You know what? I don't care, Dodgers fans.
All right, 2 picks there,
I have
Sammy.
2. All right, I'm going with the Usain Bolt lightning pose.
That's a great one.
And then I'm going to take, it's infamous, the Tiger fist bump or fist pump.
See, if you weren't a golf dork like me, no, these guys would have never picked that. They would have never thought that.
Was
That
that
is-
on your
it was
list?
on
On my list.
Well,
Was it?
now that he says it, though, you could picture that as being one of the iconic.
Yeah, it's
exactly.
all time.
Been a while, though.
And nothing. Hey, we didn't say it's timely.
All right.
Back to you, Bick.
With my third pick, give me the Lambeau Leap.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's tremendous value.
Tremendous
third round
value.
pick.
I'm going with another dance move. The Icky Shuffle.
It was on my list.
Yep. Whatever happened? Started doing it in insurance commercials, and it was all done after that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with another basketball one. Dame time. The pointing at the wrist.
Oh, yeah.
Really good.
And can I go really generic?
Sure.
Is there anything more iconic and historic than the high five?
No.
That was on my list.
Pretty iconic.
Arguably invented in 1977 by the Los Angeles Dodgers. Dusty Baker.
No, that's not true, is it?
No, yes, it is.
1977?
Yes.
So you two grew up and nobody was high-fiving each other when you were little kids?
No.
That's true.
That's one of those.
Very true.
That's one of those things where it's like the chocolate chip cookie wasn't invented until like 1930 or something. That you said, how could that be true?
Yeah.
But it is.
Yeah, it is true.
All right, my last pick. I'm going with the Bash Brothers forearm smash. Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco.
Nice.
After one of them hit a home run.
Completely legally, by the way.
Well, their forearms were bigger than most for some reason.
You know what one I've always wondered about, and it's going to end in disaster? The one where it's almost like the Bash Brothers, but they hook elbows. Somebody's going to break their arm doing that.
It screams labrum tear.
Exactly.
It really does.
It does.
All right, your final pick, Vic.
Give me Terrell Owens eating the popcorn in the end zone.
That's good.
You got a couple for T.O. to pick. You could have picked the run to the star.
Yeah, that was great, too.
That didn't work out so well.
The popcorn was just fantastic. Just pouring it right into his helmet. It was fantastic.
Or pulling out the Sharpie and signing
Right.
the
Oh, that was
another
a great
one,
one, too. That was fantastic.
Oh, man.
All right, last pick.
I'm gonna go generic and say the bat flip.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Who was the golfer? Was it Chichi Rodriguez?
Yeah, who
that
did
after
the
a putt?
Zorro sword? Yeah. Yeah.
That was great.
All right, most memorable celebrations and taunts in sports. Sammy's got the Reggie Miller choke pose, the Usain Bolt lightning pose, Tiger Woods fist bump at the bat flip. Bickley's got Curry's night, Justin Jefferson's gritty, the Lambeau leap, and Terrell Owens popcorn. That's tough to beat.
There was a couple that I had on my list that I could not pick because they negatively affected Arizona sports fans. Marshawn Lynch falling backwards into the end zone while cupping himself. Classless. And then the Dodgers in our swimming pool.
Oh, yeah.
Was that a celebration or just lack of bladder control?
Lack of bladder control.
Some neck and, hand in hand
Mario
sometimes.
Ellie's kiss of death. Team Carlin is Pete Weber. What's the quote again?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't go through all of them.
I am.
My bad.
Who do you think you are? I am.
So stupid.
No, it's
Michael Jordan shrug, the Icky shuffle, and the Bash Brothers forearm smash. I've got the Kembe's finger wag, the Gronk spike, Dame time, and the high five. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner every week. It's Mock My World. Final thoughts on this Thursday straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There are two reasons why I believe the six-man rotation will never work and will never happen. Number one, because Torrey doesn't like it.
That's a problem.
Number two, Corbin Burns.
That was my next one.
is all about this is my routine. So now we got Corbin Burns. We finally got him. Corbin Burns is out there. He is lights out.
I'd love to be there for the conversation. Hey, Corbin, we're going to go to a six-man rotation now.
And by the way, suck it up. We're going to a six-man. Just knock it off and suck it up.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Big weekend coming up at Chapman BMW. They are always closed on Sunday, but not this weekend, not for Memorial Day weekend. They will be open on Sunday with prices so low they cannot be advertised or they're going to disrupt the entire market. Here's what you do. You go to ChapmanBMW.com, click on either of the locations, choose the store you want. You will find the instant savings for their Memorial Day blowout. The best prices of the year are happening this weekend with finance rates as low as 2.99%. Remember, Chapman BMW has got two great locations, which means you are going to get the best selection you are going to find no matter what you're looking for. High-end inventory, premium BMWs, brand new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, whatever you're looking for, you're going to find it at Chapman BMW. And remember, it's a family-run business for 58 years, a rarity in today's corporate automotive world. Big weekend this weekend. If you've always wanted to get in the ultimate driving machine, head on down to Chapman BMW. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
This one's going out to Sammy and
Sammy
Phoenix.
Cebulka in Phoenix. This is Soundgarden.
Not too bad.
Yeah, they had a pretty good run.
They had a good run.
Are you familiar with any grunge era bands? You heard of Nirvana, right?
Yeah.
Pearl Jam?
A little bit of Pearl Jam.
Alice in Chains?
Nah.
Stone Temple Pilots?
No.
Oh, boy.
Wow. Again, don't hit on him for being young. He's a product of his time. We all are.
And I can't lie, I'm a country music lover.
Are you really?
It's been we hate him for that.
Off. Been good knowing you, Sammy.
Great working with you, Sammy.
Yeah,
Nothing? No
Join
country?
us tomorrow when Fred Khalil is in.
No, there's a guy who loves Soundgarden.
Where does this fall in your Soundgarden pantheon? This is near the top for me.
This is probably second or third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knowing you with this genre, you probably have a more obscure top Soundgarden song. We're not talking Spoon Man or Black Hole Sun.
No. I like what's the name of the song? Feeling Minnesota, Looking California.
Yes.
What's the name of that song? Outshined. That's it.
Yep.
That's
There
my
you go.
favorite Soundgarden song.
Yeah, a little Soundgarden as we get Sammy up to speed. Who's the country artist du jour? Is Morgan?
Who's your favorite?
Morgan Wallen.
Morgan Wallen's great, but I'm a big Luke Combs, John Party fan. Luke Combs is probably my favorite. Morgan's great, and then John Party's. I'm going to see John Party in the middle of the summer.
John Party is like me telling him Alice in Chains.
Luke Combs.
Luke Combs.
Come on, you guys don't know who Luke Combs is?
What Lipinski does when he wakes up in the morning.
Sometimes.
To his hair, kind of. All right, that was not great.
Okay.
Soundgarden fell on Black Day is today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
There was indeed one player on the current New York Knicks roster who was drafted by the Knicks, and it's not Deuce McBride. Mitchell Robinson, the only homegrown player for the New York Knicks. But it's so convoluted now when you see these guys, and probably 50% of guys that are drafted actually end up playing for their teams now with all the traded picks. It's so confusing.
Yeah.
They also, Jalen Brunson became a superstar with the Knicks, so he feels like one of their own. And they also have that Villanova connection, so they have a chemistry that feels like something you can get behind. It's not just random guys on the team.
Can you imagine 3 years ago at this time, the Dallas Mavericks had a backcourt of Luka Doncic and Jalen Brunson, and they're both gone.
Wow.
And those guys absolutely both killed the Suns.
Annihilated the Suns. In fact, you could make an argument that Jalen Brunson was even better than Luka in that series. Luka had a couple of games, but I remember covering that series and looking at this kid going, this dude is a problem.
And then Mark Cuban said, you know what? He's not fat enough. We're gonna let him walk in free agency.
So Mark Cuban, for all this yapping he does and people do about, he would have never traded Luka. He would have never done that.
No, he didn't trade people.
This is a dude who would not re-sign Steve Nash.
Let him walk.
Let him walk. He won 2 MVPs, and then we don't need Jalen Brunson.
But he always stood behind Dirk and Luka. Like he knew the face of the franchise. Speaking of face, Bruce Arians is on Pat McAfee right now.
Yeah,
looks good.
Looks healthy, doesn't he?
I tell you, baby.
The goatee is looking.
I was going to say.
Downright Santa-ish.
Yeah.
It's what I drink when I'm not drinking, baby.
Can I share with you what is becoming my least favorite sports media Twitter account?
Uh-huh.
Because I'm not sure there's even a human being behind it.
All right.
I know what you're talking about.
We talked about the Dove Kleiman thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows who this person is. He's got quite a following. He's an aggregator. But now there's like a formula to all of his tweets. He's almost like a PR person now. So here's recent posts. Great news. Lions star edge Aiden Hutchinson has been fully cleared for football activity. Fantastic news for all Detroit fans. Okay, that's fine. Scary. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels is now jacked, putting on an insane amount of muscle mass for the upcoming season. Next line. Jaden will be special this season. Because we all know adding muscle means you're going to be special. He was special last year. Will Raiders rookie Ashton Genty be a top 5 running back in the NFL next season? He's so smooth and powerful at his size, it's mind-blowing. This is like every post. Garrett Wilson finally has a QB1. Justin Fields has looked fantastic in New York.
Wow.
Go away.
Wow.
Why do I follow this crap?
The actual people in the NFL do not respect this guy either. Like I've seen Mina Kimes and other
he went after
real
Mina.
journalists.
The person behind that account went after Mina Kimes for something that she did that bordered or bled over into the political realm. Can't do that these days. Can Game 2 of Minnesota-Oklahoma City live up to any of the hype of Indiana-New York Game 1?
No, I think that the series, I don't think Anthony Edwards is going to be allowed to do the things that he does. It's watching the Thunder, and the minute anybody has the ball in their hands and drives the lane, you got a second defender running out at you, and it's all choreographed. They're next level with that stuff.
You wonder if that Game 7 just woke up Oklahoma City.
And the Timberwolves, they looked afraid to put the ball on the floor. Because every time they did, they were getting ambushed.
It's true.
And they just started hoisting up threes. So I hope they're better. I hope it's a better series. I kind of want Minnesota to win. I want to see Anthony Edwards do this thing. But
yeah, I mean, the bench for the T-Wolves has to be way better. I mean, you can't have Naz Reid and DiVincenzo and Shea's cousin shooting the way that they did.
Mm-hmm.
How about that storyline? 2 cousins going up against
crazy.
Each other. Hyphenated Alexander names for the win. That's going to do it for us today. Thanks to Derek Hall for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke up next. Luke Combs.
Luke Combs.
What Lipinski does when his hair's out of place.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the GMC Sierra 1500 is a top pick. What makes this the ideal moment to drive one home?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, tech-packed, and built for any job. And Memorial Month means some of our best savings of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
So visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
My name is Allie Kuhn. I've been a Fulton home resident for 30 years. The reason I purchased a Fulton home, I lived in a neighborhood very close by. My dog and I were walking past the new Fulton development. He pulled me inside and I fell in love with the house. I have 2 dogs, a Siberian Husky and a German Shepherd. We walk the neighborhood every morning. The Siberian Husky loves to walk through the little park nearby once the water's on the grass. That's his thing. My Fulton home has lasted 30 years. I've had no problems, no structural problems. There's been nothing that I've had to call a workman out ever. If you would walk through our neighborhood and not know that it is a 30-year-old neighborhood, you would never guess. I would definitely recommend a Fulton home to friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save $10 when you spend $75 or more in one transaction. Simply clip your digital coupon and save $10 today. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season, and if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite another very good outing from Corbin Burns last night, the D-backs were unable to win Wednesday night in L.A. They lost 3-1 in 2 of 3 to the Dodgers. The team is off today, but they head to St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals. That will start tomorrow. In the NBA, there was mayhem in MSG last night. The Knicks and Pacers, Indiana, despite being down 14 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, came all the way back to force overtime and eventually beat the Knicks 138-135. And one of the better basketball games you will see tonight, the MVP of the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Thunder will look to go up 2-0, while the Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves have hopes of tying it up and heading back to Minnesota. And the Phoenix Mercury held off the LA Sparks last night at PHX Arena 89-86. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealer Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brother, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Thursday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
All right, good, man.
Yeah.
Let's broadcast, shall we?
All right, wow. So much for the pleasantries.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Let's get into this one.
Let's knock this off. It's Thursday, and we all know how productive Thursday is, my brothers.
Oh, you're in full productive mode. All right, well, you want to talk about the Diamondbacks game?
Okay, you want to talk about that. That's good. Got no problems.
I don't really want to.
Well, you know what's... Where do you start on this one, Luke? Where do you start when you think of the Dodgers-Diamondbacks series? Where do you start?
Well, let me try to go with an optimistic look at things, okay?
Oh, okay.
Pretty cool night in sports, right? You had the NBA playoff game that was great. The rally was insane. Similar, basically the hockey equivalent of that rally in the Dallas-Edmonton playoff game. 5 goals in the third period. And then you also had the D-backs game that looked like it was going well for a while, and then Corbin Burns gave up one big hit, and you could almost tell, like, oh, okay, I guess that's it then. Corbin Burns made one kind of mistake. I mean, I would almost, you and I were talking about this before the show, it was almost just more like Teoscar Hernandez made a good play. But Corbin Burns, you're basically asking him to be perfect right now, so if he gives up a run, that's a loss.
Yeah, you know what is so weird about it, once again? It just, the Diamondbacks offensively, they have a feel of all or nothing. They have this feel of all or nothing. To me right now, I know that's, look, the Diamondbacks still are one of the best teams in baseball in terms of scoring run. They're still one of the best teams in baseball in terms of hitting home runs. Still. We're talking about elite. We're talking about top 5 right now with the Diamondbacks. Still. And yet their offense feels like it's either on or it's off.
Yeah.
And it's really, really inconsistent. And that is what is bothering me, I think, the most about this.
Yeah, I was just over talking to Mike Broomhead. He kind of brought up the same thing of just like, why is it you can score 12 runs one night and lose, and then the next night you score 1 and you win, but then... Sure. 1 run last night, 3 the night before, but 2 of those came in the 10th inning. I mean, you had to rally just to get the 1 late in the game, and then 2 of them in the 10th inning. But then you've got 3 games this year where you've scored 11 runs or more and lost. You have a game where Gino's hit 4 home runs and you lost. And then you have these other games where, like, nobody's scoring 5+ runs every night. I get that.
Yeah.
And some of this is that it's the Dodgers. I think Dustin May could be a really good pitcher. He was really struggling for the last month and a half coming into that game last night. If you look at what his numbers were, he had given up 4 runs, 2, 4, 3, 7 in his last, 5 starts? I mean, he was giving up runs, and he just completely shut the Diamondbacks down.
Yeah, metaphorically speaking, the thing that really wants demands satisfaction is what happened in Game 2. when you think of this is the way that it happens in the game of baseball. You got Corbin Burnes, of course, going out there, taking the ball, and just one bad pitch really was his outing. One bad pitch. That was it. And Hernandez made him pay for it, and you got to tip your cap, and you got to give credit to the Dodgers. He's a good hitter, no doubt. They're a very good team. And at the same time, he made one bad pitch. It just made me think of Game 2 and the fact you had a 3-1 lead going into that. Now, I know you came back late, but going into the extra inning, going into the 10th inning, you had a 3-1 lead, and you should have won that game. You should have won that game. You didn't. I get it. It didn't happen. But, man, that's leaving a mark in me.
Yeah, I mean, we're going back to Burnes for a second.
They've lost a lot of games like that, Luke.
They have. Burnes had given up 2 total earned runs in 4.5 games before that home run to Teoscar Hernandez. And you're going to give up the occasional home run. Yeah, they have lost a lot of games like that, Wolf. You're right. And I can write some of it off as it being the Dodgers. I know I just read off Dustin May's numbers, and you could have been listening and been like, well, one of those games wasn't bad. You only gave up 2 runs. Well, that was also against the Diamondbacks. He's been bad against everybody else for the last month. I do think he'll be a good pitcher, but he's been giving up runs to everybody except the Diamondbacks since the middle of April. So some of it is it's the Dodgers. You just played them 7 times in a 2-week stretch. You won 3, you lost 4. I am banking, and I'm sure the Diamondbacks are as well, that the Diamondbacks are going to be a better team the next time they play the Dodgers, which is not until the end of August.
Man.
So I don't think we saw the Diamondbacks best over these 7 games. I don't think we necessarily saw the Dodgers best either, to be honest.
No, yeah, you're probably right about that. You never know what's going to happen when you play in the game of baseball because of how long the season is and 162 games. I get it. You really don't know how a team is going to go. So much of it is predicated on injuries and who stays healthy and who does not. But, once again, it just feels like to have the opportunity to go out and do something special, beating the Dodgers again, especially at Dodgers Stadium, Chavez Ravine, I thought that was huge. And they lost that opportunity. They should have won Game 2, in my opinion. They should have done it. They had the opportunity. Corbin Burnes was absolute lights out. Excellent through 5 2/3. He was lights out, was rolling. And, going into the 4th inning, he had thrown 27 pitches based on needs. 27 pitches going into the 4th inning. That's pretty doggone good.
I understand you can't win every game that one of your players has a good performance. I understand, but it just feels like when you factor in the Geno game with the 4 home runs, that's a historic game and you lost it. Okay, well, whatever, get over it. There's 161 other games. But they are losing too many games where Corbin Burnes has pitched great, or Merrill Kelly pitched great, or Ryan Nelson, I thought, pitched pretty good in Game 2. When you consider the circumstances, you get a guy to come in and deliver like that. Okay, well then you need to win that game.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, at the end of the season, some of these great moments, they just are translating to nothing in the standings. And are the Diamondbacks in a ton of trouble right now? I don't believe they are. They're not that far out of first in the division. They're not that far out of a wild card spot. But yes, the National League West is the best division. Sorry, Colorado, not you. But everybody else, 1 through 4. But they're still in 4th. And if you finish the season in 4th in this division, you're not going to make the playoffs.
Yes. Luke Lipinski reported.
Yeah, by the way, Colorado hasn't won a single
game.
Yeah,
Colorado hasn't won a single game since that Saturday win.
I know, man. I know. It just does it feel like the Dodgers are way better than the Diamondbacks as a team right now. And when you, wow. Rick, you were all over that.
Ask that question.
Rick, you were all over that. That is amazing right there. I did not even tell Rick to do that based on earnings, and he had the horn ready to go. It just doesn't feel like the Dodgers are superior to the Diamondbacks, and it doesn't feel like the Diamondbacks have a problem competing against the Dodgers. It brings something out in them. And, I realized they lost the series. Oh, see, it just drives you crazy the way that it happened and the way they lost the series. He had a 3-1 lead. Corbin Carroll, here we go. Closer. If we would have had, yes, the Predator. If we, you think about it, if Justin Martinez was healthy, ladies and gentlemen, and took the ball and pitched the way that he did in his first 10 outings, how do you think that would have gone? You feel confident you would have won that game. That has not been the case. And once again, it continues to rear its head.
I think to your point, anybody who maybe doesn't have, you don't have the context of how rare it is to play the Dodgers as close as the Diamondbacks do, just pay attention to the Dodgers for the next month, because for the most part, they're not coming back and beating teams in the 9th or 10th innings. They're just beating them so badly by the 6th inning that the game's basically over. And I don't think the Dodgers have even played to their full potential yet. And that's great that the Diamondbacks are right there with them, but you can't make mistakes against the Dodgers. We've seen that, how many times now? 3 times in the last 2 weeks? You make a mistake, and you're going to pay for it. You can make a mistake against some of these other teams, and you might get away with it. That's where the Diamondbacks this year are a little bit off compared to last year when they were, 6-7 against the Dodgers, but still really even with them. The year before when they swept the Dodgers out of the playoffs and played them strong that year as well. Where they're a little bit off this year, I think, is the Diamondbacks make the occasional mistake now that they didn't used to make. And if you make any mistake against the Dodgers, you're probably going to pay for it.
And they did.
Yeah. And I'm banking, like I said, that'll be better, hopefully within a couple weeks, but certainly by the next time they play the Dodgers. I don't know if that means they're going to win more games against the Dodgers. I just think they're going to stop opening the door for the Dodgers as much.
Yeah, it's so difficult in the game of baseball because you're playing multiple games in these series, of course, and winning multiple games against a good team is really, really hard to do. And it's one of the reasons why it's hard to gain confidence and build a little continuity in a series when it's one series of how many that you're actually going to, against this type of team. But it feels like there are still point series in a season for baseball teams. And I'm wondering if this is going to be one of them.
Yeah, and just to be clear before we go to break, I'm not saying the Diamondbacks opened the door last night because Corbin Burnes gave up 1 home run. I'm saying they opened the door because they couldn't score at all on a pitcher who had been struggling, certainly. For the Dodgers, that's where you open the door. Hey, we're going to go into L.A. and beat the Dodgers by scoring 1 run. Okay, good luck with that. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on arizonasports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. When we come back, multiple outlets have Kyler Murray in the kind of mediocre range of NFL quarterbacks heading into 2025. Does he still have time to change that? It's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Dodgers.
1-2. Swung on and missed. Chased the slider low and in. And that's your ball game. Dodgers win it by a final score of 3-1. Each team with 1 home run on the night, but the Dodgers was just better than the Diamondbacks. And the Dodgers take 2 out of 3 at home.
D-backs take a breather before heading to the Lou Friday to play the Cardinals. The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. Maybe you're looking out your back window right now, even as I speak, and you're saying, man, where would that dream pool go? Well, you know what? You need to go with the name that Arizona trusts the most, and that is Presidential Pools and Spas. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. That's right, Basinonians. 7 years ago, they came out to the compound, and their advice on this was huge. Yeah, we had a general idea of where we wanted to put a pool, but they told us specifically where we needed to do this. And what I love about them, to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they are offering exclusive discounts right now for military members and first responders. Maybe you're ready to dive in. Visit presidentialpools.com today. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Try now for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Desert Wind Harley. Desert Wind Harley has over 300 bikes in stock. Get on a new Harley-Davidson Street Glide today for under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, we can help. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dbacks waste a sharp Corbin Burns start to lose a winnable series against the Dodgers. 2026 linebacker Mason Martin commits to Arizona State, and Pro Football Focus has Kyler Murray ranked outside the top 10 QBs ahead of next season. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning. Wolf, we're getting to that point of the year where you start to see people gearing up a little bit with previews towards the upcoming NFL season, right? I mean, it's just inevitable. We're hitting the summer. If your NBA team's out of it, you've started to move on to football. If you're a hockey fan, your hockey team's out of it, you've started to move on to football. Baseball, fortunately, here we have a competitive team, and we do have an NBA team that is probably going to dominate off-season headlines across the league, so there'll be stories.
They're going to be top 3. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they're gonna try to win the off-season because they certainly didn't win the regular season.
Look at me. I mean, top 3. Just producing. Everything is producing now. Everything is production.
Are you going to give us the other 2?
Top 3. Just no. I'm not going. I'm not going to right now. Oh my goodness.
I'm looking at Pro Football Focus and their rankings of NFL quarterbacks heading into 2025.
Okay.
They have Kyler Murray well outside the top 10. Pro Football Focus has they have Kyler as the 15th best quarterback entering 2025. All right.
Yep.
That right there. I don't think that's anything new necessarily. That's kind of where he's landed over the last couple of years. I'm sure there are some people right now in their cars screaming that's way too high. He's not good. And others screaming like, no, he's going to be better this year.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where he should be.
Well, he's got to go out and prove it. That much I do know, and I think Kyler Murray understands that as well. Do you think he is ranked correctly, Basinoni? He's at number 15 right now, and does it matter? No, it does not matter. Okay, can I just tell you that right now? Where you're ranked going into the season has no bearing on where you're going to be at some point in time. And it's one of the reasons why list broadcasting sucks buttermilk for the most part. Because this is why I love competition. You get to go out and actually do something about it. It doesn't matter what some guy believes. Having said all of that, for the sake of argument, when you look at it right now, that's right about where I think he should be ranked. In the top half of quarterbacks in the National Football League, and yet probably not in the top 10 right now.
Yeah, I told you this before the show. This is sort of where I am on Kyler Murray, and I think a lot of people are in a similar spot. You might even be in the same spot. Kyler Murray, probably more so than any other quarterback in the NFL. To me, it's like I just need to see it now. I need to see it this season. You rank him 15th, you rank him 11th, you rank him 18th. I almost don't care. I want to see it. Now we saw rankings. I think it was a week or two ago where he was 23rd. And he was behind guys that had never played in the NFL. He was behind J.J. McCarthy. He was behind Drake May, who's played, but not much. He hasn't won anything. So that one kind of caught my eye. This you put him right in the middle of the pack. That's probably where he should be until he proves otherwise. It's interesting, like they have him right next to C.J. Stroud. Like some of these guys, to me, it's not the number. It's who you have him behind or ahead of. And to have him right next to C.J. Stroud I would take C.J. Stroud right now. I wouldn't hesitate.
Yeah, Kyler Murray, once again, I talk about this all the time. This is a guy who is a good quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. He's a good quarterback. He needs to become a great quarterback. You know how you become a great quarterback, Basinonians? You go out and you play in big games, and you win big games more than you lose big games. You win big games more than you lose big games, and typically you're one of the reasons why you won that big game, if you know what I mean, if that makes sense to you. I think Kyler Murray's got to take that next step. It has not happened. Everyone talks about the playoffs, getting into the playoffs. Yeah? You know what? You're going to have to win some big games to get into the playoffs. That's right, Jim. You're going to have to win some big games to get into the postseason. And then once you get into the postseason, can you win a playoff game? I mean, this is the path is clear. This is the yoke of responsibility that franchise quarterbacks have to carry, Basinonians. It's not just about you playing well. It's about you playing well and winning games, winning big games. That's his next step.
There's not a position in sports more tied to whether or not you won.
Yes.
Your reputation really is. I mean, what is even close? Starting pitcher in baseball, maybe goalie in hockey. But you see starting pitchers in baseball or goalies in hockey that have put up great numbers over the years, and maybe they haven't won the championship, but their reputation is still like, man, look at what this guy did over the course of his career. But if you're a quarterback and you don't win the big games, even if it's not your fault. I mean, I remember watching Peyton Manning, and it was like, this is not his fault. He's running into Tom Brady. He's not getting any help from his defense or whatever, and depending on the year. But that's just the way it is. And so Kyler Murray, when you look at his NFL career, what big games has he won? I'm not saying there aren't any, but there aren't any playoff games, and there aren't any big ones he won to get into the playoffs either.
Yes, when Kyler Murray leads his team to wins, especially in the second half of the season, Luke, I think that's where you're going to start seeing acknowledgement come Kyler Murray's way.
Yeah.
That's where he's going to start getting acknowledged as being a great quarterback. Right now, when you think about it, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, got to put him right there. Matthew Stafford. Yeah, Matthew Stafford. Jaden Daniels. Those are the names that I'm thinking of right now. Jaden Daniels has got to prove it to me. He does. He's got to prove it.
But he's
got
won
to be
some big games
consistent.
already.
But right now, he's already done that.
Yeah.
And you've got to give that young man an awful lot of credit for doing that as well. And I don't think his roster is loaded with talent, so to speak. Jaden Daniels had an incredible season last year. Now do it again, young gun.
Here's Mina Kimes and Ollie Connolly on the Mina Kimes show yesterday talking about Kyler Murray.
Such a weird season, right?
Yeah,
like
not how I would even pictured an excellent Kyler Murray season. It's like you go back and look at the figures and go, well, that was a really good season. But when I'm watching, it's like I never thought coming into the league that would be how Kyler would play one of his best years. I thought it'd be way more vertical, shots all over the place, him running around, absolute mayhem, but it's so magic and so special to see. Whereas this was so designed and like orchestrated. I thought what Petzing built with the offense was really fascinating and interesting, kind of a example of where the league is going. I did not think that Kyler Murray would be the guy you would plug into that. I thought you'd wind up with a Purdy or a Goff or someone like that, and that's the system you would run. It's like you got given this kind of magic trick that bails you out of plays, and Kyler just kind of subsumed himself to the offense in a way that I wasn't expecting.
It is interesting. You brought this up. You didn't bring this exactly up, but you brought up his stats, I don't know, like 2 months ago or whatever. And I didn't think they were that high. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just comparing him to other numbers throughout his career. Kyler Murray last year, that was the second highest passing yard total of his entire career. Okay. Yeah. 21 touchdowns was his third highest passing touchdown total of his career. His QBR, if you want to go with ESPN, was the highest of his career. His quarterback
top 10 in the NFL too.
Yeah. His quarterback rating was the third highest of his career, and last year just felt like he was an average quarterback by the end of the year, partially because he was good in the first half and struggled in the second half. But when you compare that, and you're like, man, these are some of his best numbers, it didn't feel like that.
Yeah, I just want to get this in. The one exception I had to this entire article was the fact they called it injury-plagued seasons for Kyler Murray. Dude, in 2022, he blew out his ACL, blew it out badly. And that carried over into 2023. It's not injury-plagued. I'm not going to call it injury-plagued because of that. Before that, he missed 2 games. Dude.
Yeah. And he didn't miss any last year.
Yes.
That's a good point, because I think a lot of people look at Kyler and they're like, well, his problem is he's always hurt. No. He had
missed
one
2
really
games
bad injury
in 2021 and blew out his knee in 2022.
And the issue is not injury. The issue is you got to start winning these big games late in the season.
Right.
All right, when we come back, how can the Arizona Diamondbacks start finding their consistency? We're going to ask former D-backs pitcher Josh Colmentor. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
In terms of what the parameters of what you were looking for was, they're also being helped out greatly by the fact they're the only organization looking for a coach
because
right
you know
now.
why? We'll never know if somebody would say, I ain't going to Phoenix over this. If this team offers me the job, I'm taking that over Phoenix.
Precisely. They're the only girl to date right now. And so there's no other choices, right?
How you doing?
And so I walked right into that. I'm going to be driving home tonight. Why did you use that metaphor?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Listen, this opportunity, it only comes around once a year, Basinonians. So you better take advantage of it right now. It is the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. Yeah, the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. 30% off everything in store and online. Book it. And 35% off for active duty and retired military. 35% off for active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, brothers. Get on over to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost 3-1 last night to the Los Angeles Dodgers in the rubber match of their 3-game series. The Snakes are off today before beginning a 3-game set with the Cardinals tomorrow in St. Louis. And the Phoenix Mercury squeaked by the Los Angeles Sparks 89-86 last night at PHX Arena. The Merc also return to action tomorrow at the Seattle Storm. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindowdepot.com or one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
All I ever wanted was a black Grand National.
Hey, it's Gambo. When Justin Martinez makes his return to the bullpen, who could be the odd man out? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Say you bigger than myself, but it's not enough. I get on it. Yeah, somebody got to
All right,
do it.
D-backs off tonight. We'll start a series in St. Louis tomorrow. Zach Gallen will get the start. I just kind of said his name just to... I want to know what the reaction was, everybody out there, when I said Zach Gallen gets the start.
Yeah.
I feel like there's definitely a reaction now from D-backs fans. You know who's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line, Wolf, is Josh Coleman.
And Coley.
Josh, what's going on, man?
Not much. How you guys doing today?
Doing well, Coley.
Let's start with that game last night and the performance that Corbin Burns has really put together over the last month, really all season, but especially over the last month. Wolf and I were talking before the show. It felt like when he gave up that one home run to Teoscar Hernandez, he almost knew, like, oh, we're in trouble now, because it feels like they're almost asking him to be perfect at this point.
I think going into that game, the way it was unfolding, it was going to be a low-scoring game. He was just staked to a one-run lead for several innings there, and that reaction, I think, said it all. Maybe because the pitch wasn't exactly where he wanted, and so there's probably a lot of things going through his mind, but definitely one of those is, now we're down 2 runs. How are we going to get those back?
Yeah.
Coley, how much does losing a series like the Dodgers series, how much does that weigh on a team when you can directly trace it back to the bullpen?
I think they just know it's a missed opportunity because that's a series they could win. They're almost gunning for the Dodgers a little bit over the last couple of years. They're not intimidated by them anymore. They can play with them at their place. They can play with them at home. And I think they knew coming in that would be a big series to get, and they kind of let that one slip away.
Josh, I'm sure consistency is one of the toughest things to get over the course of 162 games, but do you see areas right now, 50 games in, where the Diamondbacks could maybe not easily, but quickly improve their consistency?
It could start a little bit this weekend if they get Justin Martinez back. That just fills in more of the back of the rotation. There's more guys down there that Torrey trusts in any situation, whether they're up or down in a close game. And I think he's been trying to navigate with just a few guys that he really wants out there in those situations. They have a guy in the bullpen that came up and hasn't thrown yet, so I would imagine he's the odd man out. But he's just excited, I think, to have one more horse at the back end of that bullpen.
You know, Coley, as you well know, competing at the highest level our species can generate, it's hard. It is a hard thing to do when there's somebody else that is trying to actually keep you from doing your job. Having said all that right now, who do you think has got to step up for the Diamondbacks the next 50 games? Who's got to be that guy to step up?
I think it is the bullpen. I think they need to put it on themselves, and they're going to throw out Beeks kind of got back on track, but they're going to throw Thompson in there. He needs to be effective. He's got to figure out either how to sequence his pitches or just make better pitches because they're going to rely on him. They can't count on the starters to consistently go 6-7 innings. You're going to have those 4 or 5 start, especially with Ryan Nelson starting. They're probably going to cap him for a couple starts till he gets built up. So they're going to need the bullpen to come through, and you watch how the offense guys are starting to swing it a lot better. Gurriel, Moreno have started heating up in May. The starting pitching is starting to figure it out, but between that and then I think what Luke said right away, Zach Gallen, they need him to be good. He needs to not be a spot in the rotation where all of a sudden you don't know what you're getting out of him. He needs to fill in with what the rest of the guys are doing.
We're talking to Josh Cole, mentor. Josh, along those lines, what do you see from Gallen? You know, it's one thing to have a bad, or not even bad, I guess, but not good outing against the Dodgers. It's another thing to give up 4 home runs to the Rockies, though. And yet he's had really good games this season, too. So it just, again, it goes back to the inconsistency, maybe with him more than anybody.
You're right. And I think his begins and ends with the fastball command. When he can put the fastball where he wants, move it around the strike zone, and then get to that great curveball or even throw some changeups and sliders where he can generate weak contact and swings and misses. That's when he's at his best. And that's what he's been able to do in those starts where he's racked up strikeouts, a couple against the Mets, so obviously the one against the Yankees. But when that game against the Rockies, he was just throwing fastballs to a team that really just wants to hit fastballs. Those guys would chase pitches. There's some good hitters at the top, but it was just pitches missed in the middle of the zone, and it's been too much of that for a guy that's as good as Zach.
So, Coley, I think we've talked about this in the past, so forgive me if I'm asking you this again, but do you believe in a closer role, a guy that once you give that guy the ball, everyone else in the bullpen, their jobs become easier? Do you believe that, Coley?
I do, and just being in the bullpen at different times and talking to guys down there, when the phone rings and you already know who's getting up, that's when a bullpen, I feel like, runs the best. They call down, all right, this is our 7th inning guy. They call down, we know who's getting up in the 8th. They call down, we obviously know who it is in the 9th. I think it's so easy to slot a guy in the closer role and then build all the positions from there towards your middle relief. And I think if they get Martinez back and if he actually says, oh, this is our closer, this is our guy, then everybody knows, all right, I slot here, and then it's just matchup based from there.
Yeah, Coley, that's what I was going to ask you right there is, would you do that? Would you hand J-Mart the ball and say, you are our closer?
I think he's going to. I don't know if it'll be right away because I'm sure he wants to see him get a couple outings in the big leagues again, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's in there closing out a game this weekend if they play a close game against St. Louis, and then he gets one more under his belt, and then I wouldn't be surprised if he says, this is our guy, especially since Puck is still a couple months away. this is going to be the guy that you want closing out games.
Yeah, but Coley, would you do it? Would you hand him the ball and say that? Not Torrey. Would you hand him the ball and say, you know what, you're our guy?
I would. The velocity was back against Reno. He's the guy that has devastating closer-like stuff at the end of the game. Why wouldn't you want a guy that can throw 100 with the split and the slider that he has out there trying to close out a game? I would absolutely do that.
We're talking to Josh Colementer. Josh, you started in this league and you were a reliever in this league. When you see Ryan Nelson, we've talked to you about this in the past, but when you see him step out there and pitch the way he did against the Dodgers, you know he's getting at least one more start. What, in your mind, is the best way to handle this if he goes out there and pitches another strong game against the Pirates?
That's a great question. He's almost forcing your hand to keep him in the rotation. The way he threw the ball at the end of last year, he was one of their best starters over the last 3.5 months. And every time he's taken it in a starting spot here, he's done great. He's really figured out exactly the type of pitcher he is and how he wants to attack hitters. And it seems like every time he goes out, he's getting better and better. I think right now, I mean, if he has another good one, he's kind of the missing link. And now all of a sudden you have 5 really strong starting pitchers.
Josh, we appreciate this as always, man.
Coley.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
That's Josh Colementer joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. He's always the best guy to talk to about the Ryan Nelson situation because he's seen it from both sides. Get $30 concert tickets to select shows at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, including Kesha, Slightly Stupid, Nelly, The Offspring with Jimmy Eat World, Little Big Town, Big Time Rush, Judas Priest, and Alice Cooper, and more. Make it a summer of live music with your $30 ticket to summer, on sale now at livenation.com/ticket to summer. All right, we come back over to basketball. There was one potential KD trade floated out there that nobody seems to like. We'll tell you who and why next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the perfect place to celebrate National Hamburger Month. That's right, National Hamburger Month is here. It's all around you. If you're searching for the best burgers in the game, find them at Twin Peaks all month long because they've got an excellent selection of high-quality, seasoned, smashed, seared burgers like the Smokestack Burger, the Avocado Smash Burger, the Billionaire Bacon Burger, and much, much more. Get to Twin Peaks, and then while you're there, enjoy the wall-to-wall TV so you don't miss any of the hockey playoffs or the basketball playoffs or the baseball regular season that's going on. We've got some big baseball games happening. Just had some happen this past weekend and certainly earlier this week. We're down to 4 teams in hockey, down to 4 teams in basketball, so every game means that much more right now. Plus, they've got an entire menu made for MVPs, not just the burgers, tacos, wings, flatbreads, salads, and the great scenery and environment that Twin Peaks is known for. So you'll get it all if you go there right now, and this is really the perfect time of year to do it because you can catch everything and eat great. They've got 5 convenient Phoenix locations right now, so there's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Never settle. Stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161.
6161. 800-838-6161.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $4,500 Ford combined retail bonus cash and trade assist cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Ford Trade Assist cash requires trade-in of 95 or newer vehicle, or lease terminated 30 days prior to or 90 days after new retail delivery, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the future of the NBA from these playoff games, and what does it mean for the direction of the Phoenix Suns? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, if we had a story earlier in the week going through looking at just potential trades around the NBA this offseason, because there's some big names that could, feasibly get moved. It's not just KD. There's some potentially some really Giannis could get moved as well. There's some other ones. You've got some teams now that have been good that might be looking to hit the reset button or at least kind of change directions, like Boston with the Jason Tatum injury, or maybe even Denver if they feel like they can't win again with this group. One of the ones that was floated out there, though, in that article on CBS was Kevin Durant to the Sixers for the number 3 overall pick and Paul George. And
we laughed at that.
Yeah.
We laughed out loud. And I think everyone knows why, right? Right, brothers, base earnings. You're driving around right now. Paul George and Devin Booker. Let's go.
There's multiple reasons. Yes, that was the first one. That's the reason we laughed at it.
Yes, okay, we laughed.
But if you are trying to... If you're going to just keep a player who's been in the league for a long time and not go out and get a bunch of assets, why wouldn't you just keep Kevin Durant, who is better than Paul George? You know what I mean? Like, why? What's if you're going to trade Durant, aren't you trying to get a bunch of young players and picks back? Ideally, whether it happens or not, that's what you're trying to do.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's basically like you're trading Kevin Durant for Paul George.
I mean, you are getting the number 3 overall pick in that scenario. I don't think Philadelphia would do it. I certainly hope the Suns wouldn't do it. Like, I would just want somebody other than Paul George. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, and I think the Phoenix Suns don't believe that it makes any sense either.
I agree with
you. I think maybe it's because Brian Gregory is new. Maybe he's new. Maybe somebody's floating that out there. Yeah. Hey, let's test this. Yeah. See if we get any action on this whatsoever. Maybe somebody actually did that. The way that always happens, base earnings for the most part, is a general manager will call and float it, knowing that it probably will be shot down.
Yeah.
Knowing that it will. But wanting to see what kind of response he might actually get from a new general manager. Hey, listen, would you be interested in this? Seriously. And then I think they leak it to the media. That's how it works.
Just of all of them, like that one. I mean, I used to cover college basketball when I was like right out of college, and there's a million different colleges, and so I understand. Like, you would write something about Murray State, and they would be like, "How do you not know about our 7th guy off the bench?" Like, okay, well, I don't. But this is the NBA. Devin Booker and Paul George don't like each other.
Yes.
So why would the Suns go out? I mean, that you're already
famously.
Yes, you're already telling Devin Booker, "Hey, we're probably going to be hitting the reset button around you next year." That's sure what it looks like, right? If you trade Kevin Durant.
Yeah. So you know what we want to do? We want to bring somebody in who's going to jab you.
We're going to bring in the one guy in the league you don't seem to like. How would you feel about that?
Book is one of the most affable human beings on the face of the planet, man. He's just chill. And now all of a sudden you're going to say, let's bring in Paul George so we can get you the furrowed brow.
Yeah, that's.
I don't think that actually is going to work.
Drive our best player out of town. Here's Bobby Marks on with Bickley and Murata yesterday. This is what he said about that potential trade.
I wouldn't want anything to do with what's left on Paul George's contract.
Thank you.
I think it's trending towards. Listen, he had a good year with the Clippers. He was healthy. And then he parlayed that into a $200 million plus contract where his age is. And I think he can still play at a high level. But, man, it's basically kind of like you're just stirring the pot of mediocrity by going out and doing that. Now, if you're saying to me, can you flip Beal for him? Yeah, but why would Philly do that, right? Like, it wouldn't make any sense there. So I would not. I mean, I would not want the third. I think there is. Listen, if that was the number 1 pick, I mean, there's a different conversation maybe. Sure. But I think where third pick is in this year's draft to take back what's owed to Paul, I don't think I would want to be in that market.
There's a lot there. I mean, yeah, the third pick would be great.
Yeah,
it seems like it's a kind of a 2-player draft in terms of relatively sure things. You've got one sure thing and then another guy that seems like he's a really close to a sure thing at the number 2 pick, but I would still take the number 3 pick. But if you're the Suns, do you really want to get yourself into more cap issues? Like, no, they don't. There's no way. I feel very confident.
There's only one way to do this.
They're not trading for Paul George.
Yeah, there's only one way to do this, I think, for the most part right now. I could be dead wrong on this, and Brian Gregory, I respect you greatly because I know you know the game. You might be laughing hysterically when you hear this, yet at the same time, I think we all know. We all expect this to happen right here. You got to move KD, and you got to get rid of Bradley Beal in that contract. That's something. Maybe you can move him. Maybe you can do that. It'd be great. Be awesome if you could actually do that. But you have to do that, and I think, honestly, it is time to rebuild this thing. Not a total rebuild because you're not getting rid of Devin Booker, but I do believe it is time to rebuild it as best you possibly can. And this coaching hire is going to be huge. Huge. Yeah. And you've already said this, and I think I at first when you said it, I thought maybe you were using hyperbole. You were overreacting a little bit, the way that you are wont to do from time to time. But you actually did say it. You said, you know what, this is the most important coaching hire in the history of the organization. And I thought to myself, man, that is a little profound right there, but you might actually be onto something because the coach they hire and you build around with Devin Booker, this is the last gasp with Devin Booker.
Yeah, how many coaches can you give the guy?
This is it.
And truly expect him to succeed at the level that he gets criticized for not succeeding at, because the only level you can really criticize Devin Booker at now is he hasn't won a championship. Well, how is he supposed to do that when he has a different coach every single year? Now, again, I feel like they made the right move switching coaches this offseason, but you have to get this coaching hire right. And to me specifically, it is, I think this offseason, in terms of what they can control, might be their most important ever. I know there was the year they lost the coin flip for Kareem. They had no control over that. But in terms of what they could control, if you mess this up, you might be slipping into basketball purgatory for years when you look around the Western Conference. I don't know that you can make your decisions. Like, I hate the idea of, well, let's not try to get good for 4 years because then these other teams that are good in the West won't be as good. I hate that. Just build your team, get good, and then beat those teams. But we can look around the rest of the Western Conference, and if you mess this up, you're going to be irrelevant outside of this city for years.
Years.
So don't mess it up.
It's going to be a total rebuild. at that point in time.
Yeah.
That's why it is critical. There's no doubt about it. It's all about this next coaching hire and what you're going to do. And the reason why I was saying this, Pacers, is because, honestly, if you're going to hire a guy who has never been an NBA head coach, if you're going to hire a younger guy like that, I don't know if you're going to keep a room full of superstars that are older and been around, like Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. I think that guarantees. I think it guarantees, and Paul George, to this conversation. I think it guarantees that they're gone if you hire a young guy.
Yeah.
That has never been a head coach in the NBA. I think it guarantees that they're gone.
I think, to me, the second they went with a GM that was already here in some capacity after saying there would be big changes, to me that said the changes are going to be with the players. So they're gone. Bradley Beal, to even hear Bobby Marks mention him there, oh, yeah, maybe if you could get like Paul George for Bradley Beal. When he said that, I was like, Bradley Beal's still here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like, it took me a second. I'm just assuming they're going to buy him out, honestly, because then you don't have to attach anything to him in a trade. I already assume he's gone. KD, I still give it like a 5% chance because if you're not getting good offers, then you don't just give a player like that away. But to your point, if you're bringing in a first-year coach and a first-year GM, I'm not even sure why KD would want to be here at that point. Like,
Exactly.
Devin Booker is loyal because he's Devin Booker and he's been here his whole career.
How would you do that to a young NBA coach? How would you do that? Who's trying to establish himself in a room? And there's Kevin Durant, one of the greatest players in the history of the game. I don't know how you would do it. That's not even fair to that guy, in my opinion. Devin Booker sitting in the room, totally different. KD, no.
The only scenario where it would work, and this doesn't apply to any of the coaches on their list, would be if it was somebody, like we were talking to Chuck Cooperstein yesterday. It was like, well, Sean Sweeney has had this relationship with Giannis in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if Sean Sweeney had that relationship with Kevin Durant in Golden State, then maybe you could. But no, not like a forced, hey, you're going to be this guy's favorite player.
And once again, to that point right there, what Luke just said, Basinonians, never forget this. When that guy becomes the guy, he's got to be the guy.
Yeah. He can't be your buddy.
Yeah. Not going to be your friend. I'm your coach.
You don't have to hate each other, but he can't be your friend. All right, when we come back to baseball, are the Diamondbacks leaning too heavily on really two specific players? We'll talk about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Kyler Murray might be the absolute world's best flag football quarterback. Now, I don't know if that's what we want Kyler Murray's end goal to be. It's like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker being Olympic champions. Woo! And then don't even make the play-in.
That's going to pay dividends for the Suns this year.
Right,
they got
exactly.
a taste of winning a championship together.
Exactly. But if you have watched flag football, elusivity is everything. The ability to just juke. And who's better than Kyler Murray at that?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Memorial Day, we take a moment to remember the brave men and women who gave their lives for our country, so we can live free. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and a Marine Corps veteran. My wife Brenda and I both served, and we actually met on a blind date at Camp Lejeune. Serving our country was an honor, but Memorial Day reminds us of those who gave everything. To the families who carry that loss, you have our deepest respect. To veterans, first responders, and the loved ones who support them, we salute you. As you enjoy the day with friends and family, we hope you'll also pause to reflect on the meaning behind it. If there's ever anything we at Trajan Wealth can do to support those of you who share our values, it would be our honor and privilege to help. Visit TrajanWealth.com to learn more. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Here's a fresh deal on steaks. USDA Choice Bone-In Ribeye Steaks in the Super Value Pack are $7.99 a pound with your card. Limit 2. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Make your memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses, on Sunday, May 25th at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the two-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with our big raffle, awards, breakfast, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $130. Make it the perfect stay and play with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost 3-1 last night to the Los Angeles Dodgers in the rubber match of their 3-game series. The Snakes are off today before beginning a 3-game set with the Cardinals tomorrow in St. Louis. And the Phoenix Mercury squeaked by the Los Angeles Sparks 89-86 last night at PHX Arena. The Merc also return to action tomorrow at the Seattle Storm. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll explore whether or not the Knicks can get back in the series after getting Halliburton. Starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, Diamondbacks off tonight, taking on the St. Louis Cardinals in St. Louis tomorrow. Well, suddenly a big series because that's a wild card contender now, too. St. Louis is doing that thing where just every couple of years, even though they're not supposed to be good, they just are.
Yeah.
That's must be nice. You're just not supposed to be good, but you just are.
I'm waiting for June. June just kind of feels not the middle of June. No, just June. I'm waiting for that. I don't know. We got June, we got July, we got August, we got September. There's so much time that is still here right now.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to calm myself a little bit, Basin Readings, because the Diamondbacks, I have become a little restless. And I think it's because of the expectation that we all had coming into this season and the fact that they are hovering right around 500 for the most part. My expectation was for them to be better than that, much better. And that's why I think I'm a little unsettled.
So I just pulled up just the last 2 weeks. So basically since the start of the first Dodgers series. So that was 2 weeks ago today at Chase Field, okay? This is just the pitching numbers for the Diamondbacks. Here's the guys that have thrown quality starts. Brandon Pfaadt 2, Merrill Kelly 2, Corbin Burns 3.
You gotta fight!
Brandon!
Right!
To party! Responsibly.
Okay, so that's it.
Yeah.
Guys with wins. Brandon Pfaadt 2, Merrill Kelly 2, Corbin Burns 2. Ryan Thompson actually has 1. But you're really, really leaning heavily on 2 of those guys. 3 of those guys, I guess. I mean, you can throw Pfaadt in there too. But you're basically, it feels like right now of a 3-man rotation, doesn't it? Now, Ryan Nelson steps in. He's good, but he's not really, he's not part of the rotation yet. Zach Gallen, I don't want to pretend like he's not there because he does have games where he pitches so well that you just win. I mean, he's had a few of those games this year. And I'm still going to give him the benefit of the doubt a little bit based on his track record. That, you know, you keep saying this. You figure he's going to turn it around at some point. But as far as right now, they are really asking Merrill Kelly and Corbin Burns specifically to almost be perfect.
Yeah, it is you know what, I wonder, and I talk about this all the time, brothers, but it really does haunt me. The fact that I don't know what it's like to be a player inside a clubhouse where you play 162 games. That's why it's difficult. It is difficult for me to say, do they go out onto the diamond and go through a baseball game knowing, hey, Corbin Burns has got the ball today. We're going to win this thing. Does human nature say that? Of course. You expect to win when Corbin Burns takes the ball for you. I get that. Does that mean you're not going to try as hard? I just can't see that. I can't see that. Are they depending too much on Corbin Burns and Merrill Kelly right now? Well, you could ask the guys inside that clubhouse, but I would imagine they would tell you, no, we approach every game the same.
Yeah, I don't think it's like an intentional thing, like you're saying. Like, I don't think they're like, hey, Corbin's pitching, we just need 1 run tonight. I don't think it's that. I'm just saying the results. I mean, look at Merrill Kelly's whip. I don't know why this just popped up, but his whip is 0.86 over the last month, and he has 2 wins.
That's real good.
A 2.01 ERA, 2 wins. Corbin Burns over the last month, a 1.44 ERA and a 1.02 whip, has 3 wins. But, I mean, you're almost asking those guys to just be dominant every single time. And last night felt like an illustration of that. Now, I got a
There's nothing wrong with the expectation of you going out and being dominant.
No.
There's nothing wrong with it. As a matter of fact, that's why you're paid the money that you are.
But those shouldn't be the only times you're winning and as a team. And it also shouldn't be like, yeah, you were dominant, but you did throw a bad pitch, so we lost. You know what I mean?
No, I do know what you mean, but once again, you got to go out and you got to do your job. And for me, I don't know. It feels this way every time you've got a guy like Corbin Burns taking the ball. For the most part, it does feel like the Diamondbacks struggled to score runs.
Here's Torey Lovello after the game yesterday.
He said there was a few bad ones. I don't really know that. And he kept us in the game. It was the one reason why we were so close and able to stay within striking distance. I know he got clipped on a slider that missed. Teoscar's a good hitter. He's done it a lot of times, so it's just part of the game. But Corbin was amazing today. He did everything he could possibly do to keep us in a game single-handedly when we were potentially a little short in the bullpen. Just unfortunately didn't come through in a big way offensively.
There's Corbin Burns' assessment of the after or the evening, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few bad pitches there in the 6th inning. The 2-strike hit to Rojas was a bad pitch. Mookie Betts' ground ball through the hole was a bad pitch. Got lucky on Ohtani's ball to stay in the yard. So it was a kind of a combination of mistakes there that eventually led to probably the best of those 3 misses to Teoscar wasn't a bad slider down in the lane, just didn't finish with 2 strikes. So just some constant 2-strike swings that made a difference in that game.
You know, it is weird that you have Corbin Burns. He's only got 3 wins on the season right now. And when you go back and you look at how many earned runs he's given up, it's startling.
Not much.
When you look at it, right, you've got 3. It was a quality start, though. 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, quality start, 4 and 2. So there was one game where it got a little sideways on him right there, and yet he's only got 3 wins. To your point and what you're talking about right now, it feels like the Diamondbacks, and I would understand this. I get it. I know what it's like to have your starting quarterback actually walk into the huddle after he's missed three weeks, maybe even more. And all of a sudden you feel really good because your starting quarterback is back. I get that. It does fill you with confidence. It's just we haven't seen Corbin Burns or Merrill Kelly get a ton of support.
No, and, to your point, I mean, Corbin Burns is supposed to be your ace. So you brought him in here, you paid him to do what he's doing. So it's not, maybe I'm wording it wrong. It's not so much that they're asking him to do too much. I don't think it's that. It's just like cash in when he does it. Last night was one of those threes. There weren't many. You just read through all his games this season and his earned runs per game. He's only given up more than 2 3 times, and it's been 2 threes and a 4. And we saw it last night. All 3 runs came on 1 pitch.
Yeah.
And it was, he also gave you 7 innings. He's going deep into games to save the bullpen. You're asking a lot of him and Merrill Kelly, I would say specifically. And again, that's fine, but then translate them into wins. If Corbin Burns, if I could have told you yesterday, Corbin Burns is going to give you 7 innings where he gives up 1 3-run home run, and that's it. And the bullpen's going to get you through the rest of the game. You're going to give up 3 runs in Dodger Stadium. Win the game.
Yeah. Next time we have Coley on, will you remind me to ask him that right there? Okay. Honestly, because of the psychology of sport, all of it. Do you think, Coley, guys relax because they know Corbin Burns got the ball? We're going to win this game. Coley, do guys relax, do you think, when a starting pitcher takes the ball is dominant? There you go, right there. Write that down. Rick, remind me on that one.
What if we just kept calling Josh Colmenter every hour? Like, how long until he would block our number?
I wonder if Coley, seriously. Coley, at me right now, if you don't mind.
Isn't he in St. Louis right now?
He doesn't have social media either.
Oh, yeah, Coley.
Coley doesn't?
He's off the grid.
Yeah, he lives a nice, peaceful life that I wish I could live. But
you know what?
Unfortunately, I went into the media business and not as just a color analyst.
I might do that one day. Just go off the grid.
One day.
I would.
You always have 1 foot off the grid.
I'm still. Can you imagine, though, when I do retire base earnings, completely retire? Can you imagine?
The minute
not having social media.
You're going to leave your phone here on your last day. You're going to be like, I don't need this anymore.
That's going to be weird, man.
The minute I retire in like 50 years, I'm going to delete everything.
Like everything in that computer you're looking at or in your phone?
In my phone. I'm getting, if flip phones are still around in 50 years, I'm getting one.
Great. Well, now that we got that established, when we come back, which Cardinals rookies are most likely to put up numbers right out of the gate? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Justin Martinez is going to have to come back, and he's going to have to be elite. Hopefully he can regain his 9th inning duties, slide Shelby Miller back to maybe a role for which he was actually intended for, and not the one that he's pitching in right now.
Right.
Ryan Thompson, to me, is the big one.
Still a belief that he's going to get it figured out. Okay. They're not giving up on him right now.
I hope they're. I just don't know what situations they're going to use him in where I feel comfortable with them testing that out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Man, they're celebrating 20 years of shading Arizona homes. It's their 20th anniversary right now, 20 years of keeping patios cool and private and protected as well, locally owned and operated. Robert Malvin, good buddy of mine, Robert Malvin and his team, they have earned the trust of thousands of Arizona homeowners. 20 years of shade means 2 decades of quality custom-installed patio shades, awnings, and sunscreens. Don't forget about the sunscreens. Offering free installation on all products and free estimates as well for you, Basinonians. These shades are custom-built to block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, cut the dust and wind, and, of course, drop temperatures on that patio, some 20 degrees. Choose from manual to motorized options with a variety of colors and fabrics to match your outdoor space. It's time for you to schedule your free in-home consultation. Go to allprochet.com. That's allprochet.com.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David, I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it. So now I pay what you pay.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Diamondbacks have a big weekend in St. Louis. Big start for Zach Gallen on Friday night. We'll discuss our baseball team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf. Mike Clay has a story up on ESPN right now looking at the 2025 NFL rookie leaders across 10 different categories. Okay. Just looking at stats. I used some ESPN metric to try and project it out. So, like, passing yards and touchdowns. They got Cam Ward as the number one, Tyler Shuck in New Orleans, number 2, Jackson Dart, Giants, number 3. This is just for rookie year, just projecting out the numbers. So, yeah, take it with a grain of salt because it's a computer simulation, basically, or a projection. But the Cardinals are still a team that has hopefully impactful draft picks. They're not a team that has that doesn't try to build through the draft. So it's just natural to look at this and be like, okay, yeah, they're not going to have any rookie quarterbacks on here, but rookie receiving, no, rookie rushing. I mean, it's going to be defensive guys. Look through all of these, Wolf. The only Cardinal rookie that they have in any of these categories is Will Johnson in interceptions. And because interceptions is such a weird category to try to project, they have Will Johnson with 1 interception. That puts him in 5th.
Wow.
So the question is not about Mike Clay's story so much. It's now that we know who the Cardinals draft picks are, who do you think is going to be the most productive as a rookie?
Man, that is so hard. And not only that, but you can parse productive into a lot of different meanings.
Yes.
Can you not?
Yeah.
You could do that. Who's going to have the most starts, by way of example? Just starting, running the dude out there. Isn't that being productive? Isn't that like if Walter Nolan is a guy that is your starting 3 technique, you're going to run him out there and he starts all 17 games? Is that not productive? Of course it is. If he's going to start, if he's going to play, if he's going to get the majority of reps, he's doing something right. Otherwise, coaches would be pulling back some of those reps.
They also didn't draft a lot of positions where you think production. You know, like at corner, do you think production? No, and that's probably the one actually where you could think the most. Maybe Jordan Birch as an edge rusher. Maybe you could think sacks at some point.
Sacks, pressures, I think you could look at. But you could do that for Walter Nolan.
You could.
As well.
But it's not, they didn't take the skill position guys where you're like, well, how many receiving yards is he going to have? How many passing yards? How many rushing yards?
Here's a classic example of what I'm talking about right now. Think of Cody Simon.
Okay. I'm thinking of Cody Simon
right now. What if he starts all 17 games? Just think about that.
That would be pretty productive.
That would tell me right now, you're not going to run a guy out there who's not doing his job.
Well, he would probably have a lot of tackles.
Whether he's a rookie or not, you're not going to run him out there if he's not doing his job. So to me, if you told me Cody Simon went out there and started 15 games, 14 games, man.
10 games. He was a 4th-round pick a month ago.
Exactly. 10 games. That would be huge right there. That would be fantastic. So it's a little tough to actually evaluate that in terms of production and the numbers. You can't actually guess. You got to see it, and you'll know it once you see it.
Well,
like Jordan Birch, to your point.
I kind of figured that's
pressures are good too.
Where the conversation might go. So let's run through some of these players the Cardinals took and try to get an idea for what impact would look like as a rookie. How about that?
Okay.
So let's just go right from the top. What is Walter Nolan? If we're it's January 30th, and we're looking back on the season and these guys' rookie seasons. Some of it's going to be the eye test. Some of it, like you said, is going to be how much they play. But when you're looking at Walter Nolan at the end of the season, are you looking for pressures? Are you looking for tackles? Are you looking for snap count? Like, what are you looking for by the end of the season? Sacks?
Yeah. Once again, it's so difficult. If he's getting double teamed and he's holding the point of attack, he's doing his job in a big way. If he's disrupting a rushing play, they're going to run the tackle zone. That's what they're going to do. And here's Walter Nolan. Oh, penetration at the point of attack, which is the enemy, the sworn enemy of every tackle zone ever run. Now, all of a sudden, he didn't make the tackle, but he made the play, so to speak.
Yeah.
That's why it's so difficult. So if you're going to look at numbers, keep that in mind, Basinonians. You really can't. The numbers are so tough. But if you're going to say how many tackles, by way of example, you'd like to see from Walter Nolan, considering he played in all 17 games, 40 would be really, really good. 40 tackles. I'm talking about solo tackles for a 3 technique. That's really good.
A guy who's going to be in a rotation, too, almost certainly. It's not like he's going to go out there and play the whole game. I think that's kind of the bigger picture here. This is the first draft class that Monty Austin-Fort has had that if you just want to watch the games for fun, it's going to be it could be a little bit tougher to gauge their impact. Like you go back to last year, it's easy to look at a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. Maybe not easy because we had a hard time all season trying to conceptualize if he was having a good season or a bad year. But you take a receiver with the 4th overall pick, you're looking for receptions and yards and touchdowns. Even a guy like Trey Benson, I know he's a 3rd-round pick, but you're measuring him based on his production when he's out there playing. The year before, everybody they drafted, it was like, this guy might just play because we don't have a team really yet.
Yeah.
But this year, it's like, okay, if Hayden Conner could be impactful in the 6th round, he's not going to have stats. Even a guy like Jordan Birch could be impactful because you got him in the 3rd round. He's probably going to have a ton of stats.
Yeah.
He might, but then he'll be really impactful. So it's going to take a different level of evaluation, I would say, for this year.
So Will Johnson, by way of example.
Yeah.
Will Johnson, well, I'll play your little game right now. What kind of numbers would you look for out of Will Johnson and say, man, that's real good right there, Wolf?
I won at least 2 pick sixes. I'll just go ahead and write those down.
Okay, two pick sixes.
Don't do those.
Okay, no pressure, Will.
No. 4 interceptions? I'll take 4 interceptions. I mean, these are unreasonable numbers probably for a rookie.
Not, pick sixes, I think, maybe. But, 4 interceptions for a guy that loves to play in his own room and is really, really good at it and is going to get the opportunity to actually play in his own room because of JG and because of Nick Rollis that like to play zone coverage. Not a lot of man based on earnings. If you're going to play a ton of man, you don't get a ton of picks playing a lot of man cover. You don't. Zone coverage, it's a different animal, man.
I tell you, the stat for me for Will Johnson this year, Wolf, it's just simply how many games he starts, honestly, from 2 different directions. Is he going to start right out of the gate as a rookie over some of these guys that they like at the cornerback position? But also, is he going to stay healthy and stay on the field and start? I mean, if this is a guy that starts, I don't even want to try and project a number. I mean, but if he starts like 14 games, successful rookie season for Will Johnson, I would say. If he starts more than that, I mean, that's outstanding.
Yeah, definitely. And interesting, too, passes defensed. That's a number you might want to look at in terms of Will Johnson and being able to evaluate him because he is a corner. And many times safeties, they have a lot of passes defensed. And one of the reasons why is because you can play man underneath and have safeties over the top that actually break on the ball. They're your last line of defense, obviously, based on needs. Because of that, a lot of these guys get to play deep in zones and make breaks on the ball also. So there's one where you might look at that. But Will Johnson, again, passes defensed. If he has 17, that's really, really good. If you almost have a 1 pass defensed a game, that's really, really good for a corner.
I was going to say, you're not even saying that as a rookie. Like, it feels like with Will Johnson, you're just treating him as a corner in the NFL, not as a rookie, which I don't think is crazy with him, honestly. Like, as long as he's healthy, and it seems like he is, for as long as he's healthy and on the field, that's a guy, again, that was supposed to be a top 10, 12 pick that they got at 47. And now that it's over, it doesn't really matter where you got him. It's just, is he going to step in and be productive right away? All right, we come back over to basketball. Now that we've kind of had a few days to let the names of the candidates sink in, and we know that the Suns, according to Gambo, are probably going to trim that list from 9 down to 3-ish next week. Who are our 3 favorite candidates for the head coaching job? We're going to tell you next with the Suns 3-pointer. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? Yeah, I do too. I go to a lot of concerts. I obviously go to even more sporting events. So why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest, which makes a lot of sense. So learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors, makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one. You get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. With Chime, you get fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit as well. So you get a lot, actually, with Chime. Much more. Again, go to Chime.com. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
It's been a commitment to America for over 120 years now. The Ford Motor Company, and this Memorial Day, it is Ford employee pricing for everyone. Yep, Paul Calvey's here. It is the Ford Memorial Day sales event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers from America. For America. We pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Let me tell you, my grandfather worked at Ford Motor. We've enjoyed employee pricing over the years. Wait till you see the savings at our Desert Ford dealers, like that 2024 Ford F-150 truck, Weekend Warrior or work truck. Ford has the powertrain fit for the job, and right now, military and first responders get employee pricing plus $1,000 in military and first responder bonus cash on top of all other public offers. Yep, just another way Ford is saying thank you to those who take care of us. But employee pricing won't last forever. Don't miss the Ford Memorial Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost 3-1 last night to the Los Angeles Dodgers in the rubber match of their 3-game series. The Snakes are off today before beginning a 3-game set with the Cardinals tomorrow in St. Louis. The Phoenix Mercury squeaked by the Los Angeles Sparks 89-86 last night at PHX Arena. The Merc also return to action tomorrow at the Seattle Storm. And this just in, ESPN is reporting that the college football playoff is moving to straight seeding starting this season. The selection committee's top 4 teams will receive first-round byes. Previously, the 4 highest-ranked conference champions received first-round byes. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Shazam! Suns. Three-pointer. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning. Wolf, we were talking about this. We figured, you hear what Gambo said earlier in the week. They're probably going to narrow this list of potential Suns head coaching candidates down to 3 at some point next week. Seems to at least kind of be the plan. I know things can change, but it seems to be the plan. So we've been going through it this week. We've been talking to reporters or broadcasters from the cities that cover some of these teams, and we're actually going to talk to Ethan Sands, Cleveland Cavaliers reporter for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com later on in the show today to get some insight on like Johnny Bryant as a potential head coach for the Phoenix Suns, because again, this is a huge hire for the Suns. So we've been
Yes,
going.
it is.
We've been going through these 9 names. Let's do a Suns 3-pointer with who our top 3 are next. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Whammo! Devin Booker and 1.
All right, Wolf. I'm gonna go. I'll start this off, and I will go with. Are we doing these in a specific order? Are we going 3 to 1 or just our top 3?
No, I just think your top
3.
Your
Okay.
first point, your second point, and your third point.
I like the idea of following Oklahoma City's model as closely as possible. so I don't hate the idea of taking somebody from there. I mean, I would prefer that somebody was like Lou Dort.
Yeah.
But as a coach, I'm interested in Dave Bliss, who is on the list, Oklahoma City Thunder assistant. He's been there for a while. He has been there as they've built this team up. Now, it's not like you bring in Dave Bliss and suddenly you have a dozen really good players, just like Oklahoma City does. But I like his path to get here. To me, he'd probably be one of the 3 finalists.
Okay, that's not bad. I like that. I'd be okay with that as well, even though Bliss does not make my list.
Not on your list.
Okay, my first point of Suns 3-pointer's got to be Sean Sweeney, Basinonians. Yeah, Sean Sweeney has been an assistant coach for the Dallas Mavericks since 2021. I like the fact that he has worked with Jason Kidd and NBA insiders. They believe, of course, that he's on the fast track to be an NBA head coach. He comes from a culture of defense. He's got a work ethic that is off the charts. He's worked with stars before, and Giannis and Luka Doncic as well gives him his endorsement. Yeah, Sean Sweeney, I think, is my first point of Suns 3-pointer.
Played back 14-footer is 2 points. Dynamite.
All right, second one for me, Wolf, is Chris Quinn, Miami Heat assistant. This is a guy, that played in the league, so you have that. That's kind of unique on this list. It's not the most important thing to me. It's certainly not the only important thing, but I think it's a positive in this case when you're kind of looking to make this sort of hire. We talked to Brendan Tobin earlier this week, the Miami radio host. He kind of gave us the insight of, look, I mean, this is a guy that Eric Spoelstra's been there forever, but there was a lot of talk locally in Miami that if Eric Spoelstra was like, hey, okay, I'm done, I've gone on my run here, whatever, I want to break, that Chris Quinn might have been the guy they went to actually in Miami. So just that, his role in that Heat culture, him being Eric Spoelstra's kind of main assistant. Yeah, he might actually be my first choice, honestly.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. More on this as the Suns 3-pointer unfolds. Okay, my second point of Suns 3-pointer has got to be James Borrego, Basinonians. Yes. Currently an assistant coach with the Pelicans, working under former Suns assistant Willie Green since 2023. I like that a lot because I love Willie Green. Previously had head coaching duties with the Charlotte Hornets. Borrego was also an assistant coach with San Antonio for 14 years under Greg Popovich. Does that ring a bell? Does that?
Has he done anything?
This guy has a pedigree that I like, a culture that is built among some of the greats, and the experience of being the guy. And I like that. He's my one guy that actually has the experience of being the guy at the NBA level. And James Borrego is my second point of Suns 3-pointer.
3-pointer, Shazam! That's just showing off right there.
Right. All right, so I'll say this before I give you my third one. I do like Sean Sweeney. I'm intrigued by that. James Borrego would have been probably on my list if we had done this on Monday. The one name that has really moved up for me, and I don't know that he's passed Chris Quinn yet for me, but Micah Norrie, the Timberwolves assistant. And it's interesting, Wolf, we've gone through 5 names now. We've had 5 different names so far. That wasn't intentional. Cool. Micah Norrie is somebody who, you remember he had to step in and coach the T-Wolves in the playoffs last year after Chris Finch got hurt in the series against the Suns, actually. You have a guy that, again, you're talking about guys that don't have a ton of experience, but I like them to have little moments of big experience. He's worked obviously great with Anthony Edwards, but Minnesota is a team now that suddenly has been in the conference finals 2 years in a row, and we all look and we're like, well, yeah, because they have Anthony Edwards, and that's the main reason. But they've, a huge overhaul last year after, you trade Karl Anthony Towns away. You had the weird trade for Rudy Gobert a couple years ago, and they continue to improve. I'm not saying that's all because of Micah Norrie, but I don't mind taking a piece of that for the Suns.
Yeah, no, that is a good one right there. Okay, that is Luke's third point, I believe.
Yeah. Are we going to double up on any of these?
I think so.
Okay.
Right now,
only have one left.
My third point of Suns 3-pointer is Chris Quinn.
Oh, there it is.
Chris Quinn as well. I love the fact that Chris Quinn played in the NBA. Now, it wasn't like he had a long, stellar career, but I love the fact that he knows what it's like to actually be an NBA player, period. He transitioned to coaching in the coaching role, where he's been instrumental, of course, in shaping the Heat culture under Eric Spoelstra. Does that mean anything to you? It means a lot to me.
Especially here right now.
His promotion to associate head coach speaks volumes to me. Listen, Basinonians, Eric Spoelstra has lauded Quinn's ability to do the job as a head coach in the NBA. And anyone who gets Spoelstra's endorsement is getting my endorsement as well. He's got a philosophy and an approach to coaching that is rooted in the Heat's culture, a culture of work ethic, toughness, and accountability. Isn't that right, Jimmy Butler? And that's why Chris Quinn is my third point of Suns three-pointer.
See the shots that I took,
wet like I'm booked.
Interesting that we would both have Chris Quinn on there. I got to think he's probably pretty high on the Suns list too, don't you think? Now, what's interesting is when Chris Haynes put out that list of 8 names, Chris Quinn wasn't on it. That was the one that was added by Jake Fisher and a couple other people, but it's pretty widely regarded that he's a candidate too.
Which was really interesting to me.
Yeah, I wondered what you were going to read into that.
I love the fact that you were thinking about that, Luke, because it does, Basinonians. Yeah, here's some names that we really do like. And then we're not going to give you the name we really like. Isn't that right, Chris Quinn? We're not going to give you that name. And then all of a sudden somebody else got that morsel, that bacon of broadcasting.
And now it's just, now I'm hungry. Bacon of broadcasting would be a good name for a morning show.
That'd be so good right now, wouldn't it? Bacon cheese hamburger.
It's National Hamburger Month.
Okay.
Can we just order some bacon? Can you guys have a bucket of bacon delivered to the studio? No, I think there's, I think that is just notable that name wasn't on the Chris Haynes list. Now, Jake Fisher had it. Gambo has said, yeah, he's certainly somebody they're looking at. I mean, it's pretty accepted that it's a 9-person list and not an 8-person list. But I have to think, just because he was instrumental in building Heat culture doesn't mean if he came here, the culture would have to be exactly the same as Miami's. But culture is important to him. And that's because every time you bring up Heat culture, people are like, oh, yeah, but you got to have specific guys for Miami. Isn't that kind of what we want here, even if it's not exactly the same culture?
By the way, are we not rebuilding this team here?
This would be the time to get a guy like that.
Yeah.
So I don't – again, every time we do an exercise like this, it's different because you can't just point and say, well, yeah, look at when he took this team to the conference finals or when he won this or he was coach of the year. That's not the kind of coach they're trying to hire.
No.
So you're almost trying to hire based on what they were a part of and what the main people who led that movement say about them. Like you were saying with Spoelstra and his ringing endorsements of him.
Yes.
Get $30 concert tickets to select shows at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, including Kesha, Slightly Stupid with Iration, Nelly, The Offspring with Jimmy Eat World, Little Big Town, Big Time Rush, Judas Priest, and Alice Cooper, and more. Make it a summer of live music with your $30 ticket to summer. On sale now at livenation.com/ticket to summer. All right, we come back. We have to talk about this. The tush push is sticking around. We already talked about that. Apparently the owners' meetings, though, got pretty intense about it yesterday. Probably more intense than the actual play itself. We'll go around the NFL next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports
leader. That was funny.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. I can tell you, Basinonians, I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. That's right. The spine surgeons, Dr. Chris over at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. Listen, if you're out there and you're battling some type of spine or back issues, you need DISC, man. The DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery. Listen, people from all over the world, man, they come right here. That's right. Spine surgeons and people from all over the world, they come here to the Basin to learn from Disc. It's time for you, brothers, to enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for Disc.
Toyota's Summer Starts Here national sales event is going on now. Choose from the best-selling Toyotas like Camry, 4Runner, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Dbacks fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a Dbacks Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the future of the NBA from these playoff games, and what does it mean for the direction of the Phoenix Suns? It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf. I'll play this cut from Jeremy Fowler on NFL Live yesterday.
Okay.
There was, the league meetings in the NFL. There was a couple things, rules that were kind of tossed up there as a potential, hey, we're going to put this out there. Detroit ended up pulling their playoff reseeding thing, even though they had altered it since March. They could tell it wasn't going to pass, so they pulled it off the table. But the main thing we talked about was the tush push yesterday and how it wasn't banned. Here's Jeremy Fowler yesterday just talking about how tense the meetings got.
Talking to people around the building, they said that the meetings in here were tense, especially with owner Jeffrey Lurie and his impassioned speech. Well, Kelsey came after him and brought a bit of levity to the situation. His discussion was football only. He broke down the tush-push plays. He highlighted how it is not an injury risk at all from his vantage point. He said that Jalen Hurts is going to continue to get those first downs, whether he's pushed or not. The offensive line is just that good. So that was pretty refreshing for the owners to just hear the football standpoint. Steelers president Art Rooney told me that he thought that Kelce might have even swayed a few voters based on what he said today. And so overall, it was still a mild surprise that the Packers' proposal did not go through.
So, what do you make of that, Luke?
Well,
Jason Kelce?
Jason Kelce. I thought it was interesting. There's a story out there that that Jeffrey Lurie, the Eagles owner,
yeah,
there was all this talk in the days leading up. The Eagles being like, it's not a big deal. That's not why we won. We don't care about the tush, but whatever. I mean, you shouldn't take it. You shouldn't take it. But if you take it, it's not going to hurt us. There's a report out there that Jeffrey Lurie made an hour-long impassioned speech defending the tush push and how you couldn't get rid of it. So apparently, they do think it's pretty important in Philadelphia. So I just thought it was interesting that they made that push, and what Jeremy Fowler just said right there, it kind of sounds like Jason Kelce, even if he just swayed 2 votes, he's the reason that they're going to keep it around for literally one more year, and then they're going to get fed up with it a year from now.
Yes, I think when especially you start seeing 3rd and 2 situations where they just run the tush push twice. If they don't make it on the first 3rd and 2, hey, just do it again. It's not the way that football is to be played, seriously. Pushing guys in front of you and pushing the ball carrier in front of you. You can't pull the ball carrier. Why can you push the ball carrier? Just don't do it. Make it easy. It's time for this thing to go away.
Here's Jerry Jones yesterday. Was asked if he's really against the tush push or just against the Eagles having an edge.
Any play that's out of the ordinary gets some extra scrutiny just because of the competition in there. And so all of that, I think, is now that's the fun part of having these meetings. And here we are, the world champion is the main focus of the tush push. And here we are debating it and having to decide, am I really against the tush push or just don't want Philadelphia to have an edge? And I sit there and fight that, too. And smile when they're making a presentation.
Which one is it for you?
I don't know. I flip-flop. Don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
Maybe that's how he voted, actually, right there. Back and forth. Don't dismiss anything. It's unlikely.
Oh, my goodness. How about this? How about you just line up and stoke the ball?
How about you just play football?
Just line up and play football. Thank you. How about you do that?
How about, let me ask you this, Wolf, because I do think, in fairness to Philadelphia, and I'm sure every Philly fan hates us now because we want to take their awful play away. That's not why they won the Super Bowl, to me.
No.
They dominated the
not.
Chiefs.
No.
What if it is why they won the Super Bowl? Not what if it is. What if it was? What if that's how it played out? They needed 2 touchdowns in the 4th quarter, and they just pushed their way down the field to get them. I think it would have got banned. If it was so egregious on the national stage. Hey, remember when everybody tuned in to watch the Super Bowl and it sucked because it was just a bunch of guys pushing each other?
I know.
I think they would have gotten rid of it.
I can't say no to what you're saying, but that's such a myopic view of that. To say, well, you know what, it didn't really result in anything. It could result. Yeah, I mean,
well, that's where I'm going.
I know.
I think it will.
It's such a myopic view for somebody to sit there and go, well, really didn't matter. Maybe it will matter one day. And when it does, to your point, it is gone.
I told you before the show, there's part of me that just wants like 15 teams to get really good at it, and football to just be like, hey, is curling on? Because that's more interesting.
Yeah, 3rd and 3. What? We're going to go gun? What are you kidding me? No, we're not. We're going to pack it in. We're going to run 2 tush pushes.
Everybody lock arms.
That's what we're going to do. Get the Pilates ball out. Lay all over it.
I thought it was funny, though, that apparently the meetings got more intense than normal, at least.
Honestly, can I just sit in the back of the room? Wouldn't you love to be in that room? Oh my goodness.
Well, because Philly had done a pretty good job, I don't know if it was A.J. Brown or whoever, of kind of getting the narrative out there like, whatever, take our play, we'll just beat you a different way. But then you hear Jeffrey Lurie's like, don't take our play, it'll ruin us. And it's like, oh, okay, so you are overly dependent on this.
Yeah.
Which I don't think they are. They destroyed the Chiefs. They're the best team in the league, and I think they would be, even if they had banned that stupid play yesterday, the Eagles would still be the favorite to win the Super Bowl, and they should be.
Yeah, and once again, let me just say this and make this clear. At the point of attack, this is a physical play for offensive linemen and defensive line. Firing off the ball. It's very physical. It's everybody else that is pushing, that is laying on the Pilates ball.
We're getting Wolf a Pilates ball for Christmas next year.
No way.
Just roll it through the newsroom.
So bad.
Here's Jeremy Fowler. More from him on the playoff reseeding and the fact that was ultimately pulled off the table.
Another big topic today was playoff reseeding. A Detroit Lions source told me that the Lions shelved their proposal because they knew it had no legs. They knew it wouldn't get voted upon, but they did spark some conversation for the future. The league does have an appetite for reseeding eventually, especially in light of an eventual 18-game season.
Oh, interesting.
Well, you just buried the lead, didn't you? Okay, the playoff seeding and reseeding. I'm not brokenhearted by this. You know me. I don't like change. Even the pitch clock, which is one of the best things that has ever happened to baseball.
It's like, in terms of important inventions, I would put electricity slightly above the pitch clock, but then the pitch clock is like a close second.
I didn't like the pitch clock at first. I didn't, brothers. One of my worst takes in the history of bad takes. But can I tell you right now, they're gonna reseed eventually. I think they will. Might take another 5 years, though, to get that done.
What is the logic behind what he said there at the end of, especially with an 18-game schedule coming? Is it because they want to make sure the 18th game means something?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So are we maybe expanding the schedule too much if you're worried the games aren't going to mean as much? I mean, I don't think 18 is the end of the world, but let's be real here. Part of the reason the NFL, I think, is so successful is that every game, for the most part, does matter.
Once again, Basinonians, if you haven't heard this, here it is right here. 18 games that's coming to the National Football League. And then you're going to have a bye and then an international bye. Every team is going to play one international game. One of those 18 games will be internationally played for each team in the NFL. Money, money, money.
Are you saying
Can you say money? Oh, my goodness. And then all of a sudden what's going to happen is you'll have the automatic international bye after you play that international game. So now you've got 18 games, 2 byes. And that means you're going to have one preseason game, and then after that, it's going to be practicing against other teams in preseason. That will replace preseason games because the players don't want to continue to play games if they're going to have to play 21 games. They don't want that.
That's reasonable. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and can become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a free drink for the movie. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day and Wolfing Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is a very difficult time for Suns fans dealing with a couple of what-ifs. Tyrese Halliburton, obviously, a guy that could have very easily been a Phoenix Suns. In fact, there are times when teams make mistakes drafting players, and years later you go, man, we could have done that. We could have had that. We all knew in real time that it was a ridiculous mistake. For what the Suns needed, a future beyond Chris Paul, it was right there.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Before you know it, the temperatures will be rising into the 100s. Is your AC system ready? For a limited time, we are offering AC tune-ups for just $59.95. Plus, we're including a free 1-year maintenance membership at absolutely no charge. Don't wait until the last minute. Make sure your AC system is up to the task for handling Arizona's scorching desert weather. Call Precision Air and Plumbing today at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost 3-1 last night to the Los Angeles Dodgers in the rubber match of their 3-game series. The Snakes are off today before beginning a 3-game set with the Cardinals tomorrow in St. Louis. The Phoenix Mercury squeaked by the Los Angeles Sparks 89-86 last night at PHX Arena. The Merc also returned to action tomorrow at the Seattle Storm. And this just in, ESPN is reporting that the college football playoff is moving to straight seeding starting this season. The selection committee's top 4 teams will receive first-round byes. Previously, the 4 highest-ranked conference champions received first-round byes. This report is brought to you by Why Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports.
The local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon. It's Thursday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
All right, guys, since this just came down, I'll start with this one. ESPN is reporting that the college football playoff is moving to straight seeding starting this season. The selection committee's top 4 teams are going to receive first-round byes. Previously, which was just last year, the 4 highest-ranked conference champions received first-round byes. What do you guys make of this?
I don't like it because here it comes, SEC. You're going to get your buys.
Yeah, that's you just took the words right out of my mouth. If you want to do this because you don't think it's fair to automatically give a team that wins a conference a first-round bye over another team that maybe had a better year, in theory, I agree with that. But I don't trust the selection committee to get the actual seeding right. I just think it's going to be 3 SEC teams and a Big Ten team with the byes every single year.
I agree with everything Luke just said.
So that's the problem. I can't trust you to do your seeding right. So this is just a way to funnel the SEC back to the top.
If ASU goes undefeated this year and there's an SEC team with 1 or 2 losses, the SEC team will get the bye.
I mean, if ASU, yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
If ASU goes undefeated, they'll get one of the other byes, but your point is well taken. If ASU or whoever, take any Kansas State. Let's say Kansas State goes 12-1, but LSU is 10-3. LSU is going to get the bye.
I honestly just don't know what you're afraid of. What are you afraid of? Just go play the game.
Yeah.
I don't care where the game is played. Let's go play the game. But what are you afraid of?
The free bye, though, the free win, that's different.
Yeah, it's nice to get the extra week.
You know
of
what?
rest.
Sometimes a bye can actually blow up in your face.
Well, it blew up in everybody's face last year. Everybody that had a bye lost. But it's just the idea that they're just doing this for 2 conferences. It's just annoying.
The Arizona Diamondbacks lost 3-1 in the rubber match of their 3-game series at the Los Angeles Dodgers. Here's D-backs manager Torey Lovello on the series loss.
We want to win every series that we play, and we were close last night, got beat. We were close today, got beat. We got to figure out a way to close up that gap and finish these games off. So, at the end of the day, it's the Dodgers, yes, of course, but we want to take care of our business the way we know how against every team that we play. And we're going to have an off day tomorrow in St. Louis, and we're going to pick it up on Friday against Cardinals and do our best on that day.
Was this series a missed opportunity for the Snakes?
Yeah, now I just have more I want to say about the college football playoff.
We'll get to it at 1:45.
Okay. It was a missed opportunity because of the way the games went. If you had lost last night 6-1 and you had lost on Tuesday, 7-3 or something, it's a little bit different. But when you have leads late in games and you're playing a team that is the defending World Series champions and has the best roster, it feels like a missed opportunity when you come out of that series on the wrong end.
It was, without a doubt, a missed opportunity for the Arizona Diamondbacks, again, to win a series, and to win a series against the LA Dodgers. Missed opportunity indeed.
Sticking with the D-backs, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, the Diamondbacks have played 50 games this season and are 26-24. What are your updated expectations? Win the NL West, make a wild card, or miss the postseason entirely?
I would still say make a wild card. That was my expectation before the season. I would be really disappointed if they missed the postseason, and I don't know that I see anybody beating the Dodgers over the course of 162 games.
I'm with you on that. I make the wild card. That's what I thought they were going to be, a wild card team, no doubt about it. Coming into this season, that's what I think. It's still about the postseason for the Diamondbacks. Anything short of that is going to be really disappointed.
And I'll say this, too, just to give you kind of a more accurate answer for me, Rick, is I think where it would have changed for me is I expect them at the start of the season to make the wild card and then make a deep run in the playoffs. That's still my expectation, but I think we're seeing that in a lot of ways that hinges on Zach Gallen and the bullpen getting right. Otherwise, they, I think, would just be a wild card team, but maybe not as dangerous.
I think if Justin Martinez comes back and they don't get better, then I would say miss the playoffs. But right now I'm with you guys. Wild card. So I'm going to vote that.
Okay.
Which right now, because Arizona sports fans are very cynical, we all know that, missing the postseason is leading at 54%. Wild card is 44%. And then 2% win the NL West.
I'll say this. I disagree, but I don't blame any Arizona sports fans for being cynical at this point. There's just been a lot of reasons to be cynical across all the sports, not baseball.
We are creeping up on the third of a season point.
Yeah.
Are we not? One-third of a season.
And I tell you, to me specifically, the one game that's like, and you can't read into one game, I understand that, but the one game that's like, well, wait a minute, gives you pause, is the Colorado game. Because when you talk about the tough schedule they have played, the flip side is, okay, you're going to have some easier games coming up. But if you don't beat the easy teams, who cares? Anyway, sorry, Rick.
Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals was incredible last night after trailing by as much as 17 points. The Pacers came back to beat the Knicks 138-135 in overtime. And Tyrese Halliburton did this to send the game to overtime.
Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a three for the win. And goal! He got it!
Where does this game rank as far as NBA playoff games y'all have seen?
It was pretty good.
That was.
It was pretty good, man. That was, and that is with the baked-in pain of seeing it be Tyrese Halliburton, who we all know the Suns should have drafted a few years ago. Yeah, it was. He even did the Reggie Miller choke sign to the New York crowd, which, I mean, you've upped the ante when you do that in Game 1, Tyrese. I'm pulling for you, but man, you're going to hear about it if you don't win the series now.
Man, that was, what a game. How awesome was that? To see it actually go into overtime, of course, to see it contested the way that it was, the comeback. The Pacers outscored the Knicks 20-6 in a 2-minute and 30-second portion of that second half.
I mean, they did
Think about that.
The Knicks did choke.
Think about it. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They were outscored 20-6 by the Pacers. Incredible.
There was three, like I said earlier, you had the Diamondbacks game, you had that basketball game, and you had the hockey game that got crazy in the third period too, all going on at the same time. So there was a moment in the Knicks-Pacers game where I was like, hey, this looks like this might be done. Like the Pacers had just stopped scoring for whatever reason. And then they ended up putting up 38 in the fourth quarter anyway. So, yeah, just unreal.
Really cool.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, we are exactly 50 games into the Diamondbacks season. So, who needs to step up in the next 50 games for the Dbacks? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Dodgers.
1-2. Swung on and missed. Chased his slider low and in. And that's your ball game. Dodgers win it by a final score of 3-1. Each team with one home run on the night, but the Dodgers was just better than the Diamondbacks. And the Dodgers take 2 out of 3 at home.
D-backs take a breather before heading to the Lou Friday to play the Cardinals. The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I like to say I am Santan Ford. We all do at the Wolfley compound. We walk around and say that. Business right now at Santan Ford is off the hook, Basinonians. And one of the big reasons why I've been telling you about this now for a couple of weeks, but employee pricing is still going on right now. That's one of the big reasons why business is so insane at Santan Ford. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And I'm talking about selection for you. The inventory that they have right now is huge. Thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive, Basinonians. And for, you, if you want to get over to Santan Ford, it's easy to get to from anywhere in the basin. Just go to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
I'm Kimberly.
I'm Ken.
And we're the Owens family. I love living next to my parents because when we live 10 minutes from them, sometimes I would dread a phone call coming because I wouldn't know if my mom was like, okay, your dad fell. He needs help. Can you get here right away? Now, since they're right next door, if anything happens, I can be there within a matter of minutes.
Fulton home communities are wonderful. It's a very comforting feeling. It's kind of seems to be a sense of family, which I think everybody wants. And so, when you have that opportunity to live in a situation like that, it's everything.
We're always trying to get our friends and families to move over here. We would recommend Fulton Homes to our friends and our family, and we have recommended Fulton Homes to our friends and our family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer, and local matters. Check out these all-electric options. Drive out a 1,000 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $1,667 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the future of the NBA from these playoff games, and what does it mean for the direction of the Phoenix Suns? The Bernsey and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, day off for the Diamondbacks and Wolf. They are exactly 50 games into the season. So that just, I don't know, that feels like a big number. Or it feels like a important number, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not exactly a third.
50.
I guess technically 54 games is a third of the season, but whatever, 50 games.
Okay.
So gives us a chance here to reflect on their day off, on who is who's overachieving or who's maybe surprising you, who is who's doing their job, and who needs to step up.
Yeah.
So let's start with who needs to step up in case we only have time to get to one thing.
So in other words, what we're doing is we're taking a block of the first 50 games, and we're saying, man, let's go with another block in the next 50 games.
Yeah.
And let's compare and contrast. So who's having a bad 50-game season so far, and who do we need to see more of in the next 50? Does that make sense,
Basically, yeah, that's it.
It does to me.
I
think we probably have Zach Gallen as number one.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the next 50 games would be over after the July 20th game. at home against St.
Okay.
Louis.
I like that.
So that'll be
Luke into the future.
3 games after the All-Star break. That'll be the next 50. So, yeah, that's not the end of the season, obviously, but it's a good chunk of time to be able to turn things around here. They don't play the Dodgers anywhere in the next 50 games, I can tell you that. Zach Gallen is at the top of the list. Because the other part of this equation...
He is the list. When you think about it, what we're talking about right now.
That kind of trumps everything I was going to say right there.
The first 50 games, what we have seen. And I know Zach Allen, ladies and gentlemen, has not played in 50 games. We all understand that and get it. Right? So don't nitpick.
Right.
Please.
Right.
But Zach Allen right now, disappointing over the first 50 games.
I hesitate.
Would you love to see him step up over the next 50 games and look like Zach Gallen? Yes.
I'm not sure I should say what I'm about to say.
Oh,
but
no.
I'm going to say it, okay?
Oh, no.
The next 50 games, again, takes you to July 20th, 21st, basically. That's about a week and a half before the trade deadline.
Oh.
So,
whoa.
Yeah, it would be good if he got going over the next 50 games. Not that I think they're going to be like...
You could see that. You could see that happening, though, if he was as inconsistent and underwhelming as he has been in the first 50.
I think, to be fair, we're a few steps away from that, a few significant ones. But you just don't even want that to be a conversation in late July.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's the only reason it would even become a conversation is because he's not signed past this year. So you could see a scenario where you're like, hey, he's going to get paid because he is a really good pitcher, but he doesn't have it this year. I still think they would just ride it out with him and be like, you know what? As long as they're in contention, there's always that thought that he gets back to being Zach Gallen.
Riding the storm out.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. But you just don't even want that to be a conversation.
Okay. Luke, who would be number 2 on your list of who needs to step up for the Arizona Diamondbacks going forward?
I mean, can I just say, 6 guys in the bullpen?
Okay.
Can I do that?
No.
Okay.
You can't. You have to pick one. Produce, Luke.
Man, this is... Okay, if I gotta... Well, you know what? I won't go to the bullpen yet. I'll say Erod. Because
Wow.
Erod's numbers have actually been significantly worse than Zach Gallen's even. So I'm gonna say Erod because one of those two is gonna have to step up in the next 50 games.
Okay, you really didn't make my list right there.
Really?
Because, I'm thinking
You're
Ryan
just like,
Nelson
I'll take it or leave it.
Ryan Nelson's doing
Yeah,
fine.
70 RA
Just
every
throw
5
him
days.
in there,
Well,
man.
yeah,
We'll let Ryan
they
do
do
it.
that. Okay,
it's
fine.
okay. Might be an upgrade.
Good. This makes
as
it
a matter
easy
of fact.
for you.
Justin Martinez is number 2 for me. This team needs a closer.
You want him to throw 108?
This team needs a closer. And it will do a lot. Yes.
To win.
Thank you very much. It will do an awful lot, I think, for the bullpen, for Justin Martinez to step up and be the closer. It's one of the reasons why I want to just go ahead and give him the ball and look him in the eye and say, you're our guy. This is what we want you to do. Okay? So I want you thinking about being the closer of this team because that is what we want you to be.
Well, this feels like one of these half-day clubs, which we're doing next week, I believe. We just need to have Justin Martinez on so Wolf can look him in the eye and say, you're the closer.
Right. Well, I don't think it'd really matter if I said that.
He'd be like,
Thank
that
you,
guy
Wolf.
just told me I'm the
Appreciate-
closer.
Yes, appreciate that. But I think Justin Martinez, the impact he will have of actually going out and being able to get 3 outs without giving up runs. The Diamondbacks really could have used that in the first 50 games.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see Justin Martinez over the next 50 games become that guy.
Okay, my next one I'm debating between a couple players I really like on this team, and I'm going to go with Ryan Thompson, actually.
Wow. I
was debating between him and Kevin Ginkel. You won't let me just say bullpen, and I can't really say, hey, get healthy to A.J. Puck. So I'm going to say Ryan Thompson because as much as Ginkel's ERA is rough right now at 8, he hasn't given up a run in his last 5 appearances, and he doesn't have a ton of appearances this season yet. So it is possible he just had that horrible night on May 9th against the Dodgers, and he's getting right. Ever since that horrible night, he has made 5 appearances, hasn't even given up a hit, Wolf. No hits, no earned runs. So it's possible that Gink is getting right at this point. Ryan Thompson, I just think he's so important to what they do because he can move all over the place in the bullpen. He can, oh, you need me in the 5th? Okay. Oh, you need me in the 8th? Fine. That's great. You need me to close this game out? Okay, I can do that. He's been so instrumental for them in the past, and he's struggling this season, and it's kind of spread out. You know, I'd almost rather my reliever that's struggling just had one really bad night. As much as that night sucks, like it did against the Dodgers for Gink, he's been good since then. So I think if Ryan Thompson could get right, that would really help this team out.
So you're hyper-focused on the bullpen, and
Yeah.
I understand why you would be. I think Justin Martinez, once again, it's the reason why I had him at number 2. Number 3 for me.
I would just say, with Justin Martinez, I do think if he comes back in as the closer, Ryan Thompson will get better.
Yes.
As crazy as that maybe sounds.
No, it does. It's not so crazy to me.
Okay.
Ketel Marte is somebody that I'm looking at squared in the face right now. Now, Ketel's got it going as of late in terms of hitting home runs. But if you look at the first 50 games, 7 home runs. Would you expect Ketel Marte to hit 21 home runs?
Yeah.
In the course of a season?
It's a weird thing.
It's
with
not
him,
like
right?
that's awful. It's not like that. But when you hit 36, like you did last year, you expect a little bit more. He's got 11 RBIs right now, babe. So he's got 11 Ketel Marte. This guy is one of the best players the Diamondbacks have. And 11 RBIs. Say he would finish the season with 33 RBIs on the season. Ketel Marte has got to step up and get more productive.
Ketel Marte is the one that gives me some hope for the rest of the season for the D-backs because he's not playing badly at all. When you look at the amount of games he's played, he's got 7 home runs in basically like 25 games. But as far as production the Diamondbacks have gotten, he's got 7 home runs in 50 games because he missed all those games.
Yes, true.
So you would assume that production is going to be up considerably. And he's hitting 270, which is not bad, but we've seen him hit a lot higher in the past.
Yes. Just want to see him be more consistent at the dish the way that he has been in the past. Okay. So who's next for you?
See, this is where it gets a little tougher because it really now a lot for me is the bullpen. I'm looking for a hitter, and I guess you would say Lourdes. You would say Lourdes Gurriel Jr. He's got the 223 average. He's come up with some big hits. He's come up with some big plays in the field. Like you look at Gino and you're like, man, his average is so much worse. It's only 4 percentage points lower, but Gino's got the 14 home runs and he's got the 38 RBIs. Like you don't like a 219 batting average, but he's been more productive in the other areas and he's typically really good defensively. If I got to pick a hitter, it's probably Lourdes.
Okay, for me, it's got to be Alek Thomas. I would look at Alek Thomas right now. This is a guy that I think when he's on and he's being productive at the dish, he is as good as it gets. And the reason why is because I love his defense that he plays in center field. We all know how good he is. He's Gold Glove caliber in center field, even though I will say I'm a little disappointed in some of the plays that has been made or hasn't been made by Alek Thomas in center field. But having said that, we all know what capability he has in center field in terms of his glove. Having said that, if he could just step up and contribute a little bit more on the base paths with his speed and in terms of hitting the ball as well and driving in some runs, I think, Alek Thomas I expect more from him.
It's funny you say that about Alek Thomas because when he first broke into the league, which was not that long ago, at least for me, I looked at him like one of, if not the best defenders in center field in all of baseball, like A+ defender, right? And it's not like he's a bad defender now, but it does kind of feel like he's like an A or an A- defender, which is great. That's still better than most of the league, but it just used to be like, oh, that ball's in the air. Oh, Alek will get it. Well, it's a pop-up to short. It doesn't matter. He'll get it. That's a foul ball. He'll get it somehow from center field. All right. When we come back, is what Jimmy Butler did for the Warriors or what Mikal Bridges is doing for the Knicks or what Tyrese Halliburton is doing for the Pacers. Which one is worse if you're a Suns fan right now? We'll get into that wonderful topic next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't know if I'd want the Suns' failure to be the lasting image of super teams in the history of the NBA. It might be. I don't know if I want my team to bear that burden of, hey, your team did it so bad, they did away with super teams because your super team was so bad. I don't know if I want my team to
Brooklyn,
bear
Philly,
that burden.
The Suns, right now, the Suns are the left. Because the Suns failed so miserably at it, though, it's different.
But they won't be. They won't be the last one.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know it's coming, the triple digits, of course. Nobody wants to move in the heat. Let the professionals over at Moving Team 6, they'll take care of you and they'll take care of your family and treat you right. Local moves, long distance, commercial, residential, they are the professionals. They offer packing services as well. One of the things I love the most about Moving Team 6, if you've got a pack, man, you walk into your kitchen, you don't have to pack that. They'll pack that for you. They're honest, they're trustworthy, and experienced. And the reason why I know that is because Moving Team 6, the company, is built on the backs of the Lee family. That's right, Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He runs the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in Phoenix and has since 2012. This is a family-owned and operated business, and you can trust them. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David. I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it. So now I pay what you pay.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
You can save $10 when you spend $75 or more in one transaction. Simply clip your digital coupon and save $10 today. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost 3-1 last night to the Los Angeles Dodgers in the rubber match of their 3-game series. The Snakes are off today before beginning a 3-game set with the Cardinals tomorrow in St. Louis. The Phoenix Mercury squeaked by the Los Angeles Sparks 89-86 last night at PHX Arena. The Merc also returned to action tomorrow at the Seattle Storm. And ESPN is reporting that the college football playoff is moving to straight seeding starting this season. The selection committee's top 4 teams will receive first-round byes. Previously, which was just last year, the 4 highest-ranked conference champions received first-round byes. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
I want to know who my representing in here tonight. Hold on.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll explore whether or not the Knicks can get back in the series after getting Halliburton. Starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Louisiana. Murder on the beat.
Louisiana. I love that.
Something for y'all to cut up to, you know?
This could be your role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what you're gonna do when you retire, Wolf. Is you're gonna show up in songs.
Yeah. I'm gonna be the dude that just point to me, hit me.
Next time Mac Wilson does drops 18 bars.
That's right.
You got to be involved in the background.
You go ahead. The next song you release,
Wolf, the next Flava Flav.
Yeah, okay.
No.
Should we get Wolf a big clock chain to wear?
No, because then that just makes it seem like he's like not going to break on time or something. It feels like a punishment for a radio
That
host.
would be funny because, he does struggle at that at times.
Wow.
Indeed.
Shots from command and control.
Oh, that's right. But once again, if the shoe fits, right, Basinonians, wear it.
All right. What a game last night in the NBA playoffs. Pacers over the Knicks, 138-135 in overtime. There was a stretch when Jalen Brunson went out in foul trouble in the fourth quarter. We were like, all right, Pacers are going to come back. It's been back and forth. Now the Pacers are going to take the lead. And instead, Wolf, the Knicks built up the lead. And that was the moment where I was like, oh, all right, Knicks they're going to probably win this game. I thought they were going to win the game at that point. And the Pacers just go on a tear. They come back. They win in overtime. Tyrese Halliburton comes up huge. Here is Halliburton after the game, actually.
I would like to not keep being in this situation, but I think we're just a group that has spent a lot of time, with each other. And I think the front office's decision to keep, the majority of our group together, basically our whole team together, essentially, after last year, I think was really big because we've been through everything together. We've been on big losing skids, big winning runs, had to win in so many different ways. So many guys had to step up and make big shots. I think in the NBA, you don't see a ton of continuity from year to year, right? It's, many teams are changing from year to year, and I think our front office did a great job of keeping this group together.
Man, that is so cool right there to hear him say that, keeping this group together. Why? So we can come back from being down in games and win games when they matter. That basically is what he's saying right there. I absolutely love that. That is so class from Tyrese Halliburton.
He also talked about what led to the choke taunt celebration. I mean, that's an iconic moment in NBA history, obviously. Reggie Miller doing that to the Knicks. Reggie Miller used to torment the Knicks. If the Knicks don't get to the NBA Finals this year, we probably all looked. I think actually you and I both picked the Pacers at the start of the series. But I think overall we all looked at the playoffs and we're like, all right, the Knicks are looking and they're saying it's just the Pacers in front of us. It's not the Celtics. It's not some dominant team between us and the finals. But I'm guessing in New York, they're probably like, really, it's the Pacers? Like, it was always the Pacers, wasn't it, that would take them out? So Halliburton did the choke taunt celebration to the Knicks and their crowd last night. Again, it's only game one, Tyrese. He talked about that.
In the moment, I wasn't like plotting on it or anything. Everybody wanted me to do it like last year at some different point, but it's just got to feel right. And it felt right at the time. If it would have been, if I would have known it was a 2, I would not have done it. So I think I might have wasted it. If I do it again, then people might say I'm like aura farming. So I'm not, I don't plan on using it again.
So, Rick, you were talking about this. The call was messed up, correct?
Yeah,
because
the
his
call was
toe
messed
on
up
the line.
because his toe was on the line, and Kevin Harlan thought it was a 3 as well. So
Yeah.
when I watched it back, it looked like a 3, but I guess his foot was on the line.
Well, he can get away with it because he led the comeback and he put up 31 points.
Man.
It was an incredible win. But there are still up to 6 more games in this series. So just know, and I'm sure he does, that if the Knicks come back, he's going to hear about it in New York for sure.
Yo, no doubt about that, man. But you know what? I love this again because I think you're seeing two teams that really have an awful lot of culture. And this is something that, I'm a big believer in, obviously, especially the New York Knicks. The Knicks are built and win games, as far as I'm concerned, on the defensive end of the floor.
Uh-huh.
They're not a great scoring team offensively. This is something that I've talked about. They were number 12, I believe, number 12 or number 14. Don't hold me to that. Somewhere right there in that vicinity in terms of points per game during the regular season. And number 8 in the postseason right now. Number 8 is not, to me, hyper effective or efficient in terms of scoring the basketball when you're number 8 in the postseason. This is where they win games on the defensive end of the floor. And ultimately, this is what broke down for the New York Knicks in this game against the Pacers.
All right, let's do this the Arizona sports fan way, okay? Because I've heard this conversation a bunch of times now. We should just have it on the air right now. Specific to that series, I mean, you could throw in Jimmy Butler or whoever else you want from these playoffs that either used to be a Sun or it felt like was going to be a Sun and then went to a different team and thrived. You could throw any of them in. But specific to this series, is it tougher to watch Mikal Bridges on the Knicks sealing wins over the Celtics with steals at the ends of Game 1 and Game 2? Or is it tougher to watch Tyrese Halliburton become this guy that he's been becoming now for a couple of years?
So why do you say that? Because the Suns had a chance to draft Tyrese Halliburton?
Sat in this exact studio, and it's like 6 of us screamed at the TV, why aren't you taking Tyrese Halliburton?
Okay, wow.
I can still remember who was here. Vince was here. Kellen was here. There was a bunch of people out in the newsroom that were upset about it. That was on draft night. That wasn't last night.
Yeah, right. Champion your victories and ignore your defeats, right, Luke? I mean, that's what you're doing.
Well, that was a defeat, right?
Let's go. Right. No, you were championing you were saying, draft them. Are you kidding me? And they didn't.
Yeah, but everybody was saying draft.
Okay, right. Okay. Jimmy Butler is still the biggest disappointment to me. I'm looking at the show sheet right now.
Wow,
yeah, for me, it's still Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler broke my heart for a lot of different reasons because of how he got out of Miami. Couldn't stand what he did. Thought that was below him and beneath him. For a guy that is a pro's pro, just go out and be a pro, man. Don't suck your thumb on the way out the door. And that's what he did, and that really broke me. Yet at the same time, just looking at what he did for the Golden State Warriors, just seeing that and imagining what that might have been with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, as opposed to up there in Golden State with Steph Curry.
Look, they all sting. This sucks across the board. If you're a Suns fan, the one for me is still Halliburton. Just because, like with Butler, I don't know, maybe because it's also recent with Butler, it's like, but they tried to get him. They did try to get Jimmy Butler. Like, you can't fault the Suns for not trying to get Jimmy Butler. They tried to get him with a Bradley Beal trade, and they even tried to get him with a Kevin Durant trade.
I'm just lamenting the fact, they didn't get him.
And the Mikal Bridges one, I mean, that one, that stings, but also, like, aren't we all kind of happy to see Mikal do well? Even though it's not here, it's like, we'll make the exception for you, dude. Like, we're happy for you. The Halliburton one, they didn't have to give up anything for him. Like, they got Kevin Durant from Mikal Bridges. I know it hasn't worked out, but Kevin Durant's been great.
Yes.
It just hasn't worked out. Halliburton, I mean, all they had to do was draft him. All they had to just walk up there and draft him. And they're not the only team. I mean, it's not fair to single out the Suns. There's a dozen other teams in that draft that I'm sure probably regret it. But
for me, and once again, too, Basinards, I want to be clear on this. I'm looking at this beautiful part of the program that we're talking about and just hoping that something would have happened different than what transpired. And I guess what I'm talking about is about Kevin Durant and having Book and KD with Jimmy Butler. Remember that. That was That was the initial premise in which we were talking about Jimmy Butler being a son.
Yeah.
That was it. Not what actually transpired.
Yeah.
But that was what we wanted. Bring Jimmy Butler in when you've got KD and you got Book. If there was a way to do that. And that's what we were hoping for. Now, it didn't happen that way, obviously. And it couldn't have for different reasons. But to me, that when we talk about this, what do I really miss? That's what I wanted to see more than anything else.
Rick, why aren't you ever upset that the Wizards took Denny Avdia over Tyrese Halliburton?
Oh, I loved Denny Avdia. He's such a good player. He does so many things.
But you could have had Tyrese Halliburton.
That's true, but like Denny Avdia is a really, really good basketball player, and I'm really angry. Yeah, but like this is different. I feel like Denny Avdia got progressively better, and then the Wizards traded him, and that made me super, super mad. It was one of the things that made me the most mad. I did want to point out the thing that was really the worst part about the Halliburton thing, though, is that they ended up trading Jalen Smith to Indiana, and he ended up being pretty good for the Pacers on the same team as Tyrese Halliburton.
For whatever reason, they cut ties with Jalen Smith so quickly that it's not even like, okay, but they did get this decent player. You know, it's
yes.
All right, when we come back over to football. Do the Cardinals already have all the skill they need on offense? Is this offseason kind of showing that maybe they feel that way? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain, with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free. Shoulder and hip pain, gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Hey there, I'm Phil Briggs, Navy veteran and host of CBS Eye on Veterans weekly radio show and podcast. And I often think of my old boss in the Navy, Commander Reed, especially when I'm trying to motivate my kids. Now I know how he must have felt trying to motivate me. This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, it's Vince Murata here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $4,500 Ford combined retail bonus cash and trade assist cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Ford Trade Assist cash requires trade-in of 95 or newer vehicle, or lease terminated 30 days prior to or 90 days after new retail delivery, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Watch all Dbacks games both live and on demand with the Dbacks TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at Dbacks TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Diamondbacks have a big weekend in St. Louis. Big start for Zach Gallen on Friday night. We'll discuss our baseball team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
You cheated and you lied, you broke the rules, my dog. Now you wanna come around when there's food involved. No, let the truth be told, I'm in the Gucci rope with the Dookie rope and little Boosie on. I'm eating sushi rolls, doing the Tootsie roll. Think about future goals, hit it with you, but no.
I can't hear me either.
I can't hear. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go, Basinonians. Very nice.
All right, I'm going to throw all these back out at you then, okay? I had a couple people text me during the break and say, yeah, it's really frustrating to watch Jimmy Butler when he should have been a Sun, or Tyrese Halliburton when you could have drafted him, or Mikal Bridges when he used to be. I had a few people text me and say, what about Jalen Brunson, who they took Elia Kobo over? Like, okay.
Elia Kobo.
That's the end of that game. We're not playing that game anymore. All right, Wolf, with the Arizona Cardinals, there's a story up on ArizonaSports.com right now, actually. Damon wrote it. Damon Allred, and he framed it up, I thought, in a pretty interesting way. And he looked at it and said, basically, because the Cardinals have not addressed skill positions really at all this offseason. They've been active this offseason, but they have not addressed skill positions at all. Does that mean they're just comfortable with what they have at the skill position? They believe in this group of skill players that they already have enough on offense.
Yeah, even though I do believe the Arizona Cardinals and Monty Ossenfort will add something this offseason, I don't think they're done. Even though I do believe they will add another player or two to this offense, I think they have all the skill they need right now. This is something I've been talking about, Luke, and you know this. I've been talking about it now for months since the season has ended. I don't think that the Arizona Cardinals need any skill. Will you take skill-based earnings? Of course you will. Yeah, if you're going to give me guys, if you're going to bring me more talent, there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't think they need that to win games. I think they've got it all. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to prove that. If he gets better, and we've been talking about it, but if he just continues to improve and gets better in year 2, that's going to be everything the Cardinals need.
Here's Marvin Harrison Jr. on Monday talking about his confidence level in the offense.
Yeah, I'm very confident in what we have offensively from top to bottom, quarterback, the line, the skill positions. I definitely think we have everything we need to be able to go out there and accomplish the goals that we have.
I mean, what else is he going to say? He's not going to be like, no, we're a mess.
As a matter of fact, yeah. Are you counting on me to actually go out there and do something?
Look at what they're giving me to work with.
Yeah.
Although we have heard other players around the league say something similar to that. I think, though, that, I don't know, I feel like, I think it says something that the front office, if they were just quiet all offseason, it would just be like, okay, maybe they're not in win now mode. I don't know. What are they trying to do? But they were active this offseason. They were very active defensively, which I'm not going to argue with because that's what I wanted them to do specifically. But they were very active this offseason. They didn't bring in any receivers. They didn't need to add a running back, but they didn't. They didn't do anything. Like, the only player they brought in really on offense at a position like that was Jacoby Brissett, who they don't want to play.
Yeah, exactly. And Hayden Conner, of course, they drafted. He was the only offensive player they drafted. So by all accounts right now, it looks like Monty Ossenfort and JG, they look at their offense and they believe they're good. And I would agree with them. Once again, they've got everything they need. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s got to take that next step. Trey McBride is what gets lost in all of this because everyone continues to look at the wide receiver room, and you know what? They need more speed. They've got to get another Well, you know what? I don't think so. I think Trey McBride is what you need. There's only one ball. It can only go to one player on any given play. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride. That's going to be the challenge going forward for this offense as well. How are you going to distribute the ball? Now, it's easy to say, how about this? Kyler, throw the ball to the open man. How about that?
Yeah.
It doesn't always work that way, though.
Be nice, though.
It really doesn't. Philosophically, they're going to have to figure out a way to work those two talents into this offense and do it in a very even kind of way.
Here's more from Marv on Monday talking about what he and Drew Petzing have discussed.
Yeah, I think we've been in constant conversation, just, what do I like, what we're trying to do offensively. Obviously, for me, it being a new system last year, just kind of, okay, what route do I have? Not, okay, what's the defense? Where do you get to? It might be last in progression, it might be first in progression. How you want to run your route based on that things instead of just, okay, I have a dig. I'm just going to run a dig now. So I feel like that's kind of the next step that we're going to take now.
Yeah, and you know what? That is good. That is a good next step as well. Speaking of next steps, I want to see Michael Wilson. I want to see Michael Wilson take that next step.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that.
Well.
What would that do for this team if he took the next step? Because you're right. They've got Trey McBride. So they have a number 2 receiver. Honestly, last year he was their number 1 receiver. So maybe he's their number 1 and Marvin Harrison Jr. is their number 2, whatever. But, man, it would just be nice to have a true number 2 wide receiver, and where Trey McBride becomes almost a bonus. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Where it's not like, we're counting on you to be a receiver. It's like, hey, Trey McBride and those 1,000 receiving yards he had, that's a tight end. We have receivers that are burning you down the field, too. I just think if Michael Wilson could take that next step, then this offense is dangerous, I think. They're dangerous anyway, but, I think they would do some damage.
Yeah, no, I honestly feel like Michael Wilson, a guy that got more targets this year than he did in his rookie year, and actually had more receptions, of course, 11 more receptions in his second year. His yardage, not as much, but he did have one more touchdown as well. I think he's kind of in a holding pattern right now, Michael Wilson. I think a lot of it is because Kyler Murray and his health over the last couple of seasons, of course, and not playing in a lot of games, still getting used to that. But also, I think it's because of the emergence of Trey McBride. It just is. Michael Wilson is a guy that I think has got, I want to say, 85 catches in him on a season for at least
that would be great.
850, 900, maybe even 1,000 yards, if in fact.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. No, I think he's got that kind of ability. I do. Will he prove it? We'll see.
Well, they must feel that way on some level, too. I mean, that kind of goes back to the original point here. They not only did they not address receiver, they still could. They could just go out and get a Gabe Davis or whoever. I mean, we keep seeing the names, Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper.
They haven't done it yet.
They haven't. So it's kind of like the Isaiah Adams thing. They didn't go out and prioritize interior offensive line at the top of this draft or in free agency.
It's a great point.
They must feel good about Isaiah Adams. Right or wrong, they must feel good. And they would know better than any of us.
Yes.
They must, on some level, feel pretty good about where Michael Wilson's going because they, right now, could go get a receiver. They're still out there.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. It really is a good point on Isaiah Adams as well and what they've done at the guard position. Now, they have brought in some guys. There's no denying that. But I still think if there's one position they're going to address, it's going to be an interior offensive lineman.
Yeah. All right, we come back. We've been doing this throughout the week. We went to Dallas yesterday and Miami on Tuesday to get just some insight on some of these coaching candidates for the Phoenix Suns. So we're going to go to Cleveland next, find out about Johnny Bryant. We're going to ask Cavaliers reporter for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Ethan Sands will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
In terms of what the parameters of what you were looking for was, they're also being helped out greatly by the fact they're the only organization looking for a coach
because
right
you know
now.
what? We'll never know if somebody would say, I ain't going to Phoenix over this. If this team offers me the job, I'm taking that over Phoenix.
Precisely. They're the only girl to date right now. And so there's no other choices, right?
How you doing?
And so I walked right into that. I'm going to be driving home tonight. Why did you use that metaphor?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's been a commitment to America for over 120 years now. The Ford Motor Company, and this Memorial Day, it is Ford employee pricing for everyone. Yep, Paul Calvise here. It is the Ford Memorial Day sales event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers from America. For America. We pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Let me tell you, my grandfather worked at Ford Motor. We've enjoyed employee pricing over the years. Wait till you see the savings at our Desert Ford dealers, like that 2024 Ford F-150 truck, Weekend Warrior or work truck. Ford has the powertrain fit for the job, and right now, military and first responders get employee pricing plus $1,000 in military and first responder bonus cash on top of all other public offers. Yep, just another way Ford is saying thank you to those who take care of us. But employee pricing won't last forever. Don't miss the Ford Memorial Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Maybe the best part of owning V's is to seeing the journey that the little guys have gone on when they started going to V's for their first haircut. And when they come to see us for, a haircut before they go away to college, they've become friends with the barbers. They've become friends with the brand. They look for it when they move to their new school. And nothing can make me happier than that. We accomplished something. We touched some people. And we want to do that on a daily basis to another generation. When Dave Burns takes his son to the barbershop before his wedding, all of the things leading up to that, 20 years from now, you're going to remember going to the barbershop with your boy before his wedding. That's what a barbershop can be. Why change it?
Especially considering I took my boy to a V's barbershop to get his haircut when he was 2 or 3. Then here we are 25 years later, and he's getting his haircut before his wedding. It's something we'll never forget.
You'd be hard-pressed to find another parallel in your life that's as consistent as your experience with your boy at V's.
You're going to love it. A great haircut or a hot lather shave, so book today at vbarbershop.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost 3-1 last night to the Dodgers in Los Angeles in the rubber match of their 3-game series. The Snakes are off today before beginning a 3-game set with the Cardinals tomorrow in St. Louis. The Phoenix Mercury squeaked by the Sparks 89-86 last night at PHX Arena. The Merc also return to action tomorrow at the Seattle Storm. And ESPN is reporting that the college football playoff is moving to straight seeding starting this season. The selection committee's top 4 teams will receive first-round byes. Previously, the 4 highest-ranked conference champions received first-round byes. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review and to make sure.
Arizona Sports.
As the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Suns, a new horizon.
We will win championships with an asset here in Phoenix.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. Final hour of the show. It is Wolf and Luke on a Thursday afternoon. Looking to find out more about these Suns 9 head coaching candidates. We've been trying to kind of dig deeper on this throughout the week, and I think we've gotten some good stuff, Wolf, honestly, talking to some of these guys in Miami and Dallas. So we're going to go out to Cleveland now and talk to Cavaliers reporter for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Ethan Sands joins us. Ethan, thank you so much for the time. What's going on?
How you guys doing? Thank you for having me.
Doing good.
Doing well, Ethan.
We're trying to sort through some of these guys. Like, we know a little bit about, a guy like Johnny Bryant, but we don't know his impact on Cleveland, obviously, the way that you do. So let's just start there with Johnny Bryant in terms of him being at a point in his career where he's ready to take the next step and become a head coach of a team. What do you think would make him good at that?
I think there's been so much talk about Johnny taking that next step for like the last year, right? He's only been in Cleveland for 1 season, but Kenny Atkinson, Donovan Mitchell, who is his confidant, one of his best friends, has been vocal about him being ready to be a head coach because of his player development acumen, his relationship with players, and his ability to get the best out of his guys, no matter where he is. And I wrote a story about him at the beginning of this season, dating back to kind of his beginning of his player development when he was at the Utah Jazz, becoming a player development coach, learning the reins of the NBA and how to be a coach in that space. And for me, he's only developed that. And obviously, being an associate head coach with the New York Knicks a few years ago, now an associate head coach with the Cavs, he's gotten the different dynamics of being under some of the best head coaches in the NBA, learning how to win games. And I still think he's trying to figure out how to learn playoff games just because of his repertoire and where he's been. But understanding that behind all of that, there's a person that knows exactly who he is as a coach, how to coach, and especially when you talk about a guy like Donovan Mitchell, who he's been with since his days dating back to Utah, you know that he is someone that is going to get the best out of your guys, and I think that's something that allows him to be a better coach than some of these other candidates would be.
Ethan, what kind of culture could you imagine Johnny Bryant actually trying to install here in Phoenix?
I think he's a guy that would allow the team to be more rest than practice kind of guy, but he's also going to push you. Like if there's an area where he feels that it needs to be addressed to a certain caliber, to a certain level, he's definitely going to install a practice or two to make sure that that's handled, right? The culture is going to be, you can have fun, but if there's things that we need to address, we're going to address those, because there's nothing more that Johnny Bryant wants to do than win. And he understands that his reputation precedes him, and winning needs to happen for him at all margins of the game. And there's an understanding that he is a competitor at first and foremost. Obviously, he played basketball in college and played overseas before coming back to being a coach. So you know that there is this determination within that is rooted with his athletic ability, but also understanding that there's a mental toughness there as well as a coach to be able to draw out the culture that has been set, or draw out a culture that he wants to set, I should say.
We're talking to Ethan Sands. Ethan, it's interesting what you said about Donovan Mitchell, because there was a long time when people compared the career arc, at least, of Devin Booker and Donovan Mitchell when he was in Utah. And that's kind of where I'm looking with Johnny Bryant. How do you feel like he would work in a situation where the Suns are also kind of rebuilding, but they do have a star player in Devin Booker? Like, do you think he'd be able to balance those two opposite ends of the spectrum?
For sure, because I think the experience that he had in Utah was getting to see the development of a team, seeing the development of a roster that took the next steps to where it wanted to be, right? And obviously, over the last few seasons, he's been on winning teams, at least when it comes to the regular season. But when it comes to the Utah teams, like, until Donovan Mitchell really got there, it wasn't the most successful. It was just trying to see how that team could develop and trying to take those next steps, those incremental steps, trying to figure out how to get better around the margins. And I think that's probably one of the hardest things as a coach. And we've talked about this a whole lot on my podcast, the Wine and Gold Talk podcast, about how it's more difficult to take a team from good to great than it is to take a team from bad to good. And I think Johnny Bryant has had experience doing both, especially with this year's Cavs team, trying to take that team from 58 wins to 64 wins, right? So I just think it's important to note that this is a character, a person that has the ability to take teams to different levels, but also understands what it takes to do that and the mindset required to accomplish those goals.
Ethan, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to be around Johnny Bryant very much right now, but do you have any insight on his personality? What type of guy that he is?
So obviously he has a different personality with the reporters than he does with his guys, right? When we see him talking with Donovan Mitchell, and these are conversations we've had behind the scenes, it's like Kenny Atkinson was very blunt because of his relationship with Donovan and his relationship with his guys that he came in as player development, right? Like, he has a different kind of relationship where he can talk to them a different way than maybe anybody else on the floor, especially when it comes to Donovan because of their relationship. But he is a funny, go-lucky guy. He's a dad. He's a good person, and to me, he's someone that you can be around. But again, it goes back to the nitty-gritty of it, right? If it gets serious, you don't want to get on Johnny Bryant's bad side, if that makes sense. Just because he's a guy that is stern, but he also understands when and where he can pick his moments to be joyful. And I think that's the understanding of the balance that is needed in every NBA locker room.
Ethan, before we let you go, just wanted to get your thoughts on the Cavs in general. I mean, such a great regular season. 64 wins and bowing out in the second round of the playoffs is something we saw the Suns do here just a couple of years ago. Now, you guys had injuries. Is that just the sort of thing where they're just going to run it back next year? Or they start to dip into not a panic mode, but looking around and seeing how they can potentially improve?
Well, obviously, they're a second apron team, so they're already got minimal options right now, right? So there's discussions being had about how they can get better around the margins. Dan Gilbert, their owner, has made mention of knowing that there are places where they want to improve. Kobe Altman, president of basketball operations, has mimicked those statements as well. But the understanding is is it would be hard to do a big move, a big swing, because they're so developed into this core. They so much trust in the core that they have developed. So I'm not going to say I don't expect anything to happen, but because of their tax standing and where they are when this development of this group, I think it will be hard to break it up, especially when you talk about trying to bring back guys like Ty Jerome and Sam Merrill to their respective contracts and not trying to just go get guys on veteran minimums, because we understand the second apron, you can't aggregate contracts, you can't add cash in for these different things. It makes it a lot more difficult than fans might understand. So I think it's important to note that there's different stipulations that would stop the Cavs from making some of these drastic moves, but I don't think that they're going to stop having these conversations to see what is out there and what's available for them to make moves if they become readily available.
Yeah, we're finding out firsthand here just how brutal life in the second apron is. Ethan, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yep, absolutely. That's Ethan Sands, Cleveland Cavaliers reporter for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com right there joining us. Give us a little insight on the potential hire of Johnny Bryant if the Phoenix Suns decide to go that way with their coaching search. When we come back over to baseball, how much would it help the bullpen if Justin Martinez just came back on Friday? There's a chance that happens, so we'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, you got to join me. Gather around the transistor and press the ear. You got to join me, Desert Ridge AMC, June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. That's right, Basinonians. Retirement on the Brink, the eye-opening documentary everyone nearing retirement needs to see. You can reserve your VIP seat at Retirement on the Brink. I wouldn't call it a starring role in this documentary, brothers, but I do make an appearance in Retirement on the Brink. Once again, you can join me June 10th at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. Maybe you think you're ready for retirement. Well, think again. Retirement on the Brink uncovers what the industry won't. Premier seats are filling fast. Reserve your VIP seat today at retirementonthebrink.com. Once again, Basinonians, join me at Desert Ridge AMC, June 10th at 5 p.m. Go to retirementonthebrink.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. You can drive out a 570 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
Summer's almost here, and that means swimsuits, pool parties, and walks on the beach. For the confidence to look your very best, come to Red Mountain Weight Loss. At Red Mountain, our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Another option is our signature medication, RM3. RM3 helps you lose up to 20 pounds a month while melting inches from your belly, hips, and thighs. This patented medication is available only by prescription, and you can only get it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. For over 30 years, Red Mountain has been the trusted leader in medical weight loss. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Red Mountain has helped over 1 million patients lose weight safely, and they can help you too. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real doctors, real results.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll explore whether or not the Knicks can get back in the series after getting Halliburton. Starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, potentially really good news for the Arizona Diamondbacks in the bullpen. Potentially. It's potential.
I'm done with potential.
Well,
we need productivity.
You have to go 10 more minutes of potential.
Okay.
You might have to go like 24 more hours.
Okay.
Torey Lovello, after the game yesterday, said what I think we're all kind of cautiously optimistic might happen, but you don't know yet. Good chance we could be seeing Justin Martinez again here soon.
There's a really good chance he will be joining us in St. Louis. So he's been working really, really hard, and I'll probably get that. You'll probably get that information very shortly. But yeah, there's a good chance he'll see his first outing in St. Louis.
They desperately need this, honestly.
Okay, I'm so distracted right now, Basin Earnings. Forgive me, because Torey was talking about St. Louis and joining him in St. Louis. Every time I think of St. Louis, I think of the Hill in St. Louis. Okay, have you ever been to St. Louis, brothers? The Hill is a neighborhood in St. Louis, right there in downtown St. Louis. It's just outside, I should say, of downtown. But the Hill is an Italian district. It's loaded with Italians, people, yes, of an ethnicity of Italy. And there's a place there known as Canetto's.
I was going to say, you don't say that the Italians came up with good food.
Canetto's
There's a turn of events.
on the Hill, Basinonians. And can I tell you right now, go there. You will not get any better Italian food in your life than Canetto's on the Hill at St. Louis. Thank you, Torey, for bringing that up.
I don't think Torey brought that up. Torey brought up the potential return of Justin Martinez.
J-Marts.
To the team this weekend.
Just hand him the ball. Did somebody ask Torey, hey, is he your closer? Did somebody ask him that?
I don't know.
I would have asked him if I was there, Basin Earnings. I would have said, is he the closer, Torey?
Well, you did ask Josh Colementor when we had him on earlier if you would just give him the ball. If Josh Colementor was running the Diamondbacks,
That's
would
right.
you just give
Yes.
Justin Martinez the ball immediately and say you're the closer?
I would. The velocity was back against Reno. He's the guy that has devastating closer-like stuff at the end of the game. Why wouldn't you want a guy that can throw 100 with the split and the slider that he has out there trying to close out a game? I would absolutely do that.
Yeah, there it is. Cole. I would do it as well, especially now. You remember how the season started with the whole A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez, and we're just going to go out there. It's going to be closer by committee, closer by game, closer by situation, of course. I honestly would just love to see them hand him the ball and say, I know you're just coming back. We're not going to work you in. We're just going to let you go do it because you have the ability to do it. So do it.
Well, they might not have a choice. I mean, if he were to come back tomorrow, You've used Shelby Miller quite a bit lately. I mean, I guess you didn't use him yesterday. They have today off. If you internally were like, Shelby Miller's our closer, and there's a save situation tomorrow, you could just go to Shelby Miller. You don't have to avoid that. But this is a kind of a time where you might say Shelby's been good. He's got 5 saves for us, but he's kind of been trailing off the last couple appearances. He loaded the bases, got that save in the one game. He didn't. He blew the save on Tuesday. I don't mean this as a knock on Shelby Miller. He's been one of the best pieces of this team this year. But
it's not been easy.
If you were looking for an excuse to slide Justin Martinez back in and just say this guy's the closer, it's not like Shelby Miller has been flawless in his last 5 outings or something.
Right. And, it's not like Shelby Miller might not understand that.
Also, I mean, would you not like to just be able to go? I mean, I guess right now you'd probably go Gink in the 7th, Shelby Miller in the 8th, Justin Martinez in the 9th, some variation of that, but not varying the 9th inning.
Yeah, some variation of that right now. But, this is something I'm struggling with because of J-Mart and how all of this has transpired, Luke. We've been talking about it for a while now. There's a lot of stuff physically that I don't understand.
Yeah.
In terms of him, he doesn't have inflammation. He does have inflammation. This is a guy that says he feels fine, and yet he's throwing 97 when he used to throw 102. That's it. Those two things do not jibe, do they? I feel fine. This was J-Mark saying he felt fine, and yet he was throwing 97 miles an hour. And I'm just wondering, again, I want to see him take the ball and go out and just grab that closer position, for lack of a better way of saying it,
honestly,
and go execute it, period, and be confident in doing it.
We also asked Josh Colmenter who needs to step up over the next 50 games, because we're 50 games in, and this is what he said.
I think it is the bullpen. I think they need to put it on themselves, and they're going to throw out Beeks kind of got back on track, but they're going to throw Thompson in there. He needs to be effective. He's got to figure out either how to sequence his pitches or just make better pitches, because they're going to rely on him. They can't count on the starters to consistently go 6-7 innings. You're going to have those 4 or 5 start, especially with Ryan Nelson starting. They're probably going to cap him for a couple starts till he gets built up. So they're going to need the bullpen to come through. And you watch how the offense, guys are starting to swing it a lot better. Gurriel, Moreno have started heating up in May. The starting pitching is starting to figure it out. But between that, and then I think what Luke said right away, Zach Gallen, they need him to be good. He needs to not be a spot in the rotation where all of a sudden you don't know what you're getting out of him. He needs to fill in with what the rest of the guys are doing.
All right, so he just said basically the whole bullpen. Kind of goes to what you're saying, Wolf, and I think what a lot of people are saying. This would be my this is my flow chart for the Diamondbacks.
Okay, good, yeah.
If you believe this team is going to, I don't want to say turn it around. They're not bad, but they're going to need to move out of 4th place in this division at some point. If you believe they're going to do that, you believe the bullpen's going to get better. There's no way that they're going to move up into 3rd or 2nd or challenge for 1st with the bullpen being all over the place like this. So if you believe the bullpen's going to get better, you either believe they're going to go out and trade for multiple pieces, or you believe somebody's going to take the closer's role, and by one person doing that, everything else is going to slide into place the way it did in 2023. I mean, that's exactly what happened in 2023. So you're basically believing that something like that's going to happen again.
Yeah, and again, is it ridiculous to think that J-Mart is that guy?
No,
is it ridiculous to believe that? It isn't. We've seen this kid do it. We've seen him go out there and perform and produce. So it's not ridiculous to say that. The question I have is, how does that impact everyone else? Ryan Thompson. How does that impact everyone else? That's what remains to be seen.
That's where
I'm not really questioning J-Mart and his ability to close.
No, it's just if he closes, how does everybody else slot in?
Exactly. I question that more than J-Mart.
The thing you hold on to is in 2023, it wasn't a guy that was already here. They went out and got Paul Sewald, obviously. But when they got Paul Sewald, the whole bullpen went from being
we saw it. We all witnessed that.
It was kind of like it is now, and it became a strength of theirs. Almost instant. And it wasn't just because, hey, the 9th inning's locked down. It was because, because the 9th is locked down, Gink's locking down the 8th, Ryan Thompson's locking down the 7th. Like, everything fell into place. You're hoping Justin Martinez or whoever does that. But if he's going to come back here soon, I'm with you, Wolf. And I wasn't at the start of the year. At the start of the year, I wanted A.J. Puck to close.
Yeah.
Just because I wanted to see Justin Martinez, just see what he could do consistently before I handed him the ball in the 9th inning every time. I've seen enough. As long as he can stay on the field, he's the closer. Why wouldn't he be?
Yes, I agree with that. And it's not just J-Mart as well. To your point, this is what we have talked about. It's also the starter. It's the rotation.
Yeah.
It's also the starters in the rotation, Basinonians. But you go an inning longer. How about you go a little bit more? Because, again, this is where the strength of this team is, their rotation.
All right, when we come back, if you were ranking NFL starting quarterbacks, where would you have Kyler Murray? Because we're seeing some of them out for 2025, and they have him down the list a little bit. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Kyler Murray might be the absolute world's best flag football quarterback. Now, I don't know if that's what we want Kyler Murray's end goal to be. It's like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker being Olympic champions. Woo! And then don't even make the play-in.
That's going to pay dividends for the Suns this year.
Right,
they got
exactly.
a taste of winning a championship together.
Exactly. But if you have watched flag football, elusivity is everything. The ability to just juke. And who's better than Kyler Murray at that?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here. And for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients. People with knee and back pain now living pain-free. Shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy healthy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost 3-1 last night to the Dodgers in Los Angeles in the rubber match of their 3-game series. The Snakes are off today before beginning a 3-game set with the Cardinals in St. Louis tomorrow. The Mercury squeaked by the Sparks 89-86 last night at PHX Arena. The Merc also returned to action tomorrow at the Seattle Storm. And ESPN is reporting that the college football playoff is moving to straight seeding starting this season. The selection committee's top 4 teams will receive first-round byes. Previously, which was just last season, the 4 highest-ranked conference champions received first-round byes. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
I'm gonna need you to keep time. Come on, just snap, snap, snap your
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the future of the NBA from these playoff games, and what does it mean for the direction of the Phoenix Suns? The Bernsey and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, if I'm looking at Pro Football Focus quarterback rankings, all 32 starters for the 2025 NFL season. Okay.
Okay.
They broke them into tiers, which kind of makes me feel like it is football season.
Here we go. Tiers, of course.
So I do this now. We were looking at a list last week, and they had Kyler Murray 23rd. And that's fine, whatever. Put him wherever you want. But then when I looked at the rest of the list, they had Patrick Mahomes 6th and Jaden Daniels 1st. And it was just like, okay, how am I supposed to take your list seriously?
Correct.
So I'm just going to look at tier 1 first on this list just to make sure it like checks out and is even worth reading down the list.
Okay, cool.
Tier 1, they have Patrick Mahomes because he's the best quarterback in the league.
That's good.
Joe Burrow, Lamar, and Josh Allen. Okay, that checks out. That works.
Yeah, that sounds really good to me.
Like, you can have different opinions on some things, but if you
Sure,
don't think Mahomes
of
is a
course.
top 5 quarterback, then I don't know.
What do they call that tier? Or is it just tier 1?
Elite.
Elite.
There's not even any other words, just elite.
Okay, so what is the other tier, the next tier?
Tier 2 is high-end starters.
High-end. Okay, I would call that great.
Okay, well, they didn't. They called them high-end starters.
Okay, so who's on that tier?
Like Jalen Hurts is in there. Jaden Daniels is in there.
Jalen Hurts. Did he do okay last year? Did he?
I think he's fine with
Jalen
how
Hurts.
last season played out.
Okay, yeah.
And that the tush push is staying.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he probably loves it. Add
great.
8 more touchdowns to his rushing total.
Yeah,
next year.
no, there's some great quarterbacks on that list.
Tier 3A. Wow, okay. Solid starters who have flashed high-end play. And Tier 3B, solid starters, but they need more help. Okay?
Okay.
That's where we find Kyler Murray. Now, again, I don't really care so much about the number. I care about what's around him on the list. So I'm going to give you the other guys in that tier. Okay?
Okay.
Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield, C.J. Stroud, Trevor Lawrence, Dak Prescott, Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
I like it when you just can't pronounce a name you've pronounced for the
that's
last
right.
5 years and just randomly can't.
Okay, so, yeah, I would say there's good quarterbacks.
Yes.
there.
Yeah,
would
but I mean,
call
that's a huge range there in the middle of the league, don't you
no
think?
doubt, yes. Yeah, I would call that good. And that's Kyler Murray's charge. He's got to be great. He's got to be great. And he's not great right now. He's got to prove that he can take that next step and start winning games, big games.
Yeah. Mina Kimes and Ollie Connolly were doing this as well. And Rick, you said they basically just went back and forth and drafted quarterbacks, and Kyler came up 17th.
17th, yep.
Okay, so he's 15th on that Pro Football Focus list. Mina Kimes talking about Kyler's 2024 season.
9th overall in QBR, 31st on throws over 21 yards. Kind of captures what you're talking about. Very good on designed rollouts, less so on scrambling. It was weird. And you saw flashes of the arm talent and, when he did, there were some moments where he did scramble and you were reminded, oh, this is one of the most lethal weapons on earth. But there was no consistency to it. The way I would describe his season is just very streaky.
Yeah, and I think that is accurate. Right there it is. Kyler Murray is a good quarterback who needs to become a great quarterback going forward. And we've talked about this ad nauseum. And I think they've got him ranked right about where he ought to be. To me, I would put Kyler in the top half of the league in terms of quarterbacks. Is that 15? Is that 16? Right about there.
Yeah.
That's where I would put him.
Probably about
until
fair.
You prove you can go out and win big games. Big games, more times than not, happen in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
This is where Kyler Murray, and not just Kyler Murray, ladies and gentlemen, the Arizona Cardinals as well. It's not just about the quarterback. I know we want to make it just about the quarterback, but it never is, Basin Earnings. Never forget that. It isn't. It's the team as well that has got to go out and play well and support their quarterback. It's never that easy or simple to say it's just the Q. But Kyler has got to prove he can win big games by playing well in those big games.
The guy in this tier that really might be the best, it's different ways they've gotten there, but the best comparison for Kyler really is Tua. Tua's put up some great numbers. He's had some seasons where it's like, man, good luck. You can't stop this guy. What has he ever done in the playoffs? He's been there once. He didn't do anything. I mean, that's because some of these guys that are in this tier, I'm probably lower on Jordan Love than a lot of people are, but Jordan Love has succeeded in the playoffs before.
I'm Jordan Love prove it.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am too.
I'm just saying, yeah.
But he has been to the playoffs and he's won playoff games before. I just think there's better quarterbacks out there. But either way, he has done that. Kyler hasn't. You know what I mean? So on the one hand, it's weird to even see Kyler in the same tier as guys that have done that, but Tua's a great comp because there are moments where you're like, man, you're not going to be able to stop Tua, but he hasn't done anything in the playoffs yet.
Yes. Jaden Daniels, how many seasons has Jaden Daniels played?
Yeah, just the one.
Just one.
But he's won big games already.
Right. I asked rhetorically, of course, based on it's just one. Can we see two? You got to start stacking this stuff before we can actually start drawing conclusions as to where he belongs.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Now, was it a very impressive season from Jaden Daniels? You better believe it. It was lights out, and I love that kid because he is whippy and so athletic. He reminds me so much of Randall Cunningham, except I think that Jaden Daniels is going to be better than Randall Cunningham. I do.
He's off to a good start.
I think that. But again, he's got to prove it.
Yeah.
Because one season, you know how I feel. C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Not as great the second season,
He was
correct?
Not. He wasn't
not
terrible, but he was not as
wasn't
good.
terrible, wasn't as great. So which one are you, C.J.?
Yeah.
Which one? What you were your rookie year or what you were in the second year?
Did win a playoff game, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing with those guys. Those guys against Kyler, it's almost complete opposite ends of the whole football spectrum right there. Because with Jaden Daniels specifically, okay, well, you got to do it for a few years. You've only done it for 1 year. But you already did more in that first year in terms of winning big games than Kyler has done. If Jaden Daniels the next 4 years missed the playoffs, he has still done more in the playoffs right now than Kyler's done. until Kyler goes out there this year, hopefully, and just does it. Here's Ollie Connolly on the Mina Kimes show.
He's one of the quickest 1 goes to 2 throwers in the league. It's so explosive. He's so twitched up in everything he does. And I'm just not sure if, unless Marvin Harrison is going to be a true like jump ball go threat down the field, and that's how they get some of the verticality into the offense, whether that's just a natural fit with how he's played his best football so far.
It's not like I'm disagreeing with anything the dude just said. I just thought it's so funny to hear the English accent behind that, talking about the blood sport.
That's what happens when you play every game in a different country.
The global growth of the game that you like to talk about there, Wolf.
No, I know,
Roger
man.
Goodell
It
loves
is. You better believe it. It's important for the league going forward.
I tell you what is nice about this season. You always talk about clarity. Right? How many years have we? Okay, well, Kyler Murray. I need to see better body language. Oh, I need to see him be a better leader. Oh, I need to see him run more. I need to see him run less. I need to see him under center. I need all these different detailed things over to this point in his career. I really feel like this year it is just quite simply, I really need to see him make the playoffs. I need to see him play well in the second half of the season and make the playoffs. I am not one
Playoffs?
of the Thank you, Jim.
Jim, just calm down.
I'm not one of the doubters that doesn't think he can do it, but I need to see him do it now. And I think the Cardinals do too.
Prove it. And I think the Cardinals are in prove-it mode, year 3 of this rebuild right now. They know it. They're talking about it. And I'll guarantee you, if they're talking about it to the camera, to the microphone, they're talking about it inside that locker room.
Yeah. And their actions this offseason show that they're serious about it. Whether it happens or not, they at least seem unified in that this is the season you got to go for it. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. When we come back, the college football playoff is already changing its format after 1 year. We'll tell you how next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Playoffs?
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, the All-On 4. I've told you about the All-On 4. I have had the All-On 4, and I can tell you right now, in most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. 5 days after it, though, the All-On 4, here we go. Led by Dr. Joe with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-On 4 dental implant treatment. It's a game changer, Basinonians, socially, professionally, personally, no doubt about it. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. I say you go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Tell them Wolf sent you, and you're going to get a free consultation. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Gambo. When Justin Martinez makes his return to the bullpen, who could be the odd man out? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
I got a little college football for you here, Wolf.
All right, cool.
I'm looking at last year's college football playoff bracket. I don't really know why I'm doing this to myself, but I am. For some reason, they don't have ASU beating Texas in the second round, even though they clearly did, because that was targeting. Stop the guy on fourth and
targeting.
That guy being Matthew Golden.
Of course.
They've already changed the rules. Last year was the first year that you had 12 teams. And so with 12 teams, you're going to have 4 teams with first-round buys. That's just the way it's going to work, right? You can't do it any other way. Otherwise, your first round, you're going to have 6 teams left after the first round. So they're not changing the fact that you have buys. They're not expanding the playoff or anything like that. But they are doing what I think a lot of people expected they would eventually do. There's no rule now that says the top 4 teams that get the buys have to be conference champions. It's just 1 through 12, however the College Football Playoff Committee has them seeded.
Yes.
So you could, I don't know, hypothetically have 4 SEC teams as 4 teams that get first-round buys, or 3 SEC teams and a Big Ten team, or whatever. It doesn't have to be split up where there's got to be an SEC, Big Ten, Big 12, any of that.
Sure, of course.
So,
and for me in the Wolfley compound, we call this the SEC rule.
Because that's what it is.
All right, I'm just saying right now, it's the SEC rule. I don't like the fact that they're doing this. Yet at the same time, I do love the fact they have gone to this playoff model and we get to play games. I don't want to hear about the bye. You know what? I think before it's all said and done, Basinonians, the bye at the college level might be the worst thing to happen to your program.
Interesting that you say that.
Might be. I'm just saying. Why is that? Oh, let's see. I got a bunch of 18 and 19-year-olds on this team. And maybe having that bye isn't the best thing in the world, sitting around thinking about it. Maybe we just want to go out and play the game. We'll see how it all transpires in the end. But right now, how did the bye work last year?
Teams that had the bye week were 0-4. Should have been 1-3, but they were
0-4.
Should have been 1-3.
0-4.
Still should have been 1-3.
Still should have been 1-3. Why do you say that?
We don't need to go down
because
that path
targeting
again.
matters.
Targeting either does or it doesn't. Just make up your mind one way or the other.
People that get targeted are people too, Basinonians.
Look, the 2 things about this that bother me, and you'll back me up on this. I mean, I said this last year during the college football playoff. I obviously went to ASU. I do a lot with ASU.
Yeah.
I want ASU to succeed. I think if we were being fair last year, they probably should have been the 8th seed. That's what I said last year. if the rule was changed then to what they just changed it to today,
yeah,
I think ASU should have been the 8th seed, and they should have hosted a first-round game, which would have been cool. You would have had that at Mountain America Stadium.
I agreed with you on that.
Yeah. So I'm not like upset where you have to shove these teams that win these other conferences into a top 4. They have to get a first-round bye. My problem is don't insult our intelligence and pretend you're doing this for the whole college football world. You're just doing it for the SEC and maybe the Big Ten. And B, and I'll just keep coming back to this, and trust me, I'm going to come back to it in December too. I don't trust the selection committee to get the seeding right.
Right.
If they could have just done it last year where if you didn't win your conference championship, like they didn't have to put somebody from each conference in. Remember they almost left ASU out?
Yes.
So they don't get this right very often. It seems like they start with what 6 SEC teams do we like? Okay, can we fit them all in? We can only fit 4 without people looking at us weird. Okay, how about the Big Ten? Can we fit 4 of them? All right. Oh, do we still have other conferences we have to pay attention to?
Yes.
So I don't mind the rule change. It should be the top 4 teams. I just mind that they have already decided who probably those 4 teams, they probably have like an 18 pool already in May that they've decided those 4 teams are coming from.
Here's all I want to hear from college football and the powers that be in college football is that the one thing we are going to uphold more than anything else, it doesn't matter where you're ranked. It doesn't matter. It never is going to matter. We're never going to sit there and not throw a flag because somebody got targeted. We're not going to do that. You understand what I'm saying?
Don't say that word.
Okay, once again, it's just a situation where I want it always to be hyper fair in between the lines. Because base and earnings, whether you're number 1 or number 12 seed, it doesn't matter if you get the shot to play the game and play it fairly and do it on the field and settle it in between the white lines. This is the thing that I thought was so awesome about last year's college football playoffs. The fact that those that got the bye were 0-4. Taste it. It doesn't matter. We're not going to worry about what your seeding is. We're going to play the games. That's what we're going to do. And I love that. You go ahead and you do that, Luke, and this thing is going to be a slam dunk.
Yeah, if you
regardless of how you seed it.
If you get the seeding right, I mean, so I'm trying to figure out, last year it would have been by this model last year, it would have been Oregon 1, Georgia 2. It looks like they would have done Texas and Penn State as the teams that got the buys. I think that's basically what it would have been. They acted like they were doing ASU the greatest favor ever by putting them in, and then they should have been one of the final 4 teams if they, whatever. So I just, if you get the seeding right, I know there's going to be some human error, but come on, like we all know this, right? We're going in. It's the season doesn't even start for another 3 months, and there are certain teams that already have an advantage towards getting the bye. Honestly, ASU might even be one of them because they're one of the popular teams now, and what they did last season, they got some buzz. Like, I don't think they're there yet, but it's just the idea that certain teams already have an in before the games have even started, which is the exact opposite of what you're talking about. Settle it on the field. Don't give me some team that gets a immediate advancement to the second round because they were good 7 years ago, because they have a history of success, because they're in the SEC. That's my only concern with this rule change.
Yeah. Once again, I'm a little bothered by the fact that they're doing it in year 2. That they're, you know what I mean?
Give us
it's
3 years of this.
Man, it's like we did not like what happened last year. We didn't like that at all. Even though everything we just talked about in terms of getting the bye.
Yeah.
It was not the benefit they all thought it was going to be, even though that was the case right there. They're looking at it saying, we don't want it to go down like that again. I think that's short-sighted. I really do.
That's the sort of shady part about it. And look, let's be fair. I mean, the team that won the national championship last year was the team that deserved to win it. Ohio State looked unstoppable throughout the entire playoff. They didn't have a first-round bye, and they won the whole thing. So it's a detail, but I wouldn't say it's a minor detail. If this, I guess maybe we look and see the next 3-4 years. But if you're telling me 3-4 years down the line, well, there's 3 SEC teams with a first round bye every single year, are we going to change the rule again? Probably not.
Right.
Probably not. Probably just going to leave it that way.
Not going to do it, yes. Speaking of doing it right now, I cannot wait to see Sam Levin, Jordan Tyson. Once again, here we
can we just start
can
these
we
games
just
here
start this
pretty
thing?
soon?
Kenny Dillingham, can we just start it again? ASU, can you imagine if ASU, if they just get in, forget about what seeding
I would be,
they are.
yeah,
If
I don't care.
they were to
Get in.
just get in, again, can you imagine what that would do for this program?
All right, more on that as the summer unfolds. Is that fair?
Indeed.
All right, thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Justin Martinez is going to have to come back, and he's going to have to be elite. Hopefully, he can regain his ninth inning duties, slide Shelby Miller back to maybe a role for which he was actually intended for, and not the one that he's pitching in right now.
Right.
Ryan Thompson, to me, is the big one.
Still a belief that he's going to get it figured out.
Okay.
They're not giving up on him right now.
I hope they're. I just don't know what situations they're going to use him in where I feel comfortable with them testing that out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David. I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it. So now I pay what you pay.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price, Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell Groom's Cake Ice Cream is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons are $5.99 each at all Albertsons and Safeway stores this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
For all this Trending Now, I hope you heard my full name. You know who I am. Anyway, it's time for Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And I'm in such a flurry because we have breaking news via the Arizona Cardinals, first reported by Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. The Cardinals have placed cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting on the reserve non-football injury list. This means that he is officially done for the 2025 season. As a reminder, the Cardinals drafted cornerbacks Will Johnson and Denzel Burke in the NFL draft. Not that they were preparing for this sort of thing to happen, but again, Sean Murphy-Bunting's season is over before it begins. As the Diamondbacks make their way to St. Louis, there could be reinforcements joining them. Manager Torey Lovello told reporters yesterday that right-hander Justin Martinez has a, quote, really good chance, quote, of returning from the injured list this weekend. Martinez threw one scoreless inning in a rehab appearance back on the 20th. And in the NBA, the Western Conference Finals resume from Oklahoma City. The Thunder currently up on the Wolves 1-0. Tip-off is at 5:30. That'll be over on ESPN 6:20 a.m. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, the sharply dressed John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
How much, my friend? How we doing today? You good?
Yes,
you look good over there.
Yeah, we got the banquet today, the Corona del Sol banquet today. So had to dress up a little bit and look halfway decent. Can't be showing up in the No Bull T-shirt.
The No Bull T-shirt doesn't fly during the Corona baseball banquet. Is what you're telling me?
Doesn't fly that much.
Funny how that works.
Yes.
Look, normally we like to chit chat at the top of the show, kind of do a little soft landing sort of thing. Literally in the shift change between Wolf and Luke walking out and us walking in, this happened. Our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The Arizona Cardinals, per Ian Rappaport, have put corner Sean Murphy-Bunting on the reserve non-football injury list, ending his 2025 season before it began. Season is done.
Welcome to the starting lineup, Will Johnson. If you look at the
reaction, yes.
If you look at the Cardinals depth chart, Sean Murphy-Bunting, behind him, Will Johnson. So I would imagine you're really happy you drafted Will Johnson right now. Sean Murphy-Bunting is a good football player, 27 years old. He was one of their free agent signings last year. He played in 15 games. He had 3 interceptions. Pro Football Focus grades, if you care about that, they're not the greatest. He was 147th overall out of 222 cornerbacks.
Wait, give me that number again, please.
147th out of 222 with an overall grade of 56.5.
Okay.
snap count last year, 725, 3 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, but a veteran. He's a veteran. This is a guy that's been in the league for a while. Sean Murphy-Bunting was a second-round pick for Tampa Bay in 2019. He was with them for 4 years, then Tennessee, and now the Cardinals. So you're dealing with a guy who's got 82 games under his belt. Well, Will Johnson doesn't have any. So it's a big blow. It's a big blow for them. I wonder now if they have to look outside to try to bring another cornerback in to try to find somebody else, or if this just means, hey, we drafted Will Johnson, we're going to let him roll.
Yeah, our brains are racing a little bit because it's like I say, this literally just dropped in our laps right before we went on the air. To your point about what they do now, I mean, here's the first thing that comes off the top of my head. Okay, is that I think with the guys they drafted and the guys they're developing within the system, that Sean Murphy-Bunting was probably going to get squeezed out anyway this season with the young guys between Max Melton and Star Thomas and the 2 guys they drafted, Will Johnson in particular, that Sean Murphy-Bunting was probably, and I don't mean to be cold here, but was probably going into his last year as a Cardinal anyway, given all the young players that they've drafted, that he was kind of more of a stopgap guy and maybe he was signed to be so. That being said, without him, they are awfully young in the room. You know, and not that Sean Murphy-Bunting is an old guy. He's not. He's 27. Mm-hmm. Boy,
Max Melton.
They are young.
Denzel Burke.
Young in the room, right? Will Johnson, Denzel Burke, Star Thomas. Max Melton, Garrett Williams, Elijah Jones. Garrett Williams more of a slot guy, but you know what I mean? Like, you look at the room now, and what's the average age in the room? 23?
It's young.
24?
It's young.
It's young. And so from a playing time standpoint, maybe they don't need to go out and get anybody, but from an insurance, hey, you might want to have somebody who, you know, can rent a car in the room. You might want to go get that guy, you know, because right now you don't have somebody in the room who could rent a car if they had to. Maybe go find that guy just in case.
Yeah,
that's the first thing that pops into my mind.
Yeah, that's not good if they're on any away trips and anything like that. And the cornerback group is like, hey, we're gonna have to Uber. Can't rent a car.
I mean, I'm being facetious, obviously, but you know what I mean, right?
Like, I think you still got to be 25. You still got to be 25 to rent a car?
Lauren, who's in her mid-20s, over 25.
Still got to be 25 to rent a car?
Be 25 to rent a car.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think from a talent standpoint, like, I think they have better options on the roster. Like, I feel like
that Will Johnson's a better football player.
Yeah, I feel like Sean Murphy-Bunting. I mean, he wasn't that great last year, you know? And I don't know what the injury is. We're still waiting on details, and Gambo's done the Gambo thing, and at some point, if you're watching on YouTube and you see Gambo fly out of here, it means that he got a call from somebody, and he's going to get some information, and we're going to pass it along to you, and hopefully that happens.
37 receptions allowed, 59th among all the cornerbacks. So 37 receptions allowed. The 3 interceptions put him 8th. He had 40 solo tackles. That rated him 68th. I mean, he's a veteran. I mean, it's not to say that he's a shutdown corner. He's not a true shutdown corner. He's just a veteran and knows how to play. Uses his skills. It wasn't like he was so bad last year they decided to cut him and get rid of him, but they did go out and use a second-round pick on a cornerback because it was a position of need. They need to develop their own guy that could be a star cornerback. He's got decent size at 6 feet, 195 pounds. We've had him on the show before, Sean Murphy-Bunting.
Yep.
So this is a blow. This is a blow. Anytime you lose a guy who is listed as a starter, and he's listed as a starter.
Sure.
Now, could Will Johnson have beat him out and won the job? Of course he could have. But at this point, you are still losing a quality player on your roster.
Yeah, and the other thing that springs to mind is, okay, yes, it's a good thing they drafted Will Johnson, but now pressure is probably the wrong word, but I don't know what other word to use. There is pressure on Will Johnson now to stay healthy in his first year in the NFL, right? Like any kind of soft landing that maybe you had for Will Johnson always hurt. Hey, we'll take our time. We'll ease him in. That might be out the window now. That might not be an option for the Cardinals
What
now.
This does more than anything is it just makes it, you really can't afford to have another injury on that cornerback room. Like, you need those guys to stay healthy. Now, easier said than done, but when you lose somebody now for the season in May, a guy that was a starter, now, okay, you're down a guy. You don't want to be down 2 guys. So it just makes, the importance of Making sure you have quality depth. Now, listen, we had Elijah Jones in here, with us.
Mm-hmm.
He was the kid out of Boston College. He was a third-round pick by the Arizona Cardinals, but he was injured last year. We didn't see him play. There are guys on this roster that they like. There are guys on this roster that may be able to step up. So you look at there are plenty of players that they have. Keitrell Clark is another guy, another cornerback out of Louisville. He was a 6th-round pick in 2023 on the roster at cornerback. You're right. It's a very, very young room, but there's a lot of talent there, and they will have to see how they feel about what they have.
In case you're curious, if you're out there listening, I just pulled up, I had it bookmarked, the top 101 free agents of 2025 on NFL.com, and they do a nice job of eliminating names as they sign.
You got somebody?
No, I've got names. I don't know if any of them you're going to love. Asante Samuel Jr. is still unsigned. He was the 21st ranked free agent according to NFL.com. Scrolling down, Stephon Gilmore, the 34-year-old cornerback, ranked 78th on the list. Rasul Douglas, age 31, ranked 80th on the list.
He was once here.
He was, yes, a matter of fact. It's a good call. Yes, he was.
He was once here.
Mike Hilton, age 31, is ranked 95th on the list, and that's it. Among the top 101 free agents when free agency began, those are the only corners that are still available on that list.
Did you say Gilmore? Stephon Gilmore?
Stephon Gilmore, yeah.
God, that guy's got to be... He's
34. He's 34 years old. 34 years old. And yet they have him as the 78th. They had him as the 78th best free agent available. They've got him like number 10. I just looked, and yes, nobody in the Cardinals' corner room can rent a car. Denzel Burke is 22. Keitrell Clark is 24. Jaden Davis is 23. Will Johnson is 22. Elijah Jones is 25. Max Melton is 23. Sterling Thomas is 25. Garrett Williams is 23. Boy. Public transportation for the corners on the Arizona Cardinals.
We got to look into changing it. Why can't you rent a car if you're 24 years old? Doesn't that seem ridiculous? Doesn't that seem ridiculous?
Okay, do you remember you as a driver when you were 24 years old? I wouldn't rent you a car. Nobody should have rented me a car.
Well, you've got insurance.
Well, it's expensive insurance when you're 24. Because what's the motivation for that 24-year-old to treat that rental car nicely? That's just a rental. What do I care? I'll drive over that.
Stereotyping all 24-year-olds. Some people raise their kids the right way.
Yeah, maybe they need to change the rule. Sean Murphy-Bunting out for the season for the Arizona Cardinals with a non-football injury. When the details come in, we will let you know. But a greater emphasis on the young players in the room, no doubt about it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Diamondbacks last night losing the series to the Dodgers, and it's a shame because they wasted a good one from Corbin Burns. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Dbacks at the Dodgers.
1-2. Swung on and missed. Chased the slider low and in. And that's your ball game. Dodgers win it by a final score of 3-1. Each team with one home run on the night when the Dodgers was just better than the Diamondbacks. And the Dodgers take 2 out of 3 at home.
D-backs take a breather before heading to the Lou Friday to play the Cardinals. The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help.
Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. Drive out a 1,000 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP. Or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site 1 Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Hey, it's Luke. The NFL's creating new awards. If we could create one more, what award would we create? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
1-2. Swung on and missed. Chased the slider low and in. And that's your ball game. Dodgers win it by a final score of 3-1. Each team with 1 home run on the night, but the Dodgers was just better than the Diamondbacks. And the Dodgers take 2 out of 3 at home against the Diamondbacks, who will make their way to St. Louis to take on a red-hot Cardinal ball club.
At this point, it's a tie in my mind between what's the most annoying post-victory song, New York, New York, or I Love L.A. by Randy Newman.
Far fewer people there last night, it sounds like.
It did. It didn't sound like quite the drowning out of the crowd of the microphones or anything.
They do leave early, right? A lot of them.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes
they show up in the 3rd inning and they leave in the 6th. What do you want to do today? Let's go to the Dodger game for an hour.
Yeah, let's spend $100 to get in and just leave after 3 innings.
I don't want to stay longer than an hour.
3-1, the Arizona Diamondbacks lose last night to the LA Dodgers. A Teoscar Hernandez home run.
Man.
It's funny. I was listening to the game at that moment when that happened, and in my mind I was thinking, that's it. Maybe I'm being a cynic, and maybe I should have hoped for a comeback or thought that they were gonna. Burns was pitching so well,
so good,
and for it to come down to that one pitch and that one moment, and I just didn't know if the Diamondbacks offense had it in them to make any sort of a comeback, and as it turns out, they did not at all. They got stymied.
No, there was no offense. It was a tough game. It was just all you had was the Ketel Marte home run in the 4th inning. They faced 4 different Dodger pitchers. Dustin May for 6 innings, got 5 hits off of him. They got the 1 run, but then 3 relievers came in, and they had no success. Dreyer, Trevino, Scott, those guys just gave up 2 hits, no walks. They protected the lead that Teoscar Hernandez had given them when he hit that 86-mile-per-hour slider from Corbin Burns. You're 1 pitch away from getting out of that inning. There's 2 outs, and it's a 1-2 count. You're 1 pitch away, and then you're down 3-1. Lack of offense yesterday was the key. It's tough to win those ball games, those close ball games, and I felt terrible for Burns because he just made truly the one mistake.
Yeah.
To Teoscar Hernandez, and it ended up costing him and the team the ball game.
Yeah, Torrey after the game talking about not being able to get that big hit.
We built a couple innings. I couldn't have thought of a better player than Ketel Marte to come up there with me at first and second base and crunch time situation deep into the game. But he spoils us and just couldn't get the job done. That's part of it. But we'll learn from this. I think that's kind of what we do every day. It's our mindset. We're a hungry team. We just lost a couple of tough games here at Dodger Stadium. We'll regroup and be just fine.
The 2 chances, he's referring to the one in the 7th, runners on the corners and 2 out, Ketel Marte grounding out to end the 7th inning. The big opportunity was in the 6th when they had 1st and 3rd with only 1 out. Eugenio Suarez fouled out, Pavin Smith grounded out, and that was even before they were still up 1-0 in that moment. They weren't even down chasing runs at that point. That was the big kind of swing moment where if you were going to give yourself a little padding, you would have done it right there. And we've seen it. We're going to talk about this a little later, but I'll give you a little foreshadowing here. For a team that is as prolific as they are offensively this year, and if you look at the league leaders as among teams, the Diamondbacks are offensively having a very good year this year. This is one issue they have struggled mightily in. Runners in scoring position, less than 2 out. Kind of those clutch moments like that. Yeah. They're not very good at that this year. Boy, did it bite them in the butt last night big time.
Yeah, they had 2-1 in the 7th against Dreyer, but Perdomo singled to lead off the inning and pop out, Gurriel and Tawa, and then Corbin singles. So you got 1st and 2nd, and you've got Marte up, but Davey Roberts makes the good decision. He goes with Lou Trevino. He comes in, he gets Marte to ground out. So he liked those numbers with Trevino instead of Dreyer. Trevino comes in to face Marte with 2 on, 2 out. He's able to get him out. That was a big spot. So you go back to the Dodgers. The Dodgers are sitting there 2 on, 2 out, and they got Teoscar Hernandez comes through with the big hit. Diamondbacks in the 7th, 2 on, 2 out. Right. Marte up, not able to come up with the big hit. There's your ball game.
Your point being, there's almost the difference between the 2 teams in a nutshell right there. Here's a team presented with situational baseball. They come through with the big home run. Here's the team with situation in baseball, and they did not come through. Right. And that's the difference in the game. Like you mentioned, it was a real shame because Corbin Burns was just absolutely dealing last night. And it's such a cliche in baseball to say it just came down to 1 pitch. It did just come down to 1 pitch. Yeah. I mean, just about everything he threw was where he wanted. The cutter was working. He was in complete control. He just kind of grooved that slider just a little bit to Teoscar Hernandez. And he knew it, too. He knew it.
Like,
and
damn.
And
he went 7.
Yeah.
Another 7 innings.
Well, that's it. Look, given how tired that bullpen has to be, how worn down that bullpen, it was almost not mandated that he goes 7, but he probably in his mind knew I'm going to have to go very deep into this game to give everybody a break.
Yeah, since the Dodgers didn't have to bat in the 9th, you only had 1 inning out of your bullpen, and you get a day off today. So pretty good.
A chance to reset.
Going into the Cardinals series with J Mart, on his way back.
Yeah, which sounds like you had said yesterday, Torey Lovello after the game said there's a very good chance Justin Martinez is going to join the team in St. Louis. They've got the off day today, but they're going to be in St. Louis for the first of 3 tomorrow, and it sounds like J Mart will be back. It's just we're so used to talking about the bullpen, and saying, hey man, great starting outing, but that bullpen, what a mess. It's a weird shift a little bit to talk about, man, what a great outing from the starting pitching. Boy, that offense, man, if they just couldn't, you know what I mean? Like it's a different conversation that we're used to having about the Diamondbacks. It's been so bullpen. That wasn't the issue last night, obviously. It was the offense and their inability to come
because the
through.
Starting pitching outside of Eduardo Rodriguez has been really good. Guys are going deeper into the games now. You're seeing a lot more 6 and 7 innings.
Gallen's still kind of.
Gallen's rough.
We're not sure what to make of
That's
Zach
true.
Gallen.
That's true.
So there's that. It was their first series loss since basically the beginning of May 5th through the 7th, when they lost the series to the Mets. They had won 2 straight series against the Rockies and the Giants. They had split their last time out against the LA Dodgers. But it's still, and we'll talk about the first 50-game mark that they reached by yesterday's game. They're kind of there right now. The off day will be good, a chance to reset, get to St. Louis. A lot of eyes going to be on Zach Gallen tomorrow to see kind of how he responds and what he does. But there's no question that when you think about where this team was on Tuesday night going into the bottom of the 10th inning, up 3-1 after a Corbin Carroll home run, your chance of feeling like you were going to win this series against the Yellow. And Dave Roberts even said this after the game, like, man, in 27 hours, what a flip.
Yeah.
To think that we were 3 outs away from losing a series to the Diamondbacks. 27 hours later, we've won the series against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
About to lose the series and having to face Corbin Burns the next day.
Right, yeah. And that's how on a dime these things might be.
Well,
maybe even between these two teams.
Yeah, very close.
How on a dime these things could be.
It's been very close between these two teams.
But
in the end, like if you're the Dodgers, very happy. You picked up a game that you moved the Diamondbacks a game back over the 3 games.
Yeah, Torey Lovello talked about this close series after the game.
We want to win every series that we play, and we were close last night. Got beat. We were close today and got beat. We got to figure out a way to close up that gap and finish these games off. So at the end of the day, it's the Dodgers, yes, of course, but we want to take care of our business the way we know how against every team that we play. And we're going to have an off day tomorrow in St. Louis, and we're going to pick it up on Friday against Cardinals and do our best on that day.
So when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, 50 games in for the Diamondbacks. We're going into Memorial Day weekend, which is often a benchmark for baseball. Where do things stand, and how do we feel about this Diamondbacks team 50 games into the year? We'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So normally we'd be getting closer and closer to Memorial Day weekend, and you'd be thinking, okay, I'm going to go car shopping this weekend. The best deals are out there Memorial Day weekend. I'm going to go out and get them. At Liberty GMC, yeah, the great deals are going to be there this weekend. There's no doubt. I certainly would encourage you to go see them. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. But understand this. Memorial Day savings, Memorial Weekend savings, it's Memorial Month weekend savings. It's Memorial Month savings, I should say, at Liberty GMC. It's not the day, it's not the weekend, it's the whole month. So you want that deal on the 2025 GMC Terrain, you can go get it right now. You want that deal on the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, it's there right now, $12,250 off or 5.9% financing for 84 months. You don't have to wait. It's there right now at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand, made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
It's been a commitment to America for over 120 years now. The Ford Motor Company, and this Memorial Day, it is Ford employee pricing for everyone. Yep, Paul Calvise here. It is the Ford Memorial Day sales event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. We pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Let me tell you, my grandfather worked at Ford Motor. We've enjoyed employee pricing over the years. Wait till you see the savings at our Desert Ford dealers, like that 2024 Ford F-150 truck, Weekend Warrior or work truck. Ford has the powertrain fit for the job, and right now, military and first responders get employee pricing plus $1,000 in military and first responder bonus cash on top of all other public offers. Yep, just another way Ford is saying thank you to those who take care of us. But employee pricing won't last forever. Don't miss the Ford Memorial Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Here's a fresh deal on steaks. USDA Choice Bone-In Ribeye Steaks in the Super Value Pack are $7.99 a pound with your card. Limit 2. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
I'm Mitch Vorel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. First reported by NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting has been placed on the reserve non-football injury list, ending his season before it begins. Murphy-Bunting is in year 2 of a 3-year deal he signed with the Cardinals last offseason. The College Football Conference commissioners today voted unanimously to change the structure to their 12-team college football playoff. As opposed to rewarding the top 4 conference winners with byes, it will instead be straight seeding based on the final CFP rankings. The top 5 conference winners will still be guaranteed a spot in the playoff. And in the NBA, the Western Conference Finals resume from Oklahoma City. The Thunder currently up on the Wolves 1-0. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Diamondbacks have a big weekend in St. Louis. Big start for Zach Gallen on Friday night. We'll discuss our baseball team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, 2:30 here on the Burns and Gambo Show. As always, thanks for hanging out with us. We, of course, the top story of the day, you just heard Mitch mention it, Sean Murphy-Bunting, a non-football injury. He's been put on the non-football injury list. His season for the Cardinals is over. Still efforting to find out exactly what happened, but there are now 11 corners that remain in the room. It's just a very, very young room now with no Sean Murphy-Bunting, but still working on it. Gambo's still doing the Gambo thing. Every time I look over at him at the corner of my eye, he's looking down at that cell phone, and he's doing a thing. So we'll see if we're able to find anything out, and as soon as we are, we're able to pass it along to you. In the meantime, we always talk about thresholds and moments, and we're almost a third of the way through the baseball season now. 54, I believe, is the official. You're 1/3 of the way through. Memorial Day weekend is always sort of okay, let's sit back and take stock of the baseball team.
Right.
We're 50 games in for the Diamondbacks. They're 26-24. They're 2 games better than last year's pace. How are we feeling? How are we feeling about our baseball team right now, Gembo?
I could be feeling a lot better. If anything, I'm probably a little disappointed, a little bit on the disappointed side.
Okay.
Because after getting Corbin Burns and getting Josh Naylor to play first base with the loss of Christian Walker, I kind of felt like this team would be better than they are right now.
Okay.
If I'm being honest. Now, there are circumstances that have a lot to do with this, and obviously it's the malfunction of the bullpen, which is the big, hindrance as to why they're not doing very well. So, but I I think I said this, I probably felt that this team would run away with at least a wild card.
Mm-hmm.
Would run away with it.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, they wouldn't be in the playoffs today if there was the playoffs. I believe they're 3 games out. I'm going to double check it. Maybe I might have moved to 4. They're two games out.
Out of the last wild card spot?
So the Mets have the first spot. The Giants have the second spot. The Padres have the third spot. The Cardinals have the 4th spot. The Diamondbacks have the 5th. They're 2 games out. They're fine as far as where they are in the standings. I'm not saying, this team's got no chance, they're not going to make it, but I'm just saying through 50 games, I think I hoped that they would be better than where they are. Like maybe instead of being 2 games over 500, they're more like what the Giants are right now, 29 and 21, 8 games over 500.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, you don't need me to validate your feelings for you, but I feel exactly the same way. Like, and it's okay. It really is. It's okay to look at the Diamondbacks and go, yeah, I expected more. I did. I think that's because they're fine the same way when your wife walks downstairs wearing a dress. How do I look? Yeah, you look fine. You know, that's like
I've never done that.
I know, but you can't say that, right? Even if she does just look fine, you can't say she looks fine. You have to say you look great, hon. You look because fine. But in this case, the fine connotation works. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's way too early to panic about it.
Right.
It's way too early to freak out about it.
Right.
But it's also nothing to celebrate either.
It's not. That's a good point.
It's nothing to go, woo, yeah, we're better than last year. That's not what we were going for.
If you asked the players, are you happy with where you guys are after 50 games? Nobody's going to say yes. They're barely a 500 team. Now, there's a lot of season left, and they're going to get J. Mart back, and they're going to get A.J. Puck back, and they'll get this thing figured out. They're too talented of a baseball team. But just, on a whim, you're asking me, how do I feel? I'm a little disappointed. I expected better. But could it be worse? Sure, it could be worse.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse.
Could be a lot worse.
Sure, but it could also be better. And I wish I had thought of doing this, so I'm going to give credit to our friends over at Dbacks Stats Info, Diamondback Stats and Info. They tweeted this out today.
Okay.
This is what I should have looked up today instead of whatever it was I was wasting my time with this morning. Past notable seasons through 50 games. Okay? So what was the Diamondbacks' record through 50 games during some of the more noteworthy seasons in there? Specifically, the years they made the postseason.
Right, okay.
So this year, they're 26 and 24 through 50. Okay. Last year, they were 24 and 26. So they're 2 games better. In 2023...
They weren't that good.
Not so fast, my friend.
Were they good at the
In
start?
2023, according to Diamondback Stats and Info, they were 29 and 21 the year they went to the World Series.
Then they must have had a stretch where they played really poorly.
I believe they did. I think it was
because I think going into the deadline, they weren't really sure if they were in it or not.
Yeah, I believe it was in June and July where they kind of hit the skids. They were 29 and 21 the year they went to the World Series. 2017, Torrey's first year when they went to the playoffs, they were 31 and 19 after 50 games. 2011, when they went to the playoffs under Gibby, they were 26 and 24. Same as this year.
Exactly what they are now.
2007, when they went to the playoffs under Baumel, they were 27 and 23. A game different than they are this year. We can go on all day. 2002.
You are going to get to a point where you go back to where it was before the extra wild card teams.
Of course, I'm probably already there, to be honest with you, with where I'm at. But that's, I think, what you said a second ago. If we could even just talk about 3 more wins, 3 less losses, I'd be happy. If you could look at the wild card standings and say, instead of being 2 games out of the last spot, you're a game up over the last spot. You are the San Francisco Giants. That's a 3-game difference. That's it. 3 games, you lost, you win. You do that, and suddenly a fine turns into, you look pretty good. Yeah, honey, you look pretty good tonight. Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah. Okay, really. It's like back-to-back days you've dropped the how you doing line. My friends, I got together for a couple of beers with my friends last night. One of them in particular said, did Gambo really say how you doing to his wife when he met her? I'm like, you know what? He probably did. I don't know.
I can send you. I cut it into a promo.
Oh,
it's been playing on the station. I can send it.
Can you play it real quick?
Play the promo.
Yeah. Give me a second. I got to pull it up.
Just play the promo. Yeah, because my friend last night, did he really actually say
hey,
to
how
Chelsea,
you doing?
How you doing?
Works every time.
How, I think, is the question that comes to mind. But that's literally the difference of what we're talking about here. So within that narrow margin, there's still plenty of time for them to make that up. There's still plenty. Heck, even if they had won just one of these games against the Dodgers that they lost, even the game that they blew against the Rockies, or the game that they blew against the Dodgers when they gave up 6 in the ninth, just one of those, and I'm feeling a little bit better.
This projects to being 6 to 7 games over 500 over a full season. That's what it projects. So you're 50 games in. So 5, 10, 15, that's 150 games. After 150 games, you are 6 games over 500 is what it projects to. Now, if you add the extra 12 games to get to 162, it's like point something. So it's somewhere between 6 and 7 games, like 6.3 probably, 6.2, above 500. That's probably not going to get it done in the National League West to get you into a wild card.
84 wins.
Yeah, that's what it is. 84 wins.
Yeah, I just did the math real quick.
It's not right. That's what I said. 6 games over 500.
Yeah, I just wanted.
You're 84 and 78.
Just wanted to be sure. Let me do it one more time here, just to be sure.
You don't trust my math? My math is good.
Your math is good. 84 wins.
84
It's
wins.
an 84 win season.
6 games
that
over
ain't gonna
500.
get it done.
Not going to get it done.
Ain't gonna get it done.
So they're going to have to play better baseball than this 50-game stretch to get to the playoffs.
All right, let me hear it, Lauren. What we got?
In terms of what the parameters of what you were looking for was, they're also being helped out greatly by the fact they're the only organization looking for a coach
because
right
you know
now.
why? We'll never know if somebody would say, I ain't going to Phoenix over this. If this team offers me the job, I'm taking that over Phoenix.
Precisely. They're the only girl to date right now. And so there's no other choices, right?
How you doing?
It's so I walked right into that. I'm going to be driving home tonight. Why did you use that metaphor?
I'm telling you, that there are a lot of people listening right now that are going to say, that's how I got my wife.
How you
That's
doing?
How I got my How you doing? Hey, how you doing?
As the only female on this
Please,
show, I
give us your
feel like I
perspective.
need to say no.
Guy walks up to you in a bar and says, "How you doing?"
I 180,
Or just,
right?
Whoop, out
Whoop,
the door.
done.
Yeah.
How you doing? It's the only line you need if you're a guy.
No, I think
If
you
I
need
wrote
a little
book
bit
on pickup lines. I would stop
Guys,
right there.
please find another line. Any other line.
Some cornball line? Are we just asking somebody how they're
Something
doing?
Puts a little more thought into it. There's no way you convinced Chelsea to date you based off of how you doing. There's just
I'm
no
sure
way.
my good looks had something to do with
No,
it, too.
it's definitely not that. I
We
mean,
met at the gym. It might have been my athleticism when I was box jumping. She might have seen those box jumps and be like, oh.
That guy can jump a
That
mean
guy
box.
can jump,
That's
yeah.
clearly who I want to spend the rest of my life with, because that skill comes in real handy when you're married.
Tossing a 650-pound tire around.
Yes,
She
really, nothing else matters when it comes to spending the rest of your life with somebody.
Jimbo,
than
how
high
have
of a-
you been married this long if you think that's what's important in life?
You know what, Lauren? We ask ourselves that every day here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Every single day. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, no more lines about how you doing, except for Tyrese Halliburton. How you doing, Tyrese? You're doing pretty good today. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Kyler Murray might be the absolute world's best flag football quarterback. Now, I don't know if that's what we want Kyler Murray's end goal to be. It's like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker being Olympic champions. Woo! And then don't even make the play-in.
That's going to pay dividends for the Suns this year.
Right,
They got
exactly.
a taste of winning a championship together.
Exactly. But if you have watched flag football, elusivity is everything. The ability to just juke. And who's better than Kyler Murray at that?
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Always a pleasure to tell you about V's Barbershop. They are near and dear to my heart. When they opened the first one back 25 plus years ago in Arcadia, man, I used to go way out of my way to go to V's Barbershop because they were the best. They had the best barbers, really cool environment. You never knew who you were going to bump into with the original V's Barbershop. And here we are 25 years later. They've got locations all across the valley. They just opened up a new one on the west side. They just opened up a new one on the east side. But that thing that makes them special is still very much the same. Best barbers, unique atmosphere,
I used to take my son there when he was 2 or 3 to get the big boy haircut. He got married a couple of years ago. We went there to get haircuts before the big day, right? And the hot lather shaves and all that stuff. It was a special moment for us. It was like this full circle moment. It's really, really cool at V's. And, of course, the new location, I teased this, it's there. The V's Barbershop, Cadence Eastmark, right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth. So walk in today or book online at thebarbershop.com for your next haircut at V's.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if I am ever hurt in an accident, I am calling Sweet James. That's right, I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so should you, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered them $60,000. Now that might seem like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes, but the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION for a free consultation, and don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
I got a sneak peek of today's Twitter poll question of the day. This one's going to hurt. This one's going to be painful.
For me or for both
everybody?
of us?
For everybody. For everybody. Lauren,
Okay.
bring the
For
pain.
me having to read it.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
comes from the mind of Mitch, I should say.
Warped as it may be. Warped as it may be.
Who got yelled at by me in the office
For
once
coming up
I
with
read
such
it.
for coming up with such a painful poll question.
Yes.
Okay. Bring the pain.
All right. Which of the following makes you feel the most regret or what if about the Suns? Is it A, not drafting Tyrese Halliburton, B, trading away Mikal Bridges, or C, not being able to acquire Jimmy Butler?
There's going to be so much recency bias on this. The answers to this, I think. But
which of the following makes you
you know what?
regret?
This is not recency bias. It's Tyrese Halliburton. That's the one in the moment. It was like, come on, guys, what are we doing here?
I'm going to go trading away Mikal Bridges. Okay. Because if you don't trade Mikal Bridges, you probably don't get KD. You probably still have Cam Johnson. You probably still have all your draft picks. And you might, your timeline might still be your championship window may still be open.
Okay, and that's a good answer if you're looking at it, I think, in retrospect. Like what would have happened differently if you had done that. I'm going with like in the moment. I liked trading for Kevin Durant in the moment. I didn't have a problem with not getting Jimmy Butler in the moment. I did not like not getting Tyrese Halliburton in that draft in the moment. I like a lot of people, I just didn't understand it. So, but it's two ways to peel the apple. So that's how we're voting here. What do we got?
And we all know what Vince Morata would say.
Yes.
We know his answer to this
Yes.
poll question.
Yes.
And that is the leader in the clubhouse right now. Not drafting Tyrese Halliburton is getting 50% of the vote. 44% going with trading away Mikal Bridges, and 6% going with not being able to acquire Jimmy Butler.
I have a question for the Knicks fan in the room here. How many of these play-by-play cuts can I play here before you lose your mind?
Oh, just play them all. Play them all.
Play them
That was
all.
a crazy, incredible choke job by the Knicks last night.
Okay, let me play the TNT version here.
Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal, a three for the win, and goal! He got it!
The Pacers.
Try to compose yourself when the Pacers hit this game winner.
All right. He made the second. It's a 2-point game. Bring it the length, fellas, and hit a three. 2-point game, 6 seconds to go. Halliburton driving. He's in the lane. He nearly lost it. He backs up and unloads a three. Oh! That did not happen! It hit the back of the rim. It popped high into the air, and it dropped gently through the net. The scoreboard shows 125-125. It's called a 2-point shot.
He thought that he hit the three. He puts up the choke sign, the Reggie Miller. He thought he hit it. How many times in the playoffs have we seen a guy drive and then dribble back and then I swear I've seen it 5 times.
It seems like a lot.
I swear 5 times I've seen a guy, I'm going to dribble, you're going to stop, I'm going to dribble backwards, and then I'm going to shoot a three, and it's going to go. I was watching that game live. I started the Dbacks a little bit later because I wanted to watch the Knicks game. Okay. A 20-6 Pacers run at the end of the game. They started hitting all these threes. You couldn't believe what you were seeing. The Knicks had a 99.7% chance to win the game. They were up by 9 with under a minute left and somehow lost that basketball game. God, you want to give me the offer? Go ahead.
I've got so many numbers here about this. I mean, for like a numbers nerd like me, it was nirvana this morning. And this is not an anti-Knicks thing, by the way. You know I'm rooting for the Knicks, right? Like the Knicks became my second favorite team this year when they acquired Mikal Bridges. That being said, the record of teams that trailed by 9 or more in the final minute of the fourth quarter or in overtime of a playoff game since '98, 0 wins, 1,414 losses. Last night's Pacers game was the very first one. This postseason alone, the Indiana Pacers have been trailing by 7 in the final 50 seconds of the fourth quarter or overtime. 7 or more in the final 50 seconds. They have 3 wins this postseason alone in that scenario.
Well, listen to this stat. Playoff record when trailing by 7 to 9 points with a minute and a half or less left in the game. Trailing by 7 to 9, minute and a half. The Pacers this year are 3-0. Every other team in the last 25 years is 1 win and 698 losses. The Pacers, here's another one, the Comeback Kings. They've got 4 17-point comebacks this playoffs, the most by any team in a single postseason since 1998. They've got 3 7-point comebacks in the final minutes this playoffs, only 4 such games since 1998 total. Over the last 27 postseasons, teams were no wins and 970 losses when they trailed by 14 or more points in the final 250 of regulation. 250, 2 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Yeah.
You're down by 14. How the Knicks lost that game is beyond me. Now, even in overtime, they have a chance, and it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then the Knicks turned it over. There was a pass to Brunson, and it went off of Brunson's hand. They reviewed it. They actually called it Knicks ball. It was challenged. Brunson was trying to get the ball inbounded. He knew it was off his hands. They said, okay, Indiana ball. Toppin has the dunk with 15 seconds left. Brunson misses a 3. Towns misses a 3, ball game.
Yeah.
Pacers steal game 1.
The top and dunk was amazing. That was an incredible moment too. It's like, how does that happen in a moment like that? Look, there were so many callbacks last night. Like I thought the watching the ball, the one at the end of regulation go up and then come down, reminded me of Kawhi Leonard's shot against the Philadelphia 76ers when Kawhi was with the Raptors. Remember that one from the corner,
Yes.
that 3 that bounced around. Then watching the TNT guys, and not Harlan and Reggie Miller and the guys who were calling the game, but the inside the NBA crew, their reaction to the shot was almost exactly like Stephen A. Smith's and Michael Wilbon's reaction to the Valley Oop. Like they cut away to the TNT, like Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley, and they're like, oh my God, he made that. How did, like, they've got that same sort of, I can't believe what I just saw look on my face. And then yet at the same time, for Suns fans, there is a little bit of pain in watching that because Tyrese Halliburton is the guy they didn't want in that draft 5 years ago. They weren't even remotely interested in Tyrese Halliburton.
Don't forget Sacramento traded him on draft night.
No, it's funny. I was thinking about that too.
For Sabonis.
I was thinking about that driving in. Like for all the crap the Suns get for drafting Ayton and not drafting Luka, and for drafting Jalen Smith and not drafting Tyrese Halliburton, the Kings deserve just as much crap, if not more, because not only did they, the Kings could have drafted Luka in that draft. They didn't. The Kings had Tyrese Halliburton. They traded him for DeMontis Sabonis. Wasn't that the Marvin Bagley
Marvin
draft?
Bagley, yeah.
That was,
I was just thinking about that in my head.
Yeah, they drafted Marvin Bagley instead of Luka
Bagley
Doncic.
over Luka.
So all this pain you've got pent up as a Suns fan.
Sacramento's got it worse.
Sacramento's got it worse. They
Sacramento
had Tyrese
took
Halliburton
Marvin
on their
Bagley.
roster. They had a chance to get Luka. They passed on him and they traded Tyrese
They had
Halliburton.
Halliburton, and because they had Fox, it's like, we don't need Halliburton. They traded Halliburton for Sabonis.
For DeMontis Sabonis, and
who's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a good player, but he's not Tyrese Halliburton.
Tyrese Halliburton is having his moment right now. And then he does the choke celebration. Reggie Miller gives him the point. I don't know if you saw that after he got done with his post-game interview.
Yeah.
Reggie Miller is pointing at him. Halliburton later on SportsCenter, he said, I got to admit, when I did the choke sign and the game was only tied, I was worried I wasted the celebration on on just a 2.
I was sick. I was just hoping, I was like, God, I got to make sure I didn't waste the celly. I knew that celly would be needed at some point here, and I was like, man, I think I wasted it. We won, so it's pretty cool, and to do it with him in this building is very special. So that's a big win for us, but there's a lot we can get better at going into game 2, and just really proud of our fight.
Now, look, there's a long way to go.
There's a long way to go.
Long way to go in this series.
But listen, the Pacers are resilient, man. You can say what I'm a Knicks fan. I'm going to be miserable if they lose, but that's a quality basketball team. The Indiana
Julia,
Pacers.
over on the news side, who produces the Bruce and Gator show, she texted me. She's a huge Knicks fan, grew up in New York. The Knicks won't win another game in this series.
Stop.
She goes, that was too deflating for them. I was like, come on.
That's your typical fatalistic New York sports fan right there, right there. They'll be fine.
She embodies all of them.
Yes, I mean, just nobody embraces fatalism more than New York sports fan. Outside of maybe Boston sports fan.
Yeah.
Right? They just, oh my God, it's the end of the world. We lost the game, right?
There's Frankie Peach. Watching the Knicks try and close out a basketball game is very taxing. No clutch players except Brunson. The rest of them are all chokers. Anunoby overrated. Last I looked, Joker Farrell. Last I looked, they were up by 12. What happened? And Brunson's also a choker, as is Towns, as my buddy Greg. They're all chokers now. They hate them all. That's New Yorkers speaking. I hate every one of you. I hate every single player on the team.
Fatalistic
You
group
guys
of people.
are 4 wins away from playing for the NBA Finals, but I hate every single one of you for losing that game last night. You all suck. Every one of you. That's a mentality. I swear it's a mentality. It's bred into you, I think.
I think you're right. Corbin Burns, it's what you get for using lines like, how you doing? I mean, that's the price that you have to pay. You walk around saying, how you doing?
Hey.
You're cursed with this fatalism about your sports teams. Yeah.
I'm good. How are you doing?
Corbin Burns, he's starting to look like the pitcher that was promised. Now, can he get a little help, please? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Back here for Global Credit Union. Today is Thursday. That means tomorrow is Friday. And it also means for some of you, tomorrow might be payday. It's my favorite day to tell you about Global Credit Union because I think Global Credit Union is great. They offer everything a bank does, but it's just better than a bank. And one of the reasons why I think happens tomorrow, it's payday. You have direct deposit set up with your employer, right? You'll wake up tomorrow morning, and if tomorrow's your payday and you have direct deposit set up, there'll be a paycheck in your account waiting for you to spend on the long weekend. However, if you banked with Global Credit Union, that money that's going to get deposited on a Friday could be used on a Thursday, could be used on a Wednesday at Global Credit Union. You can access direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. You earned it. It's yours. It belongs to you. You should be able to. They feel the same way about it. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit is required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving.
Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner. Fish for dinner. No, stop. This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. First reported by NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting has been placed on the non-football injury list, ending his season before it begins. Murphy-Bunting is in year 2 of a 3-year deal that he signed with the Cardinals last off-season. And in the NBA tonight, the Western Conference Finals resume from Oklahoma City. Thunder are currently up on the Wolves 1-0. Tip-off is at 5:30. We've got pregame coverage that starts at 5 that you can listen to on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll explore whether or not the Knicks can get back in the series after getting Halliburton. Starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
It's a fun series every time we play them. I think this series could have looked a lot different. Lost one late last night. Been a tough one again tonight. So a couple better swings or maybe a few different pitches, and we can come away with even a sweep there versus losing the series. So it's going to be hard-fought games against these guys all year. So it's early, and we haven't played our best baseball yet. So it's coming.
This is Corbin Burns after the game last night. The Arizona Diamondbacks lose the game, lose the series to the LA Dodgers. They've got the off day today. They're in St. Louis tomorrow for what is going to be kind of a big 3-game series. We were maybe not anticipating that was going to be a big 3-game series, but the Cardinals not only are playing well, the Cardinals are actually the team directly in front of the Diamondbacks right now in the wild card standings.
Right.
Tiebreakers and things like that, right? Like it matters, very, very much matters. So we'll probably talk more about that tomorrow. In the meantime, we got done about a half hour ago. We were talking about 26 and 24, Gambo, and you're 50 games in, and it's fine. We expected more. It's left us a little disappointed.
We want more.
We do. It's other. I mean, okay, 5 starting pitchers, 5.5 if you want to count Ryan Nelson.
Okay,
and we've been. You got to be pleased with Brandon Pfaadt. You got to be really pleased with Merrill Kelly. Certainly pleased with Corbin Burns.
Overall grade. All 5.
Overall grade.
Overall grade. 5.5. It's not an A.
It's a B.
Because Gallen and Rodriguez did not make it
I was debating B or a B minus.
Okay, so Corbin Burns, just Corbin Burns grade.
Corbin Burns is an A.
Merrill Kelly.
An A plus. Or an A.
Brandon Pfaadt
is an A minus.
Or B plus.
There's a difference.
Eduardo Rodriguez
is a C minus.
Ryan Nelson.
As a starter?
Yeah. You got 2 starts. One was 5 innings against the Dodgers, 1 run.
Cop out for me to say incomplete, but it's an incomplete, isn't it? Isn't it?
You could go there.
Yeah. What would be your grades? Corbin Burns.
A.
Merrill Kelly.
A.
Brandon Pfaadt.
B plus.
Zach Allen.
C.
Eduardo Rodriguez.
D.
Ryan Nelson.
B plus.
B plus for right. Just after 2 starts, huh?
I mean, you just asked me. I gave you a grade. Now you're going to question it. You like my wife? Yes, something. And I gave you something. Really? Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. What do you want for dinner tonight? Can I have the halibut? Really? That's what you want? You want the halibut? Yeah, didn't I just say that like 2 seconds ago?
Cambo,
How are you doing?
Yeah,
really? That's how you're going to ask me? Really?
I swear to God. I am nothing like your wife. let's just get that clear right now. I am nothing.
No.
I am nothing like your wife.
I think, but overall, you probably got 3 A's for 3 of the starting pitchers.
You do.
But the overall grade, because of the struggles of Gallen and Eduardo Rodriguez, bring you down somewhere in the in the B to B plus category. It's not an A, it's a B to B plus.
I wouldn't be that worried about Eduardo Rodriguez's grade. He's the 5th starter on the team. I'm not going to get that worked up about the 5th starter. I am a little worked up about Zach Gallen. I mean, like, really, of all the things, if you're looking at it from 30,000 feet and say, okay, tell me that's the story about starting pitching for the Arizona Diamondbacks this year, Eduardo Rodriguez, he would make the conversation, but I wouldn't spend a lot of time talking about him, only because I think once it gets to the point where it matters the most, he's not going to pitch. He's your 5th starter. You can live with a 5th starter who's just okay. Now, he needs to be better than what he is. I'm not saying you can live with him in his ERA of 7, but even if he has an ERA of 4.5, okay, that's fine for a fifth starter. Zach Gallen carting around a ERA of 5 is not fine. No matter how good the other 3 guys have been, no matter how good Corbin Burnes has been, it's not okay that Zach Gallen is rocking the ERA that he is or has pitched the way that he has. It's just got to get better.
Normally, you'd say you're not going to go very far if Zach Gallen doesn't pitch better. But with Zach Gallen not pitching very well, they're 2 games out of a wild card spot right now. Kelly's been great. Corbin Burnes has been great. Fott's been great. I think Ryan Nelson's going to be great. Can you afford a down year from Zach Gallen? You might be able to.
Yeah.
No, you might be able to. I don't know for sure, but you might be able to.
I think if we've been talking about the first 50 games a lot. I think you and I want to speak for you, I think you and I would probably agree that the biggest takeaway from the first 50 games that's a negative is the bullpen, right? The bullpen has defined in some ways the first 50 games. Okay.
Yeah.
If I said you couldn't pick the bullpen, what else has disappointed you about the first 50 games? It's got to be Zach Gallen, right?
Yes.
It's got to be. I mean,
if I take the bullpen out, it's probably Zach Gallen. Because he should be a guy that's one of the top 10 or 12 pitchers and starting pitchers in Major League Baseball.
But to your point, I'm not going to say they're thriving, but they certainly have been able to survive with Zach Gallen
because
like
of how
this.
good 3 of the other guys have been, or 3.5 of the other guys.
And I just don't know how much. They're not going to get where they want to go ultimately. Like we did the math. They're on an 84 win pace. We both agree that's not good enough. We both agree that's not going
to get you in this year.
It's not going to get it done.
Not
and
this
it's
year.
not going to scratch the itch, and it's not going to make us feel like this was a great year of Diamondbacks baseball. In order for them to up that number, Zach Gallen has to be better in the next 50 games, right? Has to be. I
was just questioning that. I don't know. Normally you would think yes. Normally you would think he's got to be better. But if Kelly continues to pitch great, and so does Burnes, and so does Fott, and so does Ryan Nelson, could you afford a 500 season out of Zach Gallen with an ERA of 4? Maybe you can. I don't know. I mean, maybe you can. Now, certainly, if the bullpen woes continue the way they are, that can't be overcome. You're not gonna win enough. Your starting pitchers aren't gonna go 7 innings every single time. So if you said what has to be fixed first, I would say the bullpen over Zach Gallen.
Yeah,
you have a better chance.
I would agree. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
You have a better chance of being a postseason team with an off Gallen year than you do with the bullpen being the way it has been.
Yeah, I would agree with you completely about the bullpen.
10 blown saves.
And it's...
So you want to... They're 2 games over 500 with 10 blown saves. If half of those blown saves had turned into wins, we'd be raving about how good this baseball team is right now.
Yeah.
Maybe 7 games over 500.
In spite of Zach Gallen's struggles, we'd be raving about how good. So maybe they can. We're not accustomed to seeing Zach Gallen like this. We're not. And I think we all believe he's going to fix it, but we're a third of the way through the season and it hasn't gotten fixed yet. It would make things easier. It would allow a little grace for Ryan Nelson. It would allow for a little grace. If, Merrill Kelly's been pitching great. Is he going to pitch this well all season? It'd be nice if you had Zach Gallen doing Zach Gallen things, so it gives other guys a little more wiggle room to not always be elite every single night, right? That's I think, where Zach Gallen's importance here is. I'll say this, too, about Corbin Burnes. We had a conversation yesterday. We were talking about Ryan Nelson and whether he's going to take Eduardo's spot in the rotation. We said, if he doesn't, it's kind of another free agent pitcher that the Diamondbacks went out and gave a lot of money to, and it hasn't worked out all that well. We ignored the elephant in the room. Corbin Burnes has worked out really well so far as a free agent they've signed. Now, maybe he was always destined to work out really well because he's Corbin Burnes. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball. But I should have mentioned that yesterday when we were talking about free agent pitches and some of the misses. Corbin Burnes so far has been a big hit for the Diamondbacks, worth every penny for them.
Zach Greinke was good for them, too.
Yeah.
I mean, Zach Greinke was 13-7 his first year, 17-7 his second year, 15 wins the next year. Like, he was good, but I think Corbin Burnes is going to end up being better. than even Zach Greinke was.
Yeah, no, Greinke, he was just on some really mediocre baseball teams.
Yes.
Really, and this is not...
16, 17, 18, 19, and 19 he got traded to the Astros.
Yeah, those were just some really, other than the 17 team, those are some really mediocre teams. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, Phoenix Suns are working on finding themselves a new head coach. Who should they be the most focused on? Our Suns guru, Kellen Olson, chimes in next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
Now's the time, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Before the Dbacks versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Ketel Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Zach Gallen be Zach Gallen and lead the Arizona Diamondbacks to a win over the St. Louis Cardinals on Friday? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Burns and Gambo on this Thursday. There was, other than the big game last night at Madison Square Garden, there was a little bit of news today in the NBA in the coaching ranks. The Denver Nuggets. Gambo went and officially did the thing with David Alderman. He is going to be their new coach, which means there is one and only one team in the NBA looking for a head coach right now, and that is the Phoenix Suns. They have the search all to themselves.
Yeah, I think this will I think the second rounds are going on now. I think that will continue, and I think they'll pare it down sometime next week. And then again, like I've been saying all along, this will go to I'm expecting early June, at last day or two of May or early June before they've got a decision on it.
Joining us right now via the air link, if you're watching on YouTube or at ArizonaSports.com, our Suns guru, our good friend, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, Kellen Olson, joining us from home there. Hello, Kellen. How are we doing today? What's up?
Guys, I missed the collared shirt memo. Usually Gambo's got his black top on and I'm good, but now I feel like I'm underdressed.
Usually I dress like
see if I got something in the room.
Yeah, usually I dress like I just got out of the gym because I probably did.
That's what that smell is.
At least 2 times a week.
I just got out
of
bed, Gambo. That's how I dress. I dress like I just got out of bed.
Yeah, you do.
You kind of do. Yeah, you kind of do.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
For just being honest, you kind of do.
All right, listen, the most important question we're going to have for you today. You ready? Mm-hmm. Have you ever tried the line to pick up a girl? How you doing?
No.
See, that's why he's still single. That's why he's still single.
Oh.
I'm telling you. There it is.
Right. I'll give it a try in the wild and let you know how it works.
I want you to.
That's what I'm doing this Memorial Day weekend. I'm hitting the bars in Scottsdale till 3 a.m. That's where I'll be.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, I'm Kellen. I'm the Suns guru at ArizonaSports.com and co-host of Arizona Sports
What's your
Tonight.
name?
How are you doing tonight?
Here's how many Twitter followers I have.
All right, Kellen, enough of that. These are not the questions we called you for. These are not the reasons why you're here. This coaching search, as we referenced with Gambo a second ago, it's now officially just the Suns and only the Suns who are looking for one. This gives them the benefit of time. Certainly they are taking their time, but there's no reason not to at this point if you're the Suns with no pressure, right? They might as well take their... So is there a deadline in your mind that Gambo's saying first week of June? Is there anything out there that would make you think you need to get this done because of this, or is it not like that at all?
I think first week of June is a good target date because pre-draft workouts are going to be starting up around then, and you would love for the coach to be around for those workouts, those conversations. But then there are really, to be honest, the bigger decisions that they have on their hands where we're going to get some sort of news on Bradley Beal, I would assume, within the next 6 weeks. We're going to get some sort of news on Kevin Durant, I would assume, within the next 6 weeks, and you want your coach to be around for those conversations, involved in those conversations. We know what the Suns want to do and are going to do, but to have that person involved in that process at least would be a good step. So I don't think there's really a hard deadline, but for them to be at least have him around for while all those processes are happening would be a good start.
Let's get off the coaching thing for a second, because we know the information that's out there. We'll just leave it at that. More and more people, I tend to think, I think Jake Fisher wrote something the other day, are starting to come into this hey, maybe KD's going to stay with the Phoenix Suns, and maybe they can trade him. Look, I know when that season ended, their two priorities were to trade Kevin Durant and to get off of Bradley Beal. Now, could circumstances change? Okay, we can't get what we want for KD? Maybe. I still think it's hard to bring back those three guys because you're basically running back on a team that was an utter disaster and a failure. But just give me your thoughts, because I still don't see it. But do you see any scenario where KD comes back?
I do, but it would be delusion-based. If it did, it would be delusional. The team just didn't work, and we've had this conversation a million times, a million different ways. You guys are going to have it a few dozen more times before the summer's over. I'll have it a few dozen more times as well, but the team just didn't work, and the way in which you change this up and sort of restart, rebuild, retool, reload, however you want to phrase it with a word starting with the letter R, you have to trade Durant. That's just what you have to do. I think the Beal thing is more open-ended, where you have more possibilities with what you can do and what you choose to do. But with Durant, with his contract situation, with his age, he's just the guy that you move in this kind of situation, because this is clearly the dynamic between the team. It would be just so foolish to point this at, oh, well, we didn't have the right GM and the right coach and all that kind of stuff. Clearly, the players on the floor together do not mesh well either.
I have a similar question, but from almost a different slant. Is the keeping Kevin Durant conversation more based in, hey, we tried to trade him and there just wasn't anything out there that we loved? Or do you believe that there will be plenty out there for them to love and that will not be the thing that will be the impediment to trading KD?
I guess the starting point for that conversation would be if he's open to signing his extension. If he's not willing to sign his extension this summer and you, like you said, you dance around offers for a couple of weeks and figure out you don't want to trade him because of how low his trade value is, the only way in which that would be worth it is if he would sign his extension. Even then, I don't think it would be worth it. His value is going to be low. I think people really need to. Do you guys remember what we did with DeAndre Ayton forever in terms of like the trade value that he would potentially have? And we were trying to figure out what it was, and we always felt like it was going to be lower than what we expected. That's what you have to expect here. Like, you're going to get a player or two back that has a certain amount of promise or a certain amount of pedigree already, and maybe you'll get another first round pick or two, but that's about it. And I think that's fine, to be clear. I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing, but I'm sure the Suns already reasonably expect what they're going to be able to get for him because they freaking explored this thing just 2.5 months ago, 3 months ago. And they're going to a lot more right now. I'm sure those conversations are happening in some sort of aspect right now.
I wonder what happened. Wonder what would have happened to the Pacers had they been able to get DeAndre Ayton when they gave him that offer sheet. How different would the Pacers look right now? Miles Turner wouldn't be there. They'd have DeAndre Ayton. I don't even know if they'd be in the Eastern Conference Finals.
I don't think they would be either. Miles Turner has just been great for them and just so dependable for them over the last couple of seasons. They've got their what if there, and as Dan Bickley wrote about in ArizonaSports.com, Tyrese Halliburton is the other one, obviously, as well. There's a lot of what ifs with DeAndre. It starts with the night he was drafted, of course, but the Suns could have reached a contract extension agreement with him before he got to the point he entered restricted free agency and had that offer sheet come across his table. There's a lot of those types of moments we can look back on the last couple of years where if it would have went down a different road, the Suns would have looked completely different, and a lot of the league for that matter.
Kellen Olson is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. I know we kind of moved on from the coaching search for a moment, but I do want to circle back because I'm just curious of the names that are out there. Is there a name or two that pops for you that they go, ooh, that guy, or ooh, that guy, or is it too early in the process, or do you want to have it narrowed down before you start doing that? I'm just curious if any of the names stand out to you, Kel.
I like Mike Nori to an extent, like with an asterisk, just because there's such limited information on these guys. Like, we know a few attributes, traits, like key bullet points for each of these guys, but knowing them in depth as coaches, what they've been responsible for over the time that they've been coaches, it's hard to say. So with that caveat, Nori just seems like the type of guy that you should be going after as a coach. First of all, he's been in the NBA for over 20 years at this point, and it seems like him and Finch had a really, not a 1A, 1B sort of relationship, but he worked very closely and has worked very closely with Finch and everything that he's done. He's been someone who's been characterized as a guy who has not, no one has spent more time than him on like the in-game stuff that assistant coaches and head coaches will do. Like, that's rotations, that's coming out of timeouts, that's a lineup distribution, what lineups are on the floor together. He's been like the chief guy that handles that in Minnesota. And then, as it's been well documented, like, he's got a great personality about him. He's not a vibrant guy, but is someone who will use like humor to disarm a situation. I can relate to that very well, as the both of you know. And you need someone like that, because Monty, for like what he was as a coach or whatever, it was fine. But for what he was able to do as a personality, he came in as a very hard-nosed guy, but then had like his lovable and emotional moments. He's also like kind of weird and kind of goofy. You need someone with like a dynamic personality like that, I think, to come in here, and Nori fits the bill. And I say that not knowing the personality of the other guys as well, who very well could have those attributes as well.
Right. Kellen, as always, good to catch up with you. We appreciate the insight, the conversation, as always. We look forward to hearing your comments, as always, during Arizona Sports at Night, and reading your stuff at ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y Refi. Good to see you, sir.
I'll let you know how I do this weekend, Gambo.
Let me know how that works. Let me know how that works.
How you
doing? My name's Kellen Olson.
We're not going to be able to shake that the whole show,
you
are
follow
we?
me on Twitter?
It's the whole show. Kellen Olson, our Suns guru, joining us here on ArizonaSports.com. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, first, let me remind you, because this is such a great deal, the $30 concert tickets to select shows at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, including Kesha and The Offspring with Jimmy Eat World and Little Big Town and Big Time Rush, Judas Priest, Alice Cooper, and more. Make it
another thing coming.
And you're going to do that every single time, aren't you? Make it a summer of live music with your $30 ticket to summer, on sale now at livenation.com/ticket-to-summer. The Cardinals got hit with a tough blow today, but how tough we'll discuss. We'll circle back to the key injury that maybe you haven't heard yet. We'll tell you about it. Then we'll try to figure out who the next 3 best players on the Cardinals roster are. We'll explain next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pro Football Focus has, they have Kyler as the 15th best quarterback entering 2025. I'm sure there are some people right now in their cars screaming that's way too high, he's not good. And others screaming like, no, he's going to be better this year.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where he should be.
Where you're ranked going into the season has no bearing on where you're going to be at some point in time. You get to go out and actually do something about it. It doesn't matter what some guy believes. Having said all of that, that's right about where I think he should be ranked.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Wolf for Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save $10 when you spend $75 or more in one transaction. Simply clip your digital coupon and save $10 today. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. First reported by NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting has been placed on the reserve non-football injury list, ending his season before it begins. Murphy-Bunting in year 2 of a 3-year deal that he signed with the Cardinals last offseason. In college football, the conference commissioners today voted unanimously to change the structure of the 12-team college football playoff. As opposed to rewarding the top 4 conference winners with byes, it will instead be straight seeding based on the final CFP rankings. The top 5 conference winners will still be guaranteed a spot in the playoff. And in the NBA, the Western Conference Finals resumed from Oklahoma City. The newly named MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Thunder up 1-0 on the visiting Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 5:30. That'll be over on ESPN 620 a.m. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Alex Weiner. Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting was placed on the non-football injury list, ending his season. Justin Martinez has a really good chance to return this weekend as the Dbacks take on the Cardinals. And the college football playoff changed its seeding format after Boise State and Arizona State earned byes. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi.
And obviously, it's that first one that certainly caught our attention here. It literally happened about 2 minutes before we went on the air with the show. I mean, as we were in the middle of our shift change from Wolf and Luke heading out to Burns and Gambo heading in, Lauren pops in. Breaking news, Sean Murphy-Bunting out for the season. And we've been, trying to find out more information ever since. We haven't had a lot of luck yet, but as soon as we do, we're going to let you know and pass along what has happened. All we know is this. Ian Rappaport was the first to report it. The Cardinals have put cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting on the reserve non-football injury list.
Right. That's big. Non-football injury it's a big deal.
Yeah, because it what that means, what happened. I mean, it was not football, so there was something else. So that's where the mystery is. Like, what happened that allowed this that caused this to happen. Now, he was a player who, if nothing had changed, basically his entire salary was guaranteed for this upcoming season. So I think he was going to make the roster because he was the lone veteran corner in the room. But surely, Gambo, I think with the young guys that they've drafted and they were expecting to take the next step up, Sean Murphy-Bunting was probably going to get the squeeze this year for playing time. Max Melton was probably going to squeeze him. Star Thomas, certainly Will Johnson and Denzel Burke and the guys they drafted. I don't know. Sean Murphy-Bunting was okay last year for the Cardinals. Not great, not awful, but not
his
great.
Pro Football Focus grades were not like he played a lot. He played in 15 games and he had a lot of snaps, and his Pro Football Focus grades weren't great. He had the 3 picks. My understanding is by landing on this NFL list, the Cardinals are not required to pay his base salary of $7.6 million, just a guaranteed signing bonus, which that's 4.5 for 2025. So he signed a 3-year, $22.5 million contract with the Cardinals. $17.3 million is guaranteed, of which $14 million is fully guaranteed at signing. The signing bonus is $6 million. His 2024 is $4.5 million of the guarantee is for this year. So he's guaranteed his salary this year, the signing bonus portion of it. I'm just trying to understand it as we go, but I don't think that they're required to pay his base salary this year, which I think is what, $7.6 million?
No, yeah, I think so. I'm just saying, and that all might be correct. I'm just saying before he landed on this list, I don't think he was in any danger of being cut because his salary was entirely guaranteed.
Right.
But this is changed thing. It has left the room well stocked but very young. And I think that to me is the main takeaway. There's a lot of highly thought of bodies in the Diamondbacks, in the Cardinals cornerback room. They're all kid. Will Johnson, who they just drafted, and Denzel Burke, who they just drafted, Star Thomas and Max Melton, obviously, and Elijah Jones, and I mean there's a lot of corners in it. I'm not even getting into Garrett Williams or Keitrell Clark in the slot position. There's like 11 corners on the roster.
But by and large, most of them, as I joked earlier, can't rent a car if they wanted to.
They're young.
Will they try to find a veteran to kind of stabilize the room? Do they believe in their youth and the guys that I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question.
Can we take the way? All right, let's go over it. Can we take the way they've judged their wide receivers and use it the same way as the cornerbacks?
Ooh, I'm intrigued by this. Explain.
Everybody and their mother thinks that they should go out and get one of these wide receivers. Go get Gabe Davis. Go get Keenan Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Go get
Amari Cooper.
Amari Cooper. Go get Amari Cooper. Why?
Right.
Because they're veterans. They're veterans. I've seen them play. I know that they can play. But they're old. But it's okay. I know they're old. It doesn't matter. These free agents that don't have a team yet right now, I mean, are any of them star players? Or are these guys that are long in the tooth? They may want too much money. They're not the same football players they once were. You would think if you're a great player, you're on a roster right now. If I'm looking at the cornerbacks and I looked at Monty Ossenfort, how many of those cornerbacks have been brought in by Monty Ossenfort? Almost all of them.
Almost all of them.
Is he going to look at that and say, these guys are better than the guy I could go get that's sitting on his couch right now that nobody signed? Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
No team has signed Asante Samuel. Nobody. Who's the 35-year-old guy that Gilmore?
Stephon Gilmore, yeah.
Stephon Gilmore. He's 35.
Yeah.
Almost. Like, nobody signed him. So if I look at Monty Ossenfort, can I come to a conclusion that he values his roster and his guys more than he values players that are sitting at home right now that no other team has signed?
Based on how he's handled his wide receiver position, I think that's a reasonable conclusion to jump to. Yes.
We had Darren Urban on the other day. I said, is it safe to assume that the Cardinals believe that all of their guys are better than Michael Wilson? He goes, it might be safe to assume that they think that Zay Jones is better than the guys that are out there right now.
He did say that. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And look, in this particular circumstance, I think it's reasonable to assume that Sean Murphy-Bunting maybe wasn't going to get that much playing time on this roster anyway. So do you need to replace a player who maybe wasn't going to play anyway, or who would have been a backup anyway? I mean that, and I think maybe to me that's where the question is who, if you do go out and get somebody, you're doing it with the understanding you're not replacing a starting cornerback. You're replacing a backup cornerback on your roster, and so you'll go into it going, we're not spending a lot of money. I'll tell you that. These corners that are still out there on the market, if we do go and get one, we're not spending the money on the one thinking that they're going to come in and be our starting guy. We like our guys to the point where Sean Murphy-Bunting, this was probably going to be his last year anyway with the Cardinals because of the guys that we had drafted and the guys that we believed in. They do have, they have a lot of options in the room. They do. And so maybe for them, this is no big deal. We still don't know how it happened, and we're working on everyone's probably working on trying to figure out what happened there, but it will be curious to see what the next move is for the Cardinals. And who knows? Maybe we get closer to camp and one of these corners that's on this list who's still out there, one of those guys goes, you know what? I need a job.
I need a job. I'll take the minimum. Let me come in and fight for a spot.
Let me come in and fight for a spot. You know, if Asante Samuel is still out there, hey, man, I'll take the minimum. I'll come in and fight. Fine. Yeah, come on in.
It's like the Diamondbacks with David Robertson. He's a good relief pitcher. He wants $10 million a year. You're not Mike Hazen's not paying him that. Not going to happen. Sorry.
Yeah. No.
You want to come in for maybe if you're coming in for nothing. So all these guys that are sitting there right now, we are what 6 weeks away from
training camp
opening.
It's about 7 weeks away from training camp opening. Right. It's usually the third week of July, fourth week of July. Yeah.
All right, so 2 months from now, camp's open.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like some of these guys are going to buckle and just take a deal.
And some of those guys, and I'm just, again, looking at NFL.com's top 101 free agents available, and they've already eliminated the guys who have signed. Of the guys in their top 101 who are left, here are the corners. Asante Samuel, he was ranked 21st overall. He's 25 years old. There is Stephon Gilmore. Age 34, he was the 78th ranked free agent overall back when there was 101 of them. Rasul Douglas, former Cardinal, for a while, age 31. He's number 80 on the list. Scrolling down a little bit, Mike Hilton, age 31. He's number 95 on the list, and that's it. So 4 guys. 4 corners of the original top 101 that are still unsigned and available.
And now one team has signed them.
What
does it mean?
It means they're asking for too much money. Probably it means they're asking for too much money.
Could be injury concerns
or that
too much money, or you just don't know what it is. And so that's when, if I try to say, look at the wide receivers and how Monty's handled the wide receivers. Because what Cardinal fan out there is it like, why didn't we get Amari Cooper? Gabe Davis is available. Go get Gabe. And they might just be sitting there saying, hey, we like our guys better.
When we come back, Corbin Carroll has improved this season. He's a pretty good baseball player to begin with, but he's even gotten better this year. What has he improved at this season, and why has it worked so well for him? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is a very difficult time for Suns fans dealing with a couple of what-ifs. Tyrese Halliburton, obviously, a guy that could have very easily been a Phoenix Suns. In fact, there are times when teams make mistakes drafting players, and years later you go, man, we could have done that. We could have had that. We all knew in real time that it was a ridiculous mistake. For what the Suns needed, a future beyond Chris Paul, it was right there.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage Team, I've been telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team for almost 3 decades now. Stan Lund started the business, and it's a family-owned business. Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver. You can take a look at some of the current mortgage rates if you want to refinance or do a new home loan. But the Lund Mortgage Team can help you with any and all of your mortgage needs. For some of you, it may be paying off high-rate credit card debt with a home equity line of credit. For others, it may be taking a 30-year mortgage and going down to a 15 because the 15-year mortgage rates are lower. They're lower. I'm looking at some rates in Arizona. 15-year mortgage rates around 5.7%. A lot better than what the 30-year fixed rates are. So for some of you, the Lund Mortgage Team may be able to help you with a 15-year mortgage, and you'll get a much lower rate. For those of you that are renting and want to buy a house, the Lund Mortgage Team gets you pre-approved for free. All you have to do is call them at 623-889-0130. They can answer any and all of your mortgage questions. That's 623-889-0130.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Diamondbacks have a big weekend in St. Louis. Big start for Zach Gallen on Friday night. We'll discuss our baseball team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
We have a stud. he is a stud. He's incredible. He takes the I guess it wasn't a check swing. I guess he went around. He takes the ball off the back elbow. I can't imagine that's feeling great. And then has to go 2 at-bats later, left on left, against one of the toughest left-handed pitchers in the game, and decides to hit an Oppo Taco to give us a 2-run lead. We have an absolute stud on our hands, and man, it's exciting to just be in the same building as him and be on the same team for him. So when he does freakish stuff, it's helping all of us out.
And he's such a humble guy.
Yeah.
He's as a superstar, and I think I could say that Corbin Carroll's a superstar.
I think you can.
I think I could put him in the superstar category.
Oh, yeah.
He's a really likable superstar.
Yes.
He's a really humble kid. We've had him on several times.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry.
Many times.
I thought you were going to say something else. He's
just a little bit different of a cat, you know?
Well, he's kind of quiet, you know? Like, he's kind of reserved, kind of, you know, I'm sure he's not that way in the clubhouse, but, you know, he's not.
He's quiet, he's polite.
Very polite,
shy.
Very well-raised, well-mannered. I mean, you can just see it, right? Like, but he's also insanely devoted to his craft. And I think you sent me... Honestly, you sent me a crap ton of numbers today.
Okay.
I mean, just a crap ton of numbers.
I get it. And this is not me. These are not. I'm not.
I know.
But there were numbers that were real that I could look at and not. You know, once you start talking about attack direction and attack angle and swing path tilt, an ideal attack angle, I start to get lost.
Your eyes start to glaze over a little bit.
I played baseball for a long time, even after high school, for a few years in Stam Musial League. You know, hey, just get the bat on the ball. Like, okay.
See ball, hit ball.
I mean, it wasn't like, you know, it was like this stuff that they have now it's just so different. But a couple of the things stood out to me that I really liked about, you know, them talking about Corbin Carroll. And I think that these are very understandable. So let me mention the ones that I liked, and then you could comment on ones that may be more analytical. Corbin Carroll against 95-mile-per-hour pitches this year.
Okay.
Compared to last year.
Okay,
pretty simple. How does Corbin Carroll handle pitches 95 miles an hour or more? Last year, he hit 265 with a 471 slugging percentage. Okay, let me say that again. Last year, 265 batting average, 471 slugging.
Against 95 or faster, okay?
Everybody can deal with these numbers. They're very normal.
Yes.
2025, 333 batting average, 788 slugging.
Massive improvement.
That's not analytics to me.
No. That's very simple. You're right. That's very simple.
In pitches that are 95 or more, he went from batting 265 to 333. That's a huge difference.
Huge.
That's an MVP type difference when you could do that. He is handling faster pitchers a lot better. That's one. Let me give you the other one that I like.
Okay, please do.
The pull ball rate in the air. How many times is he getting the ball in the air? Okay. That's not analytic. That's not the swing path tilt to me. Okay. That's how many times is Corbin Carroll getting the ball in the air? 2022, 11% of the time he put the ball in the air. 2023, 16%. 2024, 17%. 2025, 22%. Hey, guess what? I don't think you can hit a home run on a ground ball. I just don't think that you can get the ball over the fence on a ground ball.
That's the kind of insight you're just not going to find anywhere else.
You're not going to find that anywhere.
Right here on the Burns and
So when
Gambo
I'm gone, whoever replaces me, you're not going to get that from that guy.
You think you're getting that on Bickley and Murata? Hell no. You're not getting that on Bickley and Murata. No way.
So, like, to me, sometimes when I see stories like this, I'm really hesitant to send it because there are a lot of analytics in it. But I looked at the 95 mile per hour. And I'm like, okay, normal people could relate to that. I looked at how much he's putting the ball in the air. Putting the ball in the air, they say, is the most valuable kind of hit there is. For the first time, Carroll is doing it at above average rate. It helps explain why he's hitting a home run once every 14 at-bats this year after having done so once every 27 times last year.
Yeah.
So in a nutshell, once every 14 times this year, once out of every 27 times last year.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't even really want to get into the other numbers because even though I do like numbers and I'm intrigued by them a little bit, even this was a story. I don't even know where you got this from. Where did you get this from? This was from, I just clicked on the link
MLB.com.
here. MLB.com. Okay, and it really is some advanced metric type stuff here. It was too much for me. You sent me the graphic, and I'm like, how the hell are we going to talk about? Like just in terms of all of these numbers,
right? Because we wouldn't.
We wouldn't. It's too much, and it doesn't play good on the radio. But I do like the two that you cited specifically,
because anybody can understand that.
And specifically getting the ball in the air, but pulling the ball in the air, hitting it to his pull side, where you're just going to get a little more power. I think to me, all of this, and it's good information. But my number one takeaway from all of this, obviously it's equated to more home runs. Obviously more home runs is equated to him being in the MVP race, maybe more so than we thought. We talked about that yesterday. One of the main reasons why Corbin Carroll is getting MVP conversation, it's the power. It's the fact that he's 5'10" and he's got nearly as many home runs as Kyle Schwarber does.
Right.
And that he's among the league leaders in the National League. But I think more than that, Gambo, this speaks to, as you mentioned, a humble kid, Mike Fitzgerald, the cut I played at the beginning of the segment, talking about how he's a stud. Corbin Carroll is crazy committed to making himself a better baseball player.
Lovello called him a mad scientist.
A mad scientist. And here's my takeaway from that. Last year, Corbin Carroll tried being a mad scientist, and it cost him about 3 months of his season. He was terrible.
Looked like me in earth science.
He whatever it was that he did, he needed to undo over the course of the season. What I like about him is that didn't scare him from trying to do it again.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of guys would have said, oh, man, I tried to mess with my swing.
Go back.
I ain't doing that again. Look what it did. I was terrible for the first 3 months of the season.
So here's what he did.
Not Corbin Carroll. He's like, okay, I'll try it again. I'll just try it a little bit differently. And it's way working for him.
First of all, his bat speed's up 1 mile per hour. So it's a little bit faster by 1 mile per hour. But he changed the position of his hands this spring. He changed his stance, placing his feet 5 inches closer than they were 2 years ago. He says, I don't want to lose too much of my height. I think that's a way in which I can accomplish that. Excuse me. So he placed his feet 5 inches closer to the plate than they were 2 years ago. Getting a little bit closer to the plate. Not by a lot, but just by a little bit. And that may be a huge difference for him.
Yeah, it's whatever it is. I mean, it's... Now, we're going to have a conversation a little later on in the show about whether the D-backs have become too home run dependent, which I think in some ways goes hand in hand with this conversation. Corbin Carroll becoming more of a home run hitter kind of changes his identity and kind of changes their identity a little bit, but that's a conversation for another segment. We will have that conversation. At the end of the day, Corbin Carroll has whatever it was that he's done, it has worked. He's never going to stop trying to improve himself, and he's not afraid of the numbers, and he's not afraid of the technology, and he's not afraid of the science. Man, he leans into it. I bet he leans into it probably more than any other player on that team. He embraces that technology to make himself better. And
he drives the DeLorean. What was that called?
The time machine from Back to the Future.
Was it DeLorean?
It was a DeLorean. Yeah,
a DeLorean.
It was a DeLorean.
Think he drives a DeLorean?
No, I bet he drives like a hybrid vehicle or something like that. I bet he drives something that gets like 90 miles per the gallon or something. 4 o'clock reset time is next. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports. Lauren is here with a 4 o'clock reset coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
Now's the time, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. This is Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. First reported by NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting has been placed on the reserve non-football injury list, ending his season before it begins. Murphy-Bunting is in year 2 of a 3-year deal that he signed with the Cardinals last off-season. The College Football Conference commissioners voted unanimously today to change the structure to their 12-team college football playoff. As opposed to rewarding the top 4 conference winners with byes, it will instead be straight seeding based on the final CFP rankings. The top 5 conference winners will still be guaranteed a spot in the playoff. And in the NBA, NBA, the Western Conference Finals resume from Oklahoma City. The Thunder currently up on the Wolves 1-0. Tip-off is at 5:30. That'll be over on ESPN 6:20 a.m. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time. Time to get you caught up on everything going on in sports. And there is a lot going on in sports. Lauren is here. She's got all the top stories today. Lauren, take it away.
You said it, Burnsy. There's a lot going on in sports today, but we will lead off with the breaking news that came down just before we started the show, which is that the Arizona Cardinals have placed cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting on the reserve non-football injury list, ending his season before it's even begun.
What did he do?
Yeah, I mean, I
non-football injury. What did he do?
There's concern. How injured is he?
We had a player once drop a pot of boiling hot water on his foot.
Wasn't it oil?
Yeah, was it oil?
I think it was oil.
Oil.
And that was, who was that? Remind me again who that was.
I was a defensive back, I think.
It was a defensive back. I can't remember.
Hamilton?
Was it Hamilton?
Am I making this up?
I don't know. I can't remember who it was. But we don't know. I see it's just you're left to speculate. The room.
Antonio Hamilton.
Good call. Good call, Lauren.
Thank you.
Victory lap there.
But I remembered the hot oil. What I got?
Well, you said hot water. She said hot oil, and she got the name right.
He dropped something hot on his foot. What does it matter what it is? Like, what does it matter?
She got the name though. She said Hamilton.
Antonio Hamilton. I said it was a Cardinals defensive back. I helped out a little bit. Like, we play charades here on this show.
Here, you can have 25% credit. I'll take 75% credit.
I won. It's just something.
I get 0% credit.
I don't get any credit at home, so I might as well get some here.
So that's what it is. He fights
here
for all the credit here he can get because he gets none at home.
None.
Okay, that's fair. Leaves the room very young. Keitrell Clark. I mean, the room is stacked. The room is just very young. Everybody there, 24, 23, 25. It does make the drafting of Will Johnson and Denzel Burke look very fortuitous. Not that they knew that this was coming, but it worked out very well that they drafted 2 corners this year and they just loaded up on the room. It allows them to maybe not have to go out and sign anybody. There's still some guys out there, but I don't know if they're going to sign anybody or not.
I'm starting to feel a trend with Monty Ossenfort that I like the guys that I drafted better than the guys that are sitting at home right now that no team in the NFL has signed.
Yeah.
Nobody has signed these guys. Nobody. And I've got all these guys that I drafted because I liked them. I'm getting the feeling that he trusts his players more.
Perhaps.
We'll see. We'll see.
We already know that Monty likes to play his rookies. So
that he does.
There's more proof of that. And yesterday, the tush-push vote went through and did not ban it. Well, Jeremy Fowler was on NFL Live yesterday and discussed why the tush-push vote failed and also a player who had a little bit of a special say in it.
Talking to people around the building, they said that the meetings in here were tense, especially with owner Jeffrey Lurie and his impassioned speech. Well, Kelsey came after him and brought a bit of levity to the situation. His discussion was football only. He broke down the tush-push plays. He highlighted how it is not an injury risk at all from his vantage point. He said that Jalen Hurts is going to continue to get those first downs, whether he's pushed or not. The offensive line is just that good. So that was pretty refreshing for the owners to just hear the football standpoint. Steelers president Art Rooney told me that he thought that Kelsey might have even swayed a few voters based on what he said today. And so overall, it was still a mild surprise that the Packers proposal did not go through.
That Kelsey, not Travis Kelsey. Jason Kelsey.
Jason Kelsey, former Eagle.
I had read that at one point Jeffrey Lurie, the owner of the Eagles, after about an hour of just filibustering, Jed York of the 49ers basically said, "Are you done? Like, enough. We get it. We understand. Quit yelling at us about this." Like, it was heated. People were yelling at each other. Lurie was yelling at executives from the NFL who were telling him that they didn't like how he was framing the conversation. Sounded like it was pretty heated.
I'm hearing the T-shirts are flying off the rack, though. I'm just here for the tush-push. I'm just here, and then it's got a football for the tush-push.
For $34.99.
You can get
you can get an Eagles T-shirt that is about the tush-push.
There's a lot of tush-push T-shirts.
Happy
License
birthday,
plate.
Gambo.
You get a license plate, TSH, PSH, tush push, on a license plate.
That's pretty clever.
It is. It is.
And finally, in a little bit of MLB news, Derek Hall, he joined the morning show today, and this is a little bit of a longer clip, but he addressed the stadium updates
Oh,
and
let's do it.
what we could see happening with that.
I do believe we're on their 5-yard line.
Okay,
so,
good.
I'm still very hopeful. I think things are going well. There are some people that, have tried to make it more complicated, have tried to get in between the flow and the momentum we've had, but that's okay. There's too many people that want to make this happen. They understand the importance of it. And when someone like Danny Seiden goes public with such a statement, I think obviously it's just coming from the heart. It's a fresh wound when we lost our hockey team. No one wants to lose another team. There has not been a threat of that. I think he's just merely pointing to how many markets do want baseball because, it's a point of pride to have in your community and number of jobs you create and what it does for the economy and economic impact. So that's really where he was going. But obviously our focus is squarely on getting this deal done, staying right where we are downtown, and start to beautify and renovate that stadium that needs it so desperately.
Danny Seiden is the Arizona Chamber of Commerce president and CEO who on Mike Broomhead's show on KTAR a couple of days ago had said he doesn't want the Diamondbacks becoming the Utah Pika, a reference to a North American rodent, but more specifically, he doesn't want the Diamondbacks getting stolen from us like Utah took the Coyotes from us.
81% of Utah residents are in favor of bringing an MLB franchise to the Beehive State, according to a Desert News Hinckley Institute poll from 2023. They tried to get in on the Oakland Athletics sweepstakes. They came up short. Now they said there's a possibility of them nabbing another team, and they mentioned Arizona. The Diamondbacks are not going anywhere. It says Utah's being aggressive. They're not going. The Diamondbacks are not going anywhere. Derek Hall and Ken Kendrick are committed to this market and committed to that area. They're going to get it done. They're going to stay in Arizona. We should have a good public-private partnership to redo that building. It needs it.
Yep.
It needs it. It deserves it. The Diamondbacks have been great in the community. As good as anybody, if not better. And they deserve to stay here, and they will stay here.
What he said.
And another update on the Arizona Diamondbacks coming from Torey Lovello post-game yesterday, saying just as Gambo had been reporting all week that Justin Martinez is a good chance that he will join the team in St. Louis for their upcoming series starting tomorrow.
I'll never be more interested in watching a radar gun while a pitcher is pitching than I will be when Justin Martinez comes in a game. Like, I'm serious. Like, every time he throws a pitch, my eyes are going to go right to the little score bug to see how fast he's throwing. Right to it.
AJ Puck, late June.
Okay.
Just keep that in the back of your mind. AJ Puck, late June, will be back.
Yeah, it's still a ways away from now. I want to see what leverage situations they put Justin Martinez in and how quickly he ascends up that ladder based off of his stuff. Because nothing against AJ Puck, Gambo, we got a lot of baseball between now and late June. I'd like to see some things get better before then.
Yeah, they'll be whole when they can get everybody back. When you've got AJ, and that'll be right before... Well, the trade deadline is...
No, it's a month before the deadline.
A month before the deadline. So that'll be good. At least you'll know what you have before the deadline.
Yep. And according to multiple sources, Wrigley Field will host the 2027 All-Star Game.
That dump?
Oh, yeah. That thing that needs fixing up.
Are they going to take all those weeds off the back fence?
Look, I'm not from Chicago. You can't blasphemize Wrigley Field like that. Come on, Wrigley Field's beautiful. Beautiful. You've seen a game there, right?
No.
You've never You've never been to a game at Wrigley Field?
No.
Oh, Gambo.
My daughter went to school in Chicago.
Yeah, what the hell?
What are you doing?
Soccer season. It was like baseball was over.
Man, Wrigley is.
Cubs were never in the playoffs.
Wrigley's.
I used to go see my daughter every year play. She played soccer for Loyola Chicago. Yeah, and I would go see her, but that wasn't during the baseball season.
Too bad, my friend. You're missing out. You see a game at Wrigley.
Well, you'll be able to see it in 2027 for the All-Star game.
Yeah.
I envy you and your ballpark thing that you do. I think that's pretty cool. I love baseball. Baseball's my favorite sport. And you've been to a lot more ballparks than I've been to.
My son and I try to go to a bunch. Try to go to one a year. It's been a few years since we've gone. I think we're going to try to do Philly and Baltimore this year.
I've been to Philly.
In the same spot. Yeah. Yeah, you've been to Philly?
I like whatever their old stadium was. When I was a kid, I went to Philly.
Oh, so not the new one. Yeah. No, Wrigley's great. Wrigley's great.
And also Fenway. Sorry.
I have a seat from the old original Yankee Stadium. You may not know that about me. I have one of the original seats.
Really?
From the old Yankee Stadium.
Did not know that.
I'd like to know how to get it refurbished. I don't know how to do it. Like it's a Yankee Stadium seat. I'd love to get it refurbished and like put it in my office.
Throw that out to the universe here, listeners.
How do you refurbish
a plastic seat from the Bronx?
It's like wood.
It's
wood?
wood?
It's wood? It's a wooden seat?
Yeah, it's the old Yankee
that
Stadium.
should be way easier.
That's much easier than plastic. You just find like a woodworker. You find somebody who like restores wood antique,
just like
yeah.
the old. Like,
my father-in-law used to do that for a living. He would restore old antique
I'd
wood
love
furniture.
To get that restored. That'd be so
yeah,
cool. Original seat from Yankee Stadium.
You will have 5 tweets from people within the next hour offering to do it for you. That's very. You'll be fine. You'll find somebody. You'll get it restored. Done.
Yeah, easy peasy. And tonight, OKC and the T-Wolves, Game 2 starts in just about an hour from now. You can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. OKC, they got the 1-0 series lead heading into that one.
Yeah, I mean, like all eyes on Minnesota to see what response they've got from the other night.
Oklahoma City's going to win this thing. They're too good. They're too good.
I tend to agree. But please, Minnesota, I just make it compelling, right?
I'll say this, and I'll even say this right now. I'll say this today.
Okay.
We're going to have 7 different champions. 7 different champions in 7 different years. We'll have the same champion this year and next year. I'll say it right now.
And Oklahoma City repeats?
That team is too good. They're too good. Nobody's beating them unless they have like a major injury. I will say that you'll have a repeat champion, and they haven't even won it this year yet.
I
really
like
calling a shot.
Bold. I like it.
Bold, spicy.
And we'll wrap this reset up with a little bit of WNBA news. Last night, the Phoenix Mercury won 89-86 over the Los Angeles Sparks. They're 2-0.
2-0.
Satu Sabali was Mercury's leading scorer with 25 points. Cameron Brink did not play in this one for the Sparks as she is still recovering from that torn ACL last season.
Alyssa Thomas had 19 as well, so 2/3 of their new big 3 are available and doing well.
We had her on the show.
We did.
So she was awesome.
She was great. She was
a great interview. Just a great interview.
Full of personality.
Great personality. She's a great player. She's got a great personality. They could make her into a star here. I know they lost to Rossi. She's got the potential to be a star here in Phoenix. Terrific player. Terrific, very likable person.
It's nice to see a new big 3 in the Valley actually
I totally
work out.
agree.
That's right, it is. Yes.
I totally agree.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate that when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show. If the series against the Dodgers is any example at all of how this season will go, just how competitive is this NL West going to be? That is next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Zach Gallen be Zach Gallen and lead the Arizona Diamondbacks to a win over the St. Louis Cardinals on Friday? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
We want to win every series that we play, and we were close last night, got beat. We were close today and got beat. We got to figure out a way to close up that gap and finish these games off. So at the end of the day, it's the Dodgers, yes, of course, but we want to take care of our business the way we know how against every team that we play. And we're going to have an off day tomorrow in St. Louis, and we're going to pick it up on Friday against Cardinals and do our best on that day.
That was Troy Lavello talking with the media after last night's loss. Diamondbacks lose the series to the LA Dodgers by falling on Tuesday and Wednesday night. Last night, great pitching performance from Corbin Burns. Wasted to a certain extent with the one bad pitch, the Teoscar Hernandez home run. Diamondbacks offense was nowhere to be found. The Diamondbacks just wrapped up 7 games, Gambo, against the Dodgers. They won't see them now again until very late August. So who knows what this all looks like.
3 wins, 4 losses.
3 wins, 4 losses.
Close games.
5 of the 7 were decided by 3 runs or less. I think when it was all told, the Dodgers outscored the Diamondbacks like 37-33 total in the 7 games. It's close, and I think I can't speak for you on this one. I think there was a time when I would have been satisfied with being close with the Dodgers. I don't feel like now is that time. I want more.
Yeah, you roll in and you feel like, you're all in to compete with them. I said this last week. I truly believe it. Why is the NL West so good? There was a blow-up in the Padres' dugout, a clubhouse last night. They've lost like 4 or 5 in a row. Apparently some of the players got into it.
Have you seen some of their numbers? Not only have they lost 5 in a row, they are getting demolished in these games.
Well, and I think that somebody called out the leadership on the Padres, like one of the players. Like, it got bad. So I'm going to keep my eye on the Padres and see if So here it is. There was reportedly a scuffle in the Padres clubhouse last night following their 14-0 loss to the Blue Jays. While the players involved haven't been named, sources say it began after one player questioned the team's leadership. The Padres currently are on a 5-game losing streak and have been outscored 32-3 during that span.
Well, 6-game losing streak. They lost in extras to the Blue Jays today.
Okay, 6-game losing streak. Falling back to earth a little bit. So keep your eye on the Padres if they might implode because of this, questioning leadership and struggling, and things are not going very well for the Padres.
This is how bad it's been. I took a screenshot of this. This was not including today's loss to the Blue Jays that Lauren just mentioned. During this 5-game losing streak, the Padres are the second team in baseball history to have a 5-game stretch where they scored 3 runs or fewer, allowed 30 or more runs, 10 or more home runs, and committed 5 or more errors. That's what the last 5 games before today had looked like for the San Diego Padres. 3 or fewer runs, 30 or more runs, 10 or more home runs, 5 or more errors allowed during that 5-game stretch. Anyway, back to the D-backs and the Dodgers, because that's what we were talking about here. But the Padres,
my point was the Dodgers have made everybody better. Like, well, you look at, the West is so great. The West is so great. The Dodgers have made everybody better. They spent all this money. We complain about it left and right, but it's made the Diamondbacks and these other teams step up to the table because, you can't beat them. You can't beat them, whatever that phrase is.
If you can't beat them, join them?
Yeah, if you can't beat them, join them. So you start to spend money, and you're starting to try to be competitive with them. Nobody's conceding the division to the Dodgers. They'll probably win it, but nobody's conceding it. I was looking at some numbers earlier today. I put it in my email today. The Diamondbacks from 2019 to 2023, the Dodgers beat the Diamondbacks 31 out of 38 times at Chavez Ravine. 31 out of 38. They were 31-7 at home against the Diamondbacks from 2019 to 23. They bludgeoned them.
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't competitive.
Yeah.
So now you're looking at all of these games are competitive. The Diamondbacks aren't scared of the Dodgers.
No, I know, but and I guess that just highlights the point to me, what I said at the beginning. That's great, but that's when you're looking at a 7-game stretch against the Dodgers where you should have won at least one more of those games. I mean, easily, the game where you gave up 6 runs in the 9th, right, to the Dodgers during the homestand, you should have won that game. And certainly I think it stands to reason one of these 2 games this past week that you lost to them, you should have won 2, either last night's or the night before. Both of those games were very, very winnable games. The series was very winnable. It's not enough anymore to just say, hey, they were 31-7 at Dodger Stadium for 3 years. That's great. The Diamondbacks have evolved past that. They're competitive against the Dodgers. We know they're competitive against the Dodgers. They beat the Dodgers in a playoff series not even 2 years ago. It doesn't keep me warm at night knowing anymore that you can be close to the Dodgers. I want to beat the Dodgers. You know what I mean?
I do too.
And I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying this window to me doesn't make me go, hey, yay, we're close. We went 3-4 against the Dodgers. We're right there on the doorstep. No, I look at it and go, yeah, 3-4 against the Dodgers should have been 4-3. Probably should have been 5-2. Figure out how to get there. Figure out how to get that done, because until you do,
that's the difference. Yeah,
that's
the difference between the Dodgers winning the division and you winning the division.
Exactly.
I get it.
You see what I'm saying? Like I understand the growth the Diamondbacks have made as an organization when it comes to the Dodgers, but that's not good enough. That's not that. I want more, and I don't apologize for wanting more out of this series.
When Oklahoma City went out and got Hartenstein, one of the reasons why was we got to be able to have somebody that could kind of match up with Jokic because Chet Holmgren can't. When the Diamondbacks put this pitching staff together with going out and getting Corbin Burns, it was almost like if we get into playoffs, we're going to be dangerous. We're going to be hard to beat. So I do believe, because of the extra wild cards, that all they got to do is get in. They've got a chance. I don't think that look. Would you rather win a division? And yeah, of course, but I think the Diamondbacks are built to, you just got to get them in.
Yes.
You just got to get them in.
Yes.
Because they're not going to be a team anybody's going to want to play. Hey, Corbin Burns in game 1, Merrill Kelly in game 2, and if Zach Gallen gets it, figure out him in game 3. If not, it's Brandon Pfaadt or Ryan Nelson. That's a team that can beat anybody. We saw them beat the Dodgers 3 games in a row, a couple of years ago. So I think the team was built. But again, you got to get there. You got to get through the 162-game grind to earn that right to say, okay, go beat Corbin Burns in the playoff opener. Good luck.
Yeah.
Go beat Merrill Kelly in a playoff game. Good luck, because he's that good.
When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, the good news for the Cardinals is that they did not have any offseason departures that the people thought would make a big impact on the Cardinals. The even better news is a lot of the teams they're competing with did. And we'll tell you about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Kyler Murray might be the absolute world's best flag football quarterback. Now, I don't know if that's what we want Kyler Murray's end goal to be. It's like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker being Olympic champions. Woo! And then don't even make the play-in.
That's going to pay dividends for the Suns this year.
Right,
they got
exactly.
a taste of winning a championship together.
Exactly. But if you have watched flag football, elusivity is everything. The ability to just juke. And who's better than Kyler Murray at that?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's back. 101 to 202 today. 101 tomorrow. Next week, 100, 101, 102, 104. Yeah, we're here. We got the 100-degree weather. We know how many days it's going to be 100 degrees. Have you gotten your AC unit tuned up? Wait, no? You didn't get your AC unit tuned up? You're going to really go through the whole summer without having your AC unit tuned up? You're going to take that risk that it may break down on you because you didn't want to spend a little bit of money to get it tuned up? Christian Brothers does a tune-up for $129. I'm not talking about an inspection. Some other companies do inspections, and then they say, okay, but to do this, I got to charge you. With Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric, they'll clean the condenser coils. Trust me, it takes a long time to do. They're going to take the covering off your AC unit, and they're going to clean the condenser coils. It's going to help your unit run efficiently. They're going to get up in the attic. They're going to do a condensate drain line flush. Of course, they're going to check all the components, tighten everything up, and make sure it's all working properly. But they can call it a tune-up because they are cleaning the condenser coils, doing the condensate drain line flush, and they're doing it all for $129. And they're going to be at your house so long, when he leaves, you're going to feel bad for him. You're going to feel bad for the technique. Like, you were here for so long, they only charge $129. But that's what they do. They're going to earn your trust. They're going to earn your business. Call them at 602-222-3535 for that tune-up, 602-222-3535.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open.
An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is underway. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? Memorial Month savings are here. Upgrade your ride now with exclusive discounts across our entire vehicle lineup. Save $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $13,000 off a Hummer EV. There's a deal for everyone and big-time Memorial Month savings.
Kick off summer strong with a new ride from Liberty GMC. Visit Chris in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. First reported by NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting has been placed on the reserve non-football injury list. It means his season is over. Murphy-Bunting is in year 2 of a 3-year deal that he signed with the Cardinals last offseason. College Football Conference commissioners today voted unanimously to change the structure to their 12-team college football playoff. As opposed to rewarding the top 4 conference winners with byes, it will instead be straight seeding based on the final CFP rankings. The top 5 conference winners will still be guaranteed a spot in the playoff. And in the NBA, the Western Conference Finals resume from Oklahoma City. Thunder currently up on the Wolves 1-0. Tip-off is at 5:30. We've got pregame coverage that starts at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life or ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll explore whether or not the Knicks can get back in the series after getting Halliburton. Starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
An interesting update to Sean Murphy-Bunting that I just saw on the old Twitter machine. This comes from Josh Weinfuss, who covers the team for ESPN.com. And he writes, and this just came down 35 seconds ago, some context to the Cardinals putting Sean Murphy-Bunting on the non-football injury list, which will cause him to miss the 2025 season. Arizona knew about Murphy-Bunting's injury before the draft.
Okay.
And it influenced the Cardinals' approach, a source told ESPN.
Okay.
They ended up drafting 2 corners, Will Johnson out of Michigan, Denzel Burke out of Ohio State last month. So, according to Josh, and a source that he's got, they knew. They knew, and that's in part why they drafted 2 and not just 1.
Probably didn't want anything out either. And I'm just thinking here, because if you're looking to make a trade, somebody may think you're desperate if they find out that he's out. So you may not want to have that information out before the draft, but it's a month later, so I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it adds a little bit more context to what our conversation is. He also writes, I'm hearing the Cardinals may also bring in free agent cornerback with some experience.
Okay.
But he's not naming names, and he's just saying maybe they bring somebody.
Yeah, they
in.
could. I mean, listen, you mentioned there are 4 guys that are out there that are veterans. Maybe they like the cornerbacks better than the wide receivers that are out there. The room is young. There's nobody over the age of 25. It's a very young cornerback room. You might want to have a veteran out there. So there are a bunch of guys that'll be looking for jobs. It's not going to cost you a whole lot to go get somebody.
Yeah, Garrett Williams, Max Melton, Star Thomas, Keitrell Clark, Elijah Jones, Will Johnson, Denzel Burke, Jaden Davis, a couple of others as well. That's kind of how the room stands right now. But again, adding a little bit of context, and I wanted to give Josh the credit for that because I haven't seen anybody else reporting that. He's put that out there on Twitter that they knew and that influenced their approach, and that's why they took 2 of them. We say it all the time here on Burns and Gambo, probably too much so. But Gembo and I and Lauren and everybody, we get ready for the show, and we're looking at stories, and we're looking for ideas. I'll give you all the credit in the world on this one because I saw this story this morning too. And we always say we click on a link and maybe we think we're going to see what we're expecting to see, or maybe we don't, right?
Mm-hmm.
I clicked on this link today and I scanned it quickly for a Cardinals player. And when I didn't find one, I moved on. Like, I just looked at it and went, okay, no Cardinals on this list. Okay, it doesn't interest me. I moved on.
Okay.
Good for you. You thought about it a little bit deeper than I did. The list was player departures that will have the biggest impact on their former teams. And when I clicked on it, I'm like, I don't know if there's going to be a Cardinal on the list or not. I don't think there is, but I'm going to click just to be sure. When there wasn't, I moved on. You clicked and you looked at something completely different than me. And I'll give you all the credit in the world because I wasn't looking at it like this way at all. So tell everybody what you were looking for when you clicked.
I was looking for the teams that they play, and there are 4 teams listed that they're going to play. One's the Dallas Cowboys. One is the Atlanta Falcons. One is the New Orleans Saints. And I think I'm missing one more, but I'll go through them. For the Saints, it says Derek Carr. With Carr announcing his retirement, New Orleans appears set to hand the starting job to one of their young quarterbacks. I mentioned it, said Carr's retirement immediately lowered the ceiling for the Saints and increased the level of difficulty for first-year head coach Kellen Moore. So one of the guys that's going to be really hard to replace, Derek Carr, New Orleans. I said, okay, let's look at the next one. Falcons. And it says Atlanta lost last season's 4th best center with Drew Dahlman leaving for the Bears in free agency. Signs point to the Falcons replacing him with Ryan Newsel, who spent half of last season filling in for Dahlman but didn't perform at the same level. With Penix Jr. entering his first full season, having a reliable center becomes even more important. So they talk about that. The next team was the Cowboys. The Cowboys, they mentioned 2 guys, Zach Martin, the offensive lineman, and Rico Dowdell, the running back. And it just talks about Martin and just how great he was, and it can be difficult to replace him. He was a model of consistency. Players like him don't grow on trees. They mentioned getting Tyler Booker, but they said still replacing a legend is no small task.
Yeah, and I looked at those are the only 3 teams. The 4th that you had listed was the Houston Texans, but they're not on here. So it was just those 3 teams that lost players that are going to be very difficult to replace. And I hadn't really the Cowboys in particular. I mean, Zach Martin, I know everybody's high on Tyler Booker, but that is a big loss for them. And Dowdle, he wasn't very good last year, but the year before he was very, very good, and he's young, and now he's left. Will that impact things? I don't know. I mean, it could. Certainly we've already seen the Derek Carr thing impact the Saints. I mean, the Cardinals play the Saints in week 1. I saw, was it Jake Haener, who's got an oblique injury? He's out basically up until training camp. So that only increases at least the chances that it could be Spencer Rattler or Tyler Huck, who's going to be the quarterback, or Tyler Shuck, pardon me, who's going to be the quarterback there. So that's already impacted the Saints with Carr. It kind of felt last minute that he was announcing his retirement, and who knows whether he's going to stay retired or not. The Cowboys are obviously a big, big game. The Falcons, kind of one that you forget about. The Cardinals, I went back and looked at their departures again, and I mean, all credit goes to Monty and the crew on this one. There's really nobody on there where you go, like Roy Lopez is the only one.
Kaiser White.
Well, okay, Kaiser White.
Some people are like, oh, Kaiser White.
I wasn't even thinking about Kaiser White, but he slipped last year, and I like Kaiser. Yep. I thought Kaiser was a very important signing for them, like a really important signing for them, but I'm not
I think a lot of people,
about that one.
When I reported that he wasn't going to come back, that wasn't one of the guys they wanted back, I think a lot of people were shocked at that because they kind of felt like he was a leader. And you're right, he did some good things, for them. So I'm not shocked that they didn't bring him back. They went in a different direction, and I think rightfully so. But he wasn't a big loss. The other thing I was looking, I didn't articulate this there were a couple of guys that were in these stories that were going to teams that the Cardinals were playing.
Oh, okay.
And that's where I was going to. And I just didn't articulate it, but that's where the Texans and Seattle came in. Because 2 of the guys that left, Sam Darnold was a guy that, the Vikings lost Sam Darnold. Well, he went to Seattle. The Cardinals are going to play Seattle. And the other one was Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who was with the Eagles, and he went to the Texans. And the Cardinals are going to play the Texans. I didn't break it down like that, but that was interesting, too, that a couple of those guys went to teams.
Or added teams. There is one other name that departed the Arizona Cardinals that I didn't mention specifically, because I'm still not convinced he's completely departed the Cardinals.
Okay, Will Hernandez?
Yeah. I'm just not convinced he's gone. I'm not. And I know what you've reported many, many times over the last couple of months that he's
got to get healthy.
He's got to get healthy. And this was as a couple months ago when free agency started that they just weren't ready to commit to him because he still had to get healthy. I just, the little voice inside my head, Gambo, is telling me that when he is healthy, they're going to bring him back because it does feel like right guard has not really been addressed. And unless they're convinced that Isaiah Adams is the answer there, and maybe he is, he started like 5 or 6 games last year. I admittedly, I forgot about Kaiser White. But Will Hernandez to me is the one I did not forget about, and I did not include him on my departure list because I don't think he's departed. I think he'll be back. I just have a feeling he's not going anywhere.
He has to show that he's healthy. People have asked me about him and Gardak, and those guys were injured. They had big injuries. Like the Cardinals weren't going to sign those guys. Like they've got to prove that they're healthy, and if they can, then okay, then you could consider bringing them back if you want to. But until they're healthy, they're not even going to talk about it.
When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, college football announced one significant change to the playoffs. Had this change been in place last year, it would have made for a very different experience for ASU. We'll tell you about it next on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Corbin Burns, he's only got 3 wins on the season right now. And when you go back and you look at how many earned runs he's given up, it's startling.
You're asking a lot of him and Merrill Kelly, I would say specifically. And again, that's fine, but then translate them into wins. If Corbin Burns, if I could have told you yesterday, Corbin Burns is going to give you 7 innings where he gives up 1 3-run home run, and that's it. And the bullpen's going to get you through the rest of the game. You're going to give up 3 runs in Dodger Stadium. Win the game.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. They've got their From America, For America employee pricing going on right now. Don't forget, they will be off on Sunday and Monday for Memorial Day. So if you're looking for a new Ford or Lincoln and you want to get into Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, let's get you out there on Friday or Saturday. Right now, take a look at these great deals that Ford has to get you into a brand new vehicle. They've got a terrific deal on a 2024 Ford F-250 4x4, just $59,900. How about a 2024 Ford Bronco, brand new, Big Ben, $41,900. Or a Ford F-150 STX, just $42,900. You want an Escape? $24,900 on a 2024 Ford Escape at Sanderson Ford. Now, if you're looking for a new Lincoln, they've got the Aviator, the Navigator, the Nautilus, the Corsair. Great selection, luxury vehicles, Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. So head on over to either dealership tomorrow or Saturday. They'll be off on Sunday and Monday for Memorial Day. Online for more info, sandersonford.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
Now's the time, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here with an update to our very painful poll question today. One that really troubles her deeply, especially the second option, which you can actually hear her speaking through gritted teeth.
Thank you for understanding, Burnsy.
No problem. I just want everybody who's watching on YouTube to see your pain.
Yeah.
When you're reading the second one in particular.
In particular, I did get to see Tyrese Halliburton when he was in college at Iowa State.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a basketball game with him, and you could just tell that he had something special.
He different? Yeah.
Yeah.
Suns didn't like him in the draft.
It's crazy.
Never forget Vince Morata's reaction when I told him.
Me either.
Could not understand.
Our draft show that night, he's like, "You're telling me that they're not going to draft him," and you're like, "I'm telling you, they're not interested.
Not interested in him.
They don't have him on their board."
I took him off the list.
That's
nuts.
What year was that draft?
That was the.
Do we know?
2019 draft. Was it 2019? Was it 20? I think it was 2019.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm guessing.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Unfortunately, we have this little handy-dandy thing here called...
What do you mean, Google?
I mean, let's
Crazy.
check it out and see. Let's see if it's... No, it wasn't 2000, because 2019 was the Cam Johnson draft.
Cam Johnson?
Just Google what year Tyrese Halliburton was drafted.
Was Tyrese Halliburton drafted? He was drafted in the 2020 draft.
2020. I'm trying to see what my Gambo 5 was for that draft.
What's crazy about, that's why I don't remember that one. I don't remember that one because 2020 was the screwy pandemic year.
Yeah.
And so I don't even remember the NBA draft and when they even held it. So they would have held it after that wonky bubble season, right? So they would have held the NBA draft at a time when
that was that pandemic year?
Yeah, so they wouldn't have held the NBA draft was probably in September, October of that year, right? Because they played the season out in August, and they played the playoffs into September in Orlando. So I bet the draft wasn't until like Halloween that year. That's why I couldn't remember.
November 18th.
The NBA draft in 2020 was on November 18th. Man, everything was all...
Were we still at my house then?
I think you were. I think I was back here.
You had come back by then?
I think I was back here. Or I think they called us all in for the draft. I don't remember what happened. But yeah, okay. So, sorry. If you're listening or watching us right now on YouTube, this is the sound of our brains trying to figure something out in real time. I hope you've enjoyed the trip. Yes. Lauren, what's the poll question?
The poll question that brings me pain today is which of the following makes you feel the most regret or what if about the Phoenix Suns? Is it A, not drafting Tyrese Halliburton, B, trading away Mikal Bridges, or C, not being able to acquire Jimmy Butler?
In the moment, it was Tyrese Halliburton. In the moment. In retrospect, the Mikal Bridges one and the path that it sent the Suns on boy.
Yes, it's Mikal.
I mean, in retrospect, it's easier to say Mikal now, but in the moment, real time, Tyrese Halliburton. Vinny wasn't the only one who was pissed that they weren't thinking about him. I'm like, come on, really? They're not thinking about him? They don't even have him on their board?
No, because I remember being here I must have been back at the office by then, too, because I remember sitting here with you guys.
Yeah, I think you were here. I just didn't know if you were here for just the draft show or whatever. But yeah, I was all screwed up thinking about that one. What's the results of the poll question?
A is leading the way with 49% of the vote going with not drafting Tyrese Halliburton, 44% going with trading away Mikal Bridges, and 7% going with not being able to acquire Jimmy Butler.
All right, that's the poll question. Painful as it might be, and you can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page at Burns and Gambo is where it's at. The 12-team college football playoff will move to a straight seeding model this fall. Okay?
All right.
Which means the top 4 teams in the rankings will be the top 4 teams in the bracket, which means they get the bye. In other words, like had this been in place last year, ASU
would not have had a bye.
They would not have gotten the bye. They would not have gone to the Peach Bowl. They would have opened the playoffs at South Bend, Indiana, taking on Notre Dame,
and we would have been
in
thrilled.
A matchup of the 5-12 teams.
And we would have been just so happy that they got in. We would have been. We would have been so happy that they got in. So I could live with that. I could live with that.
I'm okay. Mitch, jump in because I got it wrong. Tell me why I got it wrong.
Well, it's okay because it's a really stupid and confusing system. So basically, because they still keep the top 5 conference seeds, ASU would have been 11th, even though their CFP is 12. So they would have gone to the shoe. And then would have played Texas in the next round if they had won.
If they had beat Notre Dame.
Okay.
If they had beat Ohio State.
If they had beat Ohio State. So they would have
they would have played Ohio State.
They would have played
first.
Ohio State.
Okay.
Clemson would have been the 12. ASU would have been the 11. ASU would have played Ohio State. My bad on that one. So, okay. So either way, they would have gone to Notre Dame. They would have gone to Ohio State. It would have changed the whole thing, right?
Right. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, the teams that those teams deserve it, because I think the whole thing last year was Boise State, right? Everybody was like, Boise State was like automatically in the Fiesta Bowl. And it was like, okay, they're not as good as these other teams. And I think that, look, they're going to tweak it. Like, they're going to tweak it. So I don't have a problem with it because, again, there is going to be tweaking every year. They want to try to get it right. And I don't think they're going to be perfect the first time they do it. So take a look at it and figure out what you got to do to tweak it.
No, and look, I heard this on the radio when I was driving in. It came down during Wolf and Luke's show. On the surface, I don't mind it either. I feel like this is the right thing to do.
Right.
Okay, like just see the teams based off of, how well they did and not because they won a conference championship. My concern is that it's going to be all Big Ten and all SEC at the top.
So the top 4 teams in the selection committee's final rankings will get the pass to the quarterfinals.
Yes, so
that's how it's going to work.
Had this been in place last year, your top 4 teams that all would have gotten buys would have been Oregon 1, Georgia 2, Texas 3, Penn State 4. Big Ten, SEC, Big Ten. And my worry is that a 12-1 Big 12 champ, let's say ASU wins a 12-1 ASU champ will be thought less of than an SEC 2-loss non-champ. Yeah. And because of that, they'll get squeezed from the top 4, and it'll just be an automatic pass for the SEC and the Big Ten to flood the top 4 with their teams screwing the little guy. I'm a little worried about that.
A Mountain West team got a 3 seed. And you say, and how could you give them a more beneficial schedule than Texas or Penn State? Like, there's no way. It's a team from the Mountain West. I don't think it's so much Arizona State, but I think it was the Mountain West thing because you got, they're kind of worried about that. And that's what happened. Boise State got the 3 seed last year.
But until we see it, we don't know. It might be a Big 12 thing. It might be an ASU thing. It might be such favoritism towards the SEC and the Big. You know what I mean? Like I understand your Mountain West argument. I think that's a little of a unique situation. I'm very much worried about the Big 12 in this new arrangement just getting screwed.
It's what the Big Ten and the SEC wanted. They wanted the straight seeding. That's what they wanted.
Yeah.
And they got it.
And I'm being honest. In some regards, I do think this is the most fair way to do it. But I just the SEC bias and the Big Ten bias I think is going to make it next to impossible unless a Big 12 champ goes undefeated and wins every game they play, conference, non-conference. I don't know if they're ever going to get into a top 4 when they're competing with even the second best Big Ten or SEC team.
Because Oregon, their draw led them to Ohio State.
I know, yeah. Yeah,
and they got slaughtered.
And people thought that was kind of wacky. Yeah,
right.
They still might have gotten Ohio State. Look, all 4 teams that got the first round bye, they all lost.
Right.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Oregon lost. Georgia lost.
Yep.
ASU lost. Boise State lost. Now the last 2, okay, whatever. But they're in the moment, in real time, people were like, hey, you know what? Maybe the bye's not that big of an advantage anyway. Everybody lost. Everybody by having that long of a time between games. Because what did it end up being? A month?
Almost
exactly a month in between games. That's a long time to go without playing a game. Those teams that didn't have the benefit of the bye did have the benefit of that extra work, and it might have made a difference. When it was all said and done.
You know what? Some things you complain about. This one I look at, I'm like, I don't mind this. This is fine.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Sean Murphy bunting situation. The Cardinals' corner is out for the year. Why did it happen? What are the Cardinals going to do about it? We'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax because it is time. It is time, whether you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, or even your 50s. You don't want to wait too long to start working with a fiduciary, a financial advisor that can help you navigate through the years and get you to where you want to go. You may not have the plan when you're in your 20s or 30s, but eventually as life goes on, trust me, I'm there. You start to think about it. You start to think, okay, what are the things I'm going to do? Eventually the kids are all going to be out of the house. And you're going to be empty nesters. And eventually the house is going to be paid off. And eventually you'll be like, you know what? We're in a good spot. And you're going to think about, what do you want to do? What are the things you're going to want to do? Well, having that financial freedom, having the financial plan, the retirement plan put together by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax is going to be a big determination in how you're going to go about your life. Now, the longer you wait, obviously, the more risk there is involved and things that you have to do. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to get to the finish line and not be prepared. So that's why I ask you to go get a free portfolio review with Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax right now. 5 locations in the Valley. Give them a call, 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As the desert sun sets,
The stars light up the night. On Sunday, May 25th, the biggest event.
AEW's Double or Nothing.
The brightest stars
Home into the Phoenix area Desert Diamond Arena
are bringing a whole new light. AEW Double or Nothing, live Sunday, May 25th from Desert Diamond Arena in Glendale. Tickets on sale now at AEWTIX.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. First reported by NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting has been placed on the reserve non-football injury list, which ends his season before it even begins. Murphy-Bunting is in year 2 of a 3-year deal that he signed with the Cardinals last offseason. The College Football Conference commissioners today voted unanimously to change the structure of their 12-team college football playoff. As opposed to rewarding the top 4 conference winners with byes, it will instead be straight seeding based on the final CFP rankings. The top 5 conference winners will still be guaranteed a spot in the playoff. And in the NBA, the Western Conference Finals resume from Oklahoma City. Thunder currently up 1-0 on the Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 5:30. Pre-game coverage is happening right now over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey, it's Luke. The NFL's creating new awards. If we could create one more, what award would we create? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Definitely tip jar a little David Bowie Modern Love for me, please. Thank you. Appreciate that. 2 of my favorite songs of all time. 3 of my favorite songs of all time.
This is one of your favorite songs?
I love this song. Love this song. Wow. This song, Let's Dance by David Bowie, and China Girl by David Bowie are 3 of my all-time. Every time they come on, I stop and listen to them from beginning to end. Such good songs.
I mean, I like David Bowie. I wouldn't put any of his songs in my favorite. I like the Changes.
Young Americans is one of my favorite songs of all time from Bowie. That's like earlier Bowie. This is like 80s Bowie, which not everybody loves, but I love these songs. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. 5 o'clock hour, Burns and Gambo show. Hi, thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Gambo's going to cut out a little early today. He's got a big, fancy Corona baseball banquet that he's
Tonight is the baseball banquet.
For those of you
Corona
who
del Sol High School
inquired on
baseball.
YouTube who are watching the show, why is Gambo...
I'm going to go on YouTube, say hello to everybody right now. I'm going to go to YouTube right now.
You should do that. No, because normally Gambo is wearing the black No Bull t-shirt that he worked out in earlier. Today he's gone colored starched shirt, so something is up. Something's going on.
Yeah.
That's not normal.
It is the banquet tonight. Okay. So doors open at 5:30, starts at 6.
So you're going to leave a little early?
Well, yeah, I mean, especially...
Me and the kids will hold down the fort so you can get there and celebrate your
especially
kid.
As they celebrate the state championship that Corona del Sol brought home the other day.
As you should.
Tremendous accomplishment.
Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But...
Tremendous.
Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would be here until 6. But... Had they gone 500, Gambo would Anyway,
They lost the game. I just show up whenever I showed up.
500 season. Yeah, I'll get there when I get there. But state champion, I'll be there for that for sure. The big news of the day is not what we were expecting to talk about. It happened literally minutes before we got on the air today. Sean Murphy-Bunting's season is over for the Arizona Cardinals. Their corner, who they signed a year ago, was put on the reserve non-football injury list. That ends his season. He started 15 games last year. He had made previous stops in Tampa Bay and Tennessee. If you were to look at his Pro Football Focus page, he was, not that Pro Football Focus is the end-all, be-all, but even just like the normal stats. Solo tackles, he was 68th. Interceptions, he had 3 of them. The passer rating allowed, he wasn't very good. Yards per reception allowed, he wasn't very good. I don't want to speak ill of him too badly. I'm just giving you.
I just want to know what he did.
I just want to know what happened to him. And
I do too.
And if it's something awful, I don't want to throw a bunch of dirt on the guy. I'm just kind of telling you that last year he was okay. He wasn't the impactful guy they thought they were getting in free agency. And if we're being perfectly honest, he was probably going to get squeezed for playing time this year anyway for Max Melton. He was probably going to be more of a backup this year anyway for the Cardinals because of Max Melton. And one way or another, this was probably going to be his last season anyway with the Cardinals. But something happened to put him on the non-football injury list. Ian Rappaport was the first to report that that's the case. And his season is now done. We don't know why, but we're trying to figure out what the Cardinals are going to do about it. The news that came out that's new about this came from Josh Weinfuss, covers the team for ESPN, who said they knew about the injury before the draft, and it influenced the Cardinals' approach on the draft. That, according to a source and what they told ESPN. So why they drafted 2 corners? This is why they drafted 2 corners. They knew.
Yeah. They knew they had to do something. So they get Will Johnson, and then they go out and draft another cornerback. The room, like you said, the room is really young. It's a really young room.
None of them can rent a car.
But there's a lot of talent there. Now, the biggest question will be, does Monty Ossenfort like the room the way it is, or does he feel that it needs a veteran leader out there? Does he go out and bring somebody? Not going to cost a whole lot of money to bring somebody in, but does he feel the need to go get a veteran for that room?
Yeah, and it's not like Sean Murphy-Bunting was a veteran anyway. He was old enough to rent a car, but he's still 27 years old. It's not like he's some wise, sage old veteran, but compared to everybody else in the room, he was kind of the only one in the room who could say that he had been around the block a time or two. I don't know. I don't know the answer. I know there are still some corners out there. I know that there are still a few names that have not signed that either are dealing, and we don't know the particulars of any of them, but maybe they're dealing with an injury still, or maybe they're asking for a lot of money and nobody has met their price tag yet. Maybe there are guys that when you get closer to training camp, they're going to want a job and they'll take whatever it is that you're offering them. They'll come in. I don't know. You brought up a really interesting point about the wide receivers and how Monty's handled that as maybe a guide for how he'll handle this.
Yeah, because there's quality wide receivers available. There's Gabe Davis is available. Amari Cooper's available. I think Keenan Allen.
Correct. Yep.
There are good wide receivers, but long in the tooth. Maybe they wanted too much money. I think Monty might be looking at his wide receiver room and say, you know what, I don't think these guys are any better than the guys I've got. I don't think they're any better than Michael Wilson or Zay Jones or any of the guys I have. So maybe he's in that position with the cornerbacks. We'll see. We'll see. Does he feel like now there's a lot of talent that mostly were brought in by him?
Yes.
Most of those guys were brought in by him.
Look at the go ahead.
So does he feel like I like the guys I brought in? I don't need to get anybody else.
Garrett Williams, Max Melton, Star Thomas, Keitrell Clark, Elijah Jones, Will Johnson, Denzel Burke, Jaden Davis. Unless I'm missing something, I think every single one of those names was brought in by Monty Ossenfort. Every single, and that's not counting Darren Hall or Iko Boydo, who are the 2 other corners that are in the room. I don't want to knock those guys either. But the main names are the ones that I just mentioned. I think all of them were drafted by Monty Ossenfort.
Right. And now does he sit there and say, okay, I drafted all these guys, but I need a veteran at that position?
Maybe.
Like, I need a veteran there. This isn't a wide receiver that's going to catch 5 balls a game. I need somebody that's going to be able to line up against a crafty wide receiver and know what he's going to do.
If he does, the veterans that are out there still, Asante Samuel Jr., who, if I remember right, way back at the beginning of free agency in March, Asante Samuel Jr. visited the Cardinals, if I remember right.
He did.
Okay.
He did.
He's on the list. He's still unsigned. Stephon Gilmore, 34 years old. He's still on the list. He's unsigned. Rasul Douglas, 31 years old. He's still on the list. He's still unsigned. And then there was one more, and it was Mike Hilton, cornerback. He's 31 years old. He's still unsigned. Those are just the 4 remaining corners that are on the NFL.com top 101 free agent list. Those are the only ones that are left. I don't know why they're still available. I don't know what their deal is. Maybe he feels like he's good. Maybe he feels like he doesn't need to. Maybe he's waiting for the price to come down. I don't know. But what's interesting about this to me is going off of Weinfuss's report that the Cardinals knew about the injury. In that regard, they got damn lucky that Will Johnson was still there in the second round. Think about it.
Because they weren't taking him in the first.
If they knew that Sean Murphy-Bunting was not going to be available this year, they would have been justified in taking Will Johnson in the first round if they wanted, because he's first-round talent. There were some people who thought they might take Will. Not you. He wasn't on your Gambo 5. I know that. But if they knew they kind of needed a corner out of this draft, boy, what a gamble it was to wait until the second round to get him, right? Like, because they could have blinked and taken him in the first round knowing that Sean Murphy-Bunting was out for the season.
Okay, but let's go. Let's take it a step further. If they knew about it, what were we saying, a month before the draft?
He doesn't say when. He just says they knew about it before the draft. Yep, he doesn't say when.
Because I wonder if they knew about it during the free agency period.
I don't know.
Because that would be like, okay, you didn't go out and get anybody in free agency either.
Josh's report just says before the draft. They knew about it before the draft.
Time before the draft.
Yep, that's it.
It's almost like, reminds me a little bit of when, the Cardinals knew about Hopkins, but they made the trade for Hollywood Brown.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, they just traded for Hollywood Brown, but they knew beforehand
that he was going to
that Hopkins was going to be suspended for 6 games.
Yeah.
And they made the trade for Hollywood Brown.
Look, I know all the focus in this whole story is going to be on Will Johnson because he's the second-round pick. I think the focus is on Max Melton. It's like, okay, dude, shine.
I think he will.
Then now you're the guy now. Nothing against Will Johnson. Like, I'm not saying he won't shine. But I think given that he's the one making the jump from year 1 to year 2, which is where we expect the big jump to happen,
right.
I think this is way more about Max Melton than it is about Will Johnson.
I agree. I don't disagree. I mean, because I think, look, they had 3 guys they could have taken. We've talked about this. Right? It was Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper DeJean, Max Melton. They traded down, and they ended up with Max Melton. I think that's the guy that they liked. I think that's the guy they liked the most, and they ended up getting him. He was just in a system last year where he didn't get to shine as much because there was no pressure on the quarterback the way Cooper DeJean had with Philadelphia.
All right, when we come back on Burns and Gambo, the Diamondbacks, they have one of the better offenses in baseball. Is it a little too dependent on the long ball? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Dodgers.
1-2. Swung on and missed. Chased the slider low and in. And that's your ball game. Dodgers win it by a final score of 3-1. Each team with 1 home run on the night, but the Dodgers was just better than the Diamondbacks. And the Dodgers take 2 out of 3 at home.
D-backs take a breather before heading to the Lou Friday to play the Cardinals. The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
LASIK surgery. I had it done 15 years ago. 15 years. And I remember people back, well, what's going to happen in 5 years? What's going to happen in 10 years? What's going to happen? Nothing. I still see great. Dr. Jay Schwartz, team eye doctor for the Suns and the D-backs, did my LASIK surgery at the Scottsdale location 15 years ago. 15 years later, no glasses, no contacts. Great to see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. I've got no issues with my eyes. I see everything really clearly. So if you are looking for a vision correction procedure, I highly recommend the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's where I got my LASIK surgery done, and I highly recommend it to anybody. You're nearsighted, you're farsighted, you have an astigmatism, you're struggling, your eyesight's starting to change a little bit, you don't know what to do, maybe you don't want to wear glasses or contacts, call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Get a free, thorough eye exam from Dr. Jay Schwartz. Ask about the 2 years of interest-free financing. It's simple. Call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
Dave Burns here. You're not just getting any old haircut, you're getting the timeless V's experience. Check out their newest location, V's Barbershop, Cadence Eastmark, right off Ray Road near Ellsworth. Walk in today or book online at vbarbershop.com.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling. ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Diamondbacks have a big weekend in St. Louis. Big start for Zach Gallen on Friday night. We'll discuss our baseball team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks, off tonight. St. Louis tomorrow. Gambo is, as he's been reporting all week, the expectation is that Justin Martinez will be with the team
tomorrow.
In fact, the Diamondbacks have already made a move in advance of that. They have optioned right-handed reliever Christian Montes de Oca.
We hardly got to know you.
You know what? Low-key, that kind of sucks for the kid. You get called up.
Oh, I know.
You get called up. You're waiting to make your major league debut. And don't tell me there wasn't a chance for him to get an inning in somewhere, right? Not out of sympathy or pity or anything like that, but I mean, your bullpen's fried. You couldn't have used the kid you called up for an inning?
Right.
At some point during the Rocky series?
Just to see.
Just to see what he has?
What does he got?
You know?
What does he have?
That kind of... I'm a big fan of what the Diamondbacks do, but I thought that was kind of... I cut that kind of sucked, to be honest with you. They had him up and they just sent him down and they didn't use him, you know?
Well, the good news is that J Mart was hitting 101 in Reno. He came back, flew back to Arizona yesterday, and it was just all about, hey, how do you feel? A day later, how do you feel? You feel good? Okay. Head to St. Louis.
Go get him, kid.
Pack your bags.
Yep.
Going to St. Louis, kid.
Good. I can't wait to see when they use him, how they use him, and how quickly that changes. Like if it's low leverage or medium leverage.
Sure.
How quickly before he starts doing
That's
the high
question.
leverage stuff.
It's a good question.
You know, that I think that's something. And when are you saying AJ Puck again? Tell me.
the first day he's eligible to be back is June 18th.
Okay.
But I think it'll be a little bit longer than that.
Okay.
So I'm going to say late June. Expect AJ Puck back late June.
Okay. Something else to keep an eye on with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and this was something you and I both noticed in our emails to each other. The Diamondbacks, offensively, you would look at it from the surface and you'd say there's nothing wrong with this baseball team offensively. They are fourth in the majors in OPS. They are, I'm clicking through the category, they're fifth in the majors in runs scored. They're first in doubles in Major League Baseball. They're fourth in total bases. They are, I think, eighth in batting average so far. They're also fourth in home runs so far this year in baseball. You know where they're not top 10 in?
Runners in scoring position.
Runners in scoring position.
They're not driving those runs in.
Not at all.
Had a couple chances yesterday, didn't get the job done. They're a team, which ironic because of the scrappiness they have with Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll.
Nice and slow, Gambo. Nice and slow.
Like with those, you would think that they would be a team that would scrap for runs. But they've been kind of reliant on the long ball this year, which is really surprising.
It is. You mentioned their batting average with runners in scoring position. With runners in scoring position and 2 outs, the Diamondbacks are hitting
crazy
a $191
with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
A $191.
Okay, they faced that opportunity last night twice.
They did, yeah, they did.
Twice.
And it was
0 for 2.
Suarez popped out and Pavin Smith grounded out, if I remember right, in the 6th inning, I think, or was it the 7th?
Let me see. Yeah, it was Marte grounded out with the runner on second.
Marte grounded out in the 7th, and Pavin Smith in the 6th.
Pavin in the 6th.
That's right. With 2 outs,
they both made outs.
Last year, the Diamondbacks were the second best team in baseball with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. Now they're the 5th worst.
Wow.
And so
what happens?
I don't know. I don't know. But it's one of those, like, on the surface, you go, yeah, they're scoring runs. They're fine. Everything's good. They're one of the best run scoring teams in baseball. But it's in the margins. It's in a moment like last night's game where they can't quite get that run across, even though they had opportunities to do it, where it's been the difference between even just a few more wins or a few less losses this year. And that's something.
Second best to 5th worst.
Second best to 5th worst.
That is a tremendous drop.
Mm-hmm.
But it said they've been very reliant on home runs.
Yeah.
Very reliant.
And I want to
on
give
home
our own
runs.
Alex Weiner the credit for that stat. He had that in his write-up at ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, which was a really good poll by Alex there. Are they too home run dependent?
So far, the answer is yes.
Okay.
They're reliant on Suarez. They're reliant on Corbin Carroll with the long ball. I love when they could scrap and score some runs the old-fashioned way, but they don't do it as much as I'd like them to do it. You would think, look, the other day, Corbin Carroll led off with a triple and didn't score.
Mm-hmm.
Which game was that?
That was against the Rockies.
Was that against the Rockies?
Or was it against the Dodgers? I think that
Corbin had a triple. I got to go back to my notes here because I take notes on every game.
We hear you furiously flipping through the pages.
Yeah, I don't know if I can find it, but he led off an inning with a triple, and then he couldn't score. It's like, okay, you've got to get that run in, right? Mm-hmm. You have to get that run in. On any circumstance, I can't find it. I'd have to go back and look.
I can't remember. It's easy. It was either the Dodgers or the Rockies. I remember it. I just can't remember which game it was. There was a chance on Tuesday night. The Diamondbacks had first and third, nobody out in the 8th. Oh, when was it? The Rockies?
Top of the 4th against the Dodgers. First game. Led off the 4th with a triple.
The game they won. They
were up 7-0. He leads off with the triple, but I'd still can. A ground ball, a sac fly.
Yeah.
You get the run in. They didn't get the run in.
In the game they lost against Yamamoto, they had first and third, 2 out in the 7th. Pavin Smith strike out. First and third, nobody out in the 8th after a Perdomo leadoff double and a Tawa bunt single. Suarez popped out. Carroll struck out. Gurriel struck out. I mean, it's just like this fine line of not wanting to complain too much about the Diamondbacks offense when they clearly have been one of the best in baseball. But it's just so different. And the home run reliance makes me a little nervous because that's just so streaky, and it just comes and it goes. Even Ketel Marte, I mean, he's hit a ton of home runs in the last 10 days to 2 weeks since he's been back, right? But even that it's just so and I don't know how they break themselves of that. I don't know if they can. I don't know if that's just how it's going to be, but it really is a far cry from what made this team back in 2023.
But even if you look at the game against the Dodgers, they won, right? You look at the 2-run homer by Gurriel, 2-run homer by Marino, 2-run homer by they had 3 2-run homers.
Totally.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wasn't as much of the small ball stuff. It was like Perdomo, 2-run homer. Marino, 2-run homer. Gurriel, 2-run homer. It's like, okay, 6 of your runs was...
It makes me think back to the 2023 postseason when that was almost like the knock on the Diamondbacks. You know what? Yeah, they score runs. Yeah, they're scrappy. Yeah, they're fun and they steal bases. But sometimes in the postseason, you just need a 3-run home run. And it feels like they've corrected that now, but maybe too far. You know, maybe they've gone too far the other way now, where it's so home run centric.
Yeah, I don't think you plan it that way. You don't okay, it's just the way it's happened for them. I mean, how do you how many things have changed from last year? You don't have Jock Peterson, you don't have Christian Walker, but you got now. How do you go from second best with runners in scoring position? It's just sometimes it's the law of averages, I think.
That part I can't explain. From 2023, a lot has changed. You know, Suarez is an all or nothing guy. He's kind of the big one where it's a home run or it's almost nothing with him.
He hit 4 home runs in one baseball game and they lost.
Yeah, that's all you need to know there. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo on this Thursday afternoon, what am I? I'm sorry.
I'll take the L on this one. Okay. I'm sorry.
Mitch,
you want to talk about the first 50 games of the Diamondbacks season?
What happened?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the first 50 games of the baseball season, but all I'm reading here on my message is, should he close? I'm like,
I sent that minutes ago.
I'm like, is that what we're talking about next? Should he close? Anyway. We're going to talk about the first.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, it really is. We're about to that point in the show. The first 50 games of the Diamondback season. That is what we're going to talk about next. I'm Burns and Gambo.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
And on
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
JLC Roofing, ready to help you with all of your roofing needs. You need a new roof? They're going to save you $1,500. You say that's a pretty good amount of money, right? Yeah, $1,500 off just for being a listener of the program. You save $1,500 with a third-generation roofer, not a fly-by-night company. Somebody that's been around for 3 generations, started by the grandfather to the father to the son. Like when you say it's in their blood, it's in their blood. That's what they do. A roofer-owned roofing company. What a great concept. Yeah, who wouldn't want to have their roof replaced by a roofer-owned roofing company? They do it all. Tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing, the perfect underlayment, the great warranties, the financing that's available. You finance it, you pay it off over time if you need a new roof. And they do free estimates because for many people, it may not be a new roof you need. It may just need a small repair to get you through for a few more years. Give them a call, 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice?
You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi?
Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection, They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
You know, we need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. I mean, no wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 1864338CR42.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
Now's the time, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. First reported by NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting has been placed on the reserve non-football injury list. This puts an end to his season before it begins. Murphy-Bunting is in year 2 of a 3-year deal that he signed with the Cardinals last offseason. The College Football Conference commissioners today voted unanimously to change the structure to their 12-team college football playoff. As opposed to rewarding the top 4 conference winners with byes, it will instead be straight seeding based on the final CFP rankings. The top 5 conference winners will still be guaranteed a spot in the playoff. And in the NBA, the Western Conference Finals resume from Oklahoma City. Thunder currently up on the Wolves 1-0. Tip-off is any moment now. It might be another 15 minutes or so. But when it begins, you can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Zach Gallen be Zach Gallen and lead the Arizona Diamondbacks to a win over the St. Louis Cardinals on Friday? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, you can totally tip jar. Daft Punk is playing at my house. My house. Yeah. You can tip jar that for me. Gambo's out. He's left. He's on his way to the Corona del Sol. He just like looked around the corner to make sure. Yeah, no, he's gone. He's not there anymore. He's left. So it's me and the kids hanging out here for the last 2 segments of the show with you because Gambo's got to get to that banquet. The 50-game mark for the Diamondbacks came and went with the game last night. Not officially a third of the way through the season, but close. Like by the time we get through Memorial Day weekend, they're pretty much a third of the way through. The Diamondbacks 50 games in are better than they were a year ago. I guess if you're going to say, what's the good news, what's the bad news? The good news is if your goal was to be better than a year ago, they are better than they were a year ago 50 games in. They're 26-24. This time a year ago, they were 24-26. So in that regard, they are better. But does that make us feel any better about this baseball team? Doesn't make me feel any better about this baseball team. That's what expectations will do, right, Mitch? To a team, you come in and you've got high that's to say that too is to understand we had high expectations for last year's baseball team as well. They were coming off a World Series appearance. It's not like we thought that they weren't going to be any good.
Those expectations haven't left, though.
No, they've never left. They've been there the whole time.
They've been here. We're expecting. I liked what you said earlier in particular about the Dodger series, about how we are past the idea of, oh, we're happy that we went 4-3 in the 7 games against them. Like, no. We should have gone 5-2, or we should have done way better than that, because this team has already proven that they can be better than that. So the expectations, 26-24 of 50 games, I didn't see this coming. There's external factors around it, I understand, but it should be internally focused as to why the Diamondbacks are 26-24 to start the year.
And the funny thing about it is like, for me to sit here and say what would be a successful 50-game start, it's not even like it's that much more in terms of wins. I mean, it really isn't anything dramatic. It's what do I say? 26-24. If they're 29-21, God, I feel so much better. Isn't it crazy how? And maybe that's just me, my own thoughts and my own voice inside my head. But 29-21, 28-22, even that smallest change perceptually changes how I feel about the first 50 games. All it would have taken is 2 or 3 more wins, 2 or 3 fewer losses for me to feel completely different. It's really not asking too much for them to have won 3 more games.
Well, let's change perceptions. Think about what's going on in San Francisco right now. They're exactly 29-21. They're second place in the National League West right now. They're the top team, I believe, or the second to top team in the wild card right now. Think of how much better we would feel just taking that existing information about the Giants and applying it to the Diamondbacks. Then it feels like they'd be meeting the expectations that we would have hoped for.
Well, because they would have been exactly that.
Right.
Our expectations were, you're a wild card team. We had dreamt of them being a division winner, and perhaps they still might be, but I think we were all pretty realistic in thinking, okay, this is a wild card team. If they were the San Francisco Giants right now, 29-21, that's exactly what they are. They're the number 2 wild card team in the National League, a game behind the Mets. Now, look, everything they haven't achieved so far through the first 50 games, it's still very achievable. They're not far off. It's not like it's not like they've buried themselves in all of this. I'm looking at some of the teams. Like, there's nobody in the National League who had expectations who's buried so far. I mean, the bottom 3 teams, the bottom 4 teams in the National League are all exactly the teams we thought were going to be down there. The Rockies, the Pirates, the Marlins, and the Nationals. Everybody else, Brewers, Reds, Braves, Cardinals, they're all right there. They're all part of the conversation. Nobody has buried themselves. Nobody has put themselves too far out of anything. So there's still way too much to be determined. But it has been a disappointment. There's no doubt that between the expectations, the performance of the bullpen, I don't want to pin this all on Zach Gallen, but certainly he's a factor in it. The Diamondbacks have not lived up to the expectations we had for them at the start of the season. I think we can all agree on that.
I wonder who feels the weight of those lofty is it lofty expectations now that I say it out loud? I don't know if it was exactly supposed to be considered lofty expectations for them to be a wild card team after missing the playoffs last year, after being in the World Series as an 84-win baseball team 2 years ago. I don't think necessarily them being a wild card team or them contending in the division is lofty expectations, but I just wonder if it's weighing on any of these individuals that have had not great starts to the season. Zach Gallen in particular has succeeded against the entire market of New York for some reason and nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not even the Rockies could he get off easy against. He allowed 4 home runs against the Rockies, 6 runs. Corbin Burns, it didn't start off amazing, but now he's starting to look a lot more like the pitcher that was promised. Eduardo Rodriguez, quite frankly, is a really expensive 5th starter for somebody who happens to now be the 5th starter on this team. There's just a lot of aspects that have not gone the Diamondbacks' way to start the year, whether it is injury-related or just performance on the field. Like, how many times did we talk about Torey Lovello saying, this is not Diamondbacks baseball? Well, when you play like this for 50 games, you kind of are saying who you are, aren't you?
And that's kind of the fear, is that we keep waiting for this corner to be turned. We keep waiting for, and Torey even said something like about that last night, like, hey, we didn't win this series. Our goal is to learn from this so we can be better. And it's very similar to what Torey's been saying kind of all year long about this team. There is and I see it from the fan base on social media. I'm sure you do too. I know he does. You're talking about Gambo. I'm sure there are fans out there who are worried that this is it. Like, this is who they are. They're a 26-24 baseball team. That would make them an 84-76 baseball team if they follow this path. And the concern is that they're not going to turn that corner. That they're not going to arrive. They're not going to suddenly figure it out. It's kind of like the comparison I would use would be like you're making a minimum payment on your credit card, and every time you do that, you believe, well, as soon as I come into money, as soon as I start getting a little
Money
better with
never
my
comes.
budget, right, I'm going to be able to pay off this credit card. And before you know it, 5 years have gone by and you've gotten nowhere in paying off the credit card because you've just been making the minimum payment. I think there are some Diamondback fans who are worried that this is it. They're just going to be a 500 baseball team and do nothing other than make the minimum credit card payment all year long. And if that's the case, this is going to be a very disappointing year. But I'm not ready to say that about them.
But
I know
let's fold in another couple of aspects that could maybe key in as to the direction this is heading, right? 26-24 on the surface. Okay, that's fine.
It's fine.
For right now.
Fine.
They have a +4 run differential for one of the higher scoring offenses in baseball. Their run differential is +4.
Yeah.
That's not going to cut it if you hold it that much. Last one I'll say, above 500 teams, they're 15-17 to start the year. Below 500 against above 500 teams. So they're competing. They're with them most of the time, but they're not doing better than the teams that are better than them.
And in a similar vein, in the National League West, they're 7-6, which is okay, But again, we had higher
But look at what the NL West is this year.
I think the interesting thing about the run differential, for me anyway, is everybody knew, and Mike Hazen has gone on record and said it a dozen times. Okay, the runs we scored last year, not sustainable, but us being a 25th ranked pitching staff, that's also not sustainable. We're going to get better. So far, their starters have been, 3 of their starters in particular have been very, very good. But that idea that they've got one of the top offenses in baseball and they're still only +4 in the run differential suggests that kind of in general, a lot of their problems from a year ago, nothing's changed. That nothing really has been fixed in that regard. So we'll see what the next 50 brings us. They're fine. They're in a position where there's nothing that they've lost that they can't get back. I think we'd all feel better if they just, kind of stepped on it a little bit. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you about the $30 concert tickets that you can get to select shows at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater. That includes Kesha. That includes Slightly Stupid with Aeration, Nelly, The Offspring with Jimmy Eat World, Little Big Town, Big Time Rush, Judas Priest, Alice Cooper, and more. Make it a summer of live music with your $30 ticket to summer. On sale now at livenation.com/ticket to summer. Game 2 of the T-Wolves and the Thunder is kicking off right now. What can we expect in that matchup? And one last look at the fun that was Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is a very difficult time for Suns fans dealing with a couple of what-ifs. Tyrese Halliburton, obviously, a guy that could have very easily been a Phoenix Suns. In fact, there are times when teams make mistakes drafting players, and years later you go, man, we could have done that. We could have had that. We all knew in real time that it was a ridiculous mistake. For what the Suns needed, a future beyond Chris Paul, it was right there.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only, limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand, made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. No Diamondbacks baseball, no Mercury basketball. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals is just getting underway. Minnesota, an early 2-0 lead. I told you it was just getting underway, literally just getting underway. Game coverage on ESPN 620 tonight, Mitch. Yes, are we hearing this game on ESPN 620 tonight?
This game is on ESPN 620.
Fantastic. So if you want
now that it's finally started,
so it took a while for them to get it going.
Yeah.
But that game is on tonight. I don't know if there's Stanley Cup action on tonight.
I think the East is in action, so that's Florida and Carolina. Florida up 1-0. They destroyed the Hurricanes in Game 1. Holy smokes!
3-0 right now with 2 minutes to go in
3-0.
the first period. Panthers up 3-0.
Oh my goodness!
Yes. Yeah. Last night, boy, I tell you what. Last night it was Dodgers, Dbacks, Edmonton, Dallas. Eastern Conference Finals going on at the same time.
There's way too much going on.
No, it was honestly. I was at a local brewery / sports bar with some friends. It was fun to be out and have it all on. You know, like you forget. Yeah. I don't do that a lot anymore. I used to all the time. But to be at like a sports bar or a bar where all 3 games were going on at the same time, it's like, oh man, this is cool.
I'm also sure if you had no invested interest in any of the teams or were not specifically hate watching any one team in particular, Dallas Stars, then I'm sure it was an enjoyable night for you.
You hate the Dallas Stars?
I hate what they've done to my favorite hockey team, yes.
Oh.
And then...
Okay, so it's I got you.
Yeah. The whole Mikko Rantanen thing, too, as well.
Maybe the LA Kings for a while, when their rivalry with the Coyotes was kind of pronounced. I don't remember ever hating an NHL team. But then, I grew up in Arizona where back in the day, we just, we didn't follow the NHL. I didn't follow the NHL.
I mean, they were here from 95 to 23, 4.
Yeah.
Just flew by.
That is what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening, mostly the Western Conference Finals, and, of course, what's going on in the East. Since we're talking about basketball.
Also in the Western Conference Finals right now, every
no.
Suns favorite, Scott Foster, just got hit in the face by Dort and is bleeding out on the court.
Lou Dort just became even more of a favorite for Suns
Forks
fans. Forks up for Lou Dort. So,
wow.
Scott Foster. And the funny part is... Did you all see who was on the pregame show on ESPN?
Oh, we were just talking about it, too.
Chris Paul was on the pregame show on ESPN, so he's there. And on the night of all nights he is bleeding profusely out his nose.
He had the blood issue in the Lakers-Nuggets series back in 23, too, where he got, I think he got hit by LeBron.
Okay, here's the replay. So it's a jump ball at the top of the key, and Lou Dort just smacks him.
Wow.
In the face. I mean, just pounded Scott Foster right in the
There's going to be quite a delay, too, because he tipped his face forward, so he left a blood trail as he headed to the sideline.
So now we got to disinfect. Now we got to deodorize. Now we got to clean. Now we've got all that stuff. So we are in a pause now in the Western Conference.
7-day IL concussion symptoms.
Steve Javy telling us about how this is going to work because they know we're in a delay and what's going to go on with the refs and things like that. But, yeah, he's got the cotton swabs jammed up his nose, and he's still bleeding all over the place. I'm bleeding, Bert. My lip's bleeding. Sorry, it just came about. Sorry. You know, in honor of Gambo not being here, I got to do the Jimmy Stewart It's a Wonderful Life impersonation. So, one more replay, and Lou Dort comes down on him with all of his, and somewhere Chris Paul smiles and nods.
Oh,
and
he's
says,
chuckling somewhere, for sure.
Hopefully just courtside.
Okay.
He's looking right at Scott Foster laughing.
So Scott Foster, okay, with the giant cotton swab jammed up the nostril, the game has resumed with Scott Foster still officiating the game. So we'll see how
Chris Paul doing the, I can't remember who the lady was from Game of Thrones, but the one who we found out poisoned Joffrey, and she's like sitting there like, it was me.
I hate to admit this. I never saw Game of Thrones.
Oh.
Neither did I.
Oh, no. I just made a reference. Nobody understood.
No, it's fine. I mean, I'm sure 90% of our audience did.
Exactly. I'm sure the mass audience got it.
I'm way in the minority here. My wife was like, I'll watch just about any show with you. No swords, no sandals, no witches.
No sandals?
No wizards.
Wait.
No
sandals?
None of that stuff. I'm not watching a TV show that involves swords or sandals or wizards or witches or anything like that. So if you want to watch Game of Thrones, you're on your own. And by the time it just seemed like such a monumental task to get caught up to it, that I'm like, all right, one of these days I'll watch it, but not now. Yeah, no, she has a very explicit no swords, no sandals, no wizards, no witches.
Okay,
policy.
Shout out Decision Maker for being staunch in your opinions.
And if I'm not mistaken, there's only one of those things in Game of Thrones, right?
Well,
just the swords, right? There's
definitely the swords.
There's no sandals.
Definitely, it's very much an HBO show.
Yeah, okay, that
wink,
I knew.
Wink, nudge, nudge.
Exactly. A lot of adult content.
Yes, and dragons.
A lot of Jello Cup going on in that one. Mm-hmm.
That's a good word for it.
Jello Cup. But there's no wizards, right?
No.
There's no witches.
There's what is it? There's a sorceress. Her name is Melisandre.
Okay, so there is kind of a wizard in it.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. No swords, no sandals, no wizards, no witches.
Just seems like it would never be on in your house. That's fine.
No, that's fine. One of these days I'll watch it. One of these days when, I'm not retiring anytime soon, like what's his name? But when I do.
Oh, he's retiring soon?
Oh, yeah. Have you not heard? Maybe one of these days when I do, I'll get caught up on the whole Game of Thrones thing. In the meantime, since we're talking NBA, it just gives me an excuse to play this.
5초, 할리버튼 갑니다. 4초, 3초, 2점을 노리나요? 자, 빠져나가면서 할리버튼 쏩니다. 이게 뭐예요? 이게 뭡니까? 할리버튼의 초크 세레머니까지.
It's the Korean call from last
night. Oh, that's
excellent.
excellent.
The NBA tweeted that out. I'm like, oh, we've got to play this on this show. That is fantastic. That cannot be beat. That was, look, forget about last night's game for just a second. Let's put it in the context of everything else.
Okay.
This NBA playoffs has been, for the most part, really, really, really good. Like it feels like, I know not every game, I know not every series. I'm sure you could probably pick apart this generality, but it feels like in general, the NBA playoffs has kind of reclaimed a little bit of a can't miss sort of status to it, right? Like it feels like it's been really good.
The vibes are good. I would say it helps the fact that they've had at least one 7-game series in each of the rounds. That certainly helps their cause, but at the same time, they're in an interesting territory, especially right now, because they've got one major large market left with the Knicks.
Yep.
They've got 3 teams that have never won a championship before remaining, and none of those teams have any of the stars of the previous iteration of stars, right? Like if you think of the top 4 guys on each of the remaining teams, Anthony Edwards, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Tyrese Haliburton, and Jalen Brunson, That is the current / new era of stars in the NBA.
And I think that's so good for the league to evolve and grow and find new guys that they can call stars. I just don't know if the general basketball fan will agree with that. And the ratings will bear that out. We'll see. But no Steph, no LeBron, no KD. Are people as interested in SGA and Jalen Brunson and Anthony